Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In a world ravaged by monstrous beasts, Qin Chuan, an ordinary young man with average talent, defied destiny with his unwavering will and indomitable spirit. His story is a passionate epic of the underdog's rise, a song of a hero's ascent. Qin Chuan, a boy with minimal aptitude, was once abandoned by his family. Yet, fueled by his fiery determination and unyielding resolve, he gradually revealed his extraordinary potential through countless life-and-death struggles. His beliefs were as solid as rock, and his goal was to become a powerful protector of this land. In the face of numerous adversities, not only did Qin Chuan refuse to be crushed, but he also honed exceptional martial skills and powerful beast companions on the brink of life and death. He single-handedly challenged one formidable enemy after another, rising from his family's scorn to become a revered hero. Every step of his journey was fraught with hardship and challenge. His beast companion evolved from a small snake to the majestic Qingsong python, and eventually into the Qingyan Jiao, a creature with royal blood. Each transformation mirrored Qin Chuan's growth and battles. He himself evolved from an obscure warrior into a figure that struck fear into the hearts of all beasts. In the relentless battle against monstrous creatures, Qin Chuan never wavered. Each strike he made was filled with power and wisdom. His name became legendary on the battlefield, and his figure became a beacon of hope for the people. When faced with betrayal from his family, Qin Chuan did not succumb to despair. Instead, he chose to retaliate with even greater strength. He proved with his own power that even with minimal aptitude, one could achieve monumental feats. Through each challenge, Qin Chuan continuously improved himself, with his martial skills and wisdom growing ever sharper. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching it for the first time, you can start with part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin the storyline of part 2. One slash is all it takes to kill you. Qin Chuan's voice was as cold as a blade, slicing through the air. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sharp flash of sword light suddenly appeared, heading straight for the golden-striped Leopard King. The terrifying aura within the blade made the Leopard King shudder involuntarily. How could this be the blade aura of a newly crowned king? The Leopard King thought in shock. This power far surpasses the 4th rank of the king level, reaching as high as the 6th or 7th rank. Despite the internal turmoil, the Leopard King quickly cast its demon magic, channeling its demonic energy to counter the attack. If it had known that this was just a casual strike from Qin Chuan, it might have been scared out of its wits on the spot. The blade aura collided with the Leopard King's towering body, and in an instant, the sound of tearing echoed through the heavens. Blood sprayed like rain, dyeing the surrounding area red. The Leopard King stood motionless, its massive head with its mouth agape, struggling to utter a few words. How is this possible? Its eyes, black and glistening, were filled with fear and bewilderment. However, it had no time left to ponder. In the next moment, its housezized head slid off its neck and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The golden-striped Leopard King had fallen. Sigh. Qin Chuan sighed deeply. I let you die too quickly, but I am a man of my word. I said I'd kill you with one slash, and I won't use a second. Su Jin, who had been watching from the side, was stunned, and then his face lit up with joy. One slash. He really did it with just one slash. He had thought Qin Chuan was boasting, but now he had witnessed it with his own eyes. It seems I underestimated him. Su Jin smiled wryly, feeling both amazed and relieved. He had been in the trial tower for centuries and had seen countless human geniuses, but Qin Chuan's combat prowess definitely ranked in the top 100. His cultivation is still a bit lacking, Su Jin thought to himself. If we focus on training him for a year, and he advances a few more levels, he could definitely win several crowns. He couldn't help but blame the higher-ups of the 9 provinces kingdom for not stopping Qin Chuan and letting him enter too soon. With Qin Chuan's current strength, winning 2 more crowns would be a stroke of luck. After Qin Chuan killed the Leopard King, the surrounding environment did not change immediately, leaving him puzzled. However, the next moment, the decapitated Leopard King suddenly revived, its fallen head reattaching to its neck. I underestimated you, the Leopard King roared. But this time, I won't be careless. You have no chance. As it spoke, the Leopard King's aura surged, and its body grew even larger. At the same time, the surroundings rapidly transformed, from knee-high grassland to a towering ancient forest. Each tree was at least 10 meters tall and as thick as several people could embrace, densely arranged like sentinels. Be careful, Qin Chuan. Su Jin's voice came from the top of a large tree. This is the 2nd level. The first 3 levels are guarded by the golden-striped Leopard King. It is a wood attribute demon beast, and its power is enhanced here. Each guardian was responsible for different challengers. The Leopard King guarded against humans, while Su Jin guarded against demons. Although guardians couldn't directly interfere in battles, they were allowed to give verbal warnings. Previously, Su Jin didn't think Qin Chuan could pass the first level, so he hadn't shared much information. Now, he divulged everything without reservation. Enough chatter! The Leopard King roared in anger, wasting no time as it attacked Qin Chuan. Its demonic energy surged out, covering a range of hundreds of meters. The surrounding trees seemed to come alive, transforming into ferocious beasts that charged at Qin Chuan with claws bared. This was the Leopard King's demon magic 10,000 wood puppets, dozens of wooden vines and branches, infused with dense demonic energy, more resilient than steel, whipped through the air with explosive sounds, trying to entangle Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan remained motionless, showing no intention of dodging. Seeing this, the Leopard King was secretly delighted, cursing Qin Chuan for his arrogance. With its current strength at the 6th rank of the king level, even beings of the 7th or 8th rank would be at great risk if entangled. This kid could only muster attacks at the level of the 6th or 7th rank, not true 6th or 7th rank strength. Such overconfidence was sheer folly. Die! The Leopard King poured all its demonic energy into the attack. The wooden puppets exploded in power, shaking the very ground. Countless massive tree roots surged toward Qin Chuan, casting a shadow that blotted out the sky. In an instant, Qin Chuan's figure disappeared. Even Su Jin, watching from the side, couldn't help but tense up. However, remembering Qin Chuan's astonishing slash earlier, he refrained from making any hasty judgments. Qin Chuan said nothing and directly swung his blade. In an instant, countless blade auras burst forth from him, rushing in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The blade auras slashed through the air, instantly reducing the trees around him to splinters. The residual power continued to sweep outward, cutting down trees left and right, turning them into countless wood chips. In the blink of an eye, the area within hundreds of meters was cleared, presenting a clear view. The Leopard King swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding rising in its heart. Isn't this human a bit too powerful? It involuntarily took a few steps back, only to find Qin Chuan already staring at it. Qin Chuan spoke, his words eerily familiar to the Leopard King. One slash is all it takes to kill you. Just minutes ago, the Leopard King had scoffed at these words. Now, hearing them again, it felt a chill down its spine. In the moment of the Leopard King's hesitation, a blazing blade light shot forth, stretching dozens of meters long. The blade light pierced the air with a shrill howl, reaching the Leopard King in the blink of an eye. SSSHHA familiar sound echoed as a shower of blood filled the sky. With a single swift strike, Qin Chuan's blade flashed like a meteor streaking across the heavens, turning half the sky crimson. The golden-patterned Leopard King stared in shock, its eyes filled with terror. It realized that regardless of whether it was at the 4th or 6th tier of the king level, the outcome would be the same death in one strike. The scene changed abruptly, and trees around them grew wildly as Qin Chuan found himself in a forest once more. The golden-patterned Leopard King reappeared, even more imposing in size, but its eyes had lost their former confidence. Cautiously, it asked, "Just how strong are you?" Qin Chuan smiled slightly and shook his head sadly. "You don't deserve to know." Humiliation filled the Leopard King's heart, but it found itself devoid of any fighting spirit. It roared in fury, its demonic energy surging, and glared down at Qin Chuan. "I know I can't beat you, but this time, it won't be just one strike." Qin Chuan chuckled as he looked at the tiger-slaying blade in his hand. "I'm afraid one strike is still all it will take." The Leopard King erupted in rage, its demonic energy expanding for hundreds of meters. The ground cracked open, and countless tree roots surged at Qin Chuan like giant serpents. At the same time, it gathered energy in its mouth, unleashing a massive shockwave several meters wide. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed, and he gripped his long blade tightly. In the next moment, an even more intense blade light shot skyward ferocious tiger slash. The blade light shredded countless plants and split the energy shockwave in two, slicing the Leopard King from head to tail. Su Jin was dumbfounded. One strike, still just one strike. He realized that Qin Chuan could easily rank among the top 10 human challengers, and was undoubtedly the number one among the newly crowned kings. The environment transformed again, and Qin Chuan found himself surrounded by towering stone pillars. Scorching lava surged from the ground, and the sky turned a dark, ominous red. 100-meter-long three-headed dog appeared before him, exuding a powerful aura. The three-headed dog bickered among its three heads until the middle one roared to silence the others, then looked at Qin Chuan with disdain. "Human, it's quite impressive that you've made it this far. Unfortunately for you, you've met me, the Emperor. If only. Is it just you here?" Qin Chuan interrupted, scanning the surroundings. The three-headed dog was furious. "How dare you interrupt me? You're courting death." Swish, a blade light flashed, severing one of the dog's heads. Qin Xuan sneered. It seems you've been cooped up here too long, and it's made you stupid. Since you have 3 heads, I'll just have to strike twice more. The remaining 2 heads roared in rage as the surrounding lava bubbled and the temperature soared. Qin Xuan remained unfazed, drawing another blade. The sooner I finish this, the better. Before he finished speaking, 2 more blade lights whistled through the air, decapitating the remaining 2 heads in an instant. The 3 heads rolled into the lava, turning to ash. Sigh, the 4th level isn't much harder than the 3rd. Qin Xuan shrugged helplessly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Little did he know, if anyone heard his words, they would be tempted to give him a resounding slap. The gap between the 7th and 8th levels of the king rank is beyond ordinary comprehension. Most cultivators couldn't dream of crossing such levels with ease. However, to Qin Xuan, who had already faced emperor-level opponents, these battles were mere child's play. His gaze held a calm detachment, as if he had seen through all the challenges the world could offer. Just then, the 3-headed dog regenerated, returning to its vigorous state. Its size swelled even more, its aura climbing steadily until it nearly reached the peak of the 9th level of the king rank. Human, you are truly shameless. My wrath is not something you can endure. Before the 3-headed dog could finish, Qin Xuan had already made his move. Stupid dog. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp slashes cut through the air, spanning hundreds of meters, instantly severing the dog's words and its heads. Rumble. Soon, the 3-headed dog regenerated again, its strength skyrocketing to the 10th level of the king rank. This time, it didn't speak but unleashed its full power. The underground magma bubbled and churned, the surrounding temperature soaring. The air became so dry it seemed devoid of any moisture. The magma transformed into towering waves, surging towards Qin Xuan, intent on burning him to ashes. Swish, 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 swish. Countless slashes sliced through the magma waves, shattering them into fragments and forming an impenetrable barrier a few meters in front of Qin Xuan. Die! Qin Xuan stomped the ground, causing the stone platform beneath him to shatter and sink into the magma pool. He shot forward like an arrow, dual blades in hand, sending 2 unstoppable slashes towards the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog spewed intense flames from its 3 heads, converging into a thick pillar of fire. The pillar collided with the slashes, then surged towards Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's blades whirled continuously, the spiritual energy from his dantian flowing out like a breached river. Swish, swish, swish. The slashes kept coming, each strike cleaving the fiery pillar. The power of the 3-headed dog's flame pillar far surpassed that of the golden-striped leopard emperor. It took Qin Xuan 100 slashes to break it apart, then he severed 2 of its heads. You broke your promise. You said you'd only use 3 slashes. The remaining head roared, its face full of anger and frustration. That was for the previous you, not the current you. You may still be you, but you're completely different now. Qin Xuan's lips curled into a teasing smile. You're talking nonsense. I do what I want. You litter. Swish, 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 swish. A barrage of slashes poured down like rain, pulverizing the last head of the 3-headed dog. Qin Xuan sheathed his blades, exhaling deeply. At that moment, he finally felt a hint of pressure. If the next level is emperor rank, I might have to stop here, he thought. If that were the case, he might be able to kill his opponent with all his might, but his own state would significantly decline. Given the pattern so far, the next level's emperor rank would be even stronger, and Qin Xuan didn't want to take that risk. As he pondered, his body was suddenly enveloped in a stream of light, transporting him to a vast grassland. The scenery was strikingly similar to the first level. What the heck, it's you! Qin Xuan exclaimed in surprise at the familiar figure in the distance. Wasn't that the golden-striped leopard emperor? The guardian of the 7th level, is it? Does that mean I'll really face an emperor? Alarm bells rang in Qin Xuan's mind. Seeing Qin Xuan's face, the golden-striped leopard emperor gnashed its teeth in hatred. It had expected Qin Xuan to reach the 7th level, but the human's luck would end here. The golden-striped leopard emperor didn't respond to Qin Xuan. Instead, several other figures appeared beside it. Doggy? It's you. Recognizing the familiar 3-headed figure, Qin Xuan was once again taken aback. Wasn't that the 3-headed dog? I am not called Doggy. Address me as the 3-headed dog emperor. The 3 heads spoke in unison, glaring at Qin Xuan with fury. Doesn't make much difference. Qin Xuan shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the other figures. 10 different beast emperors, all without exception, were of emperor rank. Is the 7th level really going this big? 10 beast emperors. How the heck am I supposed to deal with this? Qin Xuan swallowed hard, his expression growing serious. Seeing Qin Xuan's change in expression, the golden-striped leopard emperor sneered. What? Are you scared now? I can unleash the strength of the 10th level of the king rank. 10 king level 10s. Let's see how you handle that. 10th level of the king rank? Hearing this, Qin Chuan's face lit up with relief. Thankfully, it's just the 10th level of the king rank, not emperor rank. The golden-striped leopard emperor was momentarily stunned by Qin Chuan's reaction. Why does this guy look pleased after hearing what I said? The golden-striped leopard king squinted his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What? You don't think highly of a level 10 king? You're just a newly minted king. It's one of you against 10 of us. You don't stand a chance. If you beg for mercy, I might consider giving you a quick death. The lion-like demon king beside him sneered disdainfully. Why waste words on this lowly human? When the time comes, we'll tear him apart. Standing several kilometers away, Qin Chuan remained calm. There was a buffer time of over a minute every 3 levels, a protection for challengers. The 10 demon kings surrounded him, waiting for the time to run out so they could pounce and devour him. Hearing the golden-striped leopard king's taunts, Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly. Who said I'm alone? He chuckled, waving his hand. 5 streaks of light shot out, transforming into 5 giant beasts positioned around him. To be honest, I also enjoy overwhelming the opponent with numbers. The demon kings were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. This guy has beast pets. But they quickly regained their composure. After all, beast-taming cultivators were not uncommon among humans. The golden-striped leopard king sneered as he assessed the aura of the 5 beasts. They're just newly minted kings. I don't believe your pets are stronger than you. Qin Chuan didn't respond directly, just smiled slightly and gripped his sword handles tightly. If you don't believe it, why not see for yourself? Before he finished speaking, the buffer time ended. The 10 demon kings charged like arrows from a bow, clashing instantly with Qin Chuan's 5 beast pets. Qin Chuan was not to be outdone. He flashed forward, his twin blades unleashing fierce sword energy aimed at the demon king's vital points. The battle erupted with a ferocity that far exceeded the demon king's expectations. Although these demon emperors once had unfathomable power, they can now only exhibit the strength of a 10-star king. In contrast, each of Qin Chuan's beast companions has undergone perfect bloodline evolution from the 1st to the 5th tier and received an endless baptism of cultivation at the peak of the 4th tier. This has elevated their strength to an astonishing level. On the battlefield, a 1-star king facing a 10-star king, Qin Chuan's beast companions demonstrated overwhelming superiority. Even the weakest, Little Red, held its own against the demon emperors in close combat. The air was filled with the sound of explosions, the grassland cracked under the intense impact, and the shockwaves uprooted the grass, sending dirt and stones flying. With just one clash, the disparity in strength was evident. The demon emperors facing Qin Chuan's beasts were stunned, their previous disdain replaced by deep fear. They sensed an incredibly noble aura from these beasts. Despite being of the same 6-star quality, they felt their own bloodlines were utterly suppressed. The souls of the demon emperors trembled, as if their bloodlines were fragile blades of grass, while Qin Chuan's 5 beasts were indestructible iron trees. This gap stemmed from the repeated extreme bloodline enhancements and perfect evolutions of Qin Chuan's beasts, making them peerless at the king level, unattainable by any demon emperor. Facing a demon emperor alone, Qin Chuan needed only a few strikes to slice it into countless pieces. He wielded his dual blades, cutting down another demon emperor. Meanwhile, his 5 beasts quickly overpowered the remaining demon emperors. Dust and debris filled the air. Energy waves surged, and demonic auras intertwined. The demon emperors were relentlessly bombarded, and soon fell one by one. In a blink, 10 demon emperors lay dead. Qin Chuan exhaled deeply, surveying the area, finding the bodies of the demon emperors vanished. Suddenly, thunderous footsteps echoed from the distant plain. 30 10-star king-level demonic beasts charged forward, 10 of which were demon emperors, while the rest were replicas of past demon challengers created by the trial tower, appearing mindless. These colossal creatures, nearly 100 meters tall, roared with fury, their voices piercing the sky. Qin Chuan smiled slightly, gripping his dual blades and stepping forward, unleashing his full martial prowess. His aura surged instantly, thousands of martial techniques functioning like precise gears, amplifying his strength. Kill! Qin Chuan shouted softly, his figure becoming a blur as he rushed into the demonic beast horde. Countless blade auras poured out, black demonic energy spread for hundreds of meters. The overwhelming presence of the demonic beasts stalled, as Qin Chuan's aura alone eclipsed that of 30 peak-level demon kings. Blades flashed, flesh flew, and the massive bodies of the demonic beasts were sliced into pieces, the scent of blood permeating for miles. His 5 beasts followed closely, smaller in size but completely overwhelming their opponents. Various elemental demonic techniques exploded in the air, like brilliant fireworks clashing intensely. After a long battle, the bodies of the 30 demonic beasts lay scattered, blood forming rivers that flowed into the cracks in the ground. Just as calm returned, deafening roars echoed from afar. This time, the power was several times greater. 100 peak-level demon kings charged, their demonic energy surging like a tide, dark clouds gathering in the sky. The might of 100 kings blotted out the sun. Wiping the blood from his face, Qin Chuan tore off his blood-soaked shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. He threw a formation disc onto the head of his black Kirin beast and commanded, "For Saints formation, attack." The formation disc hummed, infusing energy into his 5 beasts. The combined power of the 5 elements formed beams of light, each capable of piercing through a demon king's body. Blood rained down, dyeing the land crimson, like an infernal hell. Qin Chuan charged into the demonic horde, slashing with his blades, flesh and blood flying. The wails of the demonic beasts echoed, forming the most harrowing soundtrack to this brutal battle. After the fight, Qin Chuan stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, exhaustion evident in his eyes. He pondered the difficulty of these 3 waves of demonic beast attacks, realizing that even for other kings, this would be an extremely daunting challenge. To battle 100 peak-level demon kings alone and ascend to a king within a year required not only profound cultivation but also exceptional combat talent. Wiping the blood from his face, a slight smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips. 9 Crown King should be more than enough to take down 2 demon emperors after this, right? His thoughts were interrupted by a thunderous beast roar from the distant horizon. Qin Chuan turned to look, his expression changing instantly. In the distant horizon, countless monstrous beasts surged forward, covering the sky. Each one possessed strength no less than the peak of the king level. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed, his breath quickened, and he was secretly shocked. 1,000 king-level peak beasts. The sheer number was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Are they trying to kill me? Qin Chuan smiled bitterly. The trial is supposed to be over. So why are there so many beasts? And the number has increased tenfold. Just then, the beast pouch at his waist suddenly vibrated. Qin Chuan noticed that the treasure in his hand was emitting a radiant glow once more, indicating that it had regained its power. He took out the spirit liquid from his ring and found that its effects had also returned. All right, I get it. You want me to go all out, right? Qin Chuan didn't know what had caught the attention of the trial tower, but since that was the case, he decided to give it his all. He opened the beast pouch, releasing countless blood fiend worms. Qin Chuan summoned the queen worm and had Shaoqing form a contract with it. If he was going all out, he might as well contract his 6th beast pet. The monstrous beasts approached in a vast wave, shaking the heavens and the earth, with dark clouds rolling in. At the moment the contract was completed, the blood fiend queen instantly ascended to the soldier level, and the aura of all the minion worms rose as well. Qin Chuan realized that his control over these worms had become more thorough, and their connection had grown incredibly tight. Calculating the time, Qin Chuan took out boxes of bloodline crystals from his ring, prepared as evolution materials for his 6th beast pet. Despite the blood fiend worm's bloody, bloodthirsty, and violent nature, Qin Chuan didn't mind. To him, what mattered was the user. Countless bloodline crystals were fed into the roulette, and the crimson energy was returned to the queen worm. As Qin Chuan's strength improved, the roulette had also undergone various changes. Now, the slots on the bloodline roulette were much deeper, allowing for many crystals to be inserted at once. By maxing out the blood fiend worm's bloodline in one go, it autonomously evolved to a 6-star quality. With the queen worm's bloodline ascended, the minion worms underwent significant changes. 1% advanced to the 1st tier, 1 in 10,000 advanced to the 2nd tier, and the only queen worm advanced to the 6th tier. Although the size of the worms didn't change much, their internal transformation was immense. They skimmed the ground, absorbing blood, and their power continuously surged. From the 1st to the 3rd tier of the soldier level, the highest quality queen worm even stepped into the commander level. Their eyes locked onto the approaching beast kings, filled with killing intent. Qin Chuan didn't stop them, allowing the worms to charge at the beast kings. He sensed that these worms could distinguish friend from foe and wouldn't even touch the fur of his other 5 beast pets. In an instant, the swarm of millions of worms entangled a few beast kings, creating a dense, hair-raising scene. Their sharp teeth continuously gnawed at the beast king's flesh, not even sparing the bones. The beast kings let out earth-shaking howls, desperately using their demon power to fight back, but more worms kept coming. In just a few dozen seconds, a massive beast king was devoured completely, leaving not even a trace of blood. The other beast kings were terrified, their souls quaking in fear, making them afraid to come closer. As more beast kings were consumed, the worms' power skyrocketed. Although their numbers dwindled due to the beast king's counterattacks, their overall strength increased dozens to hundreds of times. While the worms attacked, Qin Chuan and his other 5 beast pets also rampaged through the horde of monstrous beasts. After a long while, Qin Chuan panted heavily, sitting on a massive beast king's corpse, watching the worms clean up the aftermath. Every cell in his body screamed with exhaustion, but he still forced himself to stand, gazing into the sky. There shouldn't be any more, right? However, the next moment, a deafening beast roar echoed from the horizon. Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse. Looking into the distance, he saw a staggering 3,000 peak beast kings. Trial Tower, are you fucking with me? Qin Chuan cursed at the sky. How much longer is this going to go on? Are you going to send 10,000 next? If you're going to do it, just do it all at once and stop wasting my time. As if in response to his words, the heavens hummed. At the edge of the plain, a dense swarm of monstrous beasts appeared again, their demonic aura rolling like tides, covering thousands of miles of sky. The area turned pitch black, starkly contrasting with the white clouds and blue sky on this side. A rough estimate revealed that the number of beasts had reached over 10,000. Seeing the sudden surge of demon kings, Qin Chuan swallowed hard, forcing a gentle smile. He tried to communicate with the Trial Tower, his tone shifting from relaxed to urgent, and finally to angry. Trial Tower, buddy, it was just a joke. No need to take it so seriously. When the tower remained unresponsive and the beasts continued their advance, Qin Chuan pleaded, come on, big brother. You can't do this to me. You're going to get me killed here. Big brother? Dear brother? Dad? Grandpa? Ancestor? Finally, exasperated, Qin Chuan shouted, damn it. He raised his dual blades to the sky, glaring at the heavens. Tell me, is this the last challenge? If it is, give me a sign. The sky responded with two buzzing sounds, seeming to acknowledge him. Feeling slightly reassured, Qin Chuan knew he still faced a daunting challenge. The horde of tens of thousands of peak demon kings required his utmost effort. Qin Chuan quickly retrieved several bottles of restorative elixir from his ring and downed them all in one go. The warm energy surged through his body, revitalizing him. Gripping his twin blades, his eyes steeled with determination, he murmured, in the face of adversity, strike with all your might. In the next moment, Qin Chuan shot forward like lightning into the endless sea of demon kings. Though his figure seemed insignificant amidst the massive horde, he exuded an aura of fearless resolve. His 5 beast companions also launched their assaults on the demon kings, while a swarm of demonic insects eagerly swarmed toward their larger adversaries. The battlefield descended into chaos instantly. Blades gleamed, blood splattered, and the wails of demon kings mixed with the sounds of flesh being torn apart. Various colors of demonic magic exploded in the air, creating deep craters and rifts in the ground. Dust and debris filled the sky. Vegetation was uprooted, and shockwaves rippled through the battlefield. Surrounded by dense black fiendish energy, Qin Chuan appeared like a black serpent weaving through the battlefield, eroding the bodies of the demon kings. As he felled more beasts, the fiendish energy evolved, growing from barely noticeable to a formidable force. Its power increased with each kill. Qin Chuan moved like a tiger among sheep, his blades unleashing torrents of energy. Each strike severely wounded or killed a demon king. Their blood flowed like waterfalls, staining the earth crimson. He maneuvered deftly among the demon kings, his movements swift and agile. At one point, he stepped on a demon king's leg, using it as leverage to leap several meters into the air, his blade slicing off the head of a House's demon king. The head crashed to the ground, creating a large pit as blood poured out. His 5 beast companions also unleashed devastating attacks, their combined force shattering several demon kings into pieces. However, as time passed, their demonic energy waned, and their attacks weakened. De Huang, the leader, adjusted their tactics, focusing on crippling the legs of the demon kings before the demonic insects delivered the finishing blow. The insect swarm's power also grew steadily. When thousands of demon kings had fallen, the queen insect had reached the peak of its rank and was rapidly approaching a higher level. Despite this, Qin Chuan fought on, driven by sheer willpower as his body grew increasingly exhausted. The energy returned by his fiendish technique could no longer keep up with his consumption. As the battle dragged on, a heavy sense of foreboding settled over him, knowing he might not survive. Adding to his despair, he noticed 10 true demon emperors emerging from the rear of the horde, including his old foes the golden-patterned leopard emperor and the 3-headed dog emperor. Although these demon emperors could only exert the strength of low-level emperors, they avoided direct confrontation with the frenzied Qin Chuan. They knew each of his strikes could spell their doom. However, the demon emperors also sensed Qin Chuan's dwindling strength. They watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting for the moment he would collapse. The battle raged on, Qin Chuan's situation growing increasingly perilous, while the demon emperors patiently awaited their final victory. Currently, the only remaining threat to Qin Chuan is the swarm of demonic insects. Although their numbers have drastically decreased, they continue to evolve during battles, becoming more formidable. Each fallen demon king's corpse serves as nourishment for them, allowing the insects to not only recover to their peak state, but also grow even stronger. However, the demon kings are not easy to deal with either. They employ various demonic arts to protect themselves and launch fierce counterattacks. Each demon king can take down thousands of demonic insects before dying. Everyone, we don't need to worry about Qin Chuan for now. Let's first eliminate those peculiar insects, suggested one of the demon emperors, immediately gaining the approval of the others. This was not an act of cowardice, but a wise decision. Qin Chuan was no longer someone they could easily handle. As the 10 demon emperors approached the swarm, Qin Chuan keenly sensed their movement. He understood their intentions. With his current abilities, including the power of the invincible blade and the immortal blade body, each of his strikes could reach emperor-level strength. Naturally, the demon emperors would avoid direct confrontation. My survival hinges on the demonic insect swarm. If these guys annihilate the swarm, my hope will be utterly extinguished, Qin Chuan thought, his mind racing as he charged towards the demon emperors. But the demon emperors were not to be underestimated. They had absolute control over the demon king horde. Stop that human, they ordered in unison. Instantly, thousands of demon kings soared into the sky, their massive bodies forming a mountainous barrier in front of Qin Chuan. Damn it! Qin Chuan roared, unleashing a devastating blade aura that sliced through the demon kings ahead, as if cleaving a mountain. Blood gushed like a waterfall, drenching him. Unfazed, he used his spiritual power to shield himself from the obstructing blood. However, faced with thousands of demon kings, Qin Chuan could not break through to reach the 10 demon emperors. Meanwhile, the demon emperors began to channel their demonic power, launching fierce attacks on the insect swarm. Their emperor-level assaults wreaked havoc, each demonic spell instantly killing hundreds or thousands of insects. It's important to note that the demonic insects had reached an advanced level and possessed impenetrable defenses. To be killed in such large numbers was already terrifying. With 10 demon emperors attacking simultaneously, it wouldn't be long before the swarm was completely annihilated, and Qin Chuan's hope of survival would vanish. Trial Tower, you're really screwing with me. Qin Chuan's spirits plummeted, despair enveloping him. Facing tens of thousands of peak demon kings alone was akin to a mortal ascending to the heavens. Nevertheless, with the help of the insect swarm, Qin Chuan still held a glimmer of hope. He was exceptionally powerful, his 5 beast companions were no pushovers, and the insect swarm provided a moderate degree of support. These factors combined gave him a chance to complete the challenge. But now, with 10 demon emperors among the tens of thousands of demon kings, it seemed they were determined to push Qin Chuan to his death, giving him no respite. Qin Chuan's face turned icy, and he swung his blades relentlessly. Despite his sinking emotions, his anger flared. If you won't let me live, I'll live just to spite you. Give me adversity, and I can swing my blade. Put me in despair, and I can still fight. His eyes gleamed with determination as countless martial techniques flashed through his mind, rapidly forming and reforming. Despair infused with his martial moves, combined with the essence of adversity he had comprehended. As Qin Chuan prepared for a final desperate effort, the demon emperors continued their massacre of the insect swarm. Fortunately, the queen insect's evolved bloodline had increased its intelligence. It avoided direct confrontation with the demon emperors, using its speed to weave through the demon king horde and evade attacks by leveraging its massive body. Despite this, the insect numbers continued to dwindle rapidly. Evading meant forfeiting resistance. While the demon king's attacks were not as lethal as the emperors, they still killed many insects. As time passed, the swarm's numbers plummeted from millions to 900,000, then 800,000, and so on. Feeling the dwindling soul marks connected to him, Qin Chuan's despair deepened. The insect swarm's numbers continued to fall, soon only 60,000, then 50,000. Qin Chuan's dual blades danced continuously as he maneuvered through the demon horde, his blade aura and killing intent surging. The insect numbers are almost wiped out, and that human is trapped. It looks like he's done for. Yeah, he'll die without even earning a crown. This human is finished. Serves him right. If he'd retreated earlier, he could have at least become a crowned king. But no, he had to challenge the final trial. The demon emperors laughed wildly, and the demon kings roared in excitement. Victory was in sight, and they couldn't contain their elation, howling to release their excitement. The deafening beast roars echoed across the land, celebrating the downfall of a human genius. However, amidst their celebration, they failed to notice the change in Qin Chuan, who was surrounded. His body emanated a heavy aura of despair, chilling to the bone and suffocating to behold. Qin Chuan's body swayed, standing atop a demon tiger king, seemingly ready to collapse and fall from hundreds of meters high. The human is about to fall, one of the demon emperors shouted. The others abandoned their pursuit of the insects and focused on Qin Chuan. Seeing his swaying figure, they were overjoyed, their excitement almost palpable. Qin Chuan's body was indeed at its limit, overwhelmed by exhaustion like a tidal wave. Nearby demon kings lunged at him with claws and open jaws, while those farther away unleashed various demonic spells, focusing their attacks without concern for hitting their peers. These clones' sole purpose was to kill Qin Xuan, with no regard for anything else. In a critical moment, Qin Xuan's nearly collapsing body suddenly straightened. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with a dense blackness, like a bottomless abyss, radiating cold despair. Despair slash. With a low growl, Qin Xuan's dual blade swung, seemingly drawing out some force from the heavens and earth, channeling infinite energy into his blades. Kill. The word exploded in Qin Xuan's mind as he channeled all the pent-up power of his adversity strike into his twin blades. Raising them high, they merged into one, and with all his might, he swung. Despair coalesced in that strike, drawing upon the relentless forces of heaven and earth. A blade beam, thousands of meters long, shot forth from Qin Xuan, as if to rend the very fabric of space. The blazing blade light tore through the sky, surrounded by an endless aura of sword energy. The demon kings in its path felt a force pierce through them, freezing time. Their bodies stiffened midair, petrified. Only the blade light continued to extend, infusing despair into the souls of all the demon kings it touched. From a distance, the demon emperors watched the approaching blade energy, finding themselves unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies and souls began to disintegrate into countless fragments. Exhausted from the strike, Qin Xuan's body plummeted from the sky. The surrounding demon beasts stood rigid, their eyes vacant as the dead. With the wind howling around him, Qin Xuan closed his eyes, overcome by fatigue and the urge to sleep. A red figure swooped down, catching Qin Xuan on its back. Xiao Hong let out a long cry and soared into the sky, protecting Qin Xuan with its demonic power to prevent him from falling. From above, it saw a deep scar, thousands of meters long, etched into the ground, with all the demon kings around it frozen in place. Moments later, the bodies of the demon kings began to show blade marks, splitting into countless pieces of flesh and blood, collapsing into a bloody path. The 10 demon emperors also stood motionless, their eyes filled with shock. Then, they saw their own bodies drifting away, their heads crashing to the ground as their consciousness faded into darkness. All 10 demon emperors were slain. With that single strike, Qin Xuan had killed nearly 1,000 demon kings. Seeing the greatest threat eliminated, the swarm of demonic insects began to feast without restraint. They first swarmed over the bloody path, devouring it rapidly. The queen insect broke through to the king level, and the other demonic insects grew stronger, then rushed towards the scattered demon kings. The demonic insects eagerly rubbed their sharp mandibles together, their wings vibrating like blades as they swarmed the demon kings. This was their moment of slaughter. With increased strength and no threat from the demon emperors, the demonic insects unleashed their full potential. Led by the queen and the strongest insects, they broke through the demon king's defenses. Countless insects then burrowed into the demon king's bodies, devouring their flesh, organs, and gnawing at their bones and demonic power. Xiao Hong, carrying Qin Xuan, dodged the attacks of the demon kings, occasionally spewing scorching flames to reap lives. The demon king's agonized screams echoed endlessly, reverberating through the land. After a long while, the land finally returned to peace. As the battle ended, the trial tower began to tremble violently. A continuous stream of energy flowed into Qin Xuan, rousing him from his unconsciousness. Is it finally over? Qin Xuan asked with a wry smile, looking around. His 5 beast companions and the swarm of demonic insects encircled him. In a certain layer of the trial tower, figures appeared with expressions of surprise, unsure of what had happened. Among them was Su Jin. Before he could ask, he and the other figures were pulled out of that space. As Qin Xuan stood up, he saw tens of thousands of figures, both demons and humans, appearing on the ground around him. His heart trembled, fearing it wasn't over yet. The trial tower had left a deep shadow in his heart. Fortunately, those figures seemed to bear no hostility, and Qin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Scanning the crowd, he unexpectedly recognized a few familiar faces. The Xianlei Emperor, the Purple Horn Emperor, the Black Horn Emperor, and the Slaughter Saint, the Mortal Saint. Qin Xuan stared at the figures in astonishment. After a moment of thought, he realized they were the powerful beings from various races who had participated in the trial tower challenges. However, looking at the Xianlei Emperor, it seemed he didn't recognize Qin Xuan. In the crowd, Su Jin spoke excitedly, Qin Xuan, these are remnants of the souls of those who participated in the trials. They are here to witness. Witness what, Senior Su Jin? Qin Xuan asked from a distance, seeing Su Jin's face filled with excitement. Your coronation. I never imagined you would become the 9-crowned king. The 9-crowned king? Qin Xuan scratched his head, recalling the previous trials, thinking it couldn't be that simple. If becoming the nine-crowned king was so difficult, did that mean the demon race's genius was as strong as him? But he had barely one with so many advantages. Could that demon be even more extraordinary? Hearing Su Jin's words, the golden-patterned leopard emperor and several other demon emperor guardians showed complex expressions. Only they knew that Qin Chuan was not just a nine-crowned king but something far more monstrous, a legendary existence within the trial tower. Su Jin continued, Qin Chuan, the last nine-crowned king, was that demon race genius. According to tradition, he will crown you. Su Jin pointed to a group of demon beasts nearby, among them a creature with 9 ferocious heads. Though called the nine-headed insect, its body had evolved beyond an insect, even showing signs of a dragon. This was a peerless genius of the demon race, transforming from an insect to a dragon. If it succeeded, becoming a saint, it would be unstoppable among its peers. That would be a nightmare for the human race. But now, such a being was to crown Qin Chuan, witnessing the birth of the human race's nine-crowned king. Just the thought made Su Jin incredibly excited. Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on the figure of the nine-headed monster, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. The scene from a few years ago, when this terrifying beast of the Demon King realm easily destroyed a city, replayed in his mind. Back then, the kings who fought against it were all killed and devoured. With one mighty inhale from its 9 mouths, thousands of people from the 9 provinces were chewed to pieces, blood dripping from its lips. Qin Chuan could only watch from afar, his heart filled with fear. Who could have imagined that this beast would become one of the top geniuses of the demon clan, reaching the peak of the Emperor realm in just a few short years, and on the verge of breaking through to the great Emperor realm? Its rapid growth was astonishing. Yet now, Qin Chuan could look down upon this once terrifying existence. He looked up at the sky and softly asked, "Is it certain that this creature will crown me?" The world seemed to hum in response. Suddenly, the heavens roared, and a golden staircase descended from the sky, extending to Qin Chuan's feet. He began to climb, step by step, with the eyes of countless kings following him. Su Jin watched Qin Chuan with excitement, only to realize the number of kings present far exceeded expectations. He exchanged shocked glances with the human guardians beside him. A blonde, blue-eyed emperor with a beard muttered to himself, stunned by the grandeur of the coronation event. All the guardians exchanged looks, as if they had realized something. The expressions of the king's soul projections watching Qin Chuan varied. The demon clan's soul projections gritted their teeth, while the human clan's soul projections had mixed feelings. The soul projections of the people from the 9 provinces were ecstatic, while the Western king's soul projections had complex expressions. At the end of the staircase was a massive black throne, with 9 divine dragons coiled around it. Qin Chuan took his seat, looking down at the kings. The coronation ceremony officially began, and all the soul projections waited in silence. Just as the 9-headed monster was about to step forward, a gigantic figure bathed in divine radiance appeared in the sky. This 1,000-meter-tall humanoid figure exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing the kings to instinctively feel a sense of reverence. A god, the kings murmured as they looked up, unable to see its face clearly but certain it must be flawless. Qin Chuan stared directly at the deity, unafraid. It was a face of breathtaking beauty, surrounded by a holy glow. So beautiful. Qin Chuan couldn't help but marvel, causing the kings below to tremble in fear, worried he was being blasphemous. The deity's projection paused slightly but did not get angry. With a wave of its jade-like hand, several crowns appeared. Only then did the kings realize that the deity had come to crown Qin Chuan. A divine coronation. What an honor. However, when they saw the number of crowns surrounding the deity's hand, all the kings' eyes widened. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. 12 crowns. Impossible. Even the people of the 9 provinces were shocked. 12 crowns. Was this the legendary king of kings? The demon clan kings glared angrily, wishing to tear Qin Chuan apart. "We can't let him leave," they roared, seemingly forgetting they were just soul projections. "Silence," the deity softly commanded, uttering a single word. Instantly, all the demon kings fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The words of the deity roared like thunder, carrying an irresistible majesty, yet gentle as a spring breeze. The demon kings fell silent under this immense pressure, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. With a flick of the deity's jade finger, 12 crowns materialized out of thin air, slowly descending onto Qin Chuan's head, stacking one atop another. As the crowns settled, a surge of power from heaven and earth poured into Qin Chuan and his beast companion, their cultivation levels skyrocketing visibly. King level 1, 2, 3. All the way to the peak of king level. The tattered clothes on Qin Chuan's body disintegrated into dust, replaced by a black royal robe that transformed from the 9-dragon throne. This robe, not only supremely regal, was an epic-grade treasure, providing Qin Chuan with unparalleled protection. rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Before Qin Chuan could fully absorb the joy of his rapid ascension, he felt the astonishing power of the robe. He spoke softly, his voice imbued with the authority of the 12-crown king. Why do you not kneel before your king? As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 crowns on his head emitted a dazzling light, and the black robe billowed without wind. These words seemed to carry a mysterious force, echoing like thunder in the ears of the assembled kings. All the demon kings instinctively prostrated themselves, and even the human kings bowed, not daring to meet Qin Chuan's piercing gaze. Kings from all walks of life bowed in reverence, embodying the true essence of the 12-crown king. The deity's ethereal form glanced at Qin Chuan, a letter emitting a mysterious glow appearing in its palm. With a gentle flick, the letter merged into Qin Chuan's soul sea. Qin Chuan was startled, seeing a massive stone tablet in his soul sea inscribed with the words "Invitation from the Gods." Though uncertain of its purpose, Qin Chuan knew that everything would become clear once he reached the saint level. After bestowing the invitation, the deity's form slowly dissipated into the air. Realizing his time in the trial tower was running out, Qin Chuan turned to the guardians of the 9 provinces, asking, "Senior Su Jin, I'm leaving the trial tower. Do you have any messages for me to take out?" Su Jin was momentarily stunned, initially intending to mention that memories would be wiped upon leaving, but then recalled Qin Chuan's unique status. As the 12-crown king, he surely had the ability to retain his memories. After a brief conversation with the 3 guardians, Qin Chuan's body was enveloped in a radiant light, vanishing from sight. At the moment he left the trial tower, a message echoed simultaneously in the minds of all crowned kings outside. The 12-crown king. At that moment, the entire world was shaken. Above a vast abyss, an elderly man with white hair and a wrinkled face showed rare astonishment. He was Fansheng, the mightiest sage of the 9 provinces. The old man murmured, "There is hope for the 9 provinces." Meanwhile, within the former territory of the Nanyu kingdom, a 9-headed insect emperor was feasting when it received the message about the 12-crown king. All 9 heads displayed expressions of disbelief. It roared in fury, "Impossible! How could there be a 12-crown king? My 9 crowns are already the pinnacle." At this moment, whether they were powerful figures from the Western nations or the Eastern nations, anyone who had received a crown from the trial tower and was not interfered with by special entities received this message. All human warriors were astounded, their gazes collectively turning towards the east, a mysterious land that always seemed to produce miracles. Various factions quickly mobilized. Demon clans worldwide received orders, at all costs, investigate and kill Qin Chuan. Even some human nation strongmen secretly deliberated whether to target the 12-crown king of the 9 provinces. Despite the primary goal of humanity being to combat the demon clans, the 9 provinces remained an anomaly in the world, always arousing the wariness of other nations. After all, it was the only country that rejected the influence of ancient civilizations, yet managed to stand firm in a world overrun by monstrous beasts. Qin Chuan was unaware that his title as the 12-crown king had shocked the entire world. Encased in a shimmering light, he returned to the original spot, only to find a deep crater there. Hovering in midair, he lightly tapped his foot, and the immense power made the air thick and heavy. With spiritual energy swirling beneath his feet, he spun a few times in midair before landing steadily on the ground. In the distance, several colossal beasts, taller than mountains, were mocking the Xinlei emperor. Perhaps due to the influence of the imperial domain, they hadn't received the message from the trial tower, leading to the previous scene. Qin Chuan's voice boomed, "Open your eyes wide and behold what a true 12-crown king looks like." 5 demon kings focused intently on Qin Chuan. As his words fell, his black robe fluttered without wind. The surrounding trees bent wildly, and sand and stones scattered, avoiding him. Around him, 12 radiant crowns appeared out of thin air, forming a circle. 1, 2, 3. Until all 12 crowns were revealed. 12-crown king? What is this? Did the trial tower glitch? All the emperors were so stunned that they stepped back repeatedly, and even the Xinlei emperor nearly fell off his thunder dragon. The demon emperors rubbed their eyes, carefully scrutinizing Qin Chuan, and the atmosphere fell silent. They exchanged glances and then turned their gaze to the 12 crowns, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! Why is this illusion still here?" Qin Chuan ignored the emperor's astonishment. He raised his hand, and the 12 crowns settled on his head, merging into a more majestic form. The immense power boost instantly elevated Qin Chuan's combat strength. He knew that his former self would stand no chance against his current self. A powerful regal aura spread across the scene, causing all the emperors to pause in their breaths. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly, acknowledging the presence of a true king. Under the heavens, all land belongs to the king. At the edges of the earth, all are his subjects, dominating the universe, ruling the 6 realms. A king is unstoppable. Qin Shuan's voice thundered. Prepare to meet your end. With a firm grip on his sword, a radiant light flowed beneath his feet, and an overwhelming regal aura emanated from him. He swung his sword 4 times, sending out 4 condensed sword energies, each hundreds of meters long, tearing through the air towards the nearest 4 demon emperors. The 4 emperors were shocked by the overwhelming pressure. Without time to think, they gathered their demon energy, and their monstrous auras surged as 2 massive pincers clashed against the incoming sword energies. The deafening explosion echoed through the sky. The air solidified into visible semi-transparent waves that rippled outward. The surrounding vegetation and mountains were struck by the shockwave, either snapping in half or shattering into pieces, crumbling into a cascade of rubble. The sword energies remained incredibly intense, with countless smaller sword energies swirling within, continuously slicing through the demon emperor's defenses. The 2 stronger demon emperors managed to hold their ground, but the weaker blue-horned emperor and green-horned emperor were in trouble. Although their pincers, rare treasures, could withstand the sword energies, their exoskeletons were not as resilient, now marked with countless scratches. Qin Shuan did not relent, unleashing a dozen more sword strikes, each as powerful as the last. These strikes targeted the blue-horned emperor and green-horned emperor, with the earlier strikes merely intended to hold off the purple-horned emperor and black-horned emperor. Seeing the incoming barrage of sword energies, the blue-horned emperor and green-horned emperor, already under immense pressure, felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Don't harm my children. The 7-horned insect emperor leapt up, attempting to intercept the sword energies. However, just as it moved, a thunder dragon crashed into it. In midair, lightning and demonic energy clashed, creating tangible bursts of air. Your opponent is me. The Xinlei emperor brandished a black halberd, standing atop the massive thunder dragon, surrounded by lightning, resembling a thunder god. The crown on his head gleamed brightly, amplifying his power. The 7-horned insect emperor let out a screech, its 7-colored horns glowing with energy, its aura skyrocketing. Although it had not entered the trial tower and thus lacked the crown's boost, its innate talent and centuries of accumulation had made it a peak emperor, with a domain power that rivaled the Xinlei emperor's 3-crown boost. As the 2 peak emperors clashed fiercely, Qin Shuan's sword energies reached the blue-horned emperor and green-horned emperor. The dozen sword energies crisscrossed, tearing open wounds and causing green blood to spurt out. Meanwhile, the purple-horned emperor and black-horned emperor shattered the 2 sword energies and charged towards Qin Shuan. So what if you're a 12-crown king? We are 4 emperors. We won't lose to 1 king. Surround and kill this human. The purple-horned emperor snarled, leaping over 1,000 meters with the black-horned emperor, aiming straight for Qin Shuan. Impressive courage. Qin Shuan chuckled, causing the surrounding space to tremble as countless streams of light shot out. All the beast pets roared in unison, charging menacingly towards the purple-horn emperor and the black-horn emperor. The 2 emperors were not surprised by the familiar 5 beast pets, but when the dense swarm of blood-fiend insects appeared, their hearts sank. Leading the swarm was a peak king-level queen insect, followed closely by several king-level offspring. Even more terrifying was the fact that even the weakest of these insects had reached the guardian level. Among the insect species, the blood-fiend insect was one of the most fearsome, second only to the soul-eating insect. The demon emperors were baffled. Wasn't the fatal flaw of the blood-fiend insect its mundane bloodline quality? How could these insects be so powerful? What puzzled them even more was that these insects were being controlled by a human. The insect race had spent countless efforts trying to control them, yet now they had become this human's pets? Before they could figure it out, the beast pets and the insects were already upon them. The 5 beast pets surrounded the Blackhorn Emperor, who initially didn't take them seriously but quickly found himself struggling. These peak king-level beast pets matched the emperors in physique, defense, attack, and speed. The high-ranking emperor soon found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Purple Horn Emperor was overwhelmed by the insect swarm. Though the swarm numbered less than 50,000, their overall strength had increased several times. The Purple Horn Emperor's various demonic spells could only take out dozens to 100 insects at a time. More terrifyingly, these insects attacked with extreme precision, infiltrating even the smallest gaps. Despite the Emperor's desperate attempts to block vital areas with demonic energy, the insects still managed to burrow into his body, causing him to howl in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shuan, wielding dual blades, charged towards the Blue Horn Emperor and the Green Horn Emperor. Seeing him, the two emperors reacted as if they had seen the Grim Reaper, fleeing in terror with no intention of fighting back. They scrambled towards the seven-horned insect emperor, pleading in their demonic language, "Mother, save us. We're scared. This human is too terrifying." However, their mother emperor was already overwhelmed, with no energy to spare for these two failures. Qin Shuan seized the moment, unleashing countless blade auras that instantly enveloped the two demon emperors. The blade auras sliced through their defenses like tofu, and the sound of them piercing flesh sent chills down the spine. The Blue Horn Emperor and the Green Horn Emperor felt excruciating pain as their lives rapidly slipped away. At this moment, the demons in the occupied zone received an order from the Alliance. Kill the human genius Qin Xuan. Various organizations of vassal demons quickly gathered intelligence on Qin Xuan and soon pinpointed his location. The only demon saint in the occupied zone, the Golden Mane Lion Saint, immediately took action upon hearing the news. Its massive body, hundreds of meters tall, streaked across the sky, moving so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Using its saintly aura to lock onto Qin Xuan's position, it was confident it could reach the scene in minutes. The Golden Mane Lion Saint thought to itself, I hope those disgusting insects can hold on a bit longer. I don't want to provoke that old Kuan Saint. Each step it took in midair created explosive airwaves, its figure moving like lightning over tens of kilometers in an instant. Soon, the Golden Mane Lion Saint saw a semi-transparent, slightly purple energy shield in the distance. From afar, it could see the retreating demon emperors within and felt disdainful. Even with the support of the imperial domain, they can't take down a single emperor and a king. The insect race truly is worthless. The Golden Mane Lion Saint was about to advance and kill Qin Xuan and the Thunder Emperor with a single strike when it felt a terrifying aura rapidly approaching. Instantly alert, it gathered its demonic energy and let out an earth-shattering roar towards Qin Xuan's location. The golden sound waves materialized, instantly reaching the purple energy shield. With a cracked sound, the indestructible imperial domain shattered into countless fragments. The demon emperors were instantly terrified. The imperial domain is broken. Has a human saint arrived? The seven-horned insect emperor almost fainted with fear, but upon seeing the Golden Mane Lion Saint and the lingering golden sound waves, it was both angry and confused. That old lion from the lion clan, ignoring our life and death. If not for the decline of the insect race's great powers, how dare it behave like this? But at this moment, all anger turned to despair. How could mere emperors withstand the might of a saint? Qin Xuan and the Thunder Emperor were also stunned by the saint's attack. Qin Xuan immediately turned around, gripping his dual blades tightly, channeling spiritual energy, and unleashing endless blade auras towards the sound waves. The Thunder Emperor also rose to resist, swinging his massive halberd to release hundreds of meters of lightning arcs. This was the spirit of the 9 provinces, daring to challenge the strong rather than cowering like the demons. Overestimating themselves. The 7-horned insect emperor and the other demon emperors sneered. Even though they, too, would die from this attack, it didn't stop them from mocking the humans' futile efforts. As expected, the blade auras and lightning arcs shattered into countless pieces without even slowing down the sound waves. Qin Xuan and Emperor Xianlei's eyes simultaneously flashed with terror. Without hesitation, Emperor Xianlei rode his thunder dragon and soared above Qin Xuan. His massive body, along with the thunder dragon, transformed into a shield, ready to take the fatal blow for Qin Xuan. Emperor Xianlei. Qin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the emperor's actions. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Several other demon emperors had the same thought. It's useless. They knew well that the body of an emperor couldn't withstand an attack from a saint. The disparity in their power was too vast. Just as everyone thought Emperor Xianlei was about to be torn apart by the sonic wave, a massive palm print appeared out of thin air, shielding Emperor Xianlei. The palm clenched slightly, instantly crushing the tangible sonic wave into countless fragments of energy. A dignified saint attacking a junior, how utterly ridiculous. An elderly, gentle voice echoed. In the distant sky, an old man in a white robe stood in midair. Though it seemed he only took a few steps, he had actually crossed dozens of kilometers. Fansheng. Qin Xuan and Emperor Xianlei were both astounded. They knew Fansheng had been guarding the endless demon abyss, and his sudden appearance meant he had come specifically for Qin Xuan. Golden Lion Saint sneered at Fansheng's words. Hypocritical humans. When you hunted down our 9-crowned king 3 years ago, did you find that laughable? Fansheng remained unperturbed and smiled. Your demon kind lives much longer than us humans. That 9-headed insect was over 100 years old. We only sent a few 80 or 90-year-old juniors. How could that be bullying? He continued to explain that the long lifespan but slow cultivation of demons made humans particularly appealing to them. Every human they devoured significantly accelerated their cultivation. Seeing Fansheng's sharp wit, Golden Lion Saint had no desire to argue further. He knew humans never lost in verbal disputes. I want to kill this kid. Do you think your saintly avatar can stop me? You can try, Fansheng replied calmly. Arrogant. Golden Lion Saint roared. His enormous body instantly released a golden dome that covered an area of over 100 kilometers. Even from a distance, Qin Chuan and the others could feel the immense pressure within. A saint's domain. The crowd gasped. This was an advanced version of an emperor's domain. The golden domain hovered like a dazzling sun, visible even to the cultivators and beasts near the saint wall. Everyone was captivated by the spectacle, speculating what kind of existence had prompted a saint to take action. Those in the know had already guessed that only the newly crowned 12-crown king could provoke such a response. Despite being enveloped by Golden Lion Saint's domain, Fan Sheng remained unruffled. If your true form were here, I wouldn't dare to fight. But alas, you're just an avatar. Golden Lion Saint laughed. Golden Cub, dealing with you. This is more than enough. Arrogant. Golden Lion Saint growled. The energy within the domain surged, transforming into hundreds of golden blades, each hundreds of meters long, sweeping towards Fan Sheng. Who do you think you are, Kuan Sheng? Fan Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile. His body suddenly elongated to several hundred meters. With a casual wave, the giant blades shattered into fragments. The casual clash between the two saints caused the mountains to level and the earth to quake, with countless cracks spreading like spider webs. If we're going to fight, let's do it properly. No need to harm the innocent or damage the flora and fauna. Fan Sheng chuckled. With a flick of his sleeve, a white field expanded from his body, engulfing the golden dome in an instant. Impossible. Golden Lion Saint was horrified, his eyes as wide as doors, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. How could your avatar possibly use a sacred domain? The Golden Lion Saint was utterly shocked at this sight, which defied all common sense. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. An avatar, painstakingly created by a saint, was supposed to embody their sacred path and significantly enhance their strength. It could leave the main body and walk among humans, but its power was at most one-third of the main body's and could only wield some ordinary saintly abilities. It should never be able to release a sacred domain. Fan Sheng's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, "Who told you this is my avatar?" Before his words finished, he opened his mouth wide and spat out a giant white sword, which slashed towards the Golden Lion Saint like a bolt of lightning. The Golden Lion Saint's heart skipped a beat. Could it be your main body? Impossible. How could your main body dare leave that place? Wrong guess, and there's a penalty, Fan Sheng said with a laugh, raising his hand as the giant sword whooshed down. What seemed like an ordinary strike tore open a black rift in the void, as if even space itself was being cleaved apart. I don't believe it. The Golden Lion Saint hastily gathered his energy to form an incredibly thick golden shield, barely managing to block the white sword. However, the sound of cracking continued to echo as spiderweb-like fractures quickly spread across the shield. Terrified, the Golden Lion Saint darted several kilometers away in an instant. Fan Sheng was relentless, controlling the giant sword to pursue him closely. Why are you running? Weren't you quite impressive just now? He laughed heartily, his tone playful and completely lacking the dignity one would expect from a saint. Down below, Qin Chuan and the Thunder Emperor exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. They had originally thought Fan Sheng would be a stern, worry-laden, and solemn old man. But the sight of him wielding a giant sword and chasing the Golden Lion Saint around like a mischievous child shattered their preconceptions entirely. Both of them simultaneously thought, so this is what Fan Sheng is really like. The image of Fan Sheng they had in their minds was completely overturned. In the sanctified domain suspended in midair, energy clashes like fireworks, with the control of the transcendent perfectly containing the attacks to prevent any residual impact from harming the outside world. Qin Chuan knew well that a single strike from a saint could destroy the heavens and earth. For someone like him, a minor slip could mean instant death. He shifted his gaze from the fierce battle in the sky to the few demon emperors on the ground. The Blue Horn Emperor and Green Horn Emperor were on the brink of death, their bodies covered in wounds. The Purple Horn Emperor and Black Horn Emperor were in slightly better condition but still bloodied. The Thunder Emperor exchanged a knowing smile with Qin Chuan, and each charged towards their respective targets. Without the support of the Imperial Domain, the Demon Emperors stood no chance. With dual blades in hand, Qin Chuan unleashed a torrent of fearsome blade energy. The Blue Horn Emperor and Green Horn Emperor were instantly severed at the waist, their green blood gushing out. They struggled to survive, relying on the glow of the horns on their heads, but they were no match for the power of Qin Chuan's 12 crowns. Qin Chuan showed no mercy, his blade energy sweeping across the battlefield, overwhelming the two demon emperors. Their desperate howls for help towards the seven-horned insect emperor were in vain, as their queen was being suppressed by the Thunder Emperor, unable to lend any aid. With the augmentation of 3 crowns and the understanding of the imperial domain, coupled with the lethal power of lightning, the Thunder Emperor had the seven-horned insect emperor completely subdued. Lightning coiled like serpents, continuously consuming the insect emperor's body. A few swift strikes from Qin Chuan ended the lives of the Blue Horn Emperor and Green Horn Emperor. He stored their bodies in his ring and turned his attention to the remaining Purple Horn Emperor and Black Horn Emperor. The Purple Horn Emperor, tormented by the swarm of demonic insects, looked at Qin Xuan with a pleading gaze for death. Qin Xuan understood, and with precise strikes, he severed the Purple Horn Emperor's head at the joints of its carapace. The swarm of demonic insects swarmed over, devouring the Purple Horn Emperor until only an empty shell remained. Qin Xuan permitted this, knowing that the more the swarm consumed, the faster they evolved after breaking through their bloodline limitations. This frenzied and indestructible army had become his primary force, one that even he dared not provoke lightly. All that remained was the trembling Black Horn Emperor. It knelt and begged, "Human, I am willing to submit. Please spare my life." Qin Xuan's face remained expressionless. "Sorry, I can't." He knew these beasts had slaughtered countless humans, each emperor having devoured at least 10,000 lives. Once, the 9 states of the continent had billions of people. Now, fewer than 10 million survived, the rest becoming fodder for these beasts' cultivation. "Kill," Qin Xuan commanded, and the rain of blade energy reduced the Black Horn Emperor to pieces. The swarm of demonic insects swarmed, devouring it entirely, just as these beasts had once treated humans. After dealing with the 4 sub-emperors, Qin Xuan turned to the other side of the battlefield. The Thunder Emperor had beaten the 7-horned Insect Emperor to the brink of death, its body charred and its large horns barely hanging on. Qin Xuan laughed. "You're slow." The Thunder Emperor smiled wryly at the remark, swinging his halberd with even greater ferocity. When the Thunder Emperor had beaten the 7-horned Insect Emperor to the brink of death, Qin Xuan let out a hearty laugh. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed several slashes of blade energy, finishing off the Demon Emperor. He calmly sheathed his blade, feeling secretly pleased such a large energy point shouldn't go to waste. The Thunder Emperor glanced at Qin Xuan but said nothing. After all, it didn't matter who delivered the killing blow, the result was the same. He then asked, "Do you want the Demon Emperor's corpse?" Qin Xuan had just gained millions of energy points and felt it would be impolite to take the beast's body as well. But before he could respond, the swarm of demon bugs, seeing their leader slain, swarmed over and began devouring its flesh. Qin Xuan was about to intervene when the Thunder Emperor waved him off. "The flesh of these bugs isn't worth much. Consider it free disposal for me," he said, collecting the 7 large horns of the 7-horned Insect Emperor. The horns shrunk to palm size, emitting a gentle glow. Handing them to Qin Xuan, he explained, "These horns have many uses and are connected to the 7 sub-emperors you killed earlier. Combining their horns might yield unexpected results." Hearing this, Qin Xuan quickly took out the horns of the 7 sub-emperors. Each horn was a rare treasure, and when placed together, they began to produce a miraculous transformation. They formed a circle, spun rapidly, and finally shrunk to the size of a pinky finger, intertwined with blood-red threads to form a bracelet emitting a silver glow. An epic-grade treasure. Qin Xuan was stunned. An epic-grade treasure was invaluable. While rare treasures could be bought, an epic-grade one was priceless. Those who possessed such treasures would either keep them for personal use or trade them for other epic-grade items they needed, never selling them easily. Examining the treasure's effects, Qin Xuan was thrilled to find it greatly enhanced all attributes of the wearer's strength, defense, speed, recovery. Even a regular Emperor-level warrior could rival a 5th-rank Emperor-level opponent with this treasure. Its power was evident. Reflecting on a black throne he had previously acquired, Qin Xuan realized that, while powerful, it paled in comparison to this new epic treasure. The black throne could transform into a black robe to resist powerful demonic attacks and, when reverted to a throne, could accelerate cultivation and nourish the mind. Though speeding up cultivation wasn't crucial for Qin Xuan, the mental nourishment was invaluable. A strong mind is fundamental for martial techniques and cultivation, yet enhancing mental strength is challenging. Apart from natural growth through leveling up, other methods are often ineffective. However, simply sitting on the black throne allowed Qin Xuan to effortlessly increase his mental strength, a benefit rivaling even legendary treasures. Feeling indebted for the 7 rare treasures from the Thunder Emperor, Qin Xuan offered the corpses of the 4 sub-emperors to him. Despite the Thunder Emperor's initial refusals, he eventually accepted Qin Xuan's insistence. Nevertheless, the value of an epic-grade treasure far exceeded the worth of 4 Emperor-level corpses, and Qin Xuan made a mental note of the Thunder Emperor's generosity. Furthermore, based on the Thunder Emperor's previous actions, Qin Xuan considered him a worthy friend. "Old Lei," Qin Xuan joked, "when I become a saint, I'll make sure to bring you a couple of demon saint corpses to replenish yourself, so you don't struggle so much fighting a same-level demon emperor." The Thunder Emperor chuckled helplessly. "You brat, not everyone is like you. The 7-horned Insect Emperor's strength is equivalent to several ordinary same-level demon emperors. I'm already quite exceptional, you know?" He sighed, looking at Qin Xuan. "Indeed, Compared to someone who could slay emperor-level beings as easily as dogs, he did seem a bit lacking. Thinking of Qin Chuan's extraordinary abilities, the Thunder Emperor couldn't help but look forward to the day he became a saint. Perhaps then, slaying demon saints would be as easy for him, and each demon saint's corpse would be akin to a top-tier elixir. The thought made him and Qin Chuan discuss the idea of using demon saint corpses for nourishment. See that lion demon saint? Qin Chuan said excitedly. I'll get you a few lion whips. If that doesn't work, I'll get you some tiger whips from tiger demon saints. It'll boost you so much you'll be standing tall for 3 years straight. The Thunder Emperor rolled his eyes. What's so good about that? The brain of a demon saint is the real treasure. When the time comes, bring me one, and I'll treat you to hot pot. Deal. Qin Chuan agreed enthusiastically. I'll pack the demon saint whips for you to make wine at home. Otherwise, if you stay this week, your wife might blame you. Pfft. You're the weak one, the Thunder Emperor retorted. My granddaughter is older than you. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Oh? How old are you? Still young, the Thunder Emperor replied calmly. Just 89. Qin Chuan scrutinized Xian Lei Huang's appearance and was surprised to find that this seemingly middle-aged powerhouse was already of a grandfather's age among mortals. Xian Lei Huang noticed Qin Chuan's astonishment and flashed a mischievous smile. What? Envious? A sly glint appeared in his eyes. Let me ask you something, kid. Are you single? How about I introduce you to my granddaughter? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately retorted, trying to take advantage of me? He waved his hand dismissively, his tone teasing. No way. If that happens, you'll call me grandpa, and I'll call you brother. Same difference. With that, both of them burst into laughter simultaneously. As the laughter subsided, their attention returned to the ongoing battle before them. Although the attacks from the two saints in the sanctuary were too fast to catch specific details, just observing the dispersed holy power was already immensely beneficial to Qin Chuan and Xian Lei Huang. A duel between saints was a rare sight, and both couldn't help but regret that their communicators had been destroyed in the previous battle. Otherwise, they would have recorded this fight to savor later. As the battle continued, Qin Chuan and Xian Lei Huang each gained different insights. Qin Chuan saw the overlapping of various artistic concepts in the attacks, while Xian Lei Huang observed the changes in the laws, gaining a glimpse into the essence of domains. They both knew this was a rare opportunity and watched intently, afraid to miss any detail. After a long while, Fan Sheng finally slew the Golden Lion Saint with a single sword strike. He waved his arm lightly, collecting the body and blood of the Golden Lion Saint without wasting a drop. This behavior inevitably reminded one of his impoverished background. Even as a saint, his frugal habits remained unchanged. Fan Sheng turned to Qin Chuan and Xian Lei Huang and said in a flat tone, "You two kids should go back for now. Since I'm out here, they'll see if I can take down all the emperors in this fallen area while I still have time." With that, he stepped into the void and left, leaving Qin Chuan and Xian Lei Huang staring at each other in bewilderment. The two exchanged glances and read the same thought in each other's eyes. Fan Sheng, the old man, really knows how to show off. Qin Chuan and Xian Lei Huang exchanged glances, speechless. The power of the sage was truly awe-inspiring. A mere disagreement could result in the death of an emperor-level being. Without a word, they each leaped onto their respective beast companions and began their journey back. On the way, Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, "The sage won't kill all the emperors in the fallen zone, right? I remember there are at least dozens of demon emperors there." Xian Lei Huang pondered for a moment before replying, "Probably not. With the Golden Lion Sage dead, the other emperors will likely scatter. The sage can't stay there long, so their survival will depend on luck." He paused, then added, "Leaving a couple behind wouldn't be bad either. Once you reach emperor level, you can use them for practice." Hearing this, Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed with ambition. "That sounds like a good idea." Xian Lei Huang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Can you stop showing off? Can we get along or not?" Despite his words, he knew that Qin Chuan's chance of breaking through to emperor level in the short term was slim. Although the kid was exceptionally talented, reaching emperor level required comprehending at least one law, which wasn't easily achieved. Xian Lei Huang recalled his own experience. He had spent years in seclusion within a sea of lightning in a secret realm before finally understanding the law of lightning and breaking through to emperor level. Now, at 89, he had grasped a hint of the true essence of a domain and was likely to ascend to emperor level before turning 100. This speed was unmatched, even by many prodigies with 8-star cultivation aptitude. 8-star aptitude, though labeled as saint level, didn't guarantee sainthood. Without the tempering of trials and tribulations, reaching such heights was impossible. For instance, despite having many 9-star talent so-called god-level aptitudian, the land of 9 provinces over the millennia, none had ever become a god-level powerhouse. This wasn't unique to the land of 9 provinces. Globally, no genius had ever touched that realm. The closest to that realm was Kuan Shang. who became the guardian of the sacred wall protecting the land of 9 provinces. Even after hundreds of years since his fall, his name still struck fear into countless demon sages. Not a single demon sage dared to approach the sacred wall, fearing to provoke Kuan Sheng's will and the power of the mountains that might bury them. Even the current strongest sage, Fan Sheng, would respectfully address Kuan Sheng as senior. Such was Kuan Sheng. With the spirit of heaven moves constantly, a gentleman should strive for self-improvement. The earth is vast and accommodating. A gentleman should hold virtue. He protected the land of 9 provinces and its countless lives with his very being. When Qin Xuan and Xianlei Huang returned to the sacred wall camp, it was already late at night. Xianlei Huang didn't rest but immediately headed to the Zhenjiang Tower. With Fan Sheng slaughtering demon emperors in the fallen zone, the demons around the sacred wall would surely riot, and he needed to be ready to support various regions. Indeed, as thunderous roars echoed from the depths of the fallen zone, the demons around the sacred wall went completely mad. Countless demon kings and generals roared, "The human sage slaughters our kind, treating us like ants. How can we remain indifferent? Attack the sacred wall with me, and use the flesh and blood of humans to avenge our kin." Tens of thousands of demons began frantically attacking the sacred wall. The warriors of the land of 9 provinces wouldn't stand idly by. This not only consumed the wall's energy, but was also an affront to Kuan Sheng's legacy. "Brothers, kill!" shouted one warrior. "Fan Sheng is slaying demon emperors. We can't just sit around. I'll stay awake for a month if it means killing more beasts." "Damn right," echoed another. "We've been holding back for so long. It's finally time to let loose. Once Fan Sheng wipes out the demon emperors, we'll reclaim the fallen zone. How many of our fellow countrymen died here years ago?" Someone cried out in rage. "Today, I'll avenge them." The warriors guarding the frontier were filled with fervor. The demons' frenzy only fueled their determination. They knew that their enemy's anger was the highest praise, and their screams the most majestic symphony. In everyone's mind, there were only 2 words: kill demons. The warriors charged out of the sacred wall with various weapons. Heavy firepower rained down, blades and swords flashed, and the roars of the warriors mingled with the howls of the beasts. Blood splattered everywhere, both demon and human. Qin Xuan had just sat down to rest and taken a sip of the spiritual tea brewed by Linger when he heard the commotion outside. Without a word, he got up and headed out. Linger silently followed, saying nothing. After the previous battle, Camp 9527 suffered heavy losses, and most of the remaining soldiers were wounded. Figures with missing limbs could be seen everywhere in the camp, dragging their broken bodies, yet still holding the front lines. Supplies from the rear were delayed, but these injured warriors gritted their teeth and persevered. They needed to patiently pass on their experience to the new recruits before they could retreat to the rear. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a monstrous beast echoed from the distant horizon. The warriors of the 9 provinces showed no fear. They picked up their weapons and, despite their injuries, headed out beyond the sacred wall. Qin Xuan watched these brave figures with a heavy heart, knowing he couldn't and shouldn't stop them. With a swift move, Qin Xuan pulled Linger along and appeared in front of the soldiers. He was the first to step out of the sacred wall, determined to shield these wounded warriors from all dangers. "For sacred beasts, form up," he commanded, and 5 beast pets took their positions at 5 points. With another wave of his hand, even in the darkness, the army of demonic insects exuded an intimidating aura. Under the moonlight, Qin Xuan's figure resembled a dark shadow of doom. After placing Linger on Xiao Hong's back, he picked up his dual blades and charged into the horde of beasts. The sky was filled with swirling demonic energy, forming a suffocating black cloud. Qin Xuan was like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the black tide of beasts. In an instant, his blade energy slashed through thousands of meters, cutting a long path through the horde with blazing light. The author, in a cold dormitory, wrote fervently, not pausing despite the chill in his hands and feet. Each chapter took over an hour, and 6 chapters required at least 7 hours. He earnestly appealed to capable readers for support. Even free encouragement was deeply appreciated. Nowadays, the strongest of the demon clans around the sacred wall are no more than kings. Qin Xuan and his beast companions are like deities descending onto the battlefield. They charge into the beast horde like tigers among sheep, unstoppable and invincible. Qin Xuan wields his dragon tiger blade, unleashing martial skills infused with spiritual power that tear through the night. The furious dragon slash, fierce tiger cleave, and dragon tiger heaven breaker are executed in rapid succession, creating a crisscrossing web of blade energy. Demonic beasts are instantly shredded into pieces, their blood staining the yellow earth. Cries of agony echo through the night. His group attack techniques like Dragon patrols 4 seas, Tiger sweeps 6 directions, and Dragon Tiger soars 9 heavens are even more devastating. With each strike, thousands of demonic beasts fall. Qin Xuan moves through the black tide of beasts like a blazing stone, annihilating everything in his path. His beast companions are equally relentless. The giant white tiger roars, its sound waves shattering rocks and trees, disintegrating the bodies of the demonic beasts. A massive green serpent sweeps its tail, turning countless beasts into pulp. Its greenwood demonic power causes plants to grow uncontrollably, turning ordinary grass into lethal weapons that ensnare and kill the surrounding beasts. The black tortoise lands like a small mountain, spraying viscous liquid that paralyzes any beast it touches. The crimson firebird soars into the sky, turning the ground into a fiery battlefield that reduces beasts to ashes. The ink-scaled beast roams the battlefield, impaling nearby beasts with sudden earth spikes. But the most terrifying of all is the swarm of bloodthirsty demonic insects. They surge like an even darker tide, draining the life from any beast they touch, leaving behind only lifeless husks. This scene becomes a nightmare for the demonic beasts. Their initial ferocity turns into sheer panic. The more intelligent beasts are the first to flee, and the rest follow, leading to a massive rout. Seeing this, Qin Xuan becomes even more exhilarated. These beasts are not just invaders, but also valuable energy points. He and his beast companions continue their relentless pursuit, with beasts falling and energy points accumulating rapidly. While warriors in other camps are forced to retreat behind the sacred wall, Qin Xuan has already decimated hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. Looking at the sea of beast corpses, he eagerly tells the warriors of the 9 provinces, "You clean up the battlefield. I'll go help our brothers at the other camps." With that, he leaps onto the back of his red beast and flies to another camp. The warriors of the 9 provinces stare in awe at Qin Xuan's departing figure. Throughout the entire battle, they had been mere spectators, not even touching a single beast. Some keen-eyed cultivators even recorded the astonishing scene with their communicators. As they discuss the event, Qin Xuan arrives at the neighboring camp. The situation here is entirely different. The cultivators have retreated behind the sacred wall, and the beasts outside are frantically attacking the energy barrier. Although the wall remains unshaken, the energy ripples show that it is being gradually worn down. Inside the camp, the cultivators look at the beasts outside with a mix of humiliation and helplessness. Just then, a blazing white light descends from the sky, tearing a long gash through the beast horde, leaving thousands of beast corpses in a pool of blood. Qin Xuan's arrival brings an instant turnaround to the desperate situation. A group of cultivators gasped in shock at the sudden attack, their attention quickly drawn to 2 figures riding fiery red birds in the distance. "Which king has come to support us?" someone asked in a low voice. "A king with a firebird beast companion and a blade. Could it be?" Another began to analyze. "Stop guessing," a quick-witted cultivator interrupted. "Isn't today the day when Qin Xuan was crowned? He uses a blade too." With this revelation, everyone suddenly understood. Most of the high-ranking warriors in the surrounding camps had gone to support Camp 9527, and news of Qin Xuan's coronation had already spread among the frontline cultivators. Sure enough, as the figure descended from the sky, several beams of light followed, revealing massive beast companions of various colors. No one had any doubt about the newcomer's identity. As soon as Qin Xuan touched the ground, he became like a precise war machine, instantly slaying hundreds of colossal demonic beasts. His blade flashed continuously among the horde, blood splattering everywhere. His beast companions followed closely, transforming into battlefield meat grinders, smashing through the demonic beasts. The cultivators inside the sacred wall were dumbfounded, exchanging looks of astonishment. At that moment, they truly understood what it meant to single-handedly face an army. Qin Xuan charged into the beast tide like a lone boat in a storm, yet remained unshaken. Clad in a black royal robe, protected by an insect horn bracelet, and armed with several rare treasures, his strength was formidable. Even if he were to enter a group of demon kings, he would be fearless, let alone these varied strength demonic beasts. He was like an efficient mowing machine, cutting down demonic beasts wherever he went. The colossal bodies were instantly shredded into pieces, becoming nourishment for the magic insects. The warriors of the 9 provinces snapped back to reality and were about to rush out to help when they heard Qin Xuan shout, "Stay put. Let me handle this alone. You all rest inside." His voice, infused with spiritual power, echoed in the sky for a long time. The cultivators looked at each other and reluctantly withdrew their steps. What could they do? When a king speaks, who dares to disobey? Besides, Qin Xuan was in high spirits. Their interference might only hinder his blade's speed. So, the cultivators simply took out small benches, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and bottled water, and watched the battle with great interest. Wow! With one slash, King Qin Xuan killed 2 demonic beast generals. If I went up there, I'd probably die on contact. Good thing I didn't mess things up. Look over there. That fleeing demon king got roasted by the firebird. I can almost smell the meat, My mouth is watering. The cultivators watched like they were seeing an epic movie, gesticulating wildly and spitting with excitement. On the battlefield, Qin Chuan's stamina remained robust. Killing these low-level demonic beasts was effortless, and Linger above kept casting recovery spells, keeping his stamina and spiritual power at their peak. Every slash was powerful, leaving the demonic beasts in despair. Even the beast horde tactics were ineffective. The demonic beasts had no choice but to flee. They ran, and Qin Chuan pursued. After a long while, Qin Chuan looked back at the mountain of corpses with a satisfied smile. Let's go to the next location. Without hesitation, he mounted his red bird and headed to the next battlefield. Watching Qin Chuan's departing figure, the cultivators were left wanting more. It took them a moment to come back to their senses. Wow, did he just finish off tens of thousands of demonic beasts by himself? Such efficiency and speed. Even emperors might not match it. That night, which was supposed to be a time of frenzied counterattacks by the demonic beasts, turned into their nightmare due to Qin Chuan's presence. Wherever he went, the demonic beasts had no choice but to flee. Their defiant roars turned into cries of pain, as Qin Chuan crushed their counterattacks like autumn leaves. Initially, Qin Chuan managed to maintain his full power, but as the number of slain demonic beasts skyrocketed, even he felt fatigue. After Linger's spiritual power was exhausted, his stamina and spiritual power began to dwindle. By the time the sun rose the next day, the beast tide had finally receded. Outside the sacred wall lay countless demonic beast corpses, with little blood, only empty shells remaining. Inside the sacred wall, Qin Chuan sat on a flattened mountain peak, with Linger beside him and several beast companions resting nearby. He distributed high-grade recovery elixirs to his beast companions and lay down on a large rock to rest. That night, perhaps only the bloodthirsty magic insects remained combat-ready. These creatures were like perpetual motion machines on the battlefield, capable of endless fighting as long as there was flesh and energy to consume, until only the last mother insect remained. After devouring the demonic beast flesh, the average level of these magic insects had nearly reached the commander level, a fearsome sight. It's worth noting that there were at least 300,000 of them. A 300,000 strong commander-level army was not to be underestimated. No beast army could match it. Those with higher average levels didn't have as many numbers, and those with more numbers didn't have as high an average level. Qin Chuan estimated that if they continued to train with him for a few more years, consuming higher-level demonic beast flesh, their average level might rise to the general level, perhaps even the king level. Of course, this was no easy feat unless the mother insect's bloodline level broke through to 9 stars. The offspring could never advance. Speaking of which, the gains from this period should be enough for me to significantly enhance their bloodline levels, right? Qin Chuan pondered silently. Qin Chuan sat on the grass with his eyes closed, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his face. His thoughts fluttered like butterflies, darting back and forth in his mind. Linger curled up beside him, hugging her knees as she gazed at the distant, rolling mountains. A few of their beast companions lounged nearby, some snoring softly, others preening their feathers, and one lay motionless, resembling a statue. The scene exuded a rare sense of tranquility and leisure. It had been a long time since Qin Chuan felt this relaxed. Ever since he embarked on his path of cultivation, his life had been consumed by training and battling demons. Over time, even a cultivator could feel weary. At this moment, he quietly appreciated the sunrise, the evening glow, and the sunset. When Qin Chuan returned to the camp with Linger and their beast companions, a group of cultivators eagerly greeted him. "Your Majesty, you're back?" A powerful cultivator approached him respectfully. Qin Chuan smiled. "Brother Liu, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Qin Chuan." This powerful cultivator, Liu Qing, was an old member of Camp 9527 and had known Qin Chuan for a long time. Liu Qing smiled helplessly. "No, we must follow the rules. You are now at the king level and the unprecedented 12-crown king. It would be inappropriate to address you as before." Qin Chuan shrugged, letting Liu Qing have his way. In the world of cultivators, strength commanded respect. Despite being the youngest, Qin Chuan's cultivation level far surpassed others. Even if he didn't intend to assert dominance, others would naturally show him deference. "Oh, Brother Liu, my communicator broke. Can you help me get a temporary one?" Qin Chuan explained. During a previous fight, he had forgotten to put his communicator into his ring space, and it got smashed. Liu Qing readily agreed. "No problem. I'll get one for you right away." He quickly fetched a military communicator from the camp supplies and handed it to Qin Chuan. After recording his fingerprint, Qin Chuan logged into the official website to check his contributions. To his surprise, the data had been updated earlier than expected due to special circumstances. Even the materials from the demon beast corpses had been converted into Kyushu currency and deposited into his electronic account. When he calculated the total value of his contributions and Kyushu currency in terms of star origin stones, Qin Chuan realized his haul amounted to around 100,000 star origin stones. While this was an astronomical sum for ordinary people, it held a different significance in the world of cultivators. A king-level demon beast was worth over 1,000 star origin stones, and an emperor-level one exceeded 10,000. Though 100,000 star origin stones seemed substantial, it was far from enough for Qin Chuan's plans. All his beast companions had reached 6-star bloodline levels. To further enhance them, he needed 60-year bloodline crystals, each worth at least 5,000 star origin stones. This meant he could only upgrade 2 of his beast companions to the 7-star level with his current resources. Qin Chuan gradually realized that as his beast companions' levels increased, the required resources grew exponentially. Even with an advantage like the bloodline wheel, the resource consumption was staggering. He couldn't help but think of the Beast Warrior Emperor with 8 Emperor-level beast companions. Apart from the main beast companion, the others likely had 8-star bloodlines. Globally, and within various Stargate secret realms, Emperor-level demon beasts were rare. Offspring of 7-star bloodlines rarely left their demon beast tribes during their growth period. These demon prodigies typically grew in the central areas guarded by demon saints until they reached at least 5th-tier levels before being allowed to venture out. When signing a contract with a beast companion, the stronger the opponent's soul level, the harder it was. If the opponent resisted even slightly during the process, the cultivator's main beast companion could suffer backlash. Therefore, signing contracts with demon beasts while they were still young was the best option. Alternatively, like Qin Chuan, one could contract ordinary beasts whose soul levels wouldn't be strong even when mature. In summary, while Qin Chuan's star origin stones appeared substantial, they were insufficient to achieve his goals. After bidding farewell to Lu Qing, Qin Chuan returned to his tent with Linger. Instead of immediately beginning his cultivation, he took out his phone and started browsing. Seeing countless messages and news alerts, he realized that the news of his coronation and 12 Crown King title had spread worldwide. Logging into a social app he hadn't used in a while, he saw 99 message notifications. Messages came from high school classmates, former teachers, and various acquaintances from part-time jobs. All were congratulating him, their words tinged with newfound respect, cautious not to overstep. Qin Chuan didn't rush to reply to these messages. Instead, he responded to a few familiar cultivators like Lu Jiyang and Zhuang Tong. Lu Jiyang had sent him many messages, but Qin Chuan hadn't checked them until now. Thanks to the resources Qin Chuan had given him, Lu Jiyang had successfully advanced to the general level, and Zhuang Tong had reached the commander level. After sending his congratulations, both of them, being online, responded immediately. They were both amazed and excited that in just a year, Qin Chuan had leapt from the general level to the king level and become the unprecedented 12 Crown King. It was a rare honor to befriend and stay in contact with such a powerful figure. Reading the messages from his fellow cultivators, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. It had only been a year or two. In that short time, he had risen from an unknown novice to the peak of the 5th tier. Such rapid progress was nearly impossible even for a 9-star talent without immense resources. Yet, everyone had their own worries. Little did Lu Jiyang and the others know that Qin Chuan was currently troubled by the lack of sufficient cultivation resources. After becoming the 12-time champion, Qin Chuan wondered why the state had not yet sent someone to him. He pondered whether he could obtain some star essence stones from the state to address the urgent needs of his cultivation and the evolution of his beast companions. But then he thought, the contribution points he earned from slaying demons were already a form of state subsidy, and he dismissed the idea. Fan Shang had already slain most of the great emperors, making the next few years crucial for reclaiming the occupied territories. Qin Chuan decided to focus his efforts on combat, killing demons while comprehending the laws, preparing to break through to the emperor level. He knew there were no shortcuts to understanding the laws, and that he had to choose carefully to ensure his combat power after reaching the emperor level. Qin Chuan vowed to be invincible at the king level and aim for the same after stepping into the emperor level. Just as he was about to take a few days off, relaxing with Linger and his beast companions before venturing deeper into the occupied territories, his communicator on his wrist started vibrating wildly. Qin Chuan immediately checked it, and a semi-transparent screen appeared above his wrist. This was the latest product from the 9 provinces, a communicator exclusive to king-level powerhouses, brought by Lu Qing, with numerous functions. Qin Chuan swiped the screen open and, after reading an email, quickly logged into the cultivator's official website to check his contribution points. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. The email was from the official authorities, stating that due to his various outstanding performances, the state would grant him a monthly base salary equivalent to a peak emperor 10,000 star essence stones. Additionally, he was rewarded with an extra 100,000 star essence stones. However, what truly shocked Qin Chuan was his total contribution value, which had reached tens of millions of star essence stones. It turned out that after Fan Shang exterminated the demon emperors in the occupied territories, He hurried back to the secret realm to guard the abyss of demons and transferred all his contributions to Qin Chuan. This leapfrogged Qin Chuan's contribution level to the Great Emperor tier, just one step away from the Saint tier. Now, if Qin Chuan were to return and establish a family, his descendants would inherit at least a 7-star nobility, receiving significant attention from the state in all aspects. Qin Chuan silently thanked Fan Sheng in his heart. This resource was like timely assistance, enough to elevate all his beast companions to the 8-star level, achieving a qualitative leap. Qin Chuan immediately set out to purchase the corresponding bloodline crystals, all of the 6th and 7th tiers. Despite having sufficient funds, the purchasing process was not easy. Emperor-level and Great Emperor-level demonic beasts were hard to kill. Even in the secret realm, only a handful could be slain in a year. Qin Chuan had to request the help of Xianlei Huang, leveraging his family's connections to purchase at high prices. This process took several months. During this period, Qin Chuan would rest for a few days and then throw himself into battle, participating in the 9 provinces' efforts to reclaim lost territories. However, reclaiming lost territories was no easy task. Although the great emperors in the occupied territories were few, there were still some who slipped through the net, along with hundreds of demon kings and billions of other demonic beasts of various levels. The 9 provinces' focus remained on the secret realm, unable to deploy too many forces to reclaim the lost territories. Besides Xianlei Huang, there were only 5 other emperors, 2 of whom were newly promoted. These 2 newly promoted emperors were young and promising, appearing to be in their 20s, with an actual age of less than 35. They were geniuses with 8-star cultivation qualifications, destined to become great emperors in the future. They came from 2 prominent families, here to gain experience. They chose the occupied territories over the secret realm because it was relatively safer, with almost no great emperors, offering a high chance of escaping even if surrounded. This also reflected the shrewdness of these prominent families. Due to state regulations, they had to achieve a certain amount of demon-slaying contributions each year or face penalties. The families also had quotas for powerhouses of all levels, who couldn't just sit idle. The secret realm had a high mortality rate, but they couldn't avoid action, so the occupied territories became the best place to go over the past 2 years. When they saw Qin Chuan, these 2 emperors from prominent families did not show arrogance but rather displayed great respect and friendliness. They understood the significance of a 12-time champion. Even if they couldn't win him over, they had to build a good relationship. Therefore, when Qin Chuan entrusted Xianlei Huang to purchase bloodline crystals, their families also contributed significantly, saving Qin Chuan a lot of time. The 5 emperors and Qin Chuan led the cultivators of the 9 provinces into the occupied territories, reclaiming half a province in just over a month. The continent had expanded several times, so the current half a province was far larger than before. Even at the speed of an emperor, it took tens of days to cross a province. Although they had reclaimed half a province, it didn't mean they could easily recover the remaining lost territories. In this month, they had only slain 1 or 2 emperors. The remaining kings had long abandoned their territories, converging in one direction, preparing to gather their strength to resist the 9 provinces' army. Qin Chuan and the others realized that as time passed, the situation would become increasingly difficult. The progress of reclaiming lost territories would slow down, and they might even come to a standstill. But they didn't panic. It was the demonic beasts that should be worried now. Trapped in the occupied territories, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, unable to escape, and losing in scattered battles. They could only huddle together, awaiting their final fate. At this moment, these demon clans deeply regretted their decision, lamenting their choice to heed the High Command's call to come through the Stargate into the 9 provinces as vanguard heroes. Now, even the Golden Lion Saint had fallen, and the great emperors were almost extinct. For them, hope was already lost. In a vast basin spanning tens of thousands of miles, millions of demonic beasts gathered densely, resembling a surging tide. This expansive land was teeming with various demonic beasts, including tigers, lions, wolves, and insects. Surrounding the basin were mountains rising thousands of meters high, encircling it like an iron barrel. These mountains were also occupied by dense armies of demonic beasts. Using their demonic powers, they transformed the mountains into impregnable walls, looking down disdainfully at the distant human army with eyes full of contempt and mockery. In contrast, the human army seemed insignificant, numbering just over 1 million, mostly drawn from the garrison forces around the sacred wall. Facing the formidable defenses of the demonic beasts, the cultivators below felt helpless. In recent days, they had employed every possible means, launching countless demon extermination bombs into the basin. However, with demonic emperors and kings overseeing the area, such attacks were largely ineffective. The bombs were prematurely detonated by numerous powerful demonic beasts, and any miscalculation could result in collateral damage to their own forces. Seeing the human army at a loss, the demonic beasts began to taunt them openly. They dragged humans from the fallen areas to the mountain walls, feasting on them in front of the cultivators from the 9 provinces, creating a blood-soaked spectacle that was utterly revolting. The cultivators below were seething with rage, their eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to charge up and tear the demonic beasts to pieces. Qin Xuan and the others, including Emperor Xianlei, were equally furious, but as leaders of the Reclamation Army, they had to remain calm. Over these days, Qin Xuan and many cultivators from the 9 provinces had killed countless demonic beasts in their efforts to reclaim lost territory. However, his hatred for the demonic beasts only grew stronger. As they ventured deeper into the fallen areas, Qin Xuan witnessed the horrific conditions of humans enslaved by the demonic beasts. These people retained their human bodies, but had long lost their humanity. They were raised like livestock in buildings, their sole purpose to be consumed by powerful demonic beasts once they matured. Women were treated as breeding machines, forced to rapidly bear children through secret techniques. Some high-ranking demonic beasts had a particular fondness for devouring the tender flesh of these human infants. Once a woman lost her ability to bear children, she would be turned into blood food. The fate of men was even more tragic. Apart from a few kept for breeding, most never had the chance to grow up. Qin Xuan decisively killed those demonic beasts and members of the fallen organization managing the human slaves, ending the lives of those who had lost their humanity. Though it sounded cruel, it was the most merciful choice for them. Only newborns and young children, whose minds had not yet been corrupted, were spared and taken to safety. These demonic scum are now entrenched in the city. Taking it down won't be a matter of days. One of the 5 emperors, a red-haired emperor, said slowly. The state won't be able to send any great emperor-level powerhouses to support us. If we can't capture this city before those 2 demonic emperors recover, we might be counterattacked by these creatures. In reality, even if the demonic beasts counterattack now, the 9 provinces' army would have little chance of victory. The main reason they dared to venture so deep was twofold. Firstly, they were confident the demonic beasts wouldn't dare to leave their city. The giant city within the mountains was fortified with many demonic bloodline formations, greatly enhancing the beast's strength. Even if a dozen great emperor-level powerhouses attacked, the beasts wouldn't fear. Once outside the city, their overall strength would significantly diminish. Moreover, the demonic beasts feared the 9 provinces' army might be bait, leading them into a trap if they left the city. The high-ranking demonic beasts believed that the 9 provinces could at most send 3 or 4 great emperors to attack them. Outside the city, they would be at a disadvantage. However, they miscalculated. It seemed the 9 provinces understood the demonic beasts' tactics and didn't send a single great emperor. This could also be due to a shortage of personnel, with great emperors assigned to other more valuable secret realms. Although Earth's spiritual energy was gradually recovering, its concentration was still far behind that of secret realms. Thus, the value of local regions was limited. However, a few places were exceptional, with spiritual energy levels comparable to small or even large secret realms. Such places were scarce. Some experts predicted that at the current rate, in about 1,000 years, the spiritual energy concentration on Earth would at least match that of a micro-secret realm. 1,000 years might seem long, but it was just a blink of an eye for a world with a lifespan of billions of years. Humans who reached the emperor level lived over 1,000 years, not to mention the even longer-lived demonic beasts. The second reason was that the sacred wall in the fallen area was continuously shrinking, closing in on the outer wall. This gave the cultivators from the 9 provinces more confidence. Once the sacred wall reached the vicinity of the giant demonic city, the demonic kings and emperors inside would likely not dare to act, fearing they would be killed by the sacred wall's will. However, given the current rate of the sacred wall's automatic shrinkage, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to reach this location. If the demonic beasts launched a counterattack, this process would be halted. Therefore, the cultivators from the 9 provinces couldn't let the demonic beasts leave the city. As long as they stayed inside, the sacred wall's shrinkage wouldn't slow down. But everyone knew that once a critical point was reached, the demonic beasts would launch a desperate counterattack, regardless of their fear of death. This would result in a bloody battle, with countless cultivators perishing. While waiting for the bloodline crystals, Qin Xuan continued to comprehend the power of loss. During this time, he discovered that his black throne greatly aided his understanding of loss. In a large tent, Qin Xuan sat cross-legged on a massive throne, with 9 lifelike dragons coiled around its backrest. Laws are born from insights. What law should I choose? Qin Xuan pondered, reflecting on his journey. This was the dilemma of being a rogue cultivator. If he had been born into a prestigious family or had a mentor, he would have had guidance from the start, laying a foundation for comprehending laws in the future. For example, Emperor Xianlei decided his path the moment he awakened his life-bound beast pet, focusing solely on lightning attributes. Emperor Xuanlei's breathing techniques, martial skills, and martial methods were all centered around lightning. So, the concept he grasped was also related to the lightning attribute. After a long conversation with the Thunder Emperor, Qin Xuan finally recognized his shortcomings. The martial arts he practiced were too scattered, lacking focus. The martial arts cultivated by the Thunder Emperor were almost exclusively those that enhanced combat with the lightning attribute. These not only greatly benefited his comprehension of concepts and laws, but were also extremely advantageous for understanding domains. In contrast, the martial arts Qin Chuan practiced did nothing to aid in understanding concepts and laws. If not for his exceptional comprehension, even with the assistance of his cultivation wheel, breaking through to the king level would have been nearly impossible. Qin Chuan's situation was akin to being inside a sealed jar. The cultivation wheel could continuously produce water within the jar, but Qin Chuan needed to comprehend a key to open the lid and extend his space to a whole new world. The wheel was not omnipotent. If this treasure were given to a pig, it wouldn't turn into a peerless beast. A pig would still be a pig, even with a miraculous cheat. At most, it would just be a slightly stronger pig. Those who rely solely on cheats are no different from pigs. Once the cheat disappears, they are left with nothing. After deep contemplation, Qin Chuan's gaze fell on his several beast pets, lost in thought. Since he was unsure of which path to take, why not harness the attributes of each of his pets? His eyes flashed with a spark of determination. If anyone heard this idea, they would surely be astonished. Grasping more laws doesn't necessarily mean becoming stronger. On the contrary, the more laws one comprehends, the greater the uncertainty and the higher the possibility of conflicts between the laws. Forming a domain becomes even more challenging. The more singular the attribute law, the easier it is to control, and the more powerful and effective the outburst. The difficulty of forming a domain is also greatly reduced. Throughout the years, many genius cultivators like Qin Chuan have had similar thoughts. Some began by practicing the 5 elements breathing technique, involving martial arts and skills related to the 5 elements, even gathering 5-element beast pets. This genius cultivator also followed the beast battle path, reaching the peak of the emperor level before the age of 100, just one step away from the emperor realm. Unfortunately, this genius was forever stuck at that level, unable to form a domain. Despite his extraordinary comprehension and talent, having grasped the power of 5 laws, he could never harmonize the 5-element laws into a cohesive whole. In the end, he could only remain at the emperor level. This cultivator's combat strength far exceeded his peers, even capable of fighting those above his level. Many newly ascended emperors were no match for him. However, compared to a true emperor, he was still slightly lacking. If he had focused on his cultivation, with his talent, he could have potentially achieved sainthood instead of being stuck at the peak of the emperor level. If the Thunder Emperor knew Qin Chuan's thoughts, he would immediately intervene. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan did not reveal his plan to anyone. Qin Chuan first sought to comprehend the wood law from Shaoqing. He entered his soul sea, carefully observing Shaoqing's every breath and feeling the flow of energy within its body. Beast pets could naturally comprehend their attribute laws from their bloodline. For Shaoqing and the others, as long as their bloodline level improved, the power of their attributes would also greatly increase. Qin Chuan's mental energy was continuously consumed, but the 9 dragon heads on the black throne aimed at him, and a mysterious power enveloped him, constantly restoring his spent mental energy. After several months, when the bloodline crystals were finally gathered, Qin Chuan grasped the concept of wood, reaching the threshold of the wood law. Although this progress was considered fast, Qin Chuan was not satisfied. At this rate, gathering all 5 element laws would take decades. Shaking his head in frustration, he decided to first fully comprehend the wood law and reach the emperor level before making further plans. Just as Qin Chuan had ascended to the king level with a single law key, he only needed 1 law key to enter the emperor level. As long as he could comprehend several laws before reaching the peak of the emperor level, he could then consider the matter of domains. For now, the priority was to elevate the bloodline levels of his pets to the 8-star realm. With a wave of his hand, the black throne transformed into a cloak draped over him. He took Linger and rode Xiao Hong to a secluded mountain within the holy wall. He chose this location because the evolution of his beast pets to the 8-star level would cause significant changes, potentially attracting the attention of other beasts. He summoned his beast pets and took out the bloodline crystals, bringing them into his soul sea and placing them in the wheel slots. The first to be strengthened was Shaoqing. It stood tall, eyes gleaming with excitement. Its intelligence had grown, and it understood the significance of this moment. The 8-star level signified a saint-level bloodline. Once it reached the 8th tier, it would become a true sacred beast. As the bloodline crystals were absorbed, the energies of the 6th and 7th tiers mixed and were enhanced to their limits before flowing into Shaoqing. The rich bloodline energy surged through Shaoqing's every cell, causing a profound transformation. Its head, claws, scales, and tail all underwent dramatic changes. After a long while, Shaoqing soared into the sky, letting out a dragon's roar that pierced the heavens. As the roar echoed, the surrounding land trembled, and endless wood attribute energy overflowed. Across hundreds of miles, vegetation grew wildly. Grass that barely reached horse hooves shot up to over 10 meters, resembling lush green trees. The already towering trees grew to hundreds of meters, racing towards the sky, overshadowing those that couldn't grow fast enough, plunging them into perpetual darkness. This dragon's roar declared that Shao Qing had truly become a dragon today. And not just any dragon, but the Eastern Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts. Seeing Shao Qing's information, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. Name: Azure Dragon. Quality: 8-star. Talent: wood. All abilities related to wood are greatly enhanced. It is the master of wood. Shao Qing descended from the sky, its 100-meter-long body displaying intricate details, inspiring awe and reverence in all who beheld it. Antlers like a deer, ears like an ox, a beard like a goat, a body like a snake, scales like a fish, and claws like an eagle. This is a dragon. Qin Chuan gazed at the creature before him. Its entire body was a verdant green like wood, exuding a sacred aura. This was no ordinary dragon. It was the legendary Azure Dragon, one of the 5 great divine dragons, alongside Yinglong, Zhulong, Bingyi, and the 5-clawed golden dragon. As one of the 4 sacred beasts, it was revered alongside the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger as one of the 4 celestial spirits. Looking at this divine beast, Qin Chuan felt a surge of totemic reverence rooted in the blood of the 9 provinces. He seemed to see a vision of ancient times, where powerful ancestors commanded numerous divine dragons to battle mythical beasts from the mountains and seas. This scene was etched into his soul, ingrained in his very blood. However, the young Azure Dragon before him was just stepping into its bloodline's potential. When it reached the 8-star bloodline level, the bloodline wheel in Qin Chuan's mind underwent a transformation. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that future bloodline enhancements would no longer require collecting bloodline crystals from 8th-tier sacred beasts. Instead, he could continue to strengthen his beasts using a large number of bloodline points. Bloodline points could be converted from bloodline crystals of various levels. This meant Qin Chuan only needed to purchase lower-tier bloodline crystals to obtain the energy needed to enhance his pets. Fire attribute crystals would convert into fire attribute bloodline points, would attribute crystals into would attribute bloodline points, and so on. Qin Chuan checked the requirements. To upgrade the Azure Dragon's bloodline from 0 to 1 turn, he needed energy points equivalent to at least 10 million star stones. The 1-turn realm signified a 9-star level, also known as a divine bloodline. Qin Chuan had once thought a divine bloodline was unattainable, but now it seemed like just the beginning. If 1 turn was divine, what would 2 turns, 3 turns, or even 9 turns be like? Setting aside his doubts, Qin Chuan began to enhance Dabai's bloodline. Repeating the same process, Dabai roared at the empty mountains. Endless metallic energy surged from the heavens and earth, forming sharp golden energy that pocked the surrounding mountains with countless holes. Dabai leaped into the sky, surrounded by golden energy, finally able to soar freely like Xiaohong. Dabai ascended to an 8-star white tiger, becoming the master of metal. As the western guardian beast, wherever it went, all beasts bowed and spirits knelt. Next was Xiaohong. After enhancement, a vermilion bird engulfed in blazing flames soared into the sky, leaving a trail of red fire. As an 8-star vermilion bird, it became the master of fire, ruling the south and standing alongside the phoenix as the supreme bird. When it was Dehai's turn, countless crimson energies flowed into its body. After enhancement, a massive black tortoise with legs like pillars supported its heavy body. Although it gained the ability to fly, Dehai remained as steady as a mountain, its gaze deep and calm. Its tail transformed from a stubby appendage into a menacing black serpent with venomous fangs and a crown, exuding aggression. This was a result of Qin Chuan deliberately integrating water attribute serpent demon bloodline crystals, evolving Dehai into a true black tortoise. As an 8-star black tortoise, Dehai became the master of water, guarding the northern lands. The tortoise symbolized ultimate defense, while the serpent represented fierce attack. Combined, their power was unparalleled. Lastly, De Huang transformed into an ink qilin after enhancement. With a dragon's head, a deer's body, an ox's tail, and horse's hooves, it was ink black and radiated formidable strength and awe. Like Dehai, De Huang was steady and composed, merely shaking its body lightly. As an 8-star ink qilin, it became the master of earth, residing at the center. Though its individual abilities were not as specialized as the other 4 beasts, its overall power was the most balanced. The demon insect swarm also completed its evolution. The blood extreme heavenly demon insect advanced to 8 stars, becoming the master of blood. The offspring insects also evolved, with the lowest bloodline level reaching 3 stars. The demon insects were eager to devour something to express their excitement, but only their master and other pets were present. The intelligent queen insect knew better than to act rashly, restraining its restlessness. Seeing this, Qin Chuan smiled and brought out prepared food, tossing out the corpses of demonic beasts. The insects immediately pounced and feasted. With all his pets enhanced, Qin Chuan felt immense joy. This meant his power would reach new heights, preparing him for the upcoming royal level advancement. Returning to the frontline camp with Linger and his pets, Qin Chuan embarked on a new round of comprehension. As time passed, his understanding of the wood element deepened. Finally, on a sunny morning, accompanied by the birdsong from the branches, Qin Chuan comprehended the law of wood. The moment Qin Chuan comprehended the wood elemental law, the world around his tent trembled violently. Wood energy surged like a tidal wave, causing the nearby vegetation to grow wildly, vines to climb, and the entire area to transform into a verdant paradise. 5 sovereigns sensed the disturbance and stepped out of their tents to investigate. The restoration army of the 9 provinces had no shortage of peak kings, and the addition of another sovereign would undoubtedly be a significant boost. One of the sovereigns smiled and remarked, "It's the wood elemental law. It appears we have a control-type cultivator." However, when they identified the source of the energy, their smiles froze. Especially the Thunder Sovereign, who looked utterly astonished. Doubts arose in their minds. Wasn't Qin Chuan on the path of strong offense? Logically, he should have been more likely to comprehend the metal or fire elemental laws. The sovereigns exchanged puzzled glances, but ultimately decided to wait and see. No matter what, their ranks were about to gain a formidable sovereign. Given Qin Chuan's foundation, once he ascended to the sovereign level, combined with his beast companions, he would likely be even more powerful than ordinary peak sovereigns. If he unleashed his full power, he might even rival a newly ascended emperor. The sovereigns knew well that except for the Thunder Sovereign, none of them were likely Qin Chuan's match. They tacitly agreed not to disturb him, allowing him to focus on his breakthrough. Time passed, and suddenly, several powerful auras erupted from within the tent, sweeping across the entire army. Cultivators looked up, buzzing with excitement. "It's Qin Chuan's sovereign breaking through," someone exclaimed excitedly. "This means we now have 6 sovereigns." "No, we should say we have an emperor," another corrected, explaining the terrifying power of a 12-crown king. The cultivators discussed fervently, with some speculating that Qin Chuan had already possessed the strength of an intermediate or even high-level sovereign while still at the king level. Such a leap in combat power was truly astounding. However, some veteran emperors remained cautious. They acknowledged that Qin Chuan might challenge a newly ascended emperor, but against seasoned emperors, especially those who had mastered perfect domains, he still had a significant gap. They believed that once in the emperor realm, the advantage of Qin Chuan's beast battle style would be greatly diminished. Feeling the surging power within him, Qin Chuan waved his hand gently, and the air seemed to thicken like water. He was secretly delighted and began to consider his 7th beast companion. The wealth given by the Sacred One was enough to strengthen 7 beast companions to the 8-star level and still sustain his cultivation for some time. Thinking about the hardships the Sacred One endured guarding the abyssal secret realm alone, Qin Chuan resolved to train diligently, aiming to reach the saint level and even the god level as soon as possible to rescue the Sacred One from danger. After giving instructions to a few sovereigns, Qin Chuan rode the significantly stronger Xiao Hong, left the army, and headed towards a large secret realm under development. There, he sought the treasures he had long dreamed of. The highest level of magical beasts in this large secret realm is 7th tier, with countless emperor and king-level creatures. As Qin Chuan stepped into this mysterious land, the air was thick with energy, accumulated over countless eons. The abundance of resources here far exceeded what could be imagined outside, fostering a multitude of high-level beings, though they struggled to break through the world's limitations. Qin Chuan rode on Xiao Hong, a mount renowned for its incredible speed, effortlessly traversing the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Within half a day, he reached the entrance of the secret realm. Without much delay, he secured his entry. In front of him stood a majestic Stargate, towering 100 meters high, glowing with a soft blue light. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan stepped through, and the world instantly transformed. Under a purple sky, lightning of various colors flickered like spider webs, sometimes exploding, sometimes dissipating. This was the Thunder Domain, a secret realm that had appeared in Huaxia in recent years, even drawing the attention of the Thunder Emperor for study. Qin Chuan's goal was clear: to find the bloodline crystals necessary for the evolution of his 7th beast Petan Ancient Thunder Beast. The 6th and 7th tier crystals were especially rare. Near the Stargate, the camps of the 9 provinces' cultivators were densely packed. Qin Chuan's arrival caused an immediate stir. The camp's security chief, the great emperor of Mang Mountain, personally came out to greet him, a broad smile on his face. "Emperor Qin Chuan, truly a prodigy," the great emperor of Mang Mountain said warmly, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. The crowd buzzed with conversation. "Is that the world's #1 genius? The 12-crown king, an absolute marvel. I heard he's reclaiming the fallen territories." Qin Chuan and the great emperor of Mang Mountain entered a towering building. At the top floor, The great emperor revealed an incredibly detailed map, densely marked with points covering the entire secret realm. Qin Chuan stood at the edge of the Thunder Domain, attentively listening to the instructions from Emperor Mongshan. The emperor's voice was deep and serious. In the Thunder Domain, you need to pay special attention to two things. First and foremost, never step into the territory of the Thunder Clan. Those people have unpredictable tempers, and any slight misstep could trigger a conflict. Qin Chuan nodded solemnly, while activating the communicator on his wrist. A detailed map unfolded in a holographic projection, matching exactly with the one Emperor Mongshan had just transmitted to him. The map clearly marked the exploration routes of the Kyushu cultivators and official experts in this secret realm, as well as the locations of beast clusters and distinctive terrains. What is the relationship between our nation and the Thunder Clan? Qin Chuan asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Do they have a strong desire to resist? Emperor Mongshan looked into the distance, frowning slightly and shaking his head in resignation. It's complicated, he explained. Just like our human race, the Thunder Clan is divided. Some support cooperation with Kyushu, while others are firmly opposed. Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully. He envisioned the Thunder Clan and his Mindo-wise race, similar in appearance to humans, but with unique purplish-red skin and tall, robust bodies. Most strikingly, in combat, they could enter a state known as thunder transformation, oscillating between semi-solid and semi-energetic forms, creating a spectacular display. Kyushu has always adopted a conciliatory approach towards such intelligent races, never resorting to violent conquest. Of course, this is contingent upon smooth communication between both parties. If these races insist on opposing Kyushu, strategies would naturally be adjusted accordingly. Becoming an ally of Kyushu means they will enjoy generous benefits, Emperor Mongshan continued. We will provide them with advanced technological facilities, thoroughly improving their living conditions. Despite the abundant energy and resources in the secret realm, the intelligent races here still lived relatively primitive lives. Kyushu's technology could significantly enhance their productivity. In fact, many of the intelligent races that chose to cooperate with Kyushu have already experienced dramatic improvements in their quality of life. After hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. He realized that the upcoming exploration was not just about resources, but also involved the exchange and clash of civilizations. On the contrary, if one wishes to become an enemy of the Jiuzhou kingdom, they must be prepared to bring out cannons, wield large blades, and fight to the death. The development needs of Jiuzhou compel them to transform and exploit these secret realms, fully utilizing resources to enhance national strength and resist powerful beasts. Any obstruction from other intelligent races is seen as a disservice to the millions of people in the kingdom. The Emperor of Mongshan detailed the Ryzu's three major factions' attitudes towards Jiuzhou. The pro-cooperation faction advocates for joint development of secret realms, trade exchanges, and even dreams of migrating to the vast world beyond the Stargate. The opposition faction views Jiuzhou as a threat of annexation, seeking a bloody battle while they hold the advantage. The neutral faction is solely concerned with their own interests, weighing the pros and cons of cooperation or confrontation. The Ryzu's strength is formidable, with their number of emperors being 10 times that of Jiuzhou's presence in this area. However, they are also aware of Jiuzhou's deep foundation, reportedly possessing no fewer than 10 saint-level powerhouses, any one of whom could annihilate the entire Ryzu. This knowledge prevents the opposition faction from acting rashly, necessitating unified tribal consensus and meticulous planning. After concluding his conversation with the Emperor of Mongshan, Qin Chuan mounted Xiaohong and flew through the secret realm of the Thunder Domain, which is comparable in size to the expanded eastern continent. Several hours later, he arrived at his destination, the lair of a primary emperor-level thunder beast. The area also housed over a dozen king-level thunder beasts and numerous others of varying levels. Qin Chuan chose this location because there were no other emperor-level beasts nearby, making it manageable given his current strength. However, upon his arrival, Qin Chuan discovered that a group of foreigners had beaten him to it. Among the 5 king-level Ryzu, 4 were men and 1 was a woman. The men were over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and clad in animal skin jackets. The lone woman stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, with purple-skinned legs beneath her animal skin skirt, and long hair flowing behind her pointed ears. Though not unattractive, their faces bore a sharp, fierce look. Lei Fian, we'll distract the Guardian King-level beasts. You follow the plan, sneak in, and pick the Blood Dragon Lotus while the 3-tailed purple Thunder Jiao is in deep sleep, one of the Ryzu men ordered in a peculiar accent. Their names all started with Lei, followed by various words, similar to the surname structure in Jiuzhou. Understood. The woman named Lei Fian nodded, her purple eyes seemingly crackling with electricity. She was chosen for this task due to her being the fastest in the squad, ideal for quickly retrieving the valuable herb and escaping. After confirming the details once more, the 5 carefully dispersed and stealthily approached the lair of the 3-tailed purple Thunder Jiao. After a while, one of the men, with lightning swirling around his feet, leaped through the air, approaching two king-level thunder beasts. With a wave of his hands, two lightning balls struck the targets precisely. These king-level thunder beasts resembled rhinoceroses but had an additional pair of legs, and their long horns extended from their heads to their tails, resembling saber-toothed dragons. This type of thunder beast is called the saber-toothed thunder rhino. Although it is of emperor rank, its intelligence is quite low, comparable to that of an uneducated child. Two saber-toothed thunder rhinos, enraged by the attacks from the Thunder Tribe, roared and charged at the attacker. The Thunder Tribe members skillfully dodged, counterattacking while retreating, which incited the surrounding king-level and lower thunder beasts to join the chase, creating a spectacular scene. Seeing this, three other Thunder Tribe men imitated his actions, each attracting a group of guarding thunder beasts. Amid the chaos, Lei Fian seized the opportunity and quietly slipped into the barrier mountain range. The habitat of the three-tailed purple lightning jiao is located at the center of a towering basin-like terrain, surrounded by mountain ranges that act like barriers. The mountains are covered with pitch-black ironwood, also known as lightning-attracting wood, which is as precious as star-essence stones. At the foot of the mountains lies a vast thunder lake, with water that looks like solidified lightning, occasionally flashing with dazzling brilliance. This emperor-level thunder beast was comfortably soaking in the thunder lake, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Near a spring at the edge of the lake, a lotus flower with blood-red veins was quietly blooming, exuding a mysterious aura that immediately indicated its extraordinary nature. The guarding thunder beasts could only move outside the barrier mountains. They dared not enter, fearing to anger the three-tailed purple lightning jiao. Even drinking a single drop of the spring's thunder water was a luxury they could not afford. At this moment, Qin Xuan arrived swiftly, riding on Xiao Hong. His mission was clear: to slay the three-tailed purple lightning jiao, take down a few emperor-level thunder beasts, and collect the necessary bloodline crystals. According to the great emperor of Mongshan, the Thunder Lake might also nurture 8th-grade treasure medicines, which would undoubtedly be a delightful surprise if found. As Qin Xuan rode a massive firebird, over 100 meters long, descending from the sky, Lei Fian shivered with fear. She thought to herself, where did this human come from? Such a commotion. Isn't he afraid of alarming the three-tailed purple lightning jiao? Lei Fian quickened her pace towards the mountain barrier, only to realize that the entire forest was in an uproar due to Qin Xuan's presence. Qin Xuan had come to slay demons and made no effort to conceal his existence. His actions were bold and flamboyant, yet not reckless. The thunder beasts below, upon seeing Qin Xuan and his firebird, opened their mouths wide, generating electrical energy. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning rained down on Qin Xuan. Lei Fian sighed, shaking her head, thinking to herself how arrogant these humans who rely on beast control are. Judging by the aura of the firebird, Lei Fian estimated its power to be around the first level of the Emperor class. Among the attacking thunder beasts below, two were advanced Emperor class. The overwhelming lightning attacks engulfed Qin Xuan and his beast companion, and Lei Fian thought he would be gravely injured if not killed. However, the next moment left Lei Fian in shock. From where the lightning had enveloped them, intense white light and fierce flames suddenly erupted. Blades of energy and fire exploded outwards, shattering the lightning attacks. The residual force of these attacks fell to the ground, instantly killing several king-level thunder beasts. Even from a distance, Lei Fian could feel the terrifying intensity of the attack. She couldn't understand. How could someone at the mere first level of the Emperor class unleash such a powerful assault? Fearing for her safety, Lei Fian quickly hid in a crevice in the mountain wall. Qin Xuan's arrival had alarmed all the beasts in the three-tailed purple lightning jiao's lair, gathering them around the mountain barrier. Hiding in the crevice, Lei Fian cursed silently. Why did this guy come here to provoke these thunder beasts? Outside, countless thunder beasts let out low growls, their bodies crackling with various lightning energies. After his initial strike, Qin Xuan stood silently on the fiery back of his beast, looking down at the thunder beasts below. Lei Fian frowned, thinking, why isn't he escaping? Standing there is suicide. If he leaves now on his beast, he might survive. Otherwise, when the peak thunder beasts return, or if the three-tailed purple lightning jiao in the Thunder Lake is disturbed, this human will likely fall here. Lei Fian's clan was part of the opposition, harboring extreme hatred towards humans and advocating for a fight to the death. However, Lei Fian herself did not share such extreme views. She had even come into contact with human technology and had a certain fondness for human civilization. Nonetheless, she harbored no goodwill towards many human cultivators, deeming them too greedy. Seeing this incredibly arrogant human now only added to her disdain. Qin Xuan's appearance had thwarted Lei Fian and her clan's actions, ruining their plan to harvest the Blood Lotus. Now, even escaping from here seemed uncertain. The reason Qin Xuan hadn't attacked further was simple. He didn't want to scare away the thunder beasts. Particularly, he noticed several Emperor-level thunder beasts approaching from a distance, which could serve as materials for his next beast's evolution. The thunder beasts below, having witnessed Qin Shuan's attack, were too frightened to act rashly, especially the two advanced Emperor-level beasts. They sensed other Emperor-level beasts approaching and, though not highly intelligent, understood the advantage of attacking en masse. Qin Shuan shared their mindset, fully aware of the benefits of a clean sweep. The other Emperor-level thunder beasts received the message of their lair being invaded. Roaring in anger, they realized they had been tricked and immediately rushed back, as fast as lightning. The Lei clan members who had lured the thunder beasts away felt a sense of unease as the beasts ignored their attacks and hurried back. They worried that Fian, who had just entered the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao's lair, would be in grave danger if the Emperor beast awakened. Initially, the Lei clan emperors didn't understand why the thunder beasts were so frantically rushing back until they saw the bright figure in the sky. Realization dawned on them. The squad leader, Lei Dong, gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with lightning as he cursed, "Damn human, ruining our plans." Lei Dong, the squad leader, harbored extreme hatred towards humans. He had participated in conflicts with humans when the Stargate first opened. In his eyes, human combatability was mediocre, and he couldn't understand what the Lei clan elders were thinking. Lei Dong believed they should swiftly eliminate the humans and then invade their world to dominate. Seeing the human in the sky and the approaching Emperor-level thunder beasts, Lei Dong scoffed. He told the other Lei clan emperors, "I thought Fian had messed up and alarmed these beasts, but it turns out it's this human kid. Let's stay back and enjoy the show." Lei Dong laughed and led the other Lei clan emperors to a high mountain, preparing to watch from a distance. However, before their plans could take shape, they heard several loud explosions and witnessed a scene they would never forget. On the distant ground, besides the dozen or so Emperor-level thunder beasts, there appeared 5 gigantic beasts and a group of dark, shadowy creatures. The Lei clan members exchanged shocked glances. Someone asked, "Could these all be that human's beasts? How can he have so many powerful beasts, each one at the Emperor level?" Another explained, "I remember the elders mentioning that some humans are beast combat cultivators, focusing on training their beasts for battle. No wonder this human is so bold. He must be relying on his strong beasts." Despite his clan members' discussions, Lei Dong remained unimpressed. He sneered, "So what if he has many beasts? Can they outnumber the thunder beasts? Besides, judging by their aura, they're all newly ascended emperors. These thunder beasts are at least mid-level emperors." As soon as Lei Dong finished speaking, everyone saw several strange beasts crash violently into the thunder beasts. The thunderous sounds echoed continuously, and the massive figures were hurled 1,000 meters away, knocking down rows of towering ironwood trees. However, when the crowd realized that it was the powerful thunder beasts that had been thrown back, they couldn't help but shudder. The strange beasts were unscathed, their fur shining as if brand new. In stark contrast, the thunder beasts were panting heavily, their bodies covered in wounds. This scene left the Thunder Tribe warriors utterly stunned. "How can they be this strong?" A Thunder Tribe man muttered in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. Thunder attributes have always been known for their formidable destructive power, and thunder beasts are embodiments of the world's thunder energy, their bodies charged with violent lightning. Their skin, flesh, and bones are exceptionally tough after being tempered by lightning, making them superior even to beasts known for their physical prowess. Yet now, after just one clash, the thunder beasts were completely outmatched, almost crushed. As the Thunder Tribe members stood in bewilderment, Qin Shuan made his move. He leaped from hundreds of meters high, gripping a blade in each hand, his feet treading the thick air as spiritual energy surged forth. In an instant, his blades emitted a tangible aura that extended hundreds of meters long. Using himself as the axis, Qin Shuan swiftly drew a semicircle in midair and then slashed down towards a peak Emperor-level thunder beast below, a trusted subordinate of the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao. This enormous saber-toothed thunder rhino, spanning several hundred meters, immediately formed a layer of lightning shield around itself. This was its most powerful defensive spell, capable of not only protecting but also reflecting the enemy's attacks. Simultaneously, the rhino began to gather a lightning beam in its mouth, ready to annihilate the human at any sign of vulnerability. However, it underestimated Qin Shuan's strength. Although Qin Shuan's 2 attacks were only at the high emperor level, the moment he drew the arc, he combined the 2 blade auras into one. Countless fine blade energies intertwined and collided within, creating a wondrous reaction that rapidly increased their power, emitting a soul-trembling aura. Dragon Tiger Heavenly Slash. This was Qin Shuan's most powerful single-target move, as if the ferocity of a divine dragon and a divine tiger had merged into one, roaring towards the saber-toothed thunder rhino. With a sound like shattering glass, the lightning shield was instantly sliced into countless fragments, which fell to the ground with a crackling noise. But this wasn't the end. The residual power of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Slash continued to slash towards the saber-toothed Thunder Rhino. In a panic, the saber-toothed Thunder Rhino unleashed the lightning beam it had been gathering. However, the blade aura tore through the beam like fabric, splitting it in two. Desperation filled the saber-toothed Thunder Rhino's eyes. It knew it couldn't escape death. Sure enough, under Qin Chuan's control, the blade aura inched closer to the saber-toothed Thunder Rhino's head. In its final moments, the rhino let out a deafening roar, pouring its demonic energy into it, which spread for miles around. In the next instant, its body was neatly sliced in half from head to tail by Qin Chuan's blade aura. Qin Chuan tapped his toes in the air and, with a flick of his wrist, stored the massive corpse into his ring. At that moment, every Thunder Tribe member's heart tightened as they heard that roar, their breaths catching. The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao had awakened. From the distant mountain barriers, countless bolts of lightning shot into the sky. A gigantic Jiao dragon with 3 enormous tails and a ferocious head soared into the air. Its body flickered with blinding purple lightning, and with a few swift movements, it covered thousands of meters. Human brat, how dare you harm my guardian? You seek death. The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao spoke in a dialect-inflected voice of the 9 provinces. Many human cultivators who had ventured into its territory had been captured and devoured by it. With the powerful abilities of a demon emperor, the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao had absorbed the souls of these humans, extracting many of their memories. Its massive body coiled deep within its cave, with 3 purple tails occasionally crackling with electricity and a sly, almost human-like glint in its eyes. This unique ability not only allowed it to speak fluent Jiuzhou language, but also to understand a great deal about humans. This is also why the Jiuzhou authorities intentionally control the flow of important information. Many powerful demons possess this soul-capturing technique, enabling them to easily steal the memories of ordinary cultivators. However, the strong practitioners of Jiuzhou, well-versed in arcane laws, have long been prepared for this. They secretly inscribe prohibitions in their critical memories to counteract such peculiar techniques. These prohibitions act as invisible barriers, effectively blocking demon intrusions. Nevertheless, this soul-capturing technique is not invincible. It usually works only on beings with significantly lower cultivation levels. If the opponent's level is comparable, the technique loses its effectiveness. The powerful demons are well aware of this and often resort to other methods when facing equally strong adversaries. When the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao spoke, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Chuan's eyes. His gaze swept over the beast, quickly understanding the reason. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he raised his twin blades. Whoosh! The blades shimmered, and countless sharp blade auras, like silver lightning, surged towards the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao. This strike, infused with all of Qin Chuan's power, was enough to easily slay any high-level emperor. However, the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao remained unperturbed. It let out a low roar. How dare you? A mere emperor dares to act arrogantly before me. As the words fell, its 3 long tails began to whip around. Snap, snap, snap. 3 purple lightning chains appeared out of thin air, striking the incoming blade auras with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan's attack was shattered into nothingness. Not even a trace remained. This scene clearly demonstrated the vast gap between an emperor level and a demon emperor level being. Qin Chuan's attack, which could easily kill any high-level emperor, was effortlessly neutralized by the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao, as if it were child's play. The chasm in their powers was beyond words. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, Qin Chuan remained unflustered. He lightly landed on the tip of an ironwood tree, gazing calmly at the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao, and uttered 2 words, "Not bad." These simple words ignited an inexplicable rage within the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao. It stared at Qin Chuan in disbelief. What did he mean by not bad? Did its mighty demon emperor strength need validation from a mere human? What infuriated it even more was the human's nonchalant tone, as if the earth-shattering clash just now was of no consequence. A surge of anger rapidly built up within the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao, on the verge of eruption. Its body tensed slightly, and the electricity on its tails flickered more intensely, ready to launch an even fiercer attack at any moment. The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao witnessed its subordinates being slaughtered by human beast pets, and rage erupted within its chest like a volcanic explosion. Its authority was disregarded, its dignity trampled. Lightning gathered in its mouth, ready to reduce those arrogant royal-grade beasts to ashes. At this critical moment, Qin Chuan's lips curved into a confident smile as he softly said, "Don't panic, your opponent is me." This sentence was like a hammer blow, pushing the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao's fury to the peak. A mere human, daring to claim to be its match? It was sheer blasphemy against its imperial stature. However, before it could react, Qin Chuan made his move. With a wave of his hand, a black royal robe exuding an aura of majesty appeared out of thin air, enveloping him. 9 lifelike dragons coiled on the robe, emanating an aura that compelled submission. As a dragon species, the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao felt its soul tremble under the gaze of those dragon shadows. It froze in place, an indescribable fear welling up inside. Next, as crowns began to circle around Qin Xuan, the demon emperor was utterly stunned. From the memories of devoured human cultivators, it knew these crowns were supposed to appear only in the mysterious trial towers of the great world. Possessing even one crown marked someone as a genius among humans, so how could this human have so many? The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao began to doubt the authenticity of those human memories. But out of demonic emperor caution, it put aside its disdain for Qin Xuan and unhesitatingly expanded its domain. A field of purple lightning spread out from the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao, instantly covering a range of several kilometers, enveloping Qin Xuan and his beast pets. The distant Lei clan members, relieved to be far enough away, still suggested retreat, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. However, Lei clan leader Lei Dong was deeply shocked by Qin Xuan's performance. He estimated that Qin Xuan's age was equivalent to a young adult in the Lei clan. Achieving royal-grade strength at this stage was already top-tier genius level. If he could indeed kill a peak-level expert with newly acquired royal-grade power, he could only be described as a peerless genius. Lei Dong began to understand the concerns of the clan elders who had lived for centuries, or even millennia. Perhaps these elders were far more astute than someone like him, who had only lived a little over 100 years. Despite this, the Lei clan members still did not believe Qin Xuan could defeat an emperor-level expert. They knew too well the terrifying power of the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao, which even their elders were reluctant to provoke. The dragon species' formidable combat power, augmented by the special purple lightning, made this early-stage demon emperor comparable to many mid-stage demon emperors. As the purple lightning domain expanded, the ironwood trees in the surrounding forest crackled and popped, their black bark sparking and revealing a crimson glow. Some low-level thunder beasts caught within were instantly reduced to charred remains, the scent of roasted meat filling the air. Observing this scene, Qin Xuan's lips curved slightly upward. "Your control isn't very impressive." This scornful remark was like a fuse, igniting the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao's fury. It roared, "You insolent fool! How dare you belittle me!" Immediately, countless bolts of lightning energy gathered around it, shooting toward Qin Xuan like arrows. At the same time, the 12 crowns above Qin Xuan's head descended and merged into one. A formidable aura instantly dominated the scene, causing even the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao to shudder. For some reason, the aura emanating from this human, along with the black nine-dragon robe, seemed to exert a powerful suppressive force on it. The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao felt its demonic energy flow becoming less smooth. What it didn't know was that Qin Xuan had chosen this place to kill it precisely because of this suppressive effect. For others, dragon species are formidable in battle, but for Qin Xuan, who dons the dragon robe, all dragons must bow. In his eyes, the strength of the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao is even weaker than that of the demon emperors. On the day of his ascension, even the divine dragons will have to pull his chariot. Despite the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao's suppressed power, Qin Xuan did not let his guard down. Gripping his sword with both hands, he focused his energy, and several sword auras cascaded like a galaxy, each stretching hundreds of meters. Where the sword auras passed, the lightning energy was instantly obliterated, and the air was filled with the scent of burning metal. Qin Xuan then waved his hand, retrieving all his beast pets back into his soul sea. In the domain of the demon emperor, these pets would not only be unhelpful but could also become a burden. Even the noble-blooded Shaoqing was far from sufficient to suppress the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao. Qin Xuan had to handle it personally. Seeing Qin Xuan put away his beast pets, the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao felt even more stifled. It had planned to first kill Qin Xuan's pets and then slowly deal with him, but its opponent had preemptively taken the pets away. The Jiao let out a deafening roar, and the entire domain was filled with intertwining lightning and constant thunderclaps. In the next instant, the purple lightning Jiao's form suddenly disappeared. The space beside Qin Xuan rippled slightly, and 3 lightning-covered tails lashed out at him like bolts of lightning. The attack was so fierce that even a peak emperor would be severely injured if struck, let alone an ordinary mountain which would instantly collapse. However, Qin Xuan seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the purple lightning Jiao appeared, he had already slashed several times in that direction. The Jiao was astonished, finding it hard to believe that Qin Xuan could predict its position. The clash between the sword aura and the lightning tails produced an earth-shattering noise. The ground cracked under the terrifying aftershocks, and weaker thunder beasts in the distance couldn't withstand the pressure, collapsing one after another as their life force rapidly dissipated. A slight smile played on Qin Xuan's lips. Seizing the moment when the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao had yet to react, he unleashed a series of fierce attacks. After a period of training on the Black Robe Throne, Qin Chuan's perception had greatly improved. When the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao executed its domain teleportation, Qin Chuan could clearly track its movement path. This domain teleportation did not involve breaking through space, but rather leveraging the power of the domain to burst forth at incredible speed. Unless one has perfect control over their domain, such bursts are typically linear. With his heightened perception, Qin Chuan easily predicted the enemy's landing points and launched precise attacks consecutively. The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao's body soon became covered in wounds, with purple blood continuously dripping. As Qin Chuan observed the blood on the ground, he regretted the loss of such priceless emperor beast blood. The enraged three-tailed purple lightning Jiao let out a low growl, causing the lightning energy within the domain to surge, and countless lightning chains began to entwine toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. His feet surged with spiritual power as he tapped several times in midair. As his dual blade swung, blade energy rained down, instantly shattering the lightning chains. At this moment, Qin Chuan, with all his martial skills activated and 12 crowns enhancing him, could unleash moves comparable to an emperor-level powerhouse. The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao, unwilling to accept defeat, teleported behind Qin Chuan once again. However, Qin Chuan's attacks were still incredibly accurate, striking before the creature could land. Fear surged within the Jiao, prompting it to flee decisively. Qin Chuan was slightly surprised. Although he was confident of his victory, it would indeed be troublesome if the opponent was determined to escape. He immediately activated the secret treasure beneath his feet, pursuing at high speed while his dual blades gathered power for a fatal strike. The three-tailed purple lightning Jiao moved extremely fast within its domain, covering several kilometers in the blink of an eye. The domain dissipated as it retracted the power back into its body. Instead of fleeing far, it headed straight for Thunder Water Lake, determined to seize the Blood Lotus. This precious herb was crucial for its breakthrough to a mid-level emperor beast and could not be lost. However, this very move sealed its fate. Qin Chuan seized the moment the Jiao landed, quickly catching up. Just as the creature's claws were about to touch the Blood Lotus, a tremendously powerful dragon tiger heaven-splitting strike descended upon it. In the face of imminent danger, the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao unleashed a lightning shockwave to counter. The two forces collided midair, with brilliant white and deep purple intertwining, stirring up tumultuous waves. Qin Chuan continuously infused spiritual power, suppressing his opponent. The Jiao's massive body was forced into Thunder Water Lake, moving further away from the Blood Lotus. Realizing the treasure was slipping away, the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao raised its three tails, intending to destroy the Blood Lotus. However, the distance had widened, and its tails could only strike nearby, sending dirt and rocks flying. A protective energy barrier emerged around the Blood Lotus, blocking the debris. Seeing this, Qin Chuan was furious, channeling spiritual power into his blade energy like a tidal wave. The Jiao was pushed several hundred meters into the lake, with its lightning shockwave significantly compressed. It found it unbelievable that it was being suppressed by a mere royal-level opponent in a direct confrontation. Unwilling to accept defeat, the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao launched another attack. Its three tails churned the lake water, forming 3 lightning water arrows aimed directly at the Blood Lotus. Though it dared not divert too much power, this strike was strong enough to destroy a king-level beast. The water arrows continuously bombarded the Blood Lotus's energy barrier, nearly shattering it. Suddenly, the Blood Lotus emitted an intense glow, releasing an even stronger aura. The 3 water arrows were instantly obliterated, and the Blood Lotus shone with dazzling brilliance. This ice and 8th-grade treasure herb. Qin Chuan sighed deeply, lamenting the loss of the precious herb that had been destroyed. To his utter astonishment, the herb had advanced on its own in the face of danger. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide open, as the blood-red lotus blossomed amidst the lightning, releasing an even more potent fragrance. Qin Chuan had heard rumors about herbs having spirits. It was said that once they reached the 9th grade, they could develop intelligence, move on their own, and absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate. At this point, these herbs were almost indistinguishable from other life forms, except for lacking independent thought. His gaze flickered between the Blood Lotus and the three-tailed purple lightning dragon. In his eyes, the value of this beast far exceeded that of a 7th-grade herb, but it paled in comparison to an 8th-grade one. The three-tailed purple lightning dragon reacted more violently than Qin Chuan. The herb it had guarded for years had ascended in grade. If not for the perilous situation, it would have been overjoyed. But seeing Qin Chuan's expression, it realized that if it didn't act immediately, the Blood Lotus would fall into human hands. With this thought, the dragon ignored Qin Chuan's attacks and lunged at the Blood Lotus. Qin Chuan's blade severed its tail, causing it to howl in pain. Yet, it didn't slow down, continuing its charge towards the lotus, disregarding the bloody wounds inflicted by Qin Chuan's relentless strikes. The dragon's lightning-wreathed claws descended upon the blood lotus. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly at the beast's desperation, fearing the herb would be destroyed or severely weakened. At the critical moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from the rocky cliff, so fast that it blurred Qin Chuan's vision. The dragon's attack created a massive crater, flooding the lake and churning its surface. However, the bolt had already whisked away the intact blood lotus, along with a chunk of rock. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the figure as a member of the Lei clan. Unperturbed, he swiftly dispatched the dying dragon. The beast, filled with rage, couldn't believe its final effort had allowed the Lei clan to succeed. Amid its sorrow, Qin Chuan's attack landed, severing its head. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chuan stored the dragon's corpse in his treasure ring. He then launched himself into the air with a series of explosive steps, pursuing the Lei clan figure. Lei Fian, overjoyed with the herb, activated secret techniques, darting through the forest like lightning. In the distance, Lei Dong and the others saw the flashing light and recognized Lei Fian. They were both relieved she was safe and puzzled as to why she emerged from the battle between the human and the dragon. The Lei clan men were apprehensive, shocked that a human emperor could so easily suppress the dragon. They began to reconsider their disdain for human cultivators, realizing why their elders valued humans so highly. This was a true human genius, with power far beyond their expectations. At that moment, all they wanted was to leave quickly, fearing the human might pursue them. If any cultivators from the 9 provinces knew their thoughts, they'd be astonished. The usually arrogant Lei clan was now terrified of a single human emperor. As Lei Fian approached, they noticed the blood lotus in her hand and were terrified, especially seeing the shadow pursuing her. One of the Lei clan emperors stammered, "Sea Captain, isn't that the 7th grade blood lotus in Fian's hand?" "It looks like it, and it seems to have advanced to the 8th grade, someone observed. But none of the 4 felt any joy. They knew no one would tolerate their spoils being stolen, especially after the human genius had crushed the dragon emperor. As Lei Fian got closer, Lei Dong shouted angrily, "Fian, return the herb immediately." Despite their usual arrogance, faced with such an extraordinary talent, Lei Dong's pride vanished instantly. Upon hearing Lei Dong's words, Lei Fian turned abruptly, her gaze falling on Qin Chuan, who was following closely behind. Qin Chuan shouted, "Stop!" Surprisingly, the woman from the Lei clan actually halted. This caught Qin Chuan off guard. He had intended only to intimidate her, not expecting her to comply so readily. Qin Chuan approached the Lei clan woman and scrutinized her for a moment. After some thought, he retrieved a pouch of star stones from his spatial ring and said, "This is your reward for picking the precious herb for me, 200,000 star stones." An 8th grade precious herb was incredibly rare, typically valued at over 1,000,000 star stones, and was usually traded rather than sold directly. Offering a fraction of its value as a reward was already quite generous. After all, the herb was Qin Chuan's find. Though it would likely have been damaged without her help, he could still collect the remnants, albeit at a significant loss in value. The Lei clan woman remained motionless, puzzling Qin Chuan, who thought she might not understand him. Without further words, he handed the star stones to her and reached for the blood lotus. Suddenly, the Lei clan woman spoke. "No, this involves me too." She spoke fluent Jiuzhou language, much to Qin Chuan's surprise. Qin Chuan frowned, acknowledging her reasoning but still insisting, "I can give you more star stones." "I don't want star stones. I want the blood lotus," she persisted. Qin Chuan's frown deepened as he shook his head, rejecting her firmly. "No, I need this blood lotus too." He let out a cold snort. The Lei clan woman trembled slightly, knowing full well the terrifying extent of Qin Chuan's power. Even the 3-tailed purple lightning Jiao was no match for him, let alone herself. Not even with the support of her clan could they stand against Qin Chuan. "Please, don't be angry," Lei Fian interjected nervously. "I didn't mean it that way. I want to make a deal with you. This blood lotus is crucial for my clan." It turned out that the blood lotus had life-extending and strengthening properties. Lei Fian's clan had an elder, their grandfather, who, despite being only at the initial stages of the emperor level, had always been very kind to them. This elder urgently needed the blood lotus to extend his life. Though others in the clan were unwilling to take risks for this, Lei Fian and her companions couldn't bear to stand by. Of course, this was partly because the blood lotus was originally a 7th grade herb. If the Lei clan knew it had advanced to the 8th grade, they would surely have tried to seize it. Whether they would actually use it for Lei Fian's grandfather was another matter, given the vastly higher value of an 8th grade herb. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of giving up the blood lotus easily. He needed it for Linger. Previously, he had bought a 7th grade life-extending herb for her, but it had only added a year or 2 to her life. This was because Linger was losing her life essence, not merely her lifespan. For ordinary people, Extending life was like adding floors to a tall building, difficult but not impossible. For Linger, whose foundation was damaged, repairing it was far more challenging. A 7th grade herb might extend others' lives by decades, but for Linger, its effect was minimal. Even so, Qin Xuan hoped the blood lotus could help Linger. He estimated that truly repairing her life essence would require at least a 9th grade herb, or even a divine herb. But this holy herb might still grant her an additional decade or so, giving Qin Xuan more time. Accumulating the energy points needed to extract a 9th grade divine herb from the wheel was a long journey for Qin Xuan, given his current cultivation level. He needed to reach the emperor level to significantly shorten this distance. With the number of laws he had comprehended and his current peak king level, breaking through to the emperor level within 5 years was already an incredibly fast pace. 5 years. Breaking through from king to emperor in that time would mark him as a peerless genius. The main challenge lay in the domain aspect, which required extensive time. Qin Xuan knew well the difficulty of intertwining multiple laws to comprehend a domain. Thus, he didn't hesitate to refuse Lei Fian's request. After all, the Lei clan woman was only offering an 8th grade herb of the same level, which wasn't what he needed. Seeing Qin Xuan's resolute refusal, a look of despair flashed in Lei Fian's eyes. Without the blood lotus, her grandfather would have no choice but to await death. Other places that might have life-extending herbs were beyond their reach. Please, sir, Lei Fian pleaded earnestly. If nothing else works, I'm willing to trade my entry slot for the Thunder Pool with you. Qin Xuan was puzzled by her mention of the Thunder Pool and gestured for her to explain further. Lei Fian quickly elaborated, and Qin Xuan finally understood. The Thunder Pool was a sacred place for the Lei clan, typically accessible only to the clan's geniuses, usually at the peak of the king level, to potentially break through to the emperor level. The opportunity to enter the Thunder Pool was extremely precious, with only a few geniuses from the billions of Lei clan members getting the chance every century. According to Lei Fian, the higher one's talent, the more benefits one could gain from the Thunder Pool. If Qin Xuan entered, he might acquire a combat physique similar to the Undying Blade God physique, the Battle Thunder God physique. This would significantly enhance his combat power, making him even more formidable and speeding up his ability to hunt beasts and accumulate energy points. In other words, this would bring him closer to the 9th grade herb he needed. This benefit far outweighed the value of an 8th grade herb. Even if you give me your slot, will your clan elders agree? Qin Xuan asked. It doesn't matter if they refuse, Lei Fian explained. The Thunder Pool's barrier recognizes the token I hold. She produced a token that emitted faint lightning. The Thunder God token. Lei Fian handed it to Qin Xuan. If you don't trust me, you can take the herb now and return it to me after you come out of the Thunder Pool. As she spoke, Lei Fian handed the blood lotus to Qin Xuan. He carefully observed her eyes, trying to discern the truth of her words. From the information provided by the Emperor of Mongshan, he learned that the Thunder Clan despises deceit. Even though members of the Thunder Clan are often proud and arrogant, they frequently end up at a disadvantage in dealings with the cultivators of Jojo. They neither deceive others nor easily submit to anyone. Qin Xuan decisively said, No need. I'll give you the item now. Just take me to the Thunder Pool later. I have some matters to attend to first. He accepted the Thunder God token without asking for any additional treasures. Seeing this, Lei Fian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Her interactions with Jojo cultivators had left her with a poor impression of them. Many were cunning and deceitful, and even those who weren't were highly cautious and calculative in their dealings with the Thunder Clan. Qin Xuan's open and trusting demeanor was something she had never encountered before. In truth, the caution of the Jojo cultivators was not without reason. Maintaining vigilance when dealing with other races is a common practice. However, the Thunder Clan detests being distrusted, which often leads to friction. They prefer straightforward and bold personalities over those who are scheming, which is merely a difference in cultural norms. The matters Qin Xuan referred to involved killing the Emperor-level Thunder beasts that had been severely injured earlier. These beasts, unaware of what had transpired in the basin and ignorant of the death of the three-tailed purple lightning Jiao, were still lingering around the perimeter. Yet, they dared not approach Qin Xuan, clearly fearing his formidable strength. As Qin Xuan approached, the Emperor-level Thunder beasts displayed expressions of terror, calling out for their leader, unaware that their boss had already been subdued by Qin Xuan. Good thing you didn't run away. Qin Xuan smiled warmly, thinking that it would have been more troublesome if these creatures had escaped. He summoned all his beast pets and charged into the group of thunder beasts, engaging in a fierce battle. His pets, too, fought valiantly, showing no signs of weakness. Meanwhile, Lei Dong and others gathered beside Lei Fian, seeing the blood lotus in her hand with mixed feelings of joy and suspicion. Upon learning the details, they fell silent. Trading the Thunder God token for an 8th grade treasure medicine was undoubtedly a significant loss. It was akin to trading one's future for a grandfather's lifespan, causing Lei Dong and the others to reflect on whether they could make such a sacrifice themselves. A male member of the Thunder clan reluctantly spoke, Fian. If the clan elders find out you let a human enter the Thunder pool, you'll be in big trouble. Lei Fian, however, smiled nonchalantly. As long as you don't tell, no one will know. The Thunder pool is surrounded by a natural barrier, believed to be the work of a being beyond the saint level. According to Thunder clan legend, it was a treasure left by a thunder god, and the barrier was also his creation. The Thunder realm was once a great world capable of producing god-level beings. However, for unknown reasons, the world's rules collapsed, and the strongest beings fell from god level to saint level, and now to emperor level. It might further decline to king level in the future. As a result, many high-ranking Thunder clan members are negotiating with humans about relocating to Earth. However, this is fraught with difficulties. The Jojo nation cannot allow these powerful and uncontrollable beings into their territory. Among them are peak emperor-level beings, and if they break through to saint level in Jojo, it would pose a significant threat. Unless Jojo has absolute suppressive power or sufficient control over these beings, the situation remains highly challenging. Shortly after, Qin Chuan and his beast pets had killed most of the Thunder beasts, collecting a large number of bloodline crystals. He roughly estimated that the harvest was worth at least 100,000 star stones, not including the blood lotus. After tidying up, Qin Chuan approached Lei Fian and the others. As he neared, the Thunder clan men appeared particularly reserved, their expressions solemn. Hello, Qin Chuan greeted warmly, his demeanor friendly. From Lei Fian's behavior, he deduced that these might be members of a pro-human faction, so he naturally treated them kindly. The pro-human faction was an ally of the Jojo nation, crucial to Jojo's interests in this secret world, and Qin Chuan did not wish to damage the friendship between the two races. A few men forced awkward smiles in response, their expressions slightly embarrassed. They belonged to the opposition faction, and just days ago, they had been discussing strategies to counterattack the humans. Now, being friendly to a human was quite difficult for them. After giving Lei Fian brief instructions, Qin Chuan and his group climbed onto Xiaohong's back. The enormous vermilion bird spread its fiery wings and let out an earth-shaking cry. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of red and disappeared into the horizon. Although Qin Chuan's other beast companions could also fly, none could match Xiaohong's speed. Pressed for time, Qin Chuan naturally chose it. Despite feeling slightly displeased with the unfamiliar passengers on its back, Xiaohong understood its master's intent and did not lag behind. The members of the Lei clan exchanged glances, astonished by the powerful aura emanating from the beast beneath them. They couldn't help but speculate that someone capable of commanding such a formidable creature must be incredibly strong, suggesting that the human faction behind Qin Chuan was not to be underestimated. After some time in the air, guided by Lei Fian, the group finally reached their destination. In the distance, a cluster of thunderclouds hung in the sky, resembling a peculiar pool. However, what flowed within this pool was not water but a viscous, multicolored electric force, sparkling like streams of lightning. The energy emitted no destructive aura. Instead, it was tantalizing, much like the spiritual liquid Qin Chuan had consumed earlier. Strangely, there were no guards present. Perhaps without the Thunder God's token, no one could enter. Nonetheless, Lei Fian and the others appeared anxious and uneasy. Lord Qin Chuan, please proceed quickly, Lei Fian said respectfully. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement and then retracted Xiaohong. With a surge of spiritual energy beneath his feet, he lightly tapped the air a few times, gliding forward as gracefully as a feather. After a brief moment, a transparent barrier blocked his path. This seemingly gentle, water-like screen radiated an indomitable strength. Instead of forcing his way through, Qin Chuan took out the Thunder God's token. A flash of lightning enveloped the token, which he then sent into the barrier. The moment Qin Chuan stepped into the thunder pool, Lei Fian and the others exchanged knowing glances outside. They silently wondered whether Qin Chuan's astonishing talent could help him obtain the legendary Thunder God physique. Although ancient myths of the Lei clan regarded this combat physique as the highest reward from the Thunder Pool, no genius who had entered it in the past had ever awakened it, leading many to consider it a mere myth. Lei Dong and the others sighed and decided not to focus on Qin Chuan for the time being. Let's take the Blood Lotus back. Hopefully, it will help Grandpa regain his strength, Lei Dong said. With that, they turned and left. As Qin Chuan entered the Thunder Pool's barrier, he finally got a close look at this mysterious place. To his surprise, the pool's edge was not made of stones as he had imagined but of multicolored energy crystals. He tentatively stepped onto the crystals, and despite his strength being enough to crack the ground outside, he couldn't budge them at all, showcasing the extraordinary nature of this place. His gaze shifted to the center of the Thunder Pool, where the water was composed of multicolored lightning. Humans should be able to enter this, right? He mused to himself. Despite his guess, he cautiously used his spiritual power to investigate. He discovered that this lightning energy was different from ordinary attack lightning. It seemed to have a nourishing effect on the body. Without further hesitation, Qin Chuan leaped into the center of the thunder pool. Instantly, he felt a prickling sensation on his skin as countless lightning energies, like tiny snakes, drilled into his pores, rapidly coursing through his entire body. This isn't quite what Lei Fian described, Qin Chuan thought. In an instant, the lightning energy filled every cell in his body to the brim, as if countless small containers were being filled to their limits, unable to hold any more energy. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Qin Chuan's mind. What if the time one can endure in the thunder pool is related to their cultivation aptitude? He recalled Lei Fian's words and felt a sinking feeling. Could it be that the term genius referred to a genius in cultivation? His cultivation aptitude was still at the lowest mortal level. In that split second, Qin Chuan felt a swelling sensation within him, as if his body would explode if he stayed a second longer. Instinctively, he wanted to jump out of the thunder pool, but he hesitated at the last moment. If he exited now, he would not only be deemed a failure by the thunder pool, but also be expelled from the barrier. No, I can't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, unwilling to let the grade 8 holy medicine he had consumed go to waste. However, as time passed, the swelling sensation inside him grew stronger, and every second he stayed was a threat to his life. Just as Qin Chuan was about to give up, an anomaly occurred in his soul sea. One of the unassuming stone millstones suddenly emitted a faint light and began madly absorbing the thunder pool's energy. Complex patterns started to appear on the millstone surface, with the first being a purple lightning bolt. In an instant, Qin Chuan experienced an inexplicable understanding of lightning. He was surprised to find that he had comprehended some of the essence of lightning. However, this didn't bring him joy. Instead, it troubled him. He knew that the more laws one comprehended, the harder it would be to merge them into a domain. While he was confident in merging the 5 elements laws into a 5 elements domain, adding the lightning law made the prospect much less certain. But now, he had no choice. Once the essence attached itself to him, there was no turning back. Unless he consumed a special treasure like the forgetting water, he couldn't forget these comprehensions and laws. Fine, one more won't hurt, Qin Chuan thought, letting go of his resistance. As the patterns on the millstone continued to evolve, his understanding of the essence of lightning deepened. He didn't know how much time had passed when his body suddenly shook, and threads of lightning began to coil around him, his hair dancing like tiny lightning snakes. The lightning law was complete. From now on, with a mere thought, Qin Chuan could draw the lightning attribute energy from the heavens and earth into his attacks, making them even more lethal. But this was not the end. Qin Chuan once again focused on his soul sea, discovering that the millstone surface was no longer just a simple lightning pattern, but was slowly outlining a vague humanoid figure. As the millstone continued to absorb the thunder pool's energy, the entire pool began to boil, forming a massive vortex centered on Qin Chuan, with countless colorful lightning energies pouring into him. The thunder pool, though called a pool, was vast, spanning several kilometers in both length and depth. Qin Chuan, like a giant whale, recklessly drew the energy into his body. With his frantic actions, the water level of the thunder pool began to drop rapidly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, until finally, it was empty. The dark star clouds enveloping the thunder pool started to churn violently. Just as the pool's water was about to be completely absorbed, the millstone in Qin Chuan's mind reached its limit. The humanoid figure on its surface became clearly visible, composed of various lightning energies, with eyes like blazing torches and hair flowing wildly, each strand containing terrifying power. It was like an embodiment of lightning, dazzling and radiant, as if it were the true child of lightning. Qin Chuan's mind was left with only one simple and undeniable thought. He knew exactly what this meant. The Thunder God physique. As soon as the thought crossed Qin Chuan's mind, the wheel began to crack inch by inch, eventually shattering into countless fragments. Instantly, a rainbow-colored lightning bolt surged into Qin Chuan's body, the electric current snaking through him, linking every cell and acupoint. Even his blood seemed to flow with a faint glimmer of lightning. Qin Chuan felt as if a volcano was about to erupt within him, with countless turbulent energies churning inside. He tilted his head back and let out a thunderous roar, his voice breaking through the clouds and echoing for miles. His roar sent various thunder beasts into a panic, leaves rustling down and water rippling noisily. With that roar, Qin Chuan leapt into the air, his body taking on a strange state of half-solid, half-energy. Multicolored lightning coiled around him, shredding his clothes and revealing his muscular physique. With a slight wave of his hand, the heavens and earth trembled, and a writhing thunder dragon formed in his palm, crackling with a fearsome power that made hearts quiver. "Fight!" Qin Chuan uttered in a low voice. In an instant, countless lightning bolts radiated outward from him, the thunderclap echoing across the land. The commotion caught the attention of not only the Thunder Tribe, but also nearby human cultivators exploring the area. Isn't that the Thunder Tribe's sacred ground? Why such a huge disturbance? Questioned a cultivator led by a 9 provinces emperor, while hundreds of cultivators behind him shook their heads in unison. Could it be that a peerless genius from the Thunder Tribe has acquired that legendary battle physique? Mused another cultivator knowledgeable about the Thunder Tribe's lore. We better check it out. The Thunder Tribe hasn't fully allied with us, and if this genius is from the opposition, the situation could become even more dire. Meanwhile, numerous Thunder Tribe elites sensed the disturbance from the Thunder Pool. What's this commotion? Did some junior attain emperorhood? No, the ascension wouldn't cause such a stir. Could it be? One by one, the Thunder Tribe elites took flight from their tribes, rushing towards the Thunder Pool. Unaware of the approaching Thunder Tribe elites, Qin Chuan was still struggling to adapt to the Battle Thunder God physique. He thought, why was merging with the Immortal Blade God physique not this painful? Could it be because this physique isn't suitable for humans? Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Qin Chuan wanted to stretch his muscles and bones. However, the movement caused such a massive disturbance that even the thick star clouds swirling above the Thunder Pool were dispersed, spreading across the sky for hundreds of miles. One by one, Thunder Tribe elites arrived, eager to see which tribe's genius had entered. In the past century, only 3 children obtained the Thunder God token but didn't enter. Lei Fian of the Purple Thunder Tribe, Lei Qianshan of the Black Thunder Tribe, muttered an elderly Thunder Tribe emperor, only to suddenly realize that the latter 2 geniuses were hovering nearby, being held aloft by their respective elders. All the Thunder Tribe emperors thought, could it be that girl Lei Fian? But she's still far from the peak emperor level. How could she enter? Their thoughts were interrupted when an elder arrived with a young woman in tow, none other than Lei Fian herself. What? Everyone was both shocked and puzzled. All 3 geniuses who had obtained the Thunder God token were here, so who was inside? The human cultivators watching from afar were also confused by the expressions of the Thunder Tribe elites. Didn't these Thunder Tribe folks just discover a genius? Why do they look so worried? Could something be wrong? Both humanity and the Thunder Tribe focused their gaze on the figure shrouded in lightning within the Thunder Pool. Moments later, the thick, dark star clouds dispersed, and a figure was expelled from the Thunder Pool's barrier. Finally, some relief, Qin Chuan sighed, retracting the explosive Battle Thunder God physique and returning to his normal form. Although his clothes were reduced to ashes, the black robe of the throne covered him, preventing him from being completely exposed. He used his spiritual power to steady himself in midair and summoned new clothes from his ring. At this point, Qin Chuan took stock of his surroundings and nearly fell from the sky in shock. With another gesture, Xiao Hong's fiery body appeared beneath him, supporting him in midair. Human. The Thunder Tribe elites finally confirmed Qin Chuan's identity. They were filled with confusion. How could a human enter the Thunder Pool's sacred ground? How did he obtain the Battle Thunder God physique that no Thunder Tribe genius had managed to acquire? Human. How dare you trespass in our sacred ground? What punishment do you deserve? A Thunder Tribe elite roared, glaring at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan glanced at him, then at Lei Fian in the distance. He didn't mention that Lei Fian had given him the Thunder God token but instead scanned his surroundings, contemplating how to escape the encirclement of so many emperor-level powerhouses. The human cultivators in the distance also recognized Qin Chuan, each one stunned. Damn, isn't that our 12th Crown King? One cultivator exclaimed. Ever since news of Qin Chuan's 12th Crown King title spread, the 9 provinces had made him a role model for countless cultivators. Although few could emulate him, the fact that the world's top genius was from the 9 provinces had inspired many who had lost hope in the future. The sentiment of the monster race is everywhere. Humanity is doomed had significantly fewer followers. Hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. The emperors, however, wore serious expressions and quickly ordered, send out emergency signals immediately, inform the emperors, and make sure these Thunder Tribe folks don't trouble Qin Chuan. Hearing the words of the emperors, everyone present realized the gravity of the situation. The human race had not only escaped from the Thunder Clan's sacred land, but also acquired their prized Battle Thunder God physique, something no one could tolerate. The Thunder Clan's strongmen glared with rage in their eyes, clearly not willing to let Qin Chuan leave easily. If the top genius of the 9 provinces were to be injured or fall here, it would be an irreparable loss. In the tense atmosphere, everyone's communicators buzzed simultaneously, creating a peculiar resonance. The message spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the human camp. The Emperor of Mongshan stared at the flashing text on his communicator, too stunned to speak. He shook his head with a wry smile. This kid always finds a way to stir things up. Despite his worries, he was genuinely happy for Qin Chuan. Being the top genius and now possessing a powerful battle physique, Qin Chuan's future was limitless. Without delay, the Emperor of Mongshan transmitted the news through the Stargate and immediately flew towards the incident site. Lei Fian looked at Qin Xuan with a complex expression. She hadn't expected obtaining the Battle Thunder God physique to cause such a commotion. She secretly worried about the consequences if her clan found out that she had given Qin Xuan the Thunder God token, especially in their factionalized tribe. Beside Lei Fian stood her grandfather, a powerful emperor who had recently extended his lifespan by consuming a blood lotus, elevating him to a mid-level emperor. He was at a loss for words. The blood lotus had not only extended his life, but also propelled him into the mid-level emperor realm. Yet, he felt no joy, as Lei Fian had already explained the entire situation to him. If Qin Xuan hadn't obtained the Battle Thunder God physique, they might have kept it under wraps. But now, with everyone aware, the situation had become dire. The emperor who had questioned Qin Xuan shouted sternly, "Human, I'm asking you a question." Qin Xuan glanced around, realizing that breaking through seemed nearly impossible. He decided to try diplomacy first, pretending not to have heard clearly. "What did you ask?" "I didn't catch that." The emperor was momentarily stunned, but then gritted his teeth and repeated, "Why did you trespass into our Thunder Clan's sacred land?" Qin Xuan shrugged, feigning innocence. "Ha! I don't know. I just wandered in, took a bath in the pool, and then everything happened." Hearing this evasive response, the Thunder Clan strongman frowned. Qin Xuan sighed inwardly, knowing that concocting a plausible excuse would be futile. They wouldn't believe him anyway. This somewhat absurd explanation was merely to save face for both sides. The emperor, seething with anger, pointed at Qin Xuan and demanded, "Do you think I'll believe that? Tell the truth. How did you get the Thunder God token?" Qin Xuan shrugged again. "Does it matter? Regardless, I've already obtained the Battle Thunder God physique." "Then you can't leave here," the emperor roared. "Why not?" "Because it's our Thunder Clan's possession, and you can't take it away." Qin Xuan engaged in this back and forth, stalling for time. He noticed that the 9 provinces' cultivators had already sent out messages, and waiting for reinforcements was the wisest choice. Facing so many emperors alone, even with his exceptional strength, escaping unscathed would be challenging. If it's your Thunder Clan's possession, why did I get it? If it truly belonged to your clan, why hasn't anyone from your clan been recognized by the Battle Thunder God physique? Qin Xuan continued to parley. These words incensed the Thunder Clan strongman. His body crackled with electricity, as if ready to strike at any moment. Qin Xuan coldly warned, "Oh, planning to fight? Are you prepared to declare war on the human race?" The Thunder Clan strongman trembled and immediately restrained himself. As a junior emperor, he couldn't bear the consequences of igniting a war between the two races. At this moment, a peak emperor from the Thunder Clan spoke slowly from a distance. "Human, you have quite the nerve." "Not too bad," Qin Xuan responded calmly, meeting the elder's gaze without fear. The Thunder Clan strongmen, despite their differing stances, couldn't help but gain a bit of respect for this young man. Facing so many emperors with only a royal-level cultivation, yet showing no fear, it was no wonder he had been recognized by the Battle Thunder God physique. The peak emperor was somewhat taken aback by Qin Xuan's demeanor and said in a deep voice, "Human, even if we don't want to go to war with your kind, we won't shy away from it either. Don't threaten us with war. You trespassed into our sacred land and took our divine physique. You cannot leave so easily. So what do you want? A fight? Unknown, or all of you at once?" Qin Xuan deliberately acted arrogant, causing Lei Fian from afar to feel puzzled. The Qin Xuan she knew seemed completely different. Arrogant. Many Thunder Clan strongmen shouted angrily. Just then, a golden streak of light pierced the sky, arriving at the scene in an instant. A man in golden armor appeared before everyone. "It's Emperor Qianjun," an excited human cultivator shouted from afar. Emperor Qianjun, a peak emperor, was known for his formidable strength, often able to take on multiple opponents of the same level. With his support, Qin Xuan's chances of escaping unharmed increased significantly. Following closely, a green streak of light descended, transforming into a man emanating a green aura. "It's Emperor Gu Yi." These two emperors, being the closest, had arrived swiftly, boosting Qin Xuan's confidence. Though lower-level 9 provinces cultivators were suppressed by the Thunder Clan, high-level cultivators could turn the tables. These two emperors were capable of taking on multiple opponents, and even if they couldn't defeat these Thunder Clan emperors, their chances of escaping were greatly enhanced. As soon as Emperor Gu Yi stepped into the territory of the Lei clan, his gaze locked onto the elder with the highest cultivation level. With a gentle smile, he said, "Great Elder Lei Yangzi, let's not get upset. We don't want to damage the friendship between our two clans." Lei Yangzi remained silent, but a middle-aged man who had previously questioned Qin Xuan snorted coldly, "Gu Yi, your human clan sent this kid to infiltrate our sacred grounds and steal our divine body. How can I not be angry?" Emperor Gu Yi turned to the man, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "You, with your mere initial emperor level, dare to interrupt when I am speaking to the Great Elder? Know your place." Before he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure surged towards the man, making his face turn pale and sweat profusely. Though Emperor Guyi usually appeared gentle, this was only towards the friendly and neutral factions of the Lei clan. He showed no mercy to this obvious opponent. The man gritted his teeth, but dared not utter another word. As a peak emperor, Guye's strength was on par with the top 10 elders of the Lei clan, and the man indeed had no standing to interrupt. At this moment, Lei Yangzi spoke. Guyi, regardless of the circumstances, you owe our Lei clan an explanation. Emperor Guyi exchanged a glance with Emperor Qianjun, then looked at the surrounded Qin Chuan. Smiling at Lei Yangzi, he said, Great Elder, everything can be discussed. But first, let's not keep the young man surrounded. Let him come out. As he spoke, he beckoned to Qin Chuan. Before he could finish, a peak emperor from the opposing faction immediately shouted, No way. This kid stays in the center. Emperor Qianjun narrowed his eyes and sneered, Lei Tianjing, last time we fought, it was inconclusive. How about we settle it now? As he spoke, countless metallic energies surged around, forming tens of thousands of sharp spikes that seemed capable of slicing through space. Lei Tianjing's anger flared, his hair standing on end as lightning crackled around him. Qianjun, don't think I fear you. If not for the great elder's intervention, I would have killed you long ago. Want to try again? I'll break every bone in your body. Emperor Qianjun retorted fiercely, glaring at Lei Tianjing. The two emperors from the 9 provinces stood their ground firmly, showing no signs of coming for negotiation. Over the years, the cultivators of the 9 provinces had learned to deal with the Lei clan by showing strength. The Lei clan respected strength over softness. A tough stance earned respect, while a gentle approach was seen as weakness. More importantly, this strategy diverted the Lei clan's attention from Qin Chuan. Enough. Stop arguing. Lei Yangzi waved his hand, and the two emperors immediately ceased their quarrel, giving due respect to the great elder. He slowly said, Qianjun, Guyi, I understand this young man is a genius of your human clan, but he did take our divine body. It's not something we can overlook easily. Although Lei Yangzi belonged to the neutral faction and wasn't extreme in his views towards humans, even the friendly faction of the Lei clan had grievances about Qin Chuan taking the divine body. After all, anyone would be upset if someone took a treasure from their home. Despite the Lei clan's own doubts about the divine body's existence, having it taken by an outsider was unacceptable. Emperor Qianjun clasped his hands and said, Lei Yangzi, let's be clear. Has anyone in your Lei clan acquired the divine body over the years? Perhaps without Qin Chuan, you wouldn't even be sure of its existence. This statement caused the Lei clan emperors to fall into deep thought. Indeed, since the Lei clan's ancestor, the Thunder God, left behind the Thunder Pool, no one had ever acquired the divine body. Even the oldest elders present had heard the theory that the divine body was a myth. Emperor Qianjun continued, So, I say, since our human clan acquired the divine body, it means your ancestor acknowledged Qin Chuan. If your ancestor recognized him, who are you to oppose it? These words silenced the Lei clan emperors. No one could deny that Qin Chuan had been acknowledged by the Thunder Pool, as anyone not recognized by it would be expelled instantly. However, Emperor Qianjun's argument also provided them with a reason to speak up. Lei Tianjing's voice echoed through the Thunder clan gathering, laced with disdain for Qin Chuan. As an elder of the Thunder clan, he could naturally sense that Qin Chuan was merely a newly ascended emperor, which gave him ample confidence. Since this kid has gained the Thunder Pool's recognition, let's see if he truly deserves it by having him compete against our younger generation, Lei Tianjing said provocatively, confidence gleaming in his eyes. In his view, the Thunder clan's Lei Qianshan was already a peak emperor, on the verge of breaking through to the great emperor realm. Taking on a newly ascended emperor would be a piece of cake. Even the weakest among them, Lei Fian, seemed far superior to Qin Chuan in his eyes. However, just as Lei Tianjing finished speaking, two emperors from the 9 provinces, Emperor Qianjun and Emperor Gai, exchanged knowing smiles. Their eyes didn't show concern but rather a confident assurance, as if silently saying, We've got this. It turned out that almost everyone among the 9 provinces' high-ranking officials had been quietly monitoring Qin Chuan's growth. They were well aware of his strength. Facing a peak emperor was as easy for him as an adult bullying a child. Even the strongest skeptics wouldn't think that this so-called prodigy would lose to a peak emperor. The powerful figures present understood that questioning whether Qin Chuan could defeat an emperor-level opponent was not just underestimating Qin Chuan but also insulting their own judgment. As a 12-crown king and a practitioner of the beast combat stream, coupled with those terrifying techniques, who could match Qin Chuan in the same realm? Emperor Qianjun turned to Qin Chuan with a meaningful smile. Qin Chuan, what do you think? Qin Chuan waved his hand lightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. Let all their younger generation come at me together. This statement was like a bomb, causing an uproar among the emperors present. They could understand the language of the 9 provinces, and Qin Chuan's arrogant words instantly infuriated everyone. Arrogant, conceited, ignorant. Countless curses surged towards Qin Xuan like a tidal wave. However, Emperor Qianjun and Emperor Gai burst into laughter simultaneously. They repeated Qin Xuan's words to Lei Yangzi in unison, as if announcing an impending one-sided victory. Grand Elder Lei Yangzi, I suggest you send more juniors. One person isn't enough to handle Qin Xuan. Emperor Qianjun laughed heartily, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Lei Yangzi frowned, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He thought to himself, the two emperors of the 9 provinces aren't fools. Why would they encourage me to send more people to bully their genius? Could they be telling the truth? This idea rippled through the minds of Lei Yangzi and the other Lei clan emperors. However, none of them acted on the two emperors' suggestion. The reason was simple. If they were telling the truth, sending more people would only lead to greater humiliation and defeat. From a strategic standpoint, sending one genius was enough. And that genius could only be Lei Qianshan. Qianshan, test this human strength, Lei Tianjing said to the young man beside him. Lei Qianshan nodded slightly and stepped forward, lightning flickering at his feet. In an instant, all the Lei clan emperors retreated several kilometers, creating a vast battleground for Qin Xuan and Lei Qianshan. Dark, inky lightning surrounded Lei Qianshan as he hovered in the air, his eyes crackling with electric light. Human, the heavenly thunder god body isn't something you should possess. Lei Qianshan's voice was icy. As the most gifted junior of the Lei clan in the past century, he had once hoped to obtain the heavenly thunder god body. Now, that hope was completely shattered by the human before him. The heavenly thunder god body was unique. If this boy took it, the Lei clan's supreme legacy would be lost forever. Qin Xuan spoke calmly, you better go all out. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have a chance. To Lei Qianshan, these words were a blatant provocation, and to all the Lei clan powerhouses present, they were equally grating. Did this human mean that the strongest genius of the Lei clan couldn't withstand even one move from him? How was that possible? Except for Lei Fian, the other Lei clan members were filled with doubt, even denial. Qianshan, go all out and teach this kid a lesson. Lei Tianjing snorted. Although Lei Qianshan didn't think Qin Xuan was worth his full strength, he still activated his most powerful state. In an instant, black lightning erupted from his body, half of it turning into pure energy. Human, you will witness what it means to be struck by thunder from the darkness. Lei Qianshan roared, and the area within hundreds of meters was instantly engulfed by black lightning. The dense lightning spread out from him like a spider's web. Surrender. Human? Lei Qianshan sneered, his body transforming into lightning, leaving a black streak in the air as he instantly appeared before Qin Xuan. Seeing Qin Xuan seemingly unresponsive, some emperors couldn't help but sneer. They thought he was just a lucky opportunist, and that there must be some hidden reason why he had obtained the heavenly thunder god body. However, before this thought could settle, they saw Qin Xuan move. To lower-level cultivators, Lei Qianshan's speed was as fast as lightning, but to the emperors, his movements were as slow as a snail. And to Qin Xuan, Lei Qianshan's speed was the same, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. When Lei Qianshan closed in, his lightning-wrapped body swinging a punch, Qin Xuan finally moved. He didn't draw his sword but instead leaped slightly, meeting the punch with his own. In the next moment, their fists collided, causing the entire world to pause. After a brief silence, a thunderous explosion erupted, with energy violently scattering in all directions. Though they were thousands of meters above the ground, the energy storm sent sand and dust flying, uprooting ironwood trees and sending them tumbling. However, this was only the scene behind Lei Qianshan. The area behind Qin Xuan remained calm, and even the ground beneath his feet was unscathed. Qin Xuan stood like a towering mountain, blocking all attacks. How is this possible? All the Lei clan powerhouses were shocked. Though it was just one move, the result was clear. Lei Qianshan had lost, completely and utterly. The gap between them was so vast that it frightened the Lei clan powerhouses. They believed that even if many emperors present made a move, they couldn't achieve what Qin Xuan had done so effortlessly. Not even the peak emperors could. Lei Qianshan's emotions were even more tumultuous. His body, half-energized, showed several cracks. Terrifying, too terrifying. The human before him seemed to have absolute dominance over him, and his attacks couldn't affect him at all. Indeed, Qin Xuan wasn't being arrogant. He merely wanted to test the combined effect of his heavenly thunder god body and immortal blade body. Though he didn't use his blade, at his level, every part of his body could be used as a blade, unlike ordinary swordsmen who lost most of their strength without their swords. The result exceeded Qin Xuan's expectations. He had thought it would be difficult to block the attack with his body, but it was so easy that he could hardly believe it. When Qin Xuan and Lei Qianshan clashed, countless lightning bolts surged from Lei Qianshan's body into Qin Xuan's, flooding his limbs and bones. For other cultivators, such an attack would paralyze their bodies, and weaker ones would be charred and obliterated. But for Qin Xuan, it felt like a massage. making him want to cry out in comfort. It was like a robot being instantly recharged, his state immediately reaching its peak, and his whole being pulsating. After a moment of thought, Qin Chuan understood the reason. His heavenly thunder god body seemed to have a perverse suppression effect on Lei clan members. While other attacks weakened him, lightning attacks made him feel better. How could this be fair? Testing this was a shock. If lightning attacks were useless against him, then these Lei clan powerhouses? Qin Chuan's eyes swept over the emperors, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Esteemed Lei clan seniors, would you mind giving me a little massage? Just a few dozen junior emperors will do for now. You little rascal, don't get carried away. Emperor Qianjun looked at Qin Chuan with a mix of amusement and exasperation, while the other Thunder Clan emperors remained silent. Grand Elder Lei Yangzi fell into deep thought, saying nothing. Grand Elder, can we leave now? Emperor Gui asked urgently, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Qin Chuan's extraordinary talent both awed and threatened the Thunder Clan, potentially inciting their intent to kill. Though the two emperors believed the Thunder Clan wouldn't go to extreme lengths to kill Qin Chuan, they couldn't take the risk. If Qin Chuan fell, they would be seen as the sinners of Jiuzhou. Meanwhile, Emperor Mongshan was speeding underground, but it would still take some time for him to arrive. After a moment of silence, Lei Yangzi suddenly waved his hand, giving an order. In an instant, countless emperors expanded their domains, filling the sky with various bolts of lightning, turning the area into a sea of thunder. The faces of the two Jiuzhou emperors changed dramatically, their hearts sinking. Emperor Gui sternly warned, Lei Yangzi, do you really want to seek your own death? If Qin Chuan dies here, the sages of Jiuzhou will wipe out your entire Thunder Clan. Lei Yangzi, don't bring ruin upon yourself. Emperor Qianjun quickly added, back when Jiuzhou faced the demon clan's occupation, we didn't act rashly. But for Qin Chuan, we killed dozens of demon emperors, and even a peak demon sage. You can't imagine how important Qin Chuan is to Jiuzhou. The two emperors were in a state of panic. The combined power of such a formidable lineup, enhanced by the terrifying destructive force of the thunder, made it difficult even for a sage to escape unscathed. This was the fearsome nature of the Thunder Clan. Their domains could merge, allowing two ordinary Thunder Clan emperors to rival several emperors from other clans. Gentlemen, you should stay here for now, Lei Tian said, blocking Emperor Qianjun and Emperor Guyi with two peak-level elder emperors. Get out of my way. The two emperors roared in anger, their killing intent toward the Thunder Clan surging. However, their attacks were easily thwarted. In this Thunder domain, the Thunder Clan's combat power was magnified. On the other side, numerous Thunder Clan emperors had surrounded Qin Chuan. The immense pressure surged towards him like a tidal wave. In the distant Ironwood Forest, Jiuzhou cultivators were stunned. Although they didn't know the specifics, they realized Qin Chuan was in grave danger. Damn those old Thunder Clan geezers. So many emperors ganging up on our Emperor Qin Chuan. How shameless. Enough talk. If you have flying beasts, get up there and take down those Thunder Clan emperors. Amidst the angry shouts, various flying beasts took to the sky from all directions, charging at the Thunder Clan strongmen without regard for their lives. Facing over 20 emperors, Qin Chuan's expression was calm. With a wry smile, he withdrew the small red creature beneath his feet, and his spiritual energy surged, allowing him to stand in the air. Since you've all come out, let me see what the Thunder Clan's emperors are made of. Qin Chuan's words had barely fallen when radiant crowns appeared around him. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning poured out from his body, transforming him into a thunder god, exuding an unmatched apocalyptic aura. Thunder god's physique full activation. Qin Chuan became an almost tangible, semi-energetic entity, but that wasn't all. Hovering in the air, he pushed his hands to the sides, releasing an unparalleled blade aura in all directions. Qin Chuan seemed to transform into a supreme divine blade, standing proudly. His spine, hands, legs, hair, and eyes all were like razor-sharp blades, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Undying blade physique full activation. With both divine powers fully unleashed, Qin Chuan's aura had transformed drastically. Now, he stood like a divine blade bathed in a sea of thunder, exuding an intimidating presence. Lightning danced around him, every inch of his skin radiating a terrifying strength. The Thunder Clan emperors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They keenly sensed that the two powerful auras within Qin Chuan represented two distinct and formidable constitutions, one of which rivaled the Thunder God physique. Lei Yangzi's eyes flickered with a strange light before he gestured with his hand. Instantly, the emperors surrounding Qin Chuan raised their hands, causing the thunder energy in the air to stir violently. In a flash, dozens of blazing thunderbolts erupted from their palms, hurtling towards Qin Chuan at the center. Each thunderbolt contained a world-shattering force, capable of piercing through thousands of meters of earth or raising colossal waves. Amplified by the combined might of the emperors, Each strike was equivalent to a full-powered attack by a peak emperor. Qin Chuan didn't dare to be careless. The 12 crowns on his head swiftly merged into one, settling atop his head in a dazzling display. At that moment, his aura surged once again. The thunderbolts roared towards him, striking his body with ferocious energy. The violent force tore at every inch of his skin. Had he been in his previous state, he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. However, with the Thunder God physique's enhancement, the attack's impact was significantly diminished. Is that all? Qin Chuan sneered through gritted teeth, activating the treasures on his body. The black nine-dragon robe fluttered wildly, and the insect horn bracelet hummed incessantly. These epic treasures pushed his power to new heights. Lightning surged in his eyes as he raised his head. Countless sky-splitting sword energies erupted from within him, infused with the power of thunder, slashing towards the surrounding Thunder Clan emperors. The sword energies tore through the air with a deafening roar. However, the Thunder Clan emperors were prepared. In an instant, they formed an energy connection, generating a semi-transparent shield that enveloped Qin Chuan and his sword energies. The sword energies struck the shield, sparking countless flames, but were gradually extinguished. As the shield began to shrink, Qin Chuan realized the dire situation. He swung his hands, the sword light turning into afterimages as countless sword energies slashed at the shield from all directions. Sharp screeches filled the air, intermittently broken by the shattered air. Despite each of Qin Chuan's strikes being potent enough to threaten a junior emperor, he was at an absolute disadvantage against the combined might of over 20 mid-level and higher emperors. Within their joint domain, Qin Chuan was like a fish on the chopping block, with the only question being how long he could hold out. Qin Chuan knew his situation was dire, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. A true warrior faces certain death with courage. He resolved that even if he were to die, he would do so with unyielding pride and dignity. As the last sword energy was extinguished by the shield, Qin Chuan closed his eyes and prepared for one final strike. He opened his eyes, filled with boundless despair, channeling all his emotions into his dual swords. The sword light merged into one and slashed out suddenly. This strike, spanning thousands of meters, tore through the shield and targeted several Thunder Clan emperors. Their hearts trembled as they hastily activated their thunder transformation states. The sword energy sliced through, cutting them in half. Despite transforming in time, they still felt the pain in their bodies and souls, with black energy corroding their forms at the severed points. Qin Chuan's astonishing strike shocked everyone, but he was soon ensnared by the contracting shield. The shield turned into semi-transparent chains, binding him tightly. The Thunder Clan emperors continued to bombard him with thunderbolts. At first, Qin Chuan could withstand the turbulent energy within him, but as the energy kept pouring in, he felt his body being torn apart and reassembled bit by bit. The pain was as if his body was being cut into countless pieces from all directions, his soul continuously compressed and ground down. Qin Chuan let out an earth-shattering scream, a sound that made one's scalp tingle. His semi-solidified body was covered in web-like cracks, his chest, face, and features all being torn apart. This sight filled all the cultivators of the 9 provinces with grief and fury, especially the 2 9 provinces emperors, whose eyes turned blood-red with rage. Lei Yangzi, damn you! Emperor Qianjun and Emperor Gai roared in unison, charging forward with all their might, forcing the surrounding emperors back several thousand meters. The two initially intended to rescue Qin Chuan during the chaos, but the emperors who had been repelled moments before swiftly reappeared, blocking their path once again. An intense battle ensued, with neither side able to break free. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan continued to endure endless torment. The Thunder Clan emperors seemed to roast him over a fire, showing no mercy. Great Elder, has he reached his limit? One Thunder Clan emperor asked Lei Yangzi through a spiritual transmission. Lei Yangzi stared at Qin Chuan, shook his head, and secretly ordered, "Increase the intensity." The emperor sighed in resignation. The energy wash at this level would be unbearable even for an emperor. Yet, this human maintained consciousness under such extreme conditions, which was truly astonishing. A flicker of admiration crossed their eyes as they increased the intensity of the lightning strikes. Qin Chuan's screams grew more harrowing. He felt as if his body had been torn apart and reassembled countless times, losing its human form and gradually transforming into pure energy. After a long while, Qin Chuan's screams weakened, and the energy radiating from him dimmed, like a flickering candle about to go out. Great Elder, should we continue? Several Thunder Clan experts looked at Lei Yangzi. His eyes shone with lightning as he carefully observed Qin Chuan and resolutely ordered, "Continue." The Thunder Clan emperors could only sigh and obey, increasing the intensity of the strikes further. Lei Yangzi silently hoped, "Qin Chuan, don't disappoint me. Only a perfect battle thunder god body can truly be called a divine body." Qin Chuan's head was drooping, seemingly at the end of his rope. "Rise." Lei Yangzi shouted, suddenly producing a small lightning-wreathed seal. He threw it, embedding it precisely into Qin Chuan's forehead. Instantly, the collapsing Qin Chuan seemed to be injected with new life, radiating boundless vitality. Seeing this, Lei Yangzi's voice echoed through the area. Give it your all, no holding back. At his command, all the emperors channeled their full energy, transforming into semi-lightning states. Torrents of lightning engulfed Qin Chuan, extinguishing the newly sparked vitality. Yet Lei Yangzi remained calm, continuing to command, don't stop. The Thunder Clan emperors, like diligent blacksmiths, dared not slacken, relentlessly directing lightning energy at Qin Chuan. Tianjing, join in, quickly. Lei Yangzi's tone carried a hint of urgency. The Thunder Clan experts who had been blocking Emperor Qianjun and Emperor Gai swiftly joined the fray. Emperors Qianjun and Gai watched in astonishment. The Thunder Clan experts had abandoned their defense, exposing their backs. If they wished, the two Nine Provinces emperors could easily strike them down. The two emperors exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding something. I knew Lei Yangzi wouldn't be so foolish. Emperor Qianjun exclaimed. So that's it? Ha ha ha. Emperor Gai also laughed. A false alarm. Who would have thought this would become an opportunity for Qin Chuan? That old Lei didn't tell us, making us worry for nothing. He must have his reasons. The Nine Provinces cultivators below, seeing their two emperors watching from the sidelines, were puzzled. Someone whispered, what's going on? Why aren't the emperors rescuing Emperor Qin Chuan? Could they have been turned? Sure. Look over there, someone reminded. In the center of the lightning strikes, a nine-colored thunderbolt suddenly erupted, shattering all the strikes. Although the Thunder Clan experts were pushed back, they showed no fear. Instead, they were overjoyed. It's done. This is the perfect state of the battle thunder god body. I embody thunder, and thunder forges my body. Full energy transformation. As long as a trace of energy remains, and a shred of will endures, the owner of the battle thunder god body will be immortal. The nine-colored thunderbolt slowly condensed into a human form, unmistakably Qin Chuan. He gradually returned to his normal appearance, though his skin now bore a unique hue, and a small lightning mark appeared on his forehead. Qin Chuan waved his treasure ring, instantly summoning his clothes. He felt the changes within himself, clenched his fist, and lightning crackled. With a thought, he flashed to Lei Yangzi and bowed deeply. Thank you all for forging my body. Previously, Qin Chuan had obtained the Battle Thunder God body, but as he wasn't from the Thunder Clan, he couldn't achieve perfect integration or fully activate its potential. No wonder some Thunder Clan experts were dissatisfied. Now, Qin Chuan's control over the divine body had reached 100%, compared to just 50 or 60% before. Through the immense energy wash from the Thunder Clan experts, Qin Chuan's synchronization with the Battle Thunder God body reached near perfection, finally achieving complete integration. Seeing Qin Chuan bow, the Thunder Clan experts accepted it with equanimity. The Nine Provinces cultivators finally understood that the Thunder Clan experts weren't torturing Qin Chuan but helping him. Damn, they scared us. Take back all the curses we hurled at the Thunder Clan ancestors. They sighed in relief, smiling. However, their expressions soon froze. In midair, countless Thunder Clan emperors bowed to Qin Chuan, respectfully addressing him. Lei Yangzi of the Thunder Clan greets the clan leader. Lei Tianjing of the Thunder Clan greets the clan leader. Lei Clan. The unified voices echoed in the sky. This scene left not only the cultivators but also Qin Chuan and the two Nine Provinces emperors stunned, completely at a loss. The Grand Elder Lei Yangzi smiled and began to explain, seeing Qin Chuan's puzzled expression. In the Lei clan, the highest position is that of an elder, and I preside over the Elder's Hall as the Grand Elder. However, our clan has no clan leader. Do you know why? Qin Chuan shook his head in confusion. Having only recently arrived in the Thunder Realm, he was unaware of such intricacies. Lei Yangzi continued, to become the clan leader of the Lei clan, there is only one condition: you must obtain the Battle Thunder God physique from the Thunder Pool. At this point, Lei Yangzi couldn't help but smile wryly. Who would have thought that this Battle Thunder God physique would be acquired by an outsider? But the iron rule passed down by our ancestors must be obeyed by every member of the Lei clan. Only a clan leader with the Battle Thunder God physique can lead the Lei clan to glory and conquer the heavens, rather than remaining confined in this small secret realm. A trace of nostalgia flickered in Lei Yangzi's eyes. The Lei clan once dominated the universe, commanding the skies. Combat is an instinct that flows in the blood of every Lei clan member. He turned to Qin Chuan, his expression complex. So when you obtained the Battle Thunder God physique, my feelings were conflicted. Initially, I was indeed furious an outsider had snuck into our sacred ground and taken our most precious inheritance. I was also angry at the entire Lei clan, angry at our lack of progress, our declining fortune, and our failure to produce talents. Lei Yangzi took a deep breath. but you obtained the god physique through your own strength. And my clan has been secluded in the Thunder Realm for countless years without anyone obtaining this physique. All that anger eventually turned into a sigh. He continued, after considering the relationship between the Lei clan and humans, and testing your strength, I decided to follow the ancestors' rules. Because you lack Lei clan blood, the Battle Thunder God physique couldn't perfectly merge with you, which led to the scene just now. All the Lei clan emperors summoned their domains to form the Thunder Emperor realm to help you forge a perfect body worthy of the god physique. Qin Chuan was stunned by Lei Yangzi's explanation. He noticed that Emperor Qianjun and Emperor Guyi were signaling him with their eyes, urging him to agree without hesitation. This was indeed a solution to a major threat to Zhou, while also adding a powerful ally. The Lei clan was a warrior race. Every member was a formidable warrior. Even the weakest among them had the strength of a soldier. With their ability to control thunder, they were formidable opponents at any level. The total number of Lei clan members exceeded 100 million, surpassing the number of cultivators in Zhou. Though Zhou still held an advantage in high-level combat power with over 100 emperors compared to the Lei clan's 30, the Lei clan's number of king-level and emperor-level experts was comparable to, if not slightly greater than, Zhou's. If Qin Chuan's position as clan leader held significant weight within the Lei clan, his contributions would be comparable to those of Zhou's sages. The addition of so many warriors would elevate Zhou's strength to the top on Earth, far surpassing other nations with ancient civilizations. Before Qin Chuan could finish considering, Lei Yangzi smiled wryly and said, Clan leader, whether you wish to or not, you are now the only clan leader of the Lei clan. Try sensing the object that fused into your body just now, the one that helps you control the Battle Thunder God physique. Qin Chuan remembered the small seal that had been placed on his forehead. He sensed it and was immediately stunned. A 9-colored small seal floated in his soul sea. Qin Chuan asked in a trembling voice, is this a legendary treasure? Lei Yangzi nodded and added, this thunder seal is our clan's token. You can use it to command all the clans. No one dares to defy or betray you. Anyone harboring thoughts of harming you would be betraying the entire Lei clan. When the thunder seal activates, they would be erased from existence without you lifting a finger. Qin Chuan realized the extent of his authority as clan leader. It was absolute, granting him life and death control over the entire clan, more powerful than any ancient monarch. With the thunder seal in hand, even the emperors of the Lei clan would be like mortals before him, unable to exert any power. Having taken the clan's inherited god physique, received their opportunities, and now holding their legendary treasure, Qin Chuan found it hard to refuse. Moreover, he had no reason to decline. He straightforwardly accepted the role. It was a great boon for both the Lei clan and the Zhou people. With the support of the emperors, Qin Chuan arrived at the central area of the Lei clan. When Lei Yangzi, using his peak emperor power, announced the birth of the clan leader and the emergence of the Battle Thunder God physique, the entire Lei clan of over 100 million people erupted in excitement. Although they had sensed the massive disturbance in the thunder pool and suspected the emergence of the god physique, the confirmation still astonished them. The legendary god physique had truly appeared. Countless Lei clan members felt that hope had descended upon their clan, and they would ultimately achieve glory. However, when they learned that the new clan leader was a human, many Lei clan members were even more agitated, with a significant portion filled with controversy. Even those friendly to humans found it hard to accept. They could befriend humans, but handing over their best inheritance and entrusting their clan's survival to an outsider was too much. Many Lei clan geniuses felt indignant, questioning why a human had obtained the clan's god physique. They suspected that the clan's elders had been coerced by human sages into submission. 3 days later, all the Lei clan members gathered to witness Qin Chuan's inauguration as clan leader. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Their newly appointed clan leader, rumored to be a weak human, single-handedly fought against all the Lei clan emperors. Judging by the explosive aftermath in the sky, it was clear that this was no mere display but a genuine battle. Within the emperor's domains, their clan leader, supposedly only at the novice emperor level, fought so fiercely that the dozens of emperors were left in shambles. Countless bolts of lightning clashed violently in the sky, with all the Thunder Clan emperors transforming into pure energy. Qin Chuan was unique, turning entirely into a 9-colored lightning bolt, representing the 9 most powerful tribes of the Thunder Clan. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white lights intertwined, fiercely battling the emperors of other tribes, with thunder roaring continuously. Even though the aftershocks were intercepted by 2 human emperors, the spectators from the Thunder Clan were still exhilarated. They marveled at the new clan leader's power. A newly ascended emperor was able to suppress dozens of emperor-level experts. Qin Chuan, being only around 20 years old, had already reached the emperor realm, a feat that would make him a prodigy among humans, let alone in the Thunder Clan. The battle grew more intense, with one Thunder Clan emperor after another being thrown out of the lightning field. exiting the combat in a state of exhaustion and disarray. Despite the somewhat performative nature of the battle to win the hearts of the Thunder Clan, the combat was real. The emperors fought with all their might, but still could not match Qin Chuan. As time passed, the weaker emperors gradually withdrew, and eventually, even the strongest left the battlefield. The field dissipated, leaving only a 9-colored lightning bolt standing in the center, exuding an invincible aura. The lightning transformed into a human form, revealing a clear and handsome face with a small lightning mark on the forehead. Greetings, clan leader. The Thunder Clan emperors bowed, and countless Thunder Clan members knelt, their voices rising and falling in waves. Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotion, savoring the authority that came with being above tens of thousands. In the following days, Qin Chuan discussed the development of the Thunder Domain secret realm and the migration of the Thunder Clan with the 9 provinces emperors and the Thunder Clan emperors. The development of the secret realm progressed smoothly, but the migration of the Thunder Clan to the 9 provinces required more discussion. After delegating the subsequent tasks to the Great Elder, Qin Chuan once again took a hands-off approach. He took the necessary bloodline crystals from the Thunder Clan's warehouse and embarked on a journey to find his 7th beast companion. Qin Chuan valued fate and would not casually choose even a mundane beast companion. Finally, while wandering in the secret realm, he encountered a fateful scene. On a vast grassland, diverse vegetation grew, and a herd of cattle was fleeing in panic. These mundane cattle were prey for other thunder beasts. Chasing them was a powerful soldier-level thunder beast, a thunder wolf. Its skin was purple with black spots, and it loved hunting cattle, especially young calves. This predatory habit posed a severe threat to the survival of the mundane beast herds. The calves in this herd were nearly wiped out by the thunder wolf. To this ferocious soldier-level lightning beast, the lives of ordinary animals were of little concern. Its gaze had already shifted to seeking out its next group of prey. However, at that moment, a heavily scarred bull suddenly charged at the thunder wolf, followed closely by several of its companions. Despite facing the formidable soldier-level lightning beast, these ordinary animals showed no fear. The thunder wolf let out a low growl, swatting one bull away with a single strike and snapping its neck with its sharp teeth in an instant. However, the thunder wolf did not eat it, as it preferred the tender meat of calves. One bull after another fell, but one remained standing. This bull stood not only because it had reached the 10th level of the ordinary realm, but also because of its unyielding will as the leader of the herd. It vowed to protect its offspring and safeguard the entire group. Time and again, the thunder wolf knocked it down, but each time, the bull rose again. The wolf's patience was wearing thin. It just wanted to catch up with the herd and feast on the calves. Yet, the tenacious bull kept thwarting its plans. Finally, the thunder wolf, enraged, decided to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. But the bull was no easy opponent. Its sharp horns and iron hooves repeatedly forced the thunder wolf to retreat. Unfortunately, the gap in their levels was insurmountable. In the end, the brave bull fell at the feet of the thunder wolf. Its horns were shattered, and 3 of its 4 limbs were viciously bitten off, as if in retribution by the thunder wolf. Just as the bull's consciousness was about to fade, it sensed a faint soul wave approaching. A mysterious pact slowly began to form in its mind. The bull, with most of its body crippled, stared at the contract before it, sensing the immense power contained within. The desire to survive and grow stronger burned within it, leaving no reason to refuse this opportunity. As the contract fused with its soul, a surge of vitality instantly flowed through its entire being. Blood flow stopped, wounds healed, and its aura soared. The sudden transformation startled the thunder wolf, causing it to retreat in fear, its eyes filled with terror. Qin Chuan stood nearby, concealing his presence. At his current level, even in close proximity to the thunder wolf, it couldn't detect him. With a gentle wave of his arm, countless crimson energies surged from the bloodline wheel in his soul sea, flooding into the body of the green bull on the ground. The green bull's body began to undergo dramatic changes, its cultivation rapidly advancing. Its bloodline evolved layer by layer, and the massive energy propelled its strength to new heights. Wounds healed visibly, and its remaining leg moved to the center of its lower abdomen. Its body elongated, tail curled upwards, head transformed to resemble both a bull and a dragon, and sharp teeth emerged. Simultaneously, a string of information appeared in Qin Chuan's mind. Name, Kuenyo. Quality, 8-star. Cultivation, Commander level 8. Innate ability, Thunder. After the mutation was complete, the Kuenyo stood up on its single leg. Initially unsteady, it quickly adapted to its new body. The thunder wolf, already terrified, fled in all directions, eager to escape this suddenly transformed monster. It couldn't comprehend how an ordinary beast had undergone such a terrifying change, but its only thought now was to get as far away as possible. The Kuenyo adjusted for a moment, then locked its gaze on the fleeing thunder wolf. Opening its mouth, It let out a thunderous roar. The sound, like rolling thunder, enveloped the Thunder Wolf's body. In the next instant, the Thunder Wolf exploded into a mist of blood, quickly dissipating into the air. Qin Chuan looked at the fearsome creature, a wry smile on his face. However, he didn't care about appearances when choosing his beast companions. As long as they were strong enough, that was all that mattered. As a supreme thunder attribute beast, the Kueino's prowess in lightning was unmatched, even if its mythical status didn't quite match his previous pets. This was why the Yellow Emperor had slain it, using its skin to make a drum and its bones as drumsticks. When the drum sounded, thunder roared, and lightning flashed, commanding the world and intimidating the 9 provinces. In the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Chiyu, this drum had caused great trouble for the enemy. The Kueino, known for its violent and fearless nature, was even beyond the control of the Yellow Emperor. Now that Qin Chuan had it, it was undoubtedly a great asset. Qin Chuan revealed himself, and the Kueino immediately lowered its head in submission. To this savior who had not only saved its life, but also elevated it to such a level, even the most violent of beasts would not dare to disobey. Alright, from now on, you'll be called Aniu, or maybe Daniu, whichever you prefer, Qin Chuan said casually. He was never good at naming his pets, and usually went with whatever came to mind since they wouldn't object anyway. He thought to himself that he could always give them proper names once they transformed into their human forms. Generally, when demonic beasts reached the emperor level, they could transform into human form by practicing the transformation technique. However, most demonic beasts either disdained this or saw no need for it. Only those wanting to integrate into the human world, like the fox tribe, would do so, sometimes even at the 2nd or 3rd level. If they didn't practice the transformation technique, they would naturally transform upon reaching the 8th level. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't let his beast companions waste time on this. His primary goal was to elevate his cultivation as quickly as possible. With the help of the cultivation wheel, he could reach the peak of the emperor level in a short time, but breaking through to the imperial level was uncertain. Let's go. It's time to return and completely eradicate those in the fallen areas, Qin Chuan murmured, preparing to store the Kueino in his soul sea. However, the Kueino conveyed a thought, asking Qin Chuan to take care of its herd. Qin Chuan didn't expect the Kueino to still be concerned about those ordinary beasts even after evolving to such a level. But then he thought, were they not, as high-level cultivators, a different kind of life compared to ordinary humans? Their lifespans were tens or even hundreds of times longer. They could flatten mountains with a wave of their hand and block rivers with a flick of their wrist. And to them, ordinary humans were so fragile, so weak, that a mere breath could wipe them out. Qin Chuan looked at his hand and finally gave a helpless smile. This question seems simple, but holds deeper meaning. Qin Chuan knew that the key lay in Kueino's personal choice. He respected Kueino's thoughts, guessing that in Kueino's eyes, ordinary cattle and humans were alike, both former kin and close friends, sharing blood ties and similar beliefs. Qin Chuan acted decisively, entrusting the herd of ordinary cattle to a nearby tribe of the Thunder Clan. He strictly ordered the tribe members to protect these cattle daily, preventing them from being hunted by powerful beasts. The Thunder Clan dared not disobey, carefully selecting a valley to settle the cattle. The place was entirely safe, covered in lush grass and blooming flowers, an idyllic haven. Seeing the cattle well settled, Kueino's worries finally eased. He bid farewell to Qin Chuan and left the Thunder Territory to embark on a new journey. Time flew by, and Qin Chuan returned to the occupied zone. The battle remained deadlocked, unchanged from when he had left. Several emperors saw his return and couldn't help but smile wryly. Qin Chuan, we heard you reclaimed the Thunder Territory during this time? As pillars of the 9 provinces, such major events could not escape their notice. Qin Chuan responded calmly, just a casual effort, nothing to be surprised about. The emperors secretly admired him, thinking that Qin Chuan's composure truly showed his mastery. While they had struggled here for a long time with no progress, Qin Chuan had managed to reclaim a large secret realm in just a few days. Large secret realms within the 9 provinces were few and far between, each requiring extensive time to develop. This was not only due to their vast expanse, but also because of the intricate power dynamics within. A large secret realm typically contained at least one intelligent race, sometimes 2 or 3, all with considerable strength. A single misstep could bring great losses to the 9 provinces. As for the gigantic secret realms, their complexity was beyond imagination. Each was as vast as the Earth itself, filled with immeasurable opportunities and challenges. The Earth's surface continues to expand, while the size of those secret realms is already predetermined. The future world will undoubtedly surpass these secret realms. Only saints can guard the massive secret realms, as they are filled with numerous saints. Currently, within the 9 provinces, there are only a handful of such massive secret realms, and all the saints are stationed in the city opposite the Stargate. Only a saint can single-handedly guard a massive secret realm. This is not to imply that the other saints of the 9 provinces are weak. On the contrary, each one is a formidable presence capable of taking on several foes at once. However, the number of enemies they face is tens or even hundreds of times greater than their own. Therefore, it is already quite a feat for multiple saints to jointly guard a massive secret realm and prevent the enemy from breaching the defenses. According to high-level cultivators, the nations across the ocean did not put up any resistance against the invasion of Stargate beasts and the opposing civilization, allowing them to occupy their lands. They merely built a high wall around a giant city, trapping themselves inside. The area within the wall is divided into 10 rings, each drastically different from the others. The closer to the center, the more affluent and secure the living conditions. The further out, the poorer and more dangerous. Sometimes, bodies lie scattered beyond the 10th ring. While inside the 5th ring, there is singing and dancing. While the poor and lower-level cultivators in the outer rings fend off the beasts with their lives, the wealthy and high-level cultivators in the inner rings indulge in their pleasures. If one could overlook this giant city, they would witness a world of disparity, absurdity, and injustice. In foreign lands, it is heaven for the strong and hell for the weak. No country is like the 9 provinces, where the strong are willing to protect the weak. Nowhere else do so many powerful cultivators willingly stand against the beasts, simply because they have ordinary people behind them. Qin Xuan could understand the surprise of the several emperors. However, he was not conversing with them to show off, but to discuss how to breach the mountain fortress of the demon clan. During Qin Xuan's absence, the defenses of the entire mountain fortress had been strengthened even further. Everyone, I don't think we need to rush to attack this fortress, a newly crowned emperor from a prominent family said. The demon clan is more anxious than we are. They are holed up in the fortress, and their food supply will eventually run out. The powerful beasts can absorb the energy of heaven and earth, but the lower-level beasts will starve to death eventually. Emperor Xianlei patted the shoulder of the 60 or 70-year-old new emperor and laughed. Young man, you are still too inexperienced. You haven't seen the ferocity of these beasts. Even if they run out of food, the higher-level beasts will eat the lower-level ones, and their strength will only grow. Hearing this, the new emperor pondered. He had indeed not considered this. By devouring the flesh and blood of other beasts, the demon beasts could advance more quickly. Although the number of lower-level beasts would decrease, the number of higher-level ones would increase. So what should we do? It seems these creatures are not afraid of a prolonged war. Are we just going to be stuck in a stalemate? Another new emperor lamented. Emperor Xianlei laughed and replied, How long has it been? You haven't seen larger battles. When we fought in the secret realms, a single battle lasted nearly 100 years. Although he did not participate in the entire battle, he caught the tail end of it. That was a war against an intelligent race with absolute hostility towards humans. There was no possibility of negotiation, much like with the demon clan. To them, human flesh and blood were treasures. The 9 provinces used all kinds of heavy firepower in that war, leaving the land barren for thousands of miles, with cracks in the earth reaching depths of several kilometers and mountains leveled. As the emperors discussed, Qin Xuan spoke up. No need to overthink it. We'll launch a direct assault. The entire army will rest for a while, and then I'll lead the charge. Qin Xuan's words left the emperors stunned. Emperor Qin Xuan, are you planning to bring reinforcements from the Thunder Domain? They had heard that Qin Xuan had become the leader of the Thunder Clan, but were not clear about his current strength. Qin Xuan did not hold back and assured them that he could handle 2 of the demon emperors, putting everyone at ease. Although the emperors were surprised by Qin Xuan's assurance, none doubted his sincerity. After all, this involved the lives of millions of cultivators from the 9 provinces, and Qin Xuan would never joke about such a matter. The emperors then began to arrange the attack plan. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan used this time to elevate the cultivation levels of several of his beast companions, bringing them all to the 4th level of the emperor realm. During this period, he also integrated tens of thousands of martial arts techniques and comprehended a new law. Linger had also become a general-level warrior and was preparing to join the upcoming major assault. Qin Xuan did not stop her. With Linger's powerful recovery abilities, she would be a great asset to the cultivators of the 9 provinces, saving hundreds or even thousands of lives on the battlefield. Although confident in his own cultivation, Qin Xuan was not arrogant enough to think he could withstand the attacks of nearly 1 billion demon beasts alone. Even the most ordinary demonic attacks, in such sheer numbers, could cause a qualitative change. Even an emperor-level warrior would be severely injured or killed under such an onslaught. All the cultivators of the 9 provinces arranged themselves according to their formations, while Qin Xuan approached the high wall of the mountain fortress alone. Nearly 1 million demon beasts guarded this section of the wall. Seeing a human approaching, the demon emperor in charge of this area immediately ordered, Damn human! How dare you come alone? Even if you're an emperor, you won't leave here unscathed. Under the demon emperor's command, the beasts unleashed their long-range demonic attacks without hesitation. Various energy blasts converged into a single, powerful strike aimed at Qin Chuan. These attacks were organized and coordinated, with the chosen beasts specializing in such demonic techniques, ensuring that the energies did not conflict but rather merged into an even more potent blast. Countless energy beams intertwined and struck the figure. In an instant, deafening explosions erupted, and the area for dozens of miles was blasted into a crater 1,000 meters deep, sending up billowing dust. Even an emperor-level warrior would be fatally threatened by such an attack and could not possibly walk away unscathed. Upon seeing the deep crater, the supreme demon emperor guarding this region let out a sinister laugh. A look of smug satisfaction appeared on its massive face as it thought to itself that human must have been reduced to dust by now. In the distance, the armies of Jojo watched the area with concern, their thoughts mirroring those of the demon emperor. Dust and debris swirled wildly, with residual energy still lingering in the air. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, a streak of nine-colored lightning shot out from the dust, hurtling towards the high wall with incredible speed. The demon emperor's smug expression instantly turned to shock. Without hesitation, it ordered a continued bombardment. Under the demon emperor's command, countless demonic energy waves converged into a torrent, sweeping towards the streak of light. Various energies, like a tidal wave, instantly engulfed the nine-colored lightning. However, these attacks failed to slow it down in the slightest. The streak of nine-colored lightning darted through the energy waves like an agile fish, heading straight for the high wall. Impossible. What is that thing? The demon emperor was utterly astonished. Their energy attacks had no effect on the lightning at all. The next moment, the streak of light landed on the high wall, exploding amidst the demon beasts. In the blink of an eye, thousands of demon beasts were blasted into a bloody mess, with severed limbs and rising blood mist. The demon emperor, unwilling to stand idly by, immediately launched a fierce attack alongside several other demon emperors. However, to their surprise, the lightning wreaked havoc among the demon beasts for a moment, killing tens of thousands, before it charged directly at them. The lightning coalesced in midair, transforming into a humanoid figure composed of nine-colored lightning, wielding two rare weapons. With a swing of its long blade, countless arcs of lightning-infused blade energy slashed through the high wall, creating a rift and striking the demon emperors. Only then did the demon emperors truly realize the terrifying nature of this lightning figure. They exerted all their strength, with demonic energy boiling around them, barely managing to fend off the blade energy. Before they could catch their breath, the lightning figure was already within 100 meters. Danger! Alarms rang in the minds of the demon emperors simultaneously. As expected, the lightning figure abruptly halted, and in an instant, several earth-shattering blade energies roared out, causing the massive high wall to tremble violently. The piercing sound of air being torn apart echoed through the heavens and earth as several blade energies rushed towards the demon emperors. With a screech, several demon emperors were instantly sliced in half. Even the nearby demon beasts were not spared, their bodies littering the ground within a kilometer radius, with blood flowing down the cracks in the high wall. Humans are attacking. Send reinforcements immediately. Countless demon beasts roared, their cries echoing throughout the high wall. Massive figures, hundreds of meters tall, flew in from all directions, each with a cultivation level no less than that of a demon emperor, numbering in the dozens to hundreds. Bringing in reinforcements? Fine, I like a good brawl too. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and numerous streaks of light flew out, transforming into colossal, ferocious figures on the high wall. There was the fiery vermilion bird, the ancient azure dragon, the majestic white tiger, the sturdy black tortoise, the sacred Qilin, the lightning-wrapped Kuenyo, and the terrifying swarm of demonic insects. These beast shadows were like fearsome gods of slaughter, leaving a trail of corpses and blood wherever they went. No demon beast could withstand them for even a second. Flames filled the sky, metal shards flew, vines rampaged, and black pools surged. The wails of demon beasts rose and fell, signaling the start of a brutal battle. This fight would either see the annihilation of the Jojo army or the complete destruction of the demon clans, destined to be a trial by blood and fire. As Qin Chuan's figure landed on the high wall, causing a commotion, the Jojo army below also sprang into action. Those with flying beast companions led the charge, each bringing dozens to hundreds of comrades to the high wall. These cultivators then summoned their beast companions, engaging in fierce combat with the demon beasts. Without the threat of demonic energy waves, other Jojo cultivators could safely reach the base of the high wall and swiftly climb up using various tools. After clearing a section of the battlefield for the Jojo cultivators, Qin Chuan, along with a few beast companions, confronted the incoming demon emperors. The opponents came with great momentum but were intercepted by Qin Chuan before they could harm any Jojo cultivators. Your opponent is us. Thunderous roars emanated from Qin Chuan. The demon emperors were instantly enraged. Arrogant. Do you think you can stop us with just one emperor? Do you think you're an overlord? The demon emperors were furious, intending to teach this human a lesson and devour him as the price for his arrogance. But Qin Chuan didn't waste any time after speaking. He stepped into the air, and the lightning charged into the midst of the demon emperors. In the next moment, blade energy scattered in all directions, with blood rain falling from the sky and the cries of the demon emperors echoing continuously. The Jojo cultivators who had climbed the high wall were stunned by the scene. One man fighting nearly 100 demon emperors. Only Qin Chuan could pull off such a feat. The Thunder Emperor and other emperors sighed helplessly as they watched, unsure if they should go help. Forget it. Let's not hold him back. Let's focus on the tasks Qin Chuan assigned. The Thunder Emperor and the others guarded the Jojo cultivators, minimizing their casualties. Without the help of the demon emperors, the demon beasts on the high wall were naturally in disarray, being pushed back repeatedly by the Jojo emperors. Linger also joined in, continuously using her martial arts to heal the injured Jojo cultivators. With her assistance, the casualty rate of the Jojo cultivators dropped significantly. The Jojo cultivators were exhilarated, fighting with unprecedented vigor, without fear of powerful demon beast attacks. In battles of the same level, Jojo cultivators had never feared those demon beasts. The Jojo cultivators were filled with fighting spirit, while the demon emperors faced a dire situation. Each of Qin Chuan's beast companions could handle several demon emperors simultaneously, especially the swarm of demonic insects, which was the strongest among Qin Chuan's beast companions, terrifying the demon emperors. With two divine bodies empowering him, Qin Chuan became a nightmare for the demon emperors. In his fully energy-empowered thunder god form, not only was his attack power astonishing, but the demon emperor's attacks could barely harm him, only slightly depleting his energy, which was negligible in comparison. Every moment, the cries of the demon emperors echoed through the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, from the center of the mountains, two more streaks of light flew out. The two injured demon emperors initially planned to weaken the human forces by using the demon king and the demon beasts, but the battle turned out to be one-sided. Seeing the continuous defeats of the demon king, they could no longer hold back and revealed themselves. In an instant, the territories of the two demon emperors swept across thousands of miles of sky. A pitch-black tiger-shaped demon emperor and a golden, radiant leopard-shaped demon emperor emerged, each occupying half of the sky. Though their territories overlapped, they remained distinctly separate, unable to merge like oil and water. The two demon emperors' domains enveloped Qin Chuan and his beast companions. The demon kings were exhilarated, while the cultivators from the 9 provinces worried for Qin Chuan. Although Emperor Xianlei and others wanted to assist, they remembered Qin Chuan's promise and restrained their impulses. The black tiger demon emperor roared, "Human brat, you must be Qin Chuan. Now that you've entered our domain, you shall be slain and taste the might of the 12 crowned kings." Despite their injuries, their power was far beyond ordinary emperors, and they had no fear of Qin Chuan, who was merely at the emperor level. The golden leopard demon emperor laughed wildly and struck first. "Don't even think about taking him from me. He's mine." Before the words had fully left its mouth, it transformed into a streak of light and instantly closed in on Qin Chuan, slashing at him with a claw. The surrounding metallic energy formed a cage to trap Qin Chuan. "Die, boy. Killing you will avenge the saint." The golden leopard demon emperor was secretly pleased, but then saw Qin Chuan within the cage radiating a blinding light, with lightning surging and 9-colored beams shooting out. With a thunderous explosion, a blade aura entwined with 9-colored lightning tore through the metallic cage, slicing directly at the demon emperor's claw. The golden leopard demon emperor was horrified to see crowns appearing one after another on Qin Chuan's head, and hastily used defensive demon arts. However, the piercing sound of tearing echoed, blood splattered, and half of a giant claw fell to the ground. The golden leopard demon emperor howled in pain and retreated quickly, but Qin Chuan pressed on relentlessly, his spiritual power firmly locking onto the demon. "Kill." Qin Chuan's mind focused, and his twin blades crackled with lightning. "My body is the blade is my body." Body transforms into thunder. Thunder merges with the body. Dragon and tiger unite in the heavens to kill. The two blades seem to merge into one, forming a terrifying blade aura that spanned 3,000 meters, illuminating 12 miles with lightning. The golden leopard demon emperor desperately dodged, channeling all its demon power for defense. The black tiger demon emperor watched with a pounding heart, secretly relieved it hadn't acted rashly. Despite the golden leopard demon emperor's utmost efforts to defend, the lightning blade aura shattered its supposedly indestructible metallic defense. Ultimately, a gruesome wound spanned its body, blood gushing out. Qin Chuan looked at the spilling demon blood with regret. What a waste. This is easily worth billions of 9 provinces coins. While the golden leopard demon emperor struggled to recover, it was furious. Too much bullying. Yet fear mingled with its anger. realizing Qin Chuan could not only wound it but might even kill it. Join forces, kill this brat. The Golden Leopard Demon Emperor shouted at the Black Tiger Demon Emperor, eyes red with fury. The latter, equally terrified, quickly joined in the attack on Qin Chuan. Just what I wanted. Qin Chuan advanced instead of retreating, moving as fast as the two demon emperors with lightning flashing around him. In the vast domain, nine-colored lightning clashed fiercely with gold and black demon energy, creating surging waves of energy. To onlookers, the sky was filled with only a few intertwining afterimages. However, the keen observers noticed that the multicolored lightning remained pure and solid despite countless collisions, while the gold and black glows grew increasingly dim. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Qin Chuan is actually overpowering two demon emperors? Without a domain, he can suppress two veteran demon emperors, even if they're injured. This is terrifying. The demon kings felt it most acutely, as they were within the two demon emperors' domains. Each clash's residual force made them tremble, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Even without Qin Chuan, their nightmare persisted. Qin Chuan's beast companions, seeing their master holding his ground, began to attack the demon kings mercilessly. Qin Chuan's beast companions cast sharp glances towards the group of demon emperors, sharing a knowing look. In the next moment, they swiftly spread out, forming a tight encirclement around the demon emperors. The brazenly provocative stares of the beasts ignited a fury within the demon emperors. They roared internally. It's one thing for Qin Chuan to look down on us, but for a few mere beasts to be so arrogant is intolerable. There were still 70 to 80 demon emperors on the battlefield, confident in their thoughts. Without Qin Chuan's bug-level presence, dealing with a few beasts should be a piece of cake. However, this confidence evaporated the instant the five beasts formed their formation. Golden, wooden, watery, fiery, and earthy beams shot skyward, intertwining with the power of the five elements, and a rolling force enveloped the entire area. The immense pressure made it hard for the demon emperors to breathe. Though the five beasts had reached a holy level of quality, their combined strength unleashed an astonishing ancient formation. In front, the vermilion bird's flames soared. At the rear, the black tortoise's black waters surged. Water and fire clashed and intertwined, sweeping across several thousand meters in an instant. On the left, the azure dragon conjured ancient trees, their branches snaking around the demon emperor's bodies, swiftly crushing them. On the right, the white tiger's metallic blades filled the space for miles, continuously slicing through the demon emperor's tough hides. In the center, the Qilin churned the earth, sending rocks flying into the sky to form a dense stone forest, each strike piercing the demon emperor's hearts. Although the azure dragon and Qilin's abilities were somewhat limited in midair, the inexhaustible nature of the ancient formation still allowed them to dominate the demon emperors. Since the Kuei bull was not part of the formation, it sought out lone demon emperors on its own. Thunder erupted wherever it went, and when it struck a demon emperor, lightning surged. Only then did the demon emperors realize that this seemingly ugly creature was actually the most formidable among the beast companions. The swarm of demonic insects was even more ruthless, greedily devouring the demon emperor's flesh and blood while their master fought. Though they knew that the high-level flesh offered little improvement to them, they couldn't pass up such a rare feast. Thus, the brutal slaughter of dozens of demon emperors by a few beast companions began. The onlookers from the 9 provinces finally realized that Qin Chuan was a beast master. His fierce charges often led people to mistake him for a personal combat expert, but in reality, this beast master was even more ferocious than his beasts. As the battle progressed, the 9 provinces' cultivators swept through the demon horde like an unstoppable force, driving nearly 1 billion demon beasts into disarray. The fact that a mere million cultivators could achieve such results was truly astounding. The presence of 4 emperors ensured that no king-level demon beasts could approach the 9 provinces' army. Any that showed themselves were swiftly slain. The emperor-level demon beasts were all held back by Qin Chuan and his beasts, leaving the 9 provinces' cultivators virtually unpressured. Furthermore, Linger's powerful healing abilities were a significant boon. As long as a cultivator had a breath left, she could save them. Her dual life force of light and wood attributes had already surpassed many king-level healers. The authorities had even equipped her with a rare and luxurious set of artifacts, including a necklace, bracelet, light armor, helmet, and cloak, totaling over 20 pieces, making her the most uniquely armed presence on the battlefield. In reality, with the contribution of reclaiming a large secret realm, Qin Chuan no longer had to worry about resources and could peacefully cultivate to a holy level. However, he continued to fight relentlessly to gain energy points by slaying demon beasts. Even though slaying an emperor-level demon beast granted a massive amount of energy points, he still had a long way to go to reach his goal. Buying high-level beast cores with contribution points was difficult due to their scarcity, and low-level beast cores were of little use to him. The battle raged on for a long time, with one demon emperor after another falling, and the two demon emperors becoming increasingly desperate. The once surging tide of demon beasts on the high walls was gradually being wiped out. The blood of the demon beasts had already dyed the high walls red, forming streams, and their bodies piled up like mountains. The cultivators from the 9 provinces fought on, stepping over the corpses and rivers of blood. Despite their advantage, the number of cultivators was slowly dwindling, with many falling on this battlefield. Suddenly, 2 piercing wails echoed across the sky, reverberating for miles. Everyone turned to look and saw the head of the golden leopard demon emperor separated from its body, its eyes still filled with fear. The black tiger demon emperor, upon witnessing this, was overcome with panic and fled in terror. Its body was already covered in wounds, and with the golden leopard demon emperor dead, it knew it stood no chance against Qin Chuan alone. If it didn't escape now, when would it? Despite not knowing where to run, its survival instinct drove it to get as far away from this terrifying human as possible. Seeing one demon emperor brutally killed and another fleeing in panic, the remaining demon beasts completely lost their will to fight. They had hoped to hold on until the demon emperors could kill Qin Chuan and turn the tide. But now, that hope burst like a soap bubble, and victory seemed utterly unattainable. Especially the next scene thoroughly shattered the spirits of the demon clan. Qin Chuan locked onto the fleeing black tiger demon emperor like a hawk, his eyes flashing with lightning. His form merged seamlessly with his twin blades, transforming into a scorching, unstoppable blade energy that shot straight at the black tiger demon emperor's back. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent behind him, the black tiger demon emperor's fur stood on end. Refusing to go down without a fight, he roared, "I'll fight you to the end." Demonic energy surged around him, spreading over several miles. Thick black energy enveloped his body as he charged Hedon toward the blade light that Qin Chuan had become. In midair, black energy and lightning intertwined. In an instant, a torrential blood rain poured down. The black tiger demon emperor's body stiffened and slowly fell. Qin Chuan casually summoned its corpse, along with the golden leopard demon emperors, into his secret treasure ring. After dispatching the 2 demon emperors, Qin Chuan noticed that the surrounding demon kings had been decimated by his beast companions, their numbers drastically reduced. Ignoring the remnants, he turned his gaze to the tens of millions of demon beasts still gathered on the high walls below. Qin Chuan darted through the air, and with each swift movement, countless blade energies slashed down upon the beast horde. The lightning-infused blade energy reaped the lives of hundreds to thousands of demon beasts with each strike, leaving 100-meter-long scars on the walls that boosted the morale of the 9 provinces' cultivators. "This Qin Chuan's attack power is truly terrifying," someone exclaimed. "And he doesn't seem to tire at all. After battling 2 demon emperors for so long, he still has energy left. It's simply unfathomable." In reality, Qin Chuan had integrated countless recovery techniques into his body. With thousands of techniques active, the surrounding energy continually flowed into him, replenishing his stamina and spiritual power. The only cost was a bit of mental energy to drive them. Nurtured by the Black Robe Throne, Qin Chuan's mental strength had long surpassed that of many sages. He maintained his techniques in full force, staying in peak condition. Now, Qin Chuan's soul sea contained nearly 100,000 stars, each infused with countless martial techniques. The combined power of 100,000 techniques far exceeded that of 10 ninth-grade techniques. Qin Chuan's techniques could last until he was utterly exhausted, far surpassing ordinary people. When his soul sea reached 100,000 stars, Qin Chuan encountered a bottleneck in further expansion. He felt he could progress in that direction, but lacked the necessary power. Perhaps only upon reaching the Emperor realm could he continue to explore and expand his soul sea. However, Qin Chuan was not in a hurry. The power of 100,000 techniques was more than sufficient for a long time. With Qin Chuan's involvement, the already disorganized demon beast horde completely collapsed, offering no resistance. Previously, they had some semblance of a desperate fight, but at the sight of Qin Chuan being more terrifying than the demon emperors, their psychological defenses crumbled instantly. The demon beasts fled in all directions. Those capable of flight had it easier, while those without such abilities leapt desperately from the 1,000-meter-high walls, heedless of their own survival. Watching the demon beasts' frantic escape, Qin Chuan chuckled wryly. "Am I really that scary?" As he spoke, he swung his blade, slaying over 1,000 demon beasts. Xuanlei Huang stepped on the air, surrounded by lightning, and laughed. "Not scary? If I were these demons, I'd be scared out of my wits." Qin Chuan thoughtfully observed the lower-level demon beasts, feeling that his speed in killing them was still too slow. His attacks were already overpowered for these creatures, yet this was his weakest strike. With that in mind, Qin Chuan sheathed his twin blades and transformed into a lightning bolt, diving into the demon beast horde. Instantly, waves of lightning surged, engulfing a 1,000-meter area. The demon beasts caught within screamed in agony. The first and second-tier beasts were struck by lightning and instantly turned to charred remains scattered across the ground. The third and fourth-tier beasts, though slightly stronger, were also cooked to a crisp within seconds, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The cultivators of Jiuzhou couldn't help but salivate at the enticing smell. Qin Xuan looked at the charred bodies strewn about and sighed inwardly. Even the smallest beast was a valuable resource. If they could be transported to the rear, they would greatly enhance the physical strength of the Jiuzhou populace. He decided to better control his power. Focusing his mind, Qin Xuan attempted to manipulate the distribution of lightning energy through sheer willpower. As he adjusted, the energy directed at the weaker beasts noticeably decreased. Initially clumsy, he soon mastered the ferocious lightning with his immense mental strength after several tries. This time, no beasts were instantly turned into charcoal. Instead, there were pieces of meat emitting an irresistible aroma. Some impatient cultivators of Jiuzhou had already grabbed a piece and started feasting. Qin Xuan seemed to transform into a master chef, using beasts as ingredients and lightning as his flame, swiftly cooking up delicious dishes. The scene was rather comical, Jiuzhou cultivators chewing on beast meat, while chasing down fleeing beasts right behind Qin Xuan. The Thunder Emperor witnessed all of this, his mind in turmoil. As an expert, he knew just how terrifying Qin Xuan's seemingly casual attacks were. The almost instinctive control over the power of lightning was beyond ordinary comprehension. The Thunder Emperor's eyes widened in shock, his astonishment evident. Looking around, he noticed the other three emperors exchanging helpless smiles. Qin Xuan's various feats had long left them in awe, and now they were simply speechless. The Thunder Emperor glanced at Qin Xuan, a bitter smile curling at his lips, cursing this monster in his mind. Perfectly mastering one's power was already impressive, but the power of lightning was notoriously difficult to control. Yet in Qin Xuan's hands, it was as easy as moving an arm, an ability that defied belief. As a fellow master of energy manipulation, Emperor Xianlei couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed watching Qin Xuan's meticulous control. He had always prided himself as the top lightning talent below the saint level, but at this moment, he felt unworthy of the title. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he sighed inwardly, "How foolish I am to compare myself to this prodigy." In the brief moment he was lost in thought, Qin Xuan had already slain tens of thousands of demonic beasts with astonishing efficiency. The battlefield was drenched in blood, spreading over thousands of miles. Ordinary beasts in the mountains steered clear, not daring to approach. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qin Xuan surveyed the heaps of demonic beast corpses around him. His gaze shifted to the inside of the high walls, sensing numerous life forces still within. With a flash, Qin Xuan appeared inside a stone and earth-built house. As soon as he entered, several dark shadows attacked. Qin Xuan stood motionless, his aura erupting and freezing the shadows in place. "Where is your leader?" Qin Xuan asked coldly. "Bakayaro." "Damn Chinese, I will never." An East Asian man started to speak, but was twisted into a grotesque shape, screaming in agony. "Annoying." Qin Xuan snorted, and the man instantly exploded into a mist of blood, isolated by spiritual power. "Whoever tells me, I won't kill them." Qin Xuan's voice was icy, causing the remaining members of the fallen organization to tremble in fear. A member from the fallen South Vietnamese organization quickly spoke up, and Qin Xuan realized that several leaders had sensed danger and had already escaped the sacred walls. Sighing, Qin Xuan had hoped to catch them all in one go, but had come up empty-handed. With a thought, he killed the remaining men, completely disregarding his earlier promise. To Qin Xuan, dealing with the fallen organizations required no gentlemanly conduct or honor. Killing them was the simplest solution. Moving further inside, he found men and women huddled in pigsty-like structures, their eyes vacant. These were once residents of the occupied areas, now long imprisoned and broken, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. Shaking his head in sorrow, Qin Xuan patrolled the area to ensure no members of the fallen organizations remained before leaving the cleanup to other cultivators. In the following days, news of the complete recapture of the occupied zones and the annihilation of the demonic beasts spread throughout the nation. The entire 9 provinces erupted in celebration, and Qin Xuan's name became a frequent topic of conversation. With numerous battle achievements, he was hailed as the unrivaled genius of the 9 provinces. The residents of the 9 provinces saw him as a rising star, perhaps not just a star but a new sun. They believed that once Qin Xuan fully matured, he would illuminate the entire world, outshining all other talents. Wisely, Qin Xuan refrained from logging into his social media accounts, knowing they would be flooded with messages. He rarely used these accounts anyway, as the cultivators he needed to contact knew his communication number, so it had little impact. Cultivators who knew Qin Xuan's number sent brief messages of praise and admiration, careful not to waste his time and often noting that no reply was necessary. However, while the 9 provinces celebrated, the demonic beast stronghold outside the sacred walls was in turmoil. Roars of countless beasts echoed, shaking the mountains and causing the trees to tremble. Ordinary beasts in the mountains cowered, trembling in fear. This area had once included the original Tibetan province of the 9 provinces and surrounding regions, as well as territories from neighboring countries like India and Bhutan. After the expansion of Earth's surface, it had become the demonic beast's territory and stronghold. The 100 emperor tribes surrounded the demonic holy palace, spread over tens of thousands of miles. Demonic energy surged skyward, shrouding hundreds of thousands of miles, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. With nearly 100 billion demonic beasts gathered here, the loss of one group was insignificant, but they couldn't tolerate the immense damage inflicted by the humans, especially the humans trapped in cages. To the demonic beasts, the people of the 9 provinces were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Once the sacred walls fell, it would be their time for a grand feast. However, reality had slapped them in the face. How dare the humans annihilate our kind? They court death. One by one, demonic armies were dispatched to the front lines, relentlessly assaulting the sacred walls, trying to hasten their erosion and devour the 9 provinces. Troops were even pulled from the forces hunting in India, giving the Indians a moment of relief. Despite assistance from various sects and civilizations, the Indians could barely survive under the pressure of the demonic beasts. If not for the existence of the Ten-Ring City, even if the defenses were breached, only the lowest strata of people would perish, preserving the elite. Otherwise, India would have long been wiped out by the beast tide. Thank the Federation for its great creation. The high-ranking Indian cultivators praised in their hearts. Without this creation, countries without the protection of the sacred walls would have been doomed. Of course, while praising the Federation, the Indian cultivators didn't forget to mock their old neighbors, those damned fools of the 9 provinces. Once the sacred walls fall, you'll be exterminated by the demonic beasts. After living in luxury for so many years, it's time you paid the price, haha. Over the years, the monks of Tianju have often gazed longingly towards the 9 provinces, their eyes filled with jealousy and anger. Faced with the threat of demonic beasts, they couldn't help but question. Why does the 9 provinces have the sacred wall for protection, while they must live in constant fear? This sense of injustice has fueled their hostility towards the 9 provinces, even more than towards the demon clans. Monks from Tianju frequently infiltrate the 9 provinces, engaging in various acts of sabotage. Witnessing the tranquility within the 9 provinces contrasted with the chaos of the Ten-Ring cities only deepens their envy and rage. Although the 9 provinces have never wronged them, this inexplicable enmity continues to grow. Amidst the surge of demonic beasts against the sacred wall, Qin Xuan had already returned inland with Linger. His next plan was straightforward: to break through to the Great Emperor realm as quickly as possible. Even for a genius with 9-star aptitude, advancing from the Emperor level to the Great Emperor could take several years, if not over a decade. The gap between each Emperor level is vast, requiring a long time to bridge. However, Qin Xuan's situation was unique. His beast pet had reached 8-star quality, and with at least 10-fold cultivation returns from the Grand Wheel, coupled with an ample supply of star essence stones, his cultivation speed far exceeded that of an ordinary 9-star genius. He could reach the 10th level of the Emperor realm in just 1 year. The only hurdle was comprehending the laws without forming a domain. Even peak-level cultivation would not allow him to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Upon returning to the rear, Qin Xuan was granted access to the most prestigious cultivation site in the 9 provinces, the Hall of Saints, due to his outstanding contributions. This place housed the law statues left by the saints of the 9 provinces over millennia, a dream cultivation ground for emperors. Here, the speed of comprehending laws could be greatly accelerated, saving countless hours. Unlike other geniuses who could only train in the Hall of Saints for a few days, Qin Xuan received unlimited access. This privilege would undoubtedly cause an uproar if granted to anyone else. The law statues in the Hall of Saints wear down over time. The more a genius comprehends, the faster they deteriorate. To allow their descendants even a single day of access, major families would have to pay a price of hundreds of billions of 9 provinces coins. However, no one dared to oppose Qin Xuan's special treatment. Not only was his strength and talent extraordinary, but more importantly, the most powerful figure in the 9 provinces, Fan Sheng, had demonstrated his high regard for Qin Xuan through his actions. Years ago, when the demon clans opened a Stargate in the Qin province of the 9 provinces through special means, leading to the fall of several provinces and the loss of billions of lives, Fan Sheng couldn't extricate himself from the abyssal secret realm. It wasn't that Fan Sheng was indifferent to the crisis. Rather, he couldn't leave a place far more dangerous than the demon clans. If he relaxed his vigilance even slightly, the entities there would retaliate aggressively, potentially causing severe harm to him. Yet, even in such a critical situation, Fan Sheng diverted his power, risking his own demise to rescue Qin Xuan. This clearly indicated Qin Xuan's importance in Fan Sheng's eyes. With Fan Shang's abilities, even while in the abyss, he could perceive the grand trends of the world and foresee future changes. In short, to Fan Shang, Qin Chuan's significance surpassed even his own. Although Fan Shang and Qin Chuan had little interaction before Fan Shang hurried back to the abyss, his actions spoke volumes. Currently, within the 9 provinces, no one could match Qin Chuan in terms of influential backing. Even if you belong to the Saint clan, you must not play any tricks on Qin Chuan. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of the entire nation. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Chuan is free from intrigues and can focus wholeheartedly on his cultivation. After settling Linger and leaving ample cultivation resources, Qin Chuan stepped into the Hall of Saints alone. He knew that this place would be his training ground for a long time to come. The grand hall was empty, with towering statues standing on either side. The foremost statues were undoubtedly the most renowned saints of the 9 provinces. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over them. The Earth Saint, surrounded by a yellowish glow. The Mortal Saint, bathed in a milky white light. The Blood Saint, enveloped in a crimson radiance. Each statue exuded a strong presence of the laws of the saints, or rather, the power of the Saint Tao. In this vast, enclosed structure, Qin Chuan could hear thunder rumbling and wind howling. It was as if he could see flames engulfing the sky and waves surging. The various Saint Tao powers intertwined within the hall, creating a magnificent spectacle. Standing in the center of the hall, Qin Chuan looked around at the statues of the saints and then summoned the black-robed throne. The moment the throne appeared, the thunder ceased and the waves calmed, as if a divine force had suppressed all the restless laws. Sitting cross-legged on the black-robed throne, Qin Chuan's spiritual power instantly spread throughout the hall. In an instant, he felt countless Saint Tao powers surging towards him like a tidal wave, as if he were in an ocean of laws, with the black-robed throne being a small boat carrying him through the vast sea of rules. Strands of Saint Tao power began to seep into Qin Chuan's body, entering his soul sea. These forces were like wild horses, rampaging within him, waiting to be tamed. Qin Chuan was acutely aware that if he could not control these powers, his body would be torn apart. On the other hand, if he could tame this trace of sacred power, it would help Qin Chuan construct various realms and weave intricate laws. Qin Chuan's original plan was to comprehend the power of the 5 elements and use their mutual reinforcement and counteraction to forge a domain. However, after obtaining the Do Tian Thunder God body, everything changed. He inexplicably mastered the laws of lightning perfectly, with 9-colored lightning showcasing the various characteristics of the lightning laws. In comparison, even the genius Xianlei Emperor, who specialized in lightning, only mastered a single type of profound lightning power. For most people, this would be a monumental blessing, but for Qin Chuan, it was a mixed blessing. The addition of another law significantly increased the difficulty of constructing a domain, potentially doubling it. This also explained why the predecessor who had comprehended the 5 elements laws had not yet become an emperor. Faced with this dilemma, Qin Chuan made a bold decision: would comprehend all laws. If other cultivators heard this, it would likely terrify them to death. Given Qin Chuan's previous pace, achieving this goal would take decades, if not centuries. But he couldn't afford to wait that long. Qin Chuan swiftly took action. He retrieved a meditation cushion from his mystical treasure ring that could enhance focus and mental acuity. He also lit incense that could sharpen his senses and clear his mind. Next, he began drinking bottles of special spiritual liquids and employed various methods to accelerate his comprehension of the laws. These treasures were obtained from a resource wheel, costing him billions of energy points. Once prepared, Qin Chuan summoned several miniature beast pets, providing them with ample cultivation resources, and then immersed himself in a profound state of enlightenment. In his perception, it was as if he were in a world filled with wind and thunder, earth and ocean, and all things. The forces that constituted these elements were the clearly visible laws. Qin Chuan wandered through this world, observing mountains and waters, listening to the sounds of wind, rain, and vegetation. The various laws surged within him like wild horses, and he began to tame them bit by bit. With the aid of numerous treasures, his efficiency was astonishingly high. Time in the outside world flew by. Days turned into months, months into years. Fire laws, metal laws, water laws, earth laws, light laws, dark laws. Qin Chuan comprehended both common and uncommon laws one by one. As the accumulation of laws grew, Qin Chuan's body felt like a furnace on the verge of explosion, with the various laws restless within. He knew the next step was to merge these laws into a domain. Success would mean ascending to the realm of the emperor. Failure would mean certain death. Merging the laws to form a domain was far more challenging than comprehending them. This was why Xianlei Emperor had been stuck at this stage for decades. Despite knowing the difficulties, Qin Chuan faced them without fear and began methodically. He first invoked the lightning law he was most proficient in. In the vast chaos, a bolt of lightning split the heavens and earth. Then, he invoked the earth law, constructing a continent. Mountains rose, waters flowed, vegetation grew. A complete world was slowly taking shape in Qin Chuan's consciousness. Time continued to pass in the outside world. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. When Qin Chuan had incorporated all the laws into that world, the surrounding heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently. The shockwave was felt within tens of thousands of miles from the sacred hall. Ordinary cultivators and mortals were clueless, but high-level cultivators and major families understood this genius who had been in seclusion for years was breaking through. While they didn't know which laws Qin Chuan had comprehended or what domain he was forming, they surmised that such a significant disturbance indicated his domain was nearing completion. Despite their curiosity, no one dared to disturb him. They could only quietly gaze at the sky, where thunder roared, fire clouds filled the heavens, and countless colorful energies converged and churned, as if heralding a major event. Indeed, it's a multi-domain, exclaimed a powerful cultivator as they looked at the sky. They all knew that with Qin Chuan's talent, he would never be satisfied with a domain formed from a single law, but they also understood the immense difficulty involved. Back then, when that genius was forming his domain, the scene was similar, but he failed shortly after. Some older cultivators couldn't help but recall the genius who had attempted to merge the five elements domain many years ago. The scene then was similar, with disturbances within 1,000 miles and frequent anomalies, though not as grand in scale as now. While the outside world was astonished by Qin Chuan's actions, another twist was unfolding within him. Just as Qin Chuan was ecstatic about successfully constructing his domain world, a sudden catastrophe struck. He watched in horror as the intricately built domain world began to collapse, and the phenomena above the sacred hall disintegrated. This was definitely not a good omen. Cold sweat dripped down Qin Chuan's forehead as several of his beast companions anxiously surrounded him. The mountains, rivers, and vegetation, constructed by the power of laws, started to disintegrate like shattered glass. Qin Chuan's body trembled, veins bulging, and the energy within him became restless. He knew that if he couldn't resolve this problem in time, he would perish here. Intense pain swept through his body, and Qin Chuan realized his own form was beginning to crack apart. He was so close to success, yet it was slipping away, filling him with a sense of unwillingness. He thought of Linger and glanced at his loyal beast companions, his eyes bloodshot. Outside, the sky was filled with shattered phenomena, turning dark and foreboding. Qin Chuan gave his companions a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this." The beasts let out mournful cries, pouring their life energy into Qin Chuan in an attempt to halt his disintegration. "It's useless," Qin Chuan sighed, shaking his head. But suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had remembered something crucial. His domain world had mountains, rivers, and vegetation, but it lacked the most critical element, life. Looking at his loyal beast companions, Qin Chuan's thoughts became clearer. He stood up and solemnly declared, "Let all beings enter this realm." With his command, the world of laws trembled and quickly expanded to cover tens of kilometers. The beasts burst through the roof of the sacred hall, rising into the sky, injecting their power into the domain. The disintegration stopped, and the world began to rapidly restore itself. But it wasn't enough. Qin Chuan waved his hand and stepped into the air. Responding to his call, various mystical creatures and countless life forms appeared in the realm. There were birds and beasts, feathered and scaled insects, dragons swimming in the seas, phoenixes soaring in the skies, tigers roaring in the forests, lions roaring on the plains. Qin Chuan looked around at his domain, far larger than that of an ordinary newly ascended emperor, and let out a long breath. Years of effort had finally paid off, although it took longer than expected. Compared to other cultivators, this time was negligible. As he emerged from the sacred hall, countless cultivators swarmed around him. Seeing Qin Chuan walking in the air without relying on spiritual power and observing his vast domain, they instantly understood. Qin Chuan had broken through and become a true emperor-level powerhouse. In the crowd, a beautiful silver-haired girl watched Qin Chuan with a radiant smile. Over the years, Linger had grown into a lovely young woman. However, Qin Chuan could sense from her life energy that Linger had less than 3 years left to live. "Congratulations, Emperor Qin Chuan. Congratulations, Emperor Qin Chuan. Congratulations." The voices of congratulations rose, and Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement before retracting his domain and beasts, making his way to Linger. "Brother Qin Chuan." Linger affectionately looked at the close-by Qin Chuan. Seeing the grown-up Linger, Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotion. "You've grown up," he said, gently stroking her hair, and she smiled with her eyes closed. Feeling the faint life energy left in Linger's body, Qin Chuan's heart tightened. Now that he had broken through, it was time to gather energy points. Qin Chuan was confident in his strength. Having ascended to the emperor level and integrated multiple domains, he feared nothing short of a peak sage. As for those below the sage level, he could handle them effortlessly. Qin Chuan took Linger back to his residence and immediately requested a report. He carefully read the information flashing on his communicator, falling into deep thought. Currently, all of the Demon Clan sages were watching him. If he left the sacred wall, they would surely attack in force. While Qin Chuan was confident, he wasn't arrogant. He knew he might be at the top of the Demon Clan's hit list, and leaving the sacred wall to provoke them would be suicidal. During his seclusion, the Demon Clan had sent tens of times more beasts to attack the sacred wall, retaliating for the destruction of their forces by the Jiuzhou Kingdom. This led to the sacred wall's energy depleting rapidly, with experts estimating it could only hold for less than 20 years. If the Demon Clan continued to increase their forces recklessly, this number would drop even further. The Demon Clan proposed that if Qin Chuan was handed over, they would sign a 1,000-year non-aggression pact with the Jiuzhou Kingdom, allowing it to recuperate. This proposal revealed the true nature of some people, with some even publicly suggesting on the internet that Qin Chuan should be exchanged. After thorough investigations by the public and officials, these individuals were found to be descendants of long-hidden organizations aiming to overthrow the kingdom, leading to significant gains. Aside from a few confused or ill-intentioned individuals, most citizens of Jiuzhou scoffed at the Demon Clan's proposal. They preferred to believe that Qin Chuan, once a sage, would lead them to completely defeat the Demon Clan. After reading all the information, Qin Chuan immediately took Linger to a secret realm. Meanwhile, the news of his successful ascension spread nationwide. Considering the recent visions in the Hall of Saints, numerous cultivators have been fervently discussing the number of laws Qin Chuan has fused. After carefully analyzing the characteristics of those visions, they arrived at a startling conclusion. Qin Chuan has fused at least 10 different laws. The cultivators based their judgments primarily on the various colors of the energy lights. For instance, the vast expanse of fiery red and golden light led them to deduce the presence of at least 2 laws. As for whether other laws were hidden within these colors, no one dared to make a definitive conclusion. Even this most conservative estimate left everyone in awe. 10 laws. This number is truly astonishing. To put this in perspective, a previously acclaimed genius cultivator struggled immensely to fuse just the 5 elemental laws and has yet to succeed. Qin Chuan, however, managed to fuse so many laws all at once and succeeded. People couldn't help but imagine how powerful a domain formed by fusing so many laws would be. In reality, Qin Chuan's achievement was more of an unintended success. It wasn't that his talent vastly outstripped that of the genius. Rather, his unconventional approach happened to align perfectly with a mysterious opportunity, allowing him to smoothly fuse the domain. If he had only comprehended the 5 elemental laws and lightning laws, and then tried to fuse them into a domain, it might have been even more challenging. Qin Chuan spent a tremendous amount of effort fusing all the laws available to cultivators, which ironically made constructing the domain relatively simpler. Of course, this simpler is only relative. Even if others were given similar conditions as Qin Chuan, they might not achieve this feat. There are many profound mysteries involved, which Qin Chuan himself has yet to fully realize. Just days after his breakthrough, Qin Chuan set out to hunt beasts again, a diligence that made many cultivators feel inadequate. They lacked not only Qin Chuan's talent, but also his level of effort and determination. At this moment, Qin Chuan and Linger were sitting on Xiao Hong's back. When Qin Chuan reached the 7th tier, his beast companions also broke through their limits, advancing to the emperor level. Xiao Hong's size had become enormous, with a wingspan exceeding 500 meters, resembling a fiery cloud swiftly streaking across the sky when viewed from below. Qin Chuan's destination was a massive secret realm, one of the few such realms in the 9 provinces kingdom. Each of these realms is as vast as Earth itself. However, due to certain rules, the life forms within do not exceed the 8th tier, equivalent to the peak of the saint level, similar to the current state of Earth. These massive secret realms have reached their limits, whereas Earth is still evolving. In a millennium or so, Earth might give birth to god-level beings. But for now, Earth's rules still suppress such beings, just like these secret realms. This is one of the reasons why the alien races in the secret realms are so eager to reach Earth. Arriving early, occupying territory, they might be the first to break through to the coveted godly realm. Each massive secret realm houses no fewer than 50 saint-level experts, which is quite a staggering number. However, there are even more emperor-level and king-level beings. After all, reaching the saint level isn't easy, even in resource-rich secret realms. Only a few exceptional talents can achieve it. 50 saint-level experts. This number is already terrifying for the 9 provinces. The kingdom sends no more than 10 saint-level experts to guard each massive secret realm, simply because they lack manpower. The 9 provinces have been cultivating for less than a millennium, and the total number of saints born is less than 100, with many having sacrificed themselves in early defense wars. Only a few dozen remain alive today. Therefore, it's not that the 9 provinces don't want to send more saints. They've reached their limit. Each secret realm's 9 provinces cultivators are essentially understaffed, facing enemies several times their number. To other countries on Earth, The 9 provinces may seem weak, sheltered by the sacred wall and unable to fend off beast attacks. But they overlook a crucial fact. The 9 provinces is the only nation that hasn't abandoned its territory. Unlike other countries, which defend a single city and use low-tier cultivators and commoners as the first line of defense, in the 9 provinces, it's always the cultivators who stand against the alien races. Although 9 provinces cultivators don't worry about beasts outside the sacred wall, they focus on the various secret realms within their borders. Other countries see the millions of cultivators guarding the sacred wall, retreating to rest and regroup when necessary, but they don't see the countless 9 provinces cultivators fighting unprotected in the secret realms, continuously sending resources back to strengthen their nation. Back to the point. Qin Chuan's destination was the mountain and sea secret realm, largely submerged by the ocean, with towering mountains rising sporadically. The alien races here are primarily marine species, such as mermen, mermaids, and turtle people. Most of these aliens harbor hostility toward humans, viewing them as walking ginseng fruits that can enhance their powers in all aspects. Despite their overall strength surpassing humans, these marine aliens have complex relationships, making it hard to unite against humans like the demon races do. The demon races also have internal complexities, but due to historical reasons and a shared belief in the demon god, they managed to unite. Otherwise, they too would be fragmented and wouldn't have been the first to invade Earth. Several days later, Qin Chuan and Linger finally saw the towering Stargate, 1,000 meters high, glowing with a mesmerizing blue light. Qin Chuan had already informed the relevant personnel of this secret realm, so they entered without any hindrance. As soon as they stepped into the mountain and sea secret realm, Qin Chuan felt a dense surge of water attribute energy. Before them was a blue world. The sky and the sea were both a brilliant blue. Outside the Stargate stood a massive structure built upon several mountains, much of it floating above the water. Various formations glowed within the building, and fully armed 9 provinces cultivators patrolled back and forth. Suddenly, a hearty voice echoed from the building. Ha ha ha, is that Qin Chuan? Qin Chuan then saw an elderly man in heavy armor appear before them. The old man, with white hair and a youthful face, had robust muscles and walked towards them through the air. Seeing the elderly man with white hair, Qin Chuan quickly bowed respectfully. Junior Qin Chuan greets Saint Hanjiang. The old man nodded slightly, his palm making a gentle lifting motion, and an invisible force lightly raised Qin Chuan's hand. Saint Hanjiang was a seasoned sage, his experience even exceeding that of the mortal saint, hailing from the same era as Saint Kuan. He had guarded the Shanhai secret realm for centuries, dedicating most of his life to protecting the 9 provinces. Without his presence, the endless hordes of alien races in the Shanhai secret realm would have long breached the Stargate, wreaking havoc across the 9 provinces. All right, young one. No need for formalities. Saint Hanjiang laughed heartily, patting Qin Chuan on the shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. I never thought this old man would have the chance to meet you. Truly, you're an exceptional young talent. Despite being in the secret realm, important matters of the 9 provinces were always promptly communicated to top experts like Saint Hanjiang. Qin Chuan's numerous feats defeating the genius of the demon race to become the 12-time champion, reclaiming the Thunder Domain's secret realm, and breaking through the fallen areas each would be a dazzling achievement for anyone else. Yet, for Qin Chuan, they seemed insignificant, for he himself was the ultimate miracle. Come, let's talk inside and bring this young girl along, Saint Hanjiang said, leading Qin Chuan and Linger to a building in the center of the giant city. The camp's architecture was modern, and Saint Hanjiang took the two to the top floor. The decor resembled a cafe, with floor-to-ceiling windows allowing ample light. Try this pearl milk tea unique to the Shanhai secret realm. It's good for your health. Saint Hanjiang picked up a porcelain pot and poured each of them a cup of rich, fragrant milk tea. It was made from pearls of the mystical pearl clam demon of the secret realm, delicious and beneficial for long-term consumption. As they sipped their tea, Saint Hanjiang detailed the situation in the Shanhai secret realm, providing many confidential pieces of information. Learning that Qin Chuan was there to hunt demons, Saint Hanjiang directed him to a place called the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea, as the name suggests, was a blood-red sea inhabited by billions of bloodthirsty and ferocious sea creatures, including no fewer than 10 saints, all extremely hostile to humans. It was one of the 4 major seas in the Shanhai secret realm and a primary battlefield between humans and sea creatures. The Stargate camp guarded by Saint Hanjiang was the last line of defense, often going decades without an attack from alien races. However, should any breach the multiple layers of defense, the consequences would be dire, necessitating the presence of a veteran sage like Saint Hanjiang. After a long conversation, Qin Chuan prepared to take his leave. Seeing his eagerness, Saint Hanjiang could only smile wryly. This young man's thirst for slaying demons was reminiscent of the Slaughter Saint. Though Qin Chuan's demeanor was much gentler, his killing intent far less intense. Despite not knowing the exact reason for Qin Chuan's urgency, Saint Hanjiang didn't pry, simply gifting him some items before letting him go. Qin Xuan did not bring Linger along on this journey. Though the young girl was already at the pinnacle of the general level, only a step away from the king level, she was still not capable of participating in such high-level battles. As they parted, Linger was reluctant, but she understood Qin Xuan's urgency. He had already told her that only by continuously killing demons could he increase the chances of restoring her life essence. Brother Qin Xuan, please come back safely. Linger will be waiting for you here. Linger clutched Qin Xuan's sleeve, her bright eyes full of attachment. Qin Xuan gently stroked Linger's hair, feeling guilty. He had just left the Hall of Sages not long ago, and now had to leave the young girl again. Though Linger never complained, Qin Xuan knew how lonely and desolate she felt in his absence. According to other cultivators, during his time in the Hall of Sages, Linger would stand on the mountain peak every day, gazing into the distance until sunset before returning to practice alone, a routine she had maintained for years. From a frail little girl, she had grown into a beautiful young woman. Qin Xuan also wished to spend more time with Linger, but sensing her increasingly weakening life force, he was deeply anxious. He couldn't wait any longer. I'm leaving, Qin Xuan said with a bitter smile, turning and stepping into the air. Linger bit her lip, holding back tears, not wanting to burden him. Time flew by, and after several hours, Qin Xuan was soaring through the sky, lightning flashing around him, covering thousands of meters in an instant. Along the way, he encountered many Nine Provinces patrol ships. Though it was a safe zone, fierce sea beasts still occasionally intruded. Sea creatures below the king level posed little threat to the Nine Provinces cultivators protected by patrol ships. While the cultivators on the ships weren't particularly strong, with the most powerful only being at the first or second tier, the technology and weapons of the Nine Provinces were capable of inflicting devastating damage on third or fourth tier sea creatures. In a desperate fight, a patrol ship could at least take down a king-level sea creature. This was one of the reasons why the Nine Provinces cultivators could defend such a vast secret realm against overwhelming odds. The cultivators on the patrol ships waved their national flags upon seeing Qin Xuan walking through the air. Qin Xuan paused slightly, waving back in response. The cultivators below were thrilled, not expecting a powerful emperor to acknowledge them. However, at that moment, Qin Xuan's brow furrowed. With a swift motion, he drew his blade, and a flash of light cleaved through the air toward them. Although it was just a casual wave, without even drawing his blade, Qin Xuan's sword light extended for hundreds of meters. The powerful aura turned the surrounding cultivators pale, unsure if they had offended this formidable figure. The sword light silently cut through the space and disappeared into the waters beside the patrol ship. The crowd sighed in relief, but remained puzzled. Why did this powerful being attack an apparently empty sea? Suddenly, the calm surface of the sea churned violently, and waves of blood dyed the waters for 1,000 meters. The corpse of a massive sea beast, sliced in half, floated to the surface, leaving the cultivators nearly breathless. It's an air jellyfish, an elder cultivator exclaimed. These creatures, as transparent as air, were not strong attackers but had terrifying stealth abilities. They were usually scouts for the sea tribes and rarely appeared so far from the battlefield. Even more shocking was that Qin Xuan had killed a king-level air jellyfish. Such an entity would not be deployed unless a significant battle was imminent. No wonder even the patrol ship hadn't detected it. Qin Xuan shuddered inwardly. If he hadn't stopped to talk to the cultivators, he might have missed this hidden threat. This was thanks to the nurturing of his mental strength by the Black Robe Throne. Any other emperor would have been oblivious. The cultivators expressed their gratitude to Qin Xuan, who merely waved it off, deep in thought. The presence of a king-level air jellyfish suggested a large-scale conflict might be looming. He immediately released his mental power, covering a range of tens of kilometers. There are more? Qin Xuan detected faint traces and immediately pursued. In the water, a region subtly rippled, as if sensing danger and trying to flee. Qin Xuan waved his hand, sending lightning into the water, paralyzing a second air jellyfish. He gathered his spiritual power, forming a semi-transparent giant claw, and grasped the now visible air jellyfish. The distant cultivators were astounded. This emperor not only found one, but also a second king-level air jellyfish. Some began to recognize him, and soon someone exclaimed, "Isn't he the 12-crowned king? My God, he became an emperor in less than 10 years." The crowd suddenly realized and marveled at Qin Xuan's astonishing talent. However, Qin Xuan sensed trouble and immediately instructed the cultivators to relay the news back to the base. After finding nothing more nearby, he finally left, continuing to fly towards the Blood Sea. After Qin Xuan departed, an even larger figure slowly emerged in that same Watera Royal-level air jellyfish. Such beings had only appeared centuries ago when the Nine Provinces were still unstable, causing numerous cultivator casualties. Although the Nine Provinces base was now secure, a massive sea tribe invasion could still spell disaster. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Sea, filled with crimson plants, a monstrous dragon opened its eyes. This sea dragon, resembling a giant lizard with fleshy wings, muttered, "The Air Emperor has breached the humans' defenses, hasn't it? Once it prepares over there, within 10 years, these humans will be annihilated." After waiting for centuries, the opportunity had finally arrived. The Sea Dragon clan would be the first to invade the human world, seeking the chance to become gods. That unknown world was full of infinite possibilities. Upon receiving a message from Qin Chuan, Han Jiangsheng personally searched the surrounding area but found no trace of anything unusual. He frowned, pondering if these sea creatures were just wandering around aimlessly. After a thorough investigation that yielded no results, he returned to the Stargate base, puzzled. Han Jiangsheng recalled the role of the air jellyfish in past wars, typically used for reconnaissance and poisoning. However, with the current level of human technology, these methods pose little threat. As long as each defense line was properly guarded, such creatures couldn't break through. Despite this, Han Jiangsheng remained vigilant and conducted regular patrols. The air jellyfish king also remained cautious. Although it had a high chance of evading detection by the sages, the risk of exposure still existed. It was patient, knowing that time was on its side. The real opportunity to act would come when the human sages let their guard down. After this minor incident, Qin Chuan flew for a long time before finally spotting a crimson sea. The ocean was filled with various red plants, and even the marine life had a blood-red hue. Along the edge of this blood sea, a long defensive line had been established. Various warships patrolled back and forth, and numerous cultivators moved through the massive structures nearby. The building was futuristic, resembling a gigantic circular ship with a diameter measured in tens of thousands of meters, capable of housing a vast number of cultivators and resources. Even though Qin Chuan had heard about it before, seeing it in person left him in awe. This ship, named Hai Huang, was a technological marvel of the 9 provinces, capable of operating on sea, land, and air. The name Hai Huang implied that it could contend with emperor-level enemies. While civilian technology hadn't progressed much compared to 1,000 years ago, military technology had advanced rapidly. The Hai Huang was covered in runes and formations from other realms, combined with the cutting-edge technology of the 9 provinces, making it a true fortress on the sea. There were only a few of these Hai Huang ships in the entire Shanghai secret realm, serving as frontline bases for the 9 provinces' cultivators in their battles against other races. Typically, transporting cultivators without flying beasts was handled by smaller Hai Huang ships or regular warships. Speaking of beasts, one of Qin Chuan's purposes in the Shanghai secret realm was related to his 8th beast. Upon approaching the Hai Huang ship, numerous instruments scanned his body remotely to confirm he wasn't a disguised demon beast before refraining from attacking. In fact, with sages present, even if sea creatures dared to transform into human form, they would be detected from afar. Junior Qin Chuan, reporting for duty, Qin Chuan announced, eager to fight rather than waste any more time. Hearing his name, the surrounding cultivators stopped and gazed at the figure in the sky, murmuring among themselves, "Is that Qin Chuan, the 12th Crown King? Has he already become an emperor? I recognize him. I have a poster of him in my room. It's definitely him." Qin Chuan ignored the chatter, his eyes fixed on the center of the Hai Huang ship. Suddenly, a cold, slow voice came from within. "Not coming in for a chat?" This wasn't a sign of discontent from Bing Sheng. It was just his nature, in line with his title Ice Saint. "All right, a great emperor recently fell at Coral Forest, and we haven't had anyone to fill the position. Since you're here, you can go there," Bing Sheng said, causing an uproar among the cultivators. Coral Forest is a forbidden zone. More great emperors have died there in recent centuries than anywhere else. Why would Bing Sheng send Qin Chuan there? What if something happens to him? It's far too dangerous for Qin Chuan to go there. As the cultivators discussed, a mental message came from within the Hai Huang. "Qin Chuan," as they said, "the place I'm sending you is extremely dangerous. There are no fewer than 10 sea creature emperors, perhaps more hidden ones. Can you survive there?" 10? Qin Chuan squinted, then replied mentally, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Bing Sheng, at the center of the Hai Huang, was surprised by Qin Chuan's response. It wasn't Qin Chuan's confidence that shocked him, but the fact that Qin Chuan had replied with a mental messagey feat only sages could achieve. This kid was truly extraordinary. Bing Sheng had no doubt about Qin Chuan's ability to handle 10 emperors. He had first-hand information about Qin Chuan and knew well of his exceptional talents. He was confident that Qin Chuan would face no danger at Coral Forest, even if all the sea creature emperors attacked him simultaneously. Sending Qin Chuan there was also meant to boost the morale of the 9 provinces' cultivators, as losing a great emperor was no small matter. The 9 provinces had far fewer great emperor-level powerhouses than the demon beasts. "All right, you may go. The situation there has been sent to your communicator." "Understood." Qin Chuan cupped his hands in salute and flew towards Coral Forest. Though the Shanghai secret realm was perilous, filled with numerous sea creature sages, it posed no fatal threat to Qin Chuan. Even if a sage attacked him, his thunder god physique would allow him to escape. As for those below sage level, they were no match for him. The more that came, the better it would help him gather materials needed for his 8th beast's evolution. This beast required a lot of materials, almost twice as much as his previous ones. Buying them wasn't an option, as materials above the 6th tier were typically used internally and rarely reached the market. Moreover, the specific bloodline crystals Qin Chuan needed could only be found in the Shanghai secret realm. With his mind racing, Qin Chuan's speed didn't decrease. Meanwhile, trouble was already brewing at Coral Forest. Countless massive, sharp-toothed shark-like demon beasts were frantically pursuing several 9 provinces warships. Despite being the fastest among the 9 provinces ships, the breaking wave couldn't escape the encircling demons. In the vast expanse of the blood-red sea, schools of silver-winged sharks surged like tidal waves. Sometimes they darted swiftly underwater. Other times they leaped out, launching magical attacks at the Jiuzhou warships. Amidst the flashing blades and clashing swords, the roars of the cultivators echoed continuously. Damn it, no more running. Let's form up and fight these bastards Hedon. Yeah, damn it, they've left the Coral Forest and are still chasing us. Do they want to wipe us out completely? Amid the discussions, the leading emperor furrowed his brows, surveying the situation around them. Taking a deep breath as if making a decision, he said, "You all go first. I'll stay behind to buy us some time." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he stepped into the air and hovered midair. With a long whistle, he summoned his beast companion, a massive golden bird with wings spanning several meters. Stepping onto the bird's back, he gripped a rare-grade broadsword, channeling his spiritual energy from his dantian. Blades of energy, like silver snakes, swept toward the schools of silver-winged sharks. The energy blades tore through the air, slicing into the bodies of the monstrous beasts. The weaker ones were instantly cut down, while even the stronger ones were left severely wounded. The Emperor's strength was formidable, and with his intervention, the pursuit by the silver-winged sharks was momentarily halted, allowing the Jiuzhou warships to break through the encirclement. Golden Feather Emperor. Captain. Boss. The cultivators on the warships shouted, their eyes fixed on the solitary figure. Though temporarily out of danger, the Golden Feather Emperor had undoubtedly become the new target of the beasts. The silver-winged sharks numbered in the millions, with an average strength not weaker than the 3rd tier, and more than 30 Imperial-level beings among them. Such a terrifying encirclement would be difficult for even an Emperor-level being to withstand for more than a short while. The silver-winged sharks flew madly through the air, with dozens of Imperial-level beings among them. They manipulated the surrounding water into massive waves, crashing down toward the Golden Feather Emperor. The Golden Feather Emperor swung his broadsword like the wind, while the golden bird beneath him soared. Evading the attacks, he gathered golden energy, transforming it into countless sharp swords that enveloped the surrounding beasts. There's still a chance, the Golden Feather Emperor thought to himself. Despite the dire situation, the silver-winged sharks could only float briefly. If he could use his flight advantage wisely, there might be a sliver of hope. With this in mind, he frantically channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing various martial techniques. The blade light was like a waterfall, carving a path through the overwhelming horde of silver-winged sharks. Seeing this, the golden bird folded its wings and accelerated upward. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly blocked their path. A monstrous beast, hundreds of meters long, opened its blood-red maw, descending upon them. An apex Emperor-level beast. The Golden Feather Emperor's pupils contracted. A powerful aura instantly locked onto the Golden Feather Emperor and his beast companion. The surrounding water energy seemed to solidify, trapping them in midair. This was the silver-winged shark's most potent control spell, the Invisible Water Curtain. It turned out that this seemingly clumsy silver-winged shark emperor had set a trap to prevent the Golden Feather Emperor from escaping. Tasty human, come into my belly. The silver-winged shark emperor was ecstatic. Devouring this human emperor would give it a chance to break through to the emperor level. The stronger and more talented the human, the greater the nourishment. The cultivators on the warships felt a chill in their hearts, as time seemed to freeze. All they could think of was it's over. The Golden Feather Emperor is doomed to fall here. Their hearts were filled with sorrow and helplessness. A similar scene had occurred not long ago. A group of Sea Clan emperors had besieged the Jiuzhou Emperor. To ensure their safe escape, the Jiuzhou Emperor was torn apart and devoured by the sea creatures. Even from afar, they could feel the Jiuzhou Emperor's agony and the sea creatures' excitement. Now, the silver-winged shark emperor was just as greedy. Seeing his retreat cut off, the Golden Feather Emperor steeled himself and swung his broadsword with all his might at the silver-winged shark emperor. This strike was merely a declaration of his unwillingness to sit still and wait for death, a final struggle. The Golden Feather Emperor didn't believe this strike could cause much harm to the silver-winged shark emperor, and the latter thought the Samite was nothing more than a tickle. However, in the next moment, a fountain of blood erupted, splattering everywhere. To everyone's shock, the once arrogant silver-winged shark emperor was split in half. The silver-winged shark emperor's eyes were filled with confusion. It couldn't comprehend how the human emperor's strike could be so powerful, why it had no resistance. As its life quickly faded, it never found the answer, dying in bewilderment. The golden feather emperor was also stunned. What the heck? Did I just master some ultimate blade technique? He looked at his hands, his breath quickening. The distant Jojo cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes wide in disbelief. Did I just see that? The golden feather emperor split the silver-winged shark emperor with one strike? If I remember correctly, the golden feather emperor is a mid-level emperor, and that silver-winged shark was an apex emperor, right? Damn, am I seeing things? Could it be that the golden feather emperor has been hiding his strength all along? Very likely. The golden feather emperor had already soared into the sky, out of reach of the silver-winged sharks. Although they could float briefly, they couldn't reach that height. Emperors could temporarily float using spiritual or demonic energy, but they couldn't fly freely in the void like great emperors. Despicable human, what trick did you use? The silver-winged shark emperors in the sea looked up at the golden feather emperor in fear. Though puzzled, the golden feather emperor quickly had an idea. Channeling his spiritual energy, his voice echoed throughout the area. Retreat now. I didn't want to bother with you before, but if you stay, I can kill you as easily as I killed that apex emperor. The silver-winged shark emperors were stunned. Despite their doubts, the sight of their companion being split in half was still fresh in their minds. Killing an apex emperor with one strike was a feat only a great emperor could achieve. If this human truly had the strength of a great emperor, they were indeed no match. The silver-winged sharks hesitated, while Qin Chuan, high in the sky, was also stunned. Looking at the golden feather emperor, he recalled the strike he had just made and couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy really knows how to bluff. Seeing the hesitation on the faces of the silverfin sharks, the golden plume emperor seized the moment. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy, his voice booming like thunder. If you don't leave now, you'll meet the same fate as it. He pointed his blade at the floating corpse of the silverfin shark king, which had been torn in half, a gruesome sight that made the other silverfin sharks even more reluctant to advance. Despite their doubts, the brutal scene before them reminded them once again. This human emperor had indeed killed their Lidera Peakdeer king. But to just let these humans go? No way. This human can't be that strong. Why didn't he act earlier? Who's going to test him? Big mouth, you go. Why don't you go, you coward? As the silverfin shark kings argued, Qin Chuan used his powerful spiritual energy to shield everyone's perception and quietly made his way to the Kyushu cultivator's warship. At that moment, the ship was once again surrounded by the silverfin shark swarm, with the nearby waters teeming with monstrous sharks. Despite the golden plume emperor buying them some time, the sheer number and speed of the silverfin sharks meant the Kyushu warship could only escape temporarily. Several warships immediately made clicking sounds as their parts interlocked, and cannons aimed at the silverfin sharks. However, perhaps intimidated by the golden plume emperor's earlier attack, the sharks did not launch an assault, but merely surrounded the warship. Frowning at the sight, the golden plume emperor thought, I guess I have to keep up this act. He shouted again, pointing his blade at the silverfin shark kings. If you don't leave, you'll all stay here. His fierce words sent a chill through the silverfin shark kings. Who will go up and buy us some time? I've already sent a message to the fierce Fong emperor. Even if this guy has emperor-level strength, he'll be dead soon. I'm not going. This human must have some limitations, but his attack was strong. Whoever goes is seeking death. Then let's send some underlings. After reaching an agreement, the silverfin shark kings ordered over 100 silverfin shark lords to advance. Though reluctant and fearful, they dared not disobey their superiors. In the strict hierarchy of the sea tribe, orders from above must be executed, no matter how severe, or face certain death. With a combined effort, the silverfin shark kings stirred the waters, creating waves that soared thousands of meters high. Empowered by the king's demonic energy, the silverfin shark lords shot through the air like massive missiles, aiming directly at the golden plume emperor. Facing the barrage of shark-shaped missiles, the golden plume emperor swallowed hard, thinking this might be the end. Each of these silverfin shark lords, bolstered by the king's power, had the attack strength of a low-tier king. Such a combined attack would be daunting even for a peak-tier king. After all, not everyone had the combat prowess of Qin Chuan. Handling dozens of lords simultaneously was already impressive for an average king. Despite his inner panic, the golden plume emperor maintained a stern exterior. If he was going to act, he might as well go all out. Maybe a miracle would happen? He sneered. Mere lords dare to be insolent before me. Remember, The one who kills you is the Kyushu Emperor, named Golden Plume. His words, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed through the surroundings, making his figure appear even more imposing. The Kyushu cultivators looked at him with admiration. Regardless of his actual strength, his ability to remain unflinching in the face of danger was commendable. Standing at the corner of the ship, Qin Chuan suppressed a laugh. Through his spiritual perception, he could sense the Golden Plume Emperor's inner turmoil, which contrasted sharply with his outward demeanor. Qin Chuan thought, since you want to keep up the act, I'll help you make it flawless. A blade appeared in Qin Chuan's hand out of thin air, and with a surge of spiritual energy, countless blade auras sliced through the air, targeting the silver-fin shark lords. Simultaneously, the Golden Plume Emperor swung his blade, releasing a torrent of blade energy. Qin Chuan's attack speed was beyond the perception of the present cultivators and sea creatures. The blade auras moved faster than their eyes could follow. Just as a cultivator's attack appeared as a blur to ordinary people, Qin Chuan's strikes were even more elusive. As the Golden Plume Emperor was engulfed by the silver-fin shark swarm, everyone held their breath. But in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded that terrified both the Kyushu cultivators and the silver-fin shark kings. The massive shark-shaped missiles were sliced into pieces by the Golden Plume Emperor's blade energy, just like the peaked deer king before. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of silver-fin shark lords were annihilated. At this point, if anyone doubted the Golden Plume Emperor's emperor-level strength, the silver-fin shark kings would never believe it. If he's not an emperor, I'll eat fish standing on my head. This is terrifying. Why do humans love hiding their strength so much? To surprise us? Or to scare us? Damn it. The silver-fin shark kings exchanged terrified glances. What do we do? Run or run? Cowards. Such fear is unworthy of our silver-fin shark tribe. Hold them off. I'll go find the fierce Fong Emperor. Wait. You stay. I'm faster. Nonsense. My fins mutated. I fly faster in the air. Let me go. As the silver-fin shark kings panicked, the Golden Plume Emperor stared dumbfounded at his hands, then at the floating corpses of the silver-fin shark lords. He thought, I don't have enough spiritual energy to keep these bodies afloat. Did I awaken some special ability? The series of events had left the Golden Plume Emperor confused. After scanning the frightened and arguing silver-fin shark kings, he felt emboldened. I told you to leave, but you didn't listen. Now it's too late, he said, a wicked smile forming on his lips. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was stunned. That's too much. Helping you show off once is enough, but you want a second time? Qin Chuan crossed his arms, watching Jin Linghuang's performance with a cold expression. Jin Linghuang sneered, pointing his sword at the sea below, his voice dripping with arrogance. Today, none of you are leaving. Not even Jesus can save you now. Jin Linghuang's overconfidence struck fear into the silver-fin shark emperors. They realized this human might be ready to use his ultimate move. What are you standing there for? Run. The silver-fin shark emperors, abandoning their subordinates, dove thousands of meters into the depths of the ocean. Jin Linghuang's attack followed closely. Ferocious sword energy sliced through the water, creating waves. However, by the time the energy reached the depths, it couldn't even scratch the silver-fin shark emperors. What's going on? I'm not dead. The silver-fin shark emperors were stunned, unable to believe the human's attack was so weak. Above, Jin Linghuang stood with his sword, looking smug. He imagined his sword energy had already killed the silver-fin shark emperors at the bottom of the ocean. He scanned the area, expecting to see their corpses as trophies. So many contributions, fantastic, Jin Linghuang said, preparing to store the bodies in his treasure ring, only to find he couldn't. What's going on? Is the treasure broken? He scratched his head in confusion. Moments later, the silver-fin shark emperor surfaced, glaring angrily. You bastard, you tricked us. One silver-fin shark emperor cursed in perfect Jojo language. The others joined in, their rage boiling over. Why aren't you dead? Jin Linghuang was dumbfounded. This was not how he had envisioned things. Damn you. If you're not dead, why would we be? Stop pretending to be all-powerful. The silver-fin shark emperors howled, recalling their scattered shark troops. Looks like this human is out of tricks. Brothers, let's kill him. I want to eat him. Leave me a leg. Save me the head. Faced with the furious silver-fin shark swarm, Jin Linghuang hurriedly tried to escape on his beast mount. But it was too late. The silver-fin shark emperors had already surrounded him in midair, blocking his path. Huge, gaping mouths closed in from all sides, ready to tear Jin Linghuang apart. Just when he thought there was no escape, the silver-fin shark emperors suddenly froze in midair. The next moment, their massive bodies split open, revealing their red innards and flesh. The shark bodies vanished instantly, and the sea was filled with smaller silver-fin sharks, struck by multicolored lightning. Within moments, millions of silver-fin sharks flipped belly up, dying horribly, filling the air with the smell of cooked meat. Jin Linghuang looked at the scene before him, on the verge of tears. Whoever's messing with me, please come out. I admit I was wrong. I shouldn't have shown off. The Jiuzhou cultivators couldn't help but gulp. The display of power was beyond comprehension. Even an emperor would struggle to achieve this. Could it be a sage had descended? But there were no lightning attribute sages in the Shanghai secret realm. As everyone wondered, a cold voice echoed nearby. Since you're here, why leave so soon? Following the voice, they saw a young man with a handsome face standing there, as if he had always been part of the scene. When did Jiuzhou have such a young sage? And why does he look familiar? The cultivators were puzzled, following the young man's gaze to the distant sea, which remained calm. The young man, with a stern expression, stepped forward. Trying to run? Qin Xuan sneered, surrounded by lightning, and instantly appeared above the distant sea. A lightning dragon plunged into the sea, creating massive waves. A colossal silverfin shark, hundreds of meters long, surged from the depths, water energy swirling around it, forming a domain spanning thousands of meters. Human, don't push your luck. The shark, with menacing teeth, roared in Jiuzhou language, its voice booming and terrifying the distant Jiuzhou cultivators. That's the Fang Emperor of the Silverfin Sharks, a high-level emperor. It joined the attack on the Rain Emperor last time. If not for the Rain Emperor's sacrifice, we might all be dead. The sight of the Fang Emperor filled everyone with fear. This young emperor seems to be a new one. Is he really a match for the Fang Emperor? Not at all. Haven't you recognized him yet? What do you mean? Isn't he a new emperor? His aura certainly feels like it. Whether he's new or not doesn't matter. If you knew his name, you wouldn't ask such questions. Stop being cryptic. Do you know this emperor? Ha ha ha. Of course I do, and so do you. What nonsense. If we knew him, why would we ask? Look closely at this emperor's face. Such a young new emperor, who do you think it is? I hate your suspense. Just say it. Oh wait, could it be? Yes. It's Qin Xuan, the 12th Crown King? Exactly. As the discussions continued, everyone finally recognized Qin Xuan. No one doubted his ability to defeat the Fang Emperor anymore. Those familiar with Qin Xuan's prowess knew that fighting stronger opponents was routine for this famous genius. He could fight emperors while still a king. So now as an emperor himself, the Fang Emperor was nothing. Bring another one if you dare. Upon learning Qin Xuan's true identity, the confidence of the cultivators from the 9 provinces ignited like a wildfire. However, the fierce Fang Emperor felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. While it did harbor some fear of Qin Xuan's strength, these humans were vastly underestimating it. I am still a high emperor, the fierce Fang Emperor roared internally. This guy is just a newly ascended emperor. What gives you all such confidence in him? As an emperor, pride was also paramount. With its identity now exposed, the fierce Fang Emperor decided to go all out. It glared at Qin Xuan, and the water energy within its domain surged like a tidal wave. The fierce Fang Emperor moved through the void as gracefully as a fish swimming through water. Qin Xuan felt waves of domain pressure coming at him. For an ordinary emperor, this might have already spelled half the defeat. The primary rule in an emperor's battle is to seize the initiative and unfold one's domain. Otherwise, if the opponent acts first, one would be at a severe disadvantage. The fierce Fang Emperor was ecstatic because it noticed that the human across from it showed no signs of deploying his domain. Meanwhile, its own domain had already enveloped the entire area, brimming with energy. At this moment, the fierce Fang Emperor believed it had secured an invincible position. The cultivators from the 9 provinces watching the battle grew anxious, sensing something amiss. Why hasn't Emperor Qin Xuan deployed his domain? They worriedly pondered. In an emperor's battle, the domain is crucial. What is Emperor Qin Xuan thinking? However, as the fierce Fang Emperor charged forward, Qin Xuan merely smiled. Your control over your domain is quite impressive. With his heightened perception, Qin Xuan could see that the fierce Fang Emperor's command over its domain was flawless, utilizing the energy within it perfectly. Even Qin Xuan had to admit his inferiority in this regard. After all, the fierce Fang Emperor had been a renowned emperor for centuries, while Qin Xuan, despite his genius, still needed time to hone his skills. Hearing Qin Xuan's words, the fierce Fang Emperor was displeased. The human's calm demeanor only made it seem more undignified. Damn human, always pretending. The fierce Fang Emperor cursed inwardly. In a flash, it reached Qin Xuan's side. Its massive tail lashed out, causing the air to explode, and a terrifying flood of energy rushed towards Qin Xuan. The spectators held their breath in suspense. At the critical moment, Qin Xuan transformed into a figure of 9-colored lightning and countered with a punch. The lightning formed a brilliant shockwave, instantly nullifying the fierce Fang Emperor's attack. But your attack is still too weak. Qin Xuan's voice, mingled with the sound of thunder, rang out. The fierce Fong Emperor's eyes were wide with shock. With just a casual strike, it could feel the immense gap between them. The most crucial point was that this guy hadn't even activated his domain. Run was the only thought in the fierce Fong Emperor's mind. It turned sharply, intending to use its domain's power to teleport away. But to Qin Chuan, its speed was akin to a snail's pace. The fierce Fong Emperor suddenly found itself immobilized and, looking back, saw its tail firmly grasped by Qin Chuan. Why rush? Let's play a bit longer, Qin Chuan teased. Play your mom's head. If the fierce Fong Emperor could sweat, it would be drenched in cold sweat. Was this guy really at the Emperor level? This was absurd. Despite being restrained, the fierce Fong Emperor didn't resign itself to defeat. In an instant, it unleashed its demonic powers, causing the sea within 1,000 meters to rise like a tornado, transforming into water dragons that enveloped both of them. The terrifying water pressure and suffocation rushed towards Qin Chuan. The fierce Fong Emperor expected Qin Chuan to release it in the water, but he merely sneered, a minor trick. Before the words had fully left his mouth, endless lightning filled the surroundings, instantly vaporizing the water curtains. The fierce Fong Emperor was also struck, its body convulsing in pain. Stop your tricks and disperse your domain. Be honest. If you cooperate, I'll give you a swift end, Qin Chuan said calmly. What do you want? The fierce Fong Emperor roared. It sensed that this human had a motive. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have killed it already. Call out all the emperors in the coral forest for me. Save me the trouble of hunting them down, Qin Chuan said evenly. The coral forest sea area was vast, with each emperor occupying a different section. If Qin Chuan had to find them one by one, it would take years. These sea race emperors must have some special way of contacting each other, so Qin Chuan's demand was a time-saving strategy. Upon hearing this, the fierce Fong Emperor was furious. Human, you are too arrogant. Qin Chuan responded with a calm smile, just stating the facts. Hearing this, the fierce Fong Emperor felt utterly humiliated and was burning with rage. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. It opened its massive jaws and aimed to bite Qin Chuan ferociously. Qin Chuan tapped his foot, and in a flash of lightning, he appeared above the fierce Fong Emperor's head, delivering a powerful punch. The thunderous punch drove the fierce Fong Emperor into the water, creating a massive crater on the surface, water splashing everywhere. Is it dead? Qin Chuan wondered aloud as he hovered above the fierce Fong Emperor, whose domain had already dissipated. The fierce Fong Emperor struggled to flip over, attempting to flee to the depths, but Qin Chuan was quicker. He instantly appeared behind it, grabbed its tail, and flung it skyward. With the strength of tens of thousands of martial arts techniques, Qin Chuan's physical power was already on par with beasts of the same level. After breaking through to the Emperor level, his Soul Sea's star count skyrocketed to over 1,000,000. Once Qin Chuan integrated these million techniques, his power would undergo another qualitative leap. Thrown high into the air, the fierce Fong Emperor was on the verge of tears. It realized that every one of Qin Chuan's attacks was perfectly timed and aimed to inflict severe injury without being fatal. This despicable guy was clearly toying with it. Please, just give me a quick death. The fierce Fong Emperor pleaded miserably, baring its teeth. I've already sent the message to the other emperors. Stop tormenting me. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan extended his spiritual sense over the area, confirming that the creature was not lying. Since that's the case, I'll make it quick for you, Qin Chuan said coldly, drawing his long blade. A flash of cold light followed. With a swift slash, the massive head of the fearsome Fong Emperor fell to the ground. In its final moments, it felt a strange sense of relief, thinking, damn humans, your arrogance will cost you dearly. If you seek to annihilate us, know that we equally aim to kill you. The fearsome Fong Emperor had not deceived Qin Chuan. The news spread like ripples through the water, not only reaching every corner of this sea, but also sweeping through the entire Shanghai secret realm. The special message pierced through layers of seawater, instantly reaching the minds of countless sea creatures. From the Blood Sea, the Black Sea, to the Sea of Dead Fire, various sea creatures received the shocking news simultaneously. Whether allies or enemies of the Silverfin Shark clan, all learned of Qin Chuan's existence at once. To ensure the message spread quickly, the fearsome Fong Emperor chose the fastest indiscriminate method. Any place with seawater, any living thing could receive the message. Among the most powerful sea clans in the Shanghai secret realm was the Sea Dragon clan. Their supreme leader, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint, was in deep slumber within the Sea Dragon Palace but was abruptly awakened by the sudden message. A human genius with power rivaling a saint? The Azure Wave Dragon Saint pondered over the information sent by the fearsome Fong Emperor. Although the fearsome Fong Emperor had not witnessed Qin Chuan's true strength, comparing him to a saint was the extent of its imagination. After all, only those who had reached that level could truly understand the chasm between a saint and an emperor. When a saint appears, It means mountains of corpses and seas of blood. To beings below the saint level, they are unbeatable nightmares capable of wiping out countless lives with a mere gesture. Hence, there is an unwritten rule between the saints of the 9 provinces and the sea clans. Unless it's an all-out war, saints must not strike against lower-level beings. Otherwise, in a balanced battle, both sides would face total annihilation. If only the saints remained, with their clans annihilated, what would be the point of such a victory? Saints are so powerful because they have completely merged with the natural world, drawing endless power from it. Unless one side has an absolute advantage, it is nearly impossible to truly kill a saint. This is vastly different from beings below the saint level, where a slightly stronger individual can win through attrition, despite being exhausted in the end. Qin Xuan's ability to fight multiple foes was not just due to his explosive power, attack, and defense far exceeding those of his peers, but more importantly, his mastery of tens of thousands of recovery martial arts. These techniques acted like countless energy vortices, continuously absorbing energy from the surroundings to replenish his spiritual and physical strength, allowing him to sustain powerful martial arts and techniques. After some thought, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint concluded that this human's combat power might have reached the saint level, but it was far from the terrifying description given by the fearsome Feng Emperor. Still just an inexperienced junior, it murmured. Nevertheless, this human genius had to be eliminated. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint immediately issued an order. 9 Dragon Emperors. Contact the Shark Clan and trap that human in the Coral Forest. The order traveled through the water to 9 locations, and 9 blue-scale dragons, each hundreds of meters long, slowly swam out. They exchanged glances and responded in unison. As you command. Nearby sea dragons were astonished to see the 9 Dragon Emperors mobilized. Coupled with the recent message from the Shark Clan, it was clear that although this grudge was between the Shark Clan and the humans, the Sea Dragon Clan, known for their hatred of humans, would not sit idly by. After all, this could be a future human powerhouse, and if allowed to grow, he might threaten the Sea Dragon Clan's dominance. It was wise to nip this threat in the bud as early as possible. Meanwhile, the Shark Clan was in uproar. This human genius can only be dealt with by a saint. Sending more emperors is just sending them to their deaths. I suggest we avoid confrontation for now, and wait until we are at full war with the humans to send our saints to kill him. Nonsense. A newly ascended emperor rivaling a saint? Only you silverfin sharks would believe such drivel. I say 10 peak emperors are enough to take him down. What, do you tiger sharks think you're smarter than us? As the argument raged, the message from the 9 Dragon Emperors reached the Shark Clan. The 9 Dragon Emperors are taking action? Ha ha ha. Even if that human truly has the power of a saint, he won't stand a chance. The Shark Clan's saints laughed. The 9 Dragon Emperors were the most renowned among the Sea Dragon Clan's emperors. Due to their shared bloodline, they gained a unique ability upon reaching the Emperor level of fusion domain that even other emperors feared. Sea dragons were already incredibly powerful in both physical strength and mystic arts, and the combined might of the 9 Dragon Emperors' fusion domain was something even a novice saint wouldn't dare face lightly. Very well, let's send 10 more emperors from our clan and join forces with the emperors in the Coral Forest to ensure that human genius is killed. Agreed? Agreed. Seconded. The Shark Clan saints quickly reached a consensus and began issuing orders. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan was with the other cultivators from the 9 provinces, clearing the battlefield. Countless Shark Clan corpses were recorded and stored in the cultivators' treasure rings. Many of the bodies still had various glowing treasures, undoubtedly all belonging to Qin Xuan, with the cultivators merely handling logistics. It took the cultivators a whole day and night just to clean up the battlefield. Qin Xuan estimated that it would take at least 10 days to half a month for those sharks to gather at the Coral Forest. After all, it had taken him quite some time to travel from the Bloodsea base to this location. After the battlefield was cleared, Qin Xuan instructed the cultivators to leave. They wouldn't be able to help in the upcoming battle. Once the cultivators departed, Qin Xuan began calculating how many more energy points he needed to acquire the longevity-enhancing treasure. At least 30 more emperors, he sighed to himself. 30 emperors were no small number. With emperors scattered across various regions, it was only during a war between 2 clans that so many emperors would gather in one place. After tidying up the battlefield, Qin Xuan effortlessly leveled a mountain peak as if it were a trivial task. He leisurely set up a table and chairs, took out some premium tea leaves, and with a flick of his fingers, conjured fire and water out of thin air. The aroma of tea filled the air. Qin Xuan sipped slowly, waiting patiently for the grand spectacle to unfold. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean, undercurrents surged. The Sea Dragon Clan and the Sea Shark Clan, upon receiving orders from Emperor Shongyan, immediately mobilized their forces and headed towards the designated location. The massive movement of the 2 sea clans did not escape the eyes of the scouts from the 9 provinces. News quickly reached the hands of the sages. Although they did not take immediate action, they all turned their attention to that part of the ocean. Beneath the waves, the nine-headed dragon emperor and the sea shark clan's emperor moved side by side. Wherever they passed, the seawater parted, forming waves hundreds of meters high. Sea beasts within 100 miles scattered in panic, not daring to obstruct their path. The surging waves, even from a great distance, conveyed a formidable momentum that Qin Chuan could feel. "They're finally here," Qin Chuan said, rising gracefully from his recliner and stretching. During the waiting period, he had not only rested well, but also integrated thousands of martial arts techniques. As the waves, infused with monstrous energy, rose higher and higher, they eventually shot towards the sky, casting a shadow over Qin Chuan. Facing this astonishing sight, Qin Chuan calmly put away the table and chairs and uttered a single word: "Stop." As soon as the word left his lips, the mighty waves seemed to be halted by an invisible hand, freezing in midair. The once overwhelming momentum vanished instantly. Qin Chuan spoke again: "Disperse." In an instant, the massive wave shattered into countless fragments, turning into a fine drizzle that gently fell. Qin Chuan's nonchalant actions left the dozens of demon emperors behind the waves in shock. They had not sensed any spiritual power from Qin Chuan. What kind of technique was this? The demon emperors had created the colossal wave to intimidate Qin Chuan, carrying their monstrous energy over tens of thousands of miles. To their surprise, not only did it fail to awe Qin Chuan, but it also startled themselves. A giant dragon with blue scales and wings, the eldest of the nine-headed dragon emperor and the strongest among them, spoke to calm the others. "He merely shattered the focal point of our combined power with his mental strength. There's no need to be alarmed. However, his mental strength is indeed extraordinary." A slightly smaller blue dragon echoed, "Big brother is right. There's no need to panic. We nine brothers will take the lead, and you can support from the side. I want to see if this human is as formidable as Emperor Shengyan claims." Before it could finish speaking, it was about to charge at Qin Chuan but was stopped by its elder brother. "Do not underestimate him," the elder brother cautioned. "Since we bear the responsibility of the Dragon Saint, we must work together. Domain activate." As soon as the words were spoken, the nine-headed dragon emperor spread out, surrounding Qin Chuan. 9 blue water curtain domains quickly merged, forming a massive domain spanning hundreds of miles. After the wave was shattered, Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned. "So many demon emperors," he muttered, seemingly shocked by the scene before him. The nine-headed dragon emperor swiftly activated its domain and noticed Qin Chuan's dazed state. "Big brother, is this human scared stiff?" one of the dragon emperors mocked. The leading dragon emperor was also puzzled. The human's reaction was too slow. Although he was only stunned for a few seconds, to a great emperor-level expert, this brief moment was enough to activate a domain or escape 1,000 miles. Yet, this human had neither activated a domain nor fled, practically inviting death. At this moment, the demon emperors had the upper hand. The domains of the 9 dragon emperors enveloped the entire scene, and the sea shark clan's experts also entered, activating their relatively smaller domains. With their coordinated efforts, the two clans' domains did not clash violently. With the situation under control, the demon emperors began to look down at Qin Chuan. A sea shark clan expert opened its massive mouth, infused with monstrous energy, and thundered, "Human, did you kill Shengyan?" Qin Chuan's body trembled slightly, and he looked around at the emperors with a twisted expression. "What? Scared?" A sea shark clan emperor laughed mockingly. If they were alone, facing dozens of strong opponents, they would likely feel fear as well. "I heard you were quite arrogant. Didn't you tell Shengyan to bring out all the emperors from the coral forest? Didn't expect so many, did you?" Another sea shark clan emperor sneered at Qin Chuan, baring its rows of gleaming white teeth. "Indeed, I didn't expect this," Qin Chuan said, scanning the surrounding emperors and silently counting their numbers. 30 in total. This is exactly what I needed, delivered right to my doorstep. Qin Chuan was so excited he could barely contain himself. If not for this turn of events, it would have taken him years to kill so many emperors. Their sudden appearance meant that the longevity medicine for Linger was within reach. "Thank you, Emperor Shengyan." Qin Chuan had initially intended to be satisfied with dealing with the Coral Forest's demon emperors, but Shengyan had generously brought 30 more, exceeding his expectations. Seeing Qin Chuan suddenly laugh, the demon emperors were puzzled. But the leading sea dragon emperor became wary, sensing something amiss. "Attack quickly. There's something strange about this human." However, before its voice could reach the other demon emperors, Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the area. "Sorry, you're a bit too slow." The demon emperors turned towards the voice, only to see several streaks of light racing towards them. The beam of light moved with incredible speed, arriving near them in an instant. With a sudden whoosh, it transformed into several massive, ferocious beasts. The earth-shaking roars echoed through the heavens and earth. Having been pent up for so long, the beasts eagerly launched their attacks. The vermilion bird soared high, its sharp claws tearing through the tough hide of an emperor sea shark, blood splattering everywhere. The white tiger roared and charged, colliding head-on with an emperor sea dragon, causing waves of energy to surge. The azure dragon swung its long tail, launching a fierce assault on the nearest emperor sea dragon. Though both were dragon kin, the azure dragon was one of the 4 divine beasts, while the sea dragon was merely an evolved, fearsome lizard. In terms of combat power, the sea dragon was no match. It was utterly overwhelmed in a direct confrontation. The other battles followed the same pattern, with the sea emperors being crushed by the beasts. Despite the beasts having slightly lower cultivation levels, their combat prowess was by no means inferior. The sea emperors were shocked, wondering how this person could have so many powerful beasts. The message from Emperor Fong had not mentioned this at all. The leading emperor sea dragon forced itself to stay calm, channeling the power of its domain to bolster the other sea emperors. With the domain's support, the strength of the 9 dragon emperors significantly increased. The attacks of Defy and Xiaoqing, who had been dominating 2 sea dragons, now barely caused any damage, and they were instead troubled by the sea dragon's counterattacks. Other sea powerhouses also activated their domain powers for self-enhancement. The beasts, which had been overwhelming their opponents, suddenly found themselves at a disadvantage. Only the swarm of demon insects continued to ravage an emperor sea shark. Combine your strength and kill his beasts first, the leading emperor sea dragon ordered, and countless sea emperors surged toward the beasts with rolling energy. It's not fair if only you have domains, Qin Chuan said slowly, his tone brimming with confidence. The sea emperors trembled at his words, instinctively looking at him, fearing he had more tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, countless lights surrounded Qin Chuan, spreading out in all directions. As the lights continued to spread, mountains, rivers, and animals appeared before the sea emperors, as if a world was gradually unveiling itself. Is this a domain? The sea emperors halted, their eyes filled with shock. Unlike their purely energy-based domains, Qin Chuan's domain was filled with various rules and forces, resembling a complete world. The sea emperors exchanged glances, reading a terrifying thought in each other's eyes. Could this human's domain be formed from countless fused laws? They sensed no less than 10 different laws within it. How powerful must such a domain be? As Qin Chuan's domain expanded, though its range was smaller than the 9 dragon emperors, it still covered several kilometers. His beasts were enveloped within, their power continuously boosted by the domain's energy, instantly reversing the previously unfavorable battle and overwhelming their opponents even more. The remaining sea emperors dared not hesitate and rushed to aid their struggling comrades. Except for the demon insect swarm, each of Qin Chuan's beasts faced multiple emperors. Despite each sea emperor's cultivation being at least at the 6th level of emperor rank, with over a dozen at the peak, they still struggled to gain an advantage, especially those against the demon insect swarm, who were in dire straits. The queen insect had reached emperor rank, and the other insects had significantly improved in strength, with over 10 at king rank and hundreds at emperor rank. Despite facing more than a dozen emperor sea sharks, they were still highly effective. After all, this was not just a pet but an army. Qin Chuan surveyed the battlefield, smiling wryly. It seemed he wouldn't need to intervene personally. He clasped his hands and smiled at the sea emperors. Consider this a training exercise for my beasts. You won't get such a leisurely chance in the future. These words deeply insulted the leading emperor sea dragon. Did this human think he didn't need to fight personally to win? They had come to kill Qin Chuan, yet his beasts alone were decimating them. This humiliation was indescribable. Who could have imagined that this guy was not only terrifyingly strong, but also had such powerful beasts? The sea saints had sent so many emperors, thinking it would be more than enough to kill one saint. This wasn't underestimating the opponent. It was that the opponent was too monstrous. As Qin Chuan observed the fight, he adjusted his control over his domain. Using it in battle for the first time, he was somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, it greatly hindered the sea emperors. As time passed, Qin Chuan's mastery of his domain grew, further empowering his beasts. The sea emperors felt increasing pressure, realizing belatedly that this human was using them as a whetstone. A newly ascended emperor using 30 veteran emperors for practice. Who would believe such a thing? Was this reasonable? Was this normal? If any cultivator familiar with Qin Chuan heard their questions, they would likely shake their head and say with a calm smile, "You get used to it." Qin Chuan's beast companions seized the opportunity to unleash their full power in the azure battlefield. Energy surged wildly as Xiaoqing, Debai, and De Huang each faced off against 3 formidable sea dragon emperors. The sea dragons, with their massive bodies and powerful wings, roared thunderously with every swing. Surrounded by 3 sea dragon emperors, Xiaoqing caused countless plants to sprout up around him, entangling the enemies. The sea dragons clawed and bit, but only managed to leave shallow scratches on Xiaoqing's scales. With extreme fortification, Xiaoqing's defense was no longer a weakness, and he showed no fear in close combat with the dragon clan. Xiaoqing agilely wrapped around one of the giant dragons, tearing off a large chunk of flesh with his claws, eliciting enraged roars of pain from the Sea Dragon Emperor. The other sea dragons rushed to assist, but they were unable to breach Shao Qing's resilient body. Defy, meanwhile, was locked in combat with 3 Sea Dragon Emperors, his snow-white fur stained with the enemy's blood. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, his blood-red eyes gleaming with madness, savoring the taste of the sea dragon flesh he had just devoured. De Huang, on the other hand, appeared calm and composed, standing on a floating stone he had conjured, manipulating countless rocks to block the charging blue dragons. Nearby, Xiao Hong's flames filled the sky as he engaged in a fierce battle with an emperor of the Sea Shark clan. De He stood steadfast, his counterforce causing the attacking sea sharks to suffer from their own assaults. The black tortoise behind De He was in a frenzy, tightly entangling a sea shark demon emperor. The swarm of magic insects held an overwhelming advantage, their sharp fangs easily tearing through the energy shields of the sea emperors. Qin Chuan closely monitored the battlefield, continually refining his control over the domain. When a sea shark emperor attempted to flee, Qin Chuan struck instantly. A blazing blade light spanned several kilometers, slicing the sea shark emperor in half. This scene plunged the remaining emperors into despair, making them realize that Qin Chuan indeed possessed emperor-level strength. In a desperate bid, the 9-dragon emperor unleashed his full power, combining forces to conjure a nearly 1,000-meter-long dragon phantom, its colossal claws sweeping down toward Shao Qing and the others with a force that reached saint-level might. At that moment, Qin Chuan transformed into a 9-colored lightning bolt, instantly appearing before the dragon phantom. He wielded a lightning blade hundreds of meters long, slashing upward at the dragon. The clash between the blade and the dragon brought a moment of eerie silence to the world. The demon emperors held their breath, awaiting the outcome. The lightning blade shattered into countless energy fragments, giving rise to a fleeting hope among the demon emperors. However, they soon noticed that the dragon phantom's claws were also riddled with cracks. The 9-dragon emperor, controlling the dragon, trembled, clearly struggling to withstand even a casual strike from Qin Chuan. The leading Sea Dragon Emperor saw an opportunity and ordered all the sea dragons to activate their bloodline's forbidden power. Blood-red dragon patterns emerged on their bodies, accompanied by agonized roars. The dragon phantom grew more solid, its power surging once again. Meanwhile, in the central dragon palace, the azure wave dragon saint opened his enormous eyes, a hint of surprise flashing within. Sensing a vague unease, he decided to investigate personally to ensure the younger generation did not encounter any unexpected dangers. Qin Chuan had no idea that when the 9-headed dragon emperor activated the forbidden power, the Jade Wave Dragon Sage sensed the change immediately. This was precisely the 9-headed dragon emperor's plan. The Blood Dragon forbidden power was a trump card created by the Jade Wave Dragon Sage for them, meant to be used only in life and death situations. Once activated, the Jade Wave Dragon Sage would instantly detect it, like a silent cry for help. Though the 9-headed dragon emperor appeared calm, it was confident. All it needed was to hold on for a moment, and the Jade Wave Dragon Sage would arrive in time. The 9-headed dragon emperor channeled all its energy into the azure dragon phantom. The dragon's aura surged dramatically, its eyes even flickering with a hint of intelligence. It roared at the sky, sending shockwaves hundreds of miles, causing the sea to churn and countless fish to turn belly up. Despite the terrifying aura, the other demon emperors were not frightened but delighted, anticipating the dragon to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Chuan. Facing the increasingly powerful dragon phantom, Qin Chuan hesitated slightly, his lightning-clad figure trembling. Finally, something interesting, he muttered, gripping his long sword tightly and instantly activating 2 divine forms. His aura became as sharp as blades, with lightning crackling around him. Merging his 2 swords, he slashed at the descending dragon's body with a powerful blade strike. The massive dragon body bore down like a mountain, its surging energy covering everything like a tide. The clash between the blade energy and the dragon's body produced deafening sounds, echoing all around. Even with the demon energy shielding, the demon emperors felt their eardrums ache. As time passed, a sense of dread grew in the 9-headed dragon emperor's heart. Qin Chuan's attacks were steadily increasing in intensity, showing no signs of desperation, but rather adjusting to their strength. Each strike precisely chipped away a piece of the dragon phantom's energy scales, and no matter how much energy the 9-headed dragon emperor infused, the wounds wouldn't heal. This bastard is using us to hone his skills, the leading sea dragon emperor finally realized. This time, Qin Chuan seemed more serious than before, each adjustment perfectly controlling his surging power. Energy scale fragments flew everywhere as Qin Chuan's attacks became frighteningly precise, never overcutting a single scale. No matter how furious the dragon phantom became or how turbulent the surrounding aura was, Qin Chuan's attacks remained calm and unhurried. Eventually, the dragon phantom was left bare and battered. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's beast pet continued to hunt other sea sharks. The nine-headed dragon emperor was unfazed, believing that as long as it held on until the jade wave dragon sage arrived, the sea sharks were expendable cannon fodder. Had enough fun? Let me end this for you. Qin Chuan exhaled lightly, his figure flashing rapidly as his twin blades merged into one. Dragon Tiger Heaven-Slaying Strike. In an instant, a blade light nearly 1,000 meters long shone across the sky, slashing fiercely at the dragon's forehead. The collision shook the heavens and earth, with thunderous roars echoing continuously. In the eyes of the demon emperors, the blade energy was gradually tearing the dragon phantom apart. The nine-headed dragon emperor struggled desperately, but to no avail. After a brief standoff, the blade energy split the dragon phantom entirely in two. The enormous dragon shadow slowly dissipated, revealing the trembling nine-headed sea dragon emperor behind it. Your turn now, Qin Chuan said calmly. The nine-headed dragon emperor froze, then, in a rare display of unity, transformed into 9 streaks of light, fleeing in different directions. At that moment, they had only one thought: escape. This human was terrifying. However, Qin Chuan did not pursue. He simply waved his hand and chuckled, trying to escape after entering someone else's domain? How impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, a domain barrier appeared, blocking the nine-headed dragon emperor. They mustered all their strength, constantly crashing into the barrier. The clanging sounds were incessant, yet the domain barrier, though trembling, never shattered. This human's domain is too strong, the nine-headed dragon emperor thought in horror. Stay here, all of you. Qin Chuan raised his twin blades. To the nine-headed dragon emperor, those blades were no different from the Grim Reaper's scythe, and Qin Chuan was the merciless executioner. Don't come any closer. The nine-headed dragon emperor screamed internally, but Qin Chuan was already preparing to strike, ready to eliminate them all. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. A massive azure dragon, over 1,000 meters long, sped towards them, closing the distance with each passing moment. Its voice, amplified by demonic power, instantly reached the battlefield. The dragon sage is here. We're saved. Ha ha ha. Human, your death is imminent. The nine-headed dragon emperor rejoiced. At that moment, Qin Chuan's mind was filled with questions. Why was the dragon sage coming? As a sage, wasn't it forbidden to attack lower beings? But he couldn't be sure if the dragon sage would adhere to this verbal agreement. Even with the blood pact between their races, the other side could easily break it. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Qin Chuan made his decision. Kill. What if the dragon sage was coming? He still had to kill. 9 blazing blade energies were unleashed instantly, slashing towards the nine-headed dragon emperor. This was Qin Chuan's all-out attack. Seeing this, the nine-headed dragon emperor was terrified, desperately channeling all its power to defend. Human, how dare you? As the blade energy reached the nine-headed dragon emperor, the jade wave dragon sage arrived nearby. It roared furiously, a gigantic hand imbued with immense sacred power, slapping towards Qin Chuan. Seeing this, Qin Chuan was startled. He immediately unleashed all his power without reservation. Various secret treasures and martial arts techniques activated wildly, and his domain began to emit dazzling light. Crack. The barrier of Qin Chuan's domain instantly filled with cracks, rapidly spreading like a spider web. The Azure Dragon Saint was astonished to find that this human's domain did not immediately collapse. Meanwhile, under the suppression of 9 unparalleled blade auras, the nine-headed dragon emperor was on the verge of collapse. The weakest of the dragon emperors could no longer hold on and were torn in half by the overwhelming blade auras. Despicable human. You court death. The Azure Dragon Saint was furious upon witnessing Qin Chuan slay its descendants. In its wrath, the surrounding sea area for tens of miles was engulfed in towering waves and howling winds and rain. Hold off that old dragon, Qin Chuan commanded decisively. His beast companions, having just finished off the sea shark emperor, immediately sprang into action at his order. The 4 sacred ancient formation emitted a dazzling light, with the 5 elemental beasts positioned at 5 points. Torrents of multicolored beams pierced through the domain barrier, heading straight for the massive Azure Dragon Saint in the sky. Seeing Qin Chuan dare to counterattack, the Azure Dragon Saint became even more enraged. It raised its head and unleashed a surge of azure energy, instantly intercepting the beams and pushing forward with overwhelming force. Realizing the urgency, Qin Chuan gripped his dual blades tightly, his aura surging as he charged towards the remaining dragon emperors. Damned brat! How dare you? The Azure Dragon Saint roared, its demonic power surging. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Chuan responded without hesitation, sweeping his long blade and engulfing the remaining dragon emperors in endless blade auras. Grandfather Dragon Saint, save us! The dragon emperors cried out in terror, but it was too late. In the next moment, their bodies shattered into pieces, and crimson blood rained down, staining a large swath of the sea. Qin Chuan quickly used his mental power to envelop the Dragon Emperor's remains, storing them in his secret treasure ring. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Saint's killing intent surged, determined to kill Qin Chuan on the spot. It spewed out waves of energy, instantly shattering Qin Chuan's domain and continuously advancing towards him. Qin Chuan did not sit idly by. Though he was unsure if he could withstand the Peak Dragon Saint's attack, he would not surrender without a fight. His eyes gleamed, and his dual blades seemed to come alive, brimming with spiritual and lightning energy. Qin Chuan merged with his blades, exuding a sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through the heavens and earth. Dragon Lake Heaven-splitting slash. Qin Chuan unleashed his strongest attack. A nearly kilometer-long solid blade aura shot out, clashing with the Azure Dragon Saint's blue energy. Initially, the blade aura had the upper hand, tearing a long gash in the energy. Startled by Qin Chuan's strength, the Azure Dragon Saint thought it was not a disgrace for such a powerful human to accompany the 9 Dragon Emperors in death. With a slight increase in power, Qin Chuan's blade aura began to fragment and quickly shattered into countless pieces. As expected, the gap is still too wide, Qin Chuan sighed, swiftly recalling all his beast companions and transforming into a lightning state to escape. However, at that moment, a cold voice echoed, "Enough with bullying the young. Do you think you can kill him in front of me?" Before the words had fully settled, the azure energy dominating Qin Chuan's view froze in midair, followed by an intense chill sweeping across the battlefield. The once unstoppable attack shattered into countless ice fragments before Qin Chuan's eyes. From the distance, a figure in white slowly approached. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer wore a white robe, with white brows and hair flowing behind, and had sharp, handsome features, a rare sight of an elderly but strikingly handsome man. Is this the Ice Saint? Qin Chuan had seen photos of the Ice Saint in the information provided by Han Jiangshang, but this was his first time seeing him in person. Qin Chuan, you should go back. Leave this to me, the Ice Saint said calmly, his tone brimming with confidence. As a guardian of the front lines, he had no fear of the Azure Dragon Saint, and was even prepared to face more enemies. This human killed 9 of our clan's geniuses and thinks he can just leave? Does he think the Sea Dragon clan is so easily bullied? The Azure Dragon Saint was unwilling to let Qin Chuan leave so easily. Its killing intent towards Qin Chuan surpassed even that towards the saints of the 9 provinces in the mountain and sea realm. If this young man became a saint, wouldn't he come to sweep through the entire mountain and sea realm? After careful consideration, the Azure Dragon Saint quietly activated the sea pattern order, transmitting the message to the 4 seas. With the sea's continuous waves, the message quickly reached the other sea clans. Noticing the Azure Dragon Saint's actions, the Ice Saint frowned. Qin Chuan, you need to hurry back. This old dragon is dead set on killing you. Qin Chuan did not dare delay. After saluting the Ice Saint, he turned into a bolt of lightning and sped back along the path he came. He won't escape, the Azure Dragon Saint declared resolutely. The Ice Saint snorted coldly and glanced at the Azure Dragon Saint. It seems you've forgotten some things after not fighting for so long. In that case, let me help you remember. With those words, the Ice Saint flicked his robe, and the surroundings were instantly filled with strange phenomena. Thousands of miles of land and sky were suddenly covered in frost, with thick ice spreading across the sea like a colossal dragon. The chill in the air crystallized, and cracks appeared midair. In an instant, the entire world was enveloped in cold. Seeing the Ice Saint so serious, the Bai-Bo Dragon Saint felt a shiver in its heart. Though it knew it wouldn't die, a beating seemed inevitable. It quickly expanded its sacred domain, its eyes as large as doors fixed intently on the Ice Saint. Those who harm the geniuses of the 9 provinces die, the Ice Saint coldly declared. Instantly, the attacks of the 2 saints roared through the heavens and earth, with violent sounds echoing in all directions. Qin Chuan had already fled far away, but looking back, the immense power still made his heart race. This is the power of a saint, he thought with a wry smile, watching the swirling vortex of energy. The might of saints was unmatched, every gesture carrying overwhelming force, making him feel like an infant in comparison. Despite his many thoughts, Qin Chuan's speed did not decrease. His thunder god physique operated continuously, leaving long trails of 9-colored light in the sky, cutting through clouds with streaks of lightning. The moment the Bai-Bo Dragon Saint issued the sea pattern order, powerful auras of saint-level beings rose from all corners of the 4 seas. This was no ordinary sea pattern order, it was a hunt order. The might of the Peak Dragon Saint summoned sea tribe saints from all over the mountain and sea secret realm to hunt down the human genius. The message conveyed by the sea pattern order caused anxiety among all sea tribes hostile to the 9 provinces. A newly crowned emperor had slain 30 sea tribe emperors, 9 of whom were the renowned 9 dragon emperors. Even more terrifying, this person could withstand a few moves from a Peak Dragon Saint. If not eliminated, he would become a dire threat to the sea tribes within a century. Waves surged across the mountain and sea's secret realm as countless demon saints mobilized. Blood Shark Saint, Fierce Shark Saint, Black Sea Dragon Saint, Sea Flame Jiao Saint, and others stirred up massive waves, all heading in the same direction. As Qin Chuan ran, he sensed powerful auras from all directions, all locking onto him. Unless he left the mountain and sea's secret realm, he would face endless pursuit. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal, gathering most of the resources to evolve his 7th beast pet and energy points for extracting longevity elixirs for Linger. As long as he escaped to the rear, he could leave safely. Just as Qin Chuan was running excitedly, a figure appeared ahead, also walking on air, seemingly a human emperor. "Is that Emperor Qin Chuan?" the person called out from afar. "I received a message from the Ice Saint to escort you. You can't go any further. The Sea Tribe Emperors have blocked the way." Qin Chuan recognized the Emperor matching the information he had received, but did not slow down, continuing to approach quickly with lightning underfoot. The person became more anxious. "Emperor Qin Chuan, you can't go any further. Follow me quickly." As Qin Chuan approached, he gave the person a smile. "All right." As soon as the person turned to lead the way, a surge of killing intent rushed from behind. Turning back, he saw an unmatched blade aura coming at him and exclaimed, "How dare you? Don't get too into your role." Qin Chuan sneered, intensifying the blade aura, instantly slicing the Emperor in half. The body expanded and transformed into a massive sea tribe corpse, with a human-like upper body, a fish tail, a ferocious face, and long snake-like hair. This was a member of the illusion snake tribe, known for their illusion skills, often disguising as humans to deceive 9 provinces cultivators. Unfortunately for them, Qin Chuan's mental strength was strong enough to easily see through the illusion. He quickly stored the corpse, aware that the delay had increased the risk of interception by the sea tribes. Unfortunately, after flying for some time, Qin Chuan encountered many more sea tribe experts. They were ordered by the Bow Dragon Saint to intercept him here. Feeling the increasingly close auras of sea tribe saints, Qin Chuan's heart tightened. He looked at the sea tribe experts from afar and infused his voice with spiritual power, shouting, "Anyone who blocks Medes." 12 crowns floated around him, his black robe billowing without wind, and his insect horn bracelet glowed brightly. Qin Chuan's aura exploded like a dazzling sun, startling the sea tribe experts. But they had no retreat. Qin Chuan couldn't afford to waste time, and neither could they. In the next moment, he charged into the group of sea tribe experts, engaging in a fierce battle. Qin Chuan charged into the horde of beasts, facing not only powerful sea creatures, but also avian species from nearby islands. The expansive Shanghai secret realm was filled with towering mountains and numerous islands, home to a variety of birds and beasts. Although their numbers were fewer than the sea creatures, they were still formidable. Before the 9 provinces entered the Shanghai secret realm, the avian and sea tribes were often at odds, as many birds preyed on the offspring of sea creatures. However, the arrival of the cultivators from the 9 provinces changed this dynamic. The avian tribes found human flesh to be more delectable than that of sea creatures, and began to ally with the sea tribes to attack the human fleets. Though the avian tribes hadn't received the Haiwan order this time, strong warriors from nearby clans were already cooperating with the sea tribes to attack other 9 provinces' fleets. Upon receiving the Haiwan order, the sea tribe leaders quickly summoned the avian tribes for assistance. Hearing that they were to encircle and kill a genius from the 9 provinces, the avian warriors were thrilled, eager for the taste of such exquisite flesh. As Qin Chuan approached the alien warriors, he quickly identified several fierce avian species: the Windwing tribe, the Bloodfeather tribe, and the Goldclaw tribe. He was secretly delighted, thinking that by killing these aliens, he would nearly have all the materials needed for the evolution of his 7th beast pet. Facing the fierce and majestic avian aliens, Qin Chuan felt no fear. Instead, he was somewhat eager. A massive bird with a wingspan of several hundred meters, its entire body blood-red, was the first to charge at Qin Chuan. It unleashed a blood-red domain, causing blood mist to billow within a radius of several kilometers. The other sea tribe emperors didn't intervene. Although they were skeptical about the saint-level combat power mentioned in the Haiwan order, they were unwilling to take the risk. Qin Chuan did not slow down. Gripping his dual blades tightly, lightning surged beneath his feet as he executed the Dragon Tiger Heaven-Slaying Strike. A long blade aura instantly extended towards the Bloodfeather tribe emperor. Sensing the terrifying power within the blade aura, the Bloodfeather emperor realized he had taken a dangerous risk alone and cursed the other demon emperors for their treachery. The Bloodfeather emperor hastily countered, unleashing energy from his red domain to block the blade aura. However, it was all in vain. Qin Chuan's full-force strike easily tore through the shield, slicing the mid-level demon emperor in half. Blood rained down as Qin Chuan waved his hand, using his spiritual power to collect the corpse into his treasure ring. This scene shocked all the demon emperors, spreading fear in their hearts. They now believed the words of the Bo dragon saint. This human indeed possessed saint-level power. A demon emperor quickly issued orders, rallying the troops to resist together. They were confident that with dozens of emperors, hundreds of kings, and thousands of warriors, they could hold their ground even against a saint for some time. However, as Qin Chuan approached and released several streams of light, the demon's confidence shattered. A giant azure dragon, a white tiger as pure as snow, a fiery red vermilion bird, a pitch-black qilin, a sturdy black tortoise, and countless terrifying demon insects suddenly appeared, making the scene even more terrifying. Qin Chuan charged at several demon emperors, his blades continuously emitting light. The demon emperors fought with all their might, barely surviving Qin Chuan's onslaught, but the situation was dire. As they defended themselves, they mentally called out for a saint to come to their aid. Numerous alien kings and warriors began to form ranks, conjuring massive beastly shadows to join the battle. Although a single king was no match for Qin Chuan, the combined power of hundreds of kings was comparable to that of a peak emperor. These fearless beastly shadows were even more troublesome than ordinary peak emperors, buying precious time for the demon emperors fighting Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Chuan couldn't unleash his domain because it had been shattered by a palm strike from the Bo dragon saint, and was still recovering. However, he had taken a secret elixir from his roulette, accelerating the recovery of his domain. Once his domain was restored, he would be able to swiftly kill these demon emperors with overwhelming force. Transforming into multicolored lightning, Qin Chuan, with dazzling blade light, decapitated a demon emperor and swiftly collected the corpse into his ring. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with Qin Chuan's relentless attacks crashing down like tidal waves. The demon warriors struggled to hold on, desperately hoping a saint would arrive in time to save them. A helper fell in battle, causing the other emperors to panic even more. This hastened their demise considerably. Damn it, where are the saints? A sea emperor looked at Qin Chuan with terror in its eyes, anxiously scanning the surroundings for any sign of the saints. As time ticked by, more and more demon emperors fell under Qin Chuan's blade. The remaining emperors cursed the saints who had yet to arrive, over and over in their hearts. They wanted to flee, but neither dared nor could they move. Qin Chuan's killing intent enveloped the battlefield, paralyzing them with fear. Just when all the demon emperors were in utter despair, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. Human, stop, or I will ensure you die a horrible death. The voice, imbued with saintly power, reverberated through the heavens and earth. The saints had finally arrived. Qin Chuan looked up to see a colossal blood-red demon shark, over 1,000 meters long, speeding towards him. The aura of ferocity emanating from the shark was palpable even from a great distance. Hearing the demon saint's words, Qin Chuan sneered inwardly. His attacks did not slow down. His twin blades wove lightning and spiritual energy into a deadly web, enveloping his enemies. The demon emperors were covered in countless wounds, surviving only by a thread. In the blink of an eye, the blood shark saint arrived, opening its massive maw and sending waves of blood-colored energy crashing towards Qin Chuan. He quickly raised his blades to block. The solidified blade energy clashed with the blood waves, producing a metallic clang. Using this brief moment, Qin Chuan transformed into a flash of lightning and retreated 1,000 meters. The residual energy from the blood waves struck the sea, creating a massive crater thousands of meters wide. The seawater was compressed into a solid state, surging wildly in all directions. Seeing Qin Chuan forced to retreat, the surviving demon emperors felt a glimmer of hope. The blood shark saint is here. We're saved, they thought, relieved. Meanwhile, the demon emperors being hunted by Qin Chuan's beast pet hurriedly sought the blood shark saint's aid. The blood shark saint, seeing the pet still attacking in its presence, flew into a rage. How dare a mere emperor defy my will? It roared, eyes glowing red, and unleashed a crimson energy beam towards Defy. Defy immediately put up an all-out defense, energy shields forming around it. However, under the blood shark saint's powerful attack, Defy's back was pierced, blood gushing out, creating a gruesome scene. Still alive? The blood shark saint was surprised. It had used considerable strength in that attack, not expecting a mere demon emperor to withstand it. Ignoring the pain, Defy charged at a nearby severely wounded demon emperor, black energy surging to immobilize the target before biting through its neck. Abomination, you deserve death. The blood shark saint roared in fury, preparing to strike again. At that moment, an angry shout echoed in its mind. You damned old fish head. Seeing Defy gravely injured, Qin Chuan was already furious. His twin blades merged, and he became one with the surrounding lightning, slashing towards the massive blood shark. The blood shark saint sneered, opening its maw to unleash a pure energy attack straight at Qin Chuan. The clash between Qin Xuan's blinding blade and the blood-red energy was earth-shattering. All the demon emperors watched in shock. Contrary to expectations, Qin Xuan's blade was not immediately overpowered. Instead, it pushed the red energy back towards the blood shark saint. Energy fragments scattered, turning the sea into a crimson tide. Explosions rang out, the temperature soaring under the lightning strikes. A flicker of surprise crossed the blood shark saint's eyes before it increased its power output. The red energy wave began to push back, causing Qin Xuan's blade to tremble and crack. Human, you cannot withstand the power of a saint. Accept your fate, the blood shark saint's voice echoed. Is that so? You are just a mid-level demon saint. Watch how I slay you, you red-headed fish. Qin Xuan's voice thundered with the roar of lightning. Enraged, the blood shark saint unleashed its saintly domain, turning the sky blood-red for hundreds of miles. The demon emperors looked at Qin Xuan as if he were a fool. In their eyes, he was already a dead man. However, to their utter astonishment, Qin Xuan also unleashed his own domain. Do you really think your mere imperial domain can compete with a sacred domain? It's like a firefly trying to outshine the moon. Yet, Qin Xuan's next move sent a shiver down the spines of the assembled emperors. In the midst of the nine-colored figure, a small thunder seal glowed brilliantly. Blood Shark Saint's heart skipped a beat. This was a legendary artifact. Not even it possessed such a treasure. Who would have thought that this human had control over a legendary artifact? Legendary artifacts are extremely rare once they reach epic levels. Typically, only peak saints can possess one or two. Other saints, if unable to cultivate one themselves, might only inherit one from their family legacy. Like Blood Shark Saint, which had nurtured a supreme Blood Shark Saint spear, slowly elevating it to legendary status. Legendary artifact or not, the gap between a saint and an emperor is something you can never bridge. Blood Shark Saint sneered, though an unease lingered in its heart. At this moment, it dared not hold back any longer. The space within several kilometers surged with a tidal wave of blood-red energy. Simultaneously, Qin Xuan's imperial domain unfolded, revealing countless flowers, birds, fish, insects, and mythical creatures, as if it were a real, miniature world. The other demon emperors and blood shark saint noticed the peculiarities within, but given the strangeness surrounding this human, they weren't too surprised. After all, for a newly ascended emperor to have such combat prowess, a unique domain wasn't out of the ordinary. The 12 imperial crowns fused into one, firmly atop Qin Xuan's head, radiating intense energy. An inexplicable aura enveloped him. Coupled with his robe adorned with 9 black divine dragons, the emperors couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. It was as if they were facing not a mere human, but a majestic ruler of the heavens and earth. This noble presence caused their very souls to tremble. How is this human so powerful? Why do I feel that even Blood Shark Saint might lose to him? One demon emperor stammered. That's nonsense. Blood Shark Saint will definitely defeat him. He's just an emperor. How could he possibly beat a saint? Another demon emperor retorted, with others quickly agreeing. The power of a saint is endless. Even a peak grand saint would struggle to kill Blood Shark Saint. This guy has no chance. While the demon emperors debated, the battle between Qin Xuan and Blood Shark Saint had already begun. Torrential blood-red blasts descended like a vast crimson waterfall, aiming to engulf Qin Xuan's tiny figure completely. But in the next moment, the seemingly insignificant human figure erupted with blinding light. A 1,000-meter-long blade arc slashed upward, tearing the crimson waterfall into countless fragments. The battle was not as one-sided as the demon emperors had imagined. Qin Xuan was holding his own against Blood Shark Saint. Though he was at a disadvantage, he hadn't been defeated. The sky was filled with massive, colorful mushroom clouds, and the sound of explosions was incessant. All the demon emperors kept their distance, not daring to get close. How is this possible? How hasn't he been crushed yet? One demon emperor exclaimed, incredulous at the overwhelming pressure emanating from the battlefield. Forget about that. This human will eventually die at Blood Shark Saint's hands. Worry about ourselves, another demon emperor roared. Without the threat of Blood Shark Saint, Qin Xuan's beast companions turned their attention to the demon emperors. They had received Qin Xuan's secret command. While he kept Blood Shark Saint occupied, they were to eliminate the demon emperors. The already disadvantaged Sea Tribe warriors were swiftly torn apart by Qin Xuan's beasts. Blood Shark Saint was enraged upon seeing this. It wanted to kill the human before it and rushed to aid its allies. Yet no matter how fiercely it attacked, the human, transformed into lightning, seemed indestructible. Apart from the dimming lightning around him, he bore no significant injuries. In contrast, his attacks left scars on Blood Shark Saint's body. Though these wounds quickly healed under the power of the sacred domain, the feeling of being bitten by an insect was maddening. Die! Blood Shark Saint roared, inundating Qin Xuan with blood-red energy. The fierce force battered his body, causing pieces of energy to flake off. At this rate, once the energy of his thunder god physique was depleted, he would be doomed. However, just before the energy was completely drained, the thunder seal on Qin Shuan's forehead buzzed and surged with more energy, replenishing him. Qin Shuan emerged from the blood tide like a fish, launching countless blade strikes at Blood Shark Saint. Damn it! Blood Shark Saint tried to retreat, only to be blocked again. Moreover, the human's aura seemed to grow stronger. Damn it! How can he keep getting stronger in battle? Even saints weaken as they fight. What it didn't know was that Qin Shuan's domain contained the essence of despair he had previously comprehended. Growing stronger in battle was one of its traits. Normally, this powerful trait wouldn't manifest unless he faced an unbeatable opponent. In dire straits, wield one blade. In desperate straits, wield a billion blades. Until billions of blades become one, and one becomes billions. That moment would be his explosive peak. Even gods would fall before him. Unfortunately, with his current strength, Qin Shuan could only manage a full force strike of 10,000 blades, let alone billions. But even so, he was troublesome enough. Blood Shark Saint could only watch as the beasts slaughtered the Sea Tribe demon emperors. It glared at Qin Shuan, roaring in fury. Despicable human. Let's see how long you can last. Roaring, it summoned its nurtured artifacts. Besides the epic tier Supreme Blood Shark Saint Spear, it wielded a shield and a long rope. However, the latter two were only ordinary epic tier artifacts. Qin Shuan sneered internally. Even if Blood Shark Saint's offensive power increased, what it lacked were means to restrain him. But in the next moment, he realized its target wasn't him. A long rope shot across the sky, wrapping tightly around Defy. The giant beast roared thunderously but was firmly bound. A blood-red spear followed closely behind, its imposing presence reaching the level of a saint. Qin Shuan's eyebrows twitched, and his heart tightened. Blood Shark Saint, that cunning old fox, knew he couldn't handle Qin Shuan, so he targeted his beast companion instead. If not for the long-term nurturing of the secret treasure, he would have summoned it long ago. Now, likely driven mad by Qin Shuan, he recklessly used the secret treasure. Other beast companions tried to intervene but were blocked by a suddenly expanding giant shield. Qin Shuan transformed into a streak of lightning, electricity crackling around him as he rushed to rescue Defy. Blood Shark Saint cackled maniacally, his massive body blocking Qin Shuan's path. You're not going anywhere. The situation reversed in an instant. Earlier, Blood Shark Saint was unable to rescue the Demon Emperor because of Qin Shuan, and now Qin Shuan was blocked from saving his beast companion. If the Saint's spear hit its mark, Defy would surely meet a grim fate. Qin Shuan gritted his teeth, eyes filled with killing intent. He swung his twin blades desperately, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy and blade aura. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as the Saint's spear inched closer to Defy. Unable to bear the sight, he turned away. However, the expected scene of carnage did not occur. The spear was firmly grasped by a large hand. The spear, spanning hundreds of meters like a giant pillar, gradually became covered in snowflakes and eventually froze completely. Bullying a junior is not a commendable act. A cold voice echoed. An elderly man with a lean figure held the spear tightly, staring icily at Blood Shark Saint. It was not Ice Saint, but another master of ice attribute Snow Saint. Snow Saint, along with Cold River Saint and Ice Saint, was one of the top ice attribute masters of the 9 provinces. They were the nightmares of all sea creatures in the mountain and sea secret realm. This was because most sea creatures had water attributes and were thoroughly suppressed by ice attributes. This was one reason why a few saints could dominate dozens of saints in the mountain and sea secret realm. Snow Saint, with his gray hair, gripped the rope binding Defy and gave it a slight shake, causing it to fall into his hand. Old fox, I'll be taking your secret treasure, he said, preparing to erase the spiritual imprint. Blood Shark Saint was shocked and hurriedly tried to recall his treasure. Unexpectedly, all 3 treasures flew back to him without resistance, even the 2 in Snow Saint's hand. Just as Blood Shark Saint was feeling relieved, Snow Saint burst into laughter. You fool, you've fallen into my trap. Before the words finished, endless cold air surged from the treasures, covering Blood Shark Saint in layers of frost. His body froze in midair, unable to move. Qin Shuan was overjoyed and immediately mustered his strength, swinging a lightning-infused blade aura. On the other side, Snow Saint looked surprised as snowflakes around him spun like sharp blades, enveloping Blood Shark Saint. The snowflakes and blade aura struck Blood Shark Saint simultaneously, leaving countless wounds and causing blood to flow continuously. Quick reflexes, kid, Snow Saint praised. Qin Shuan immediately responded. It's all thanks to your clever strategy, Elder. Snow Saint laughed heartily at this, and Qin Shuan couldn't help but smile. Both laughed heartily, leaving Blood Shark Saint severely wounded. Blood Shark Saint quickly dispelled the cold restraints and regained mobility, though his body was still covered in gruesome wounds. Damn humans, you're so cunning, he snarled at Snow Saint. That's because you're an idiot, Qin Chuan and Snow Saint retorted in unison. Clearly, they had a shared opinion of these otherworldly creatures strong in power but low in intelligence, especially the sea creatures, whose brains seemed to be full of water. Seeing the old and the young mocking him so seamlessly, Blood Shark Saint was furious. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and laughed wildly. Damn humans, you're all going to die today. Snow Saint frowned, sensing something as well. Qin Chuan also paused, feeling several powerful auras approaching rapidly. In the distance, 3 overwhelming energies swept through the space. One fiery red mixed with intense black, one purely black, and one with a violent killing intent in blue. Sea Flame Jiao Saint, Black Sea Dragon Saint, Fierce Shark Saint. 3 powerful saints approached from 3 directions, surrounding Qin Chuan and Snow Saint. Kid, come behind me. Qin Chuan quickly moved near Snow Saint, taking the opportunity to store his beast companions and the Demon Emperor's body in his ring. Snow Saint couldn't help but laugh, thinking this kid had quite the nerve to collect spoils even in such a crisis. No wonder he was the top genius of the 9 provinces. 3 demon saints descended. The one with a body ablaze in sticky flames mocked, Blood Shark, you look terrible. Did a mere new emperor make you this miserable? Blood Shark Saint, burning with anger, quickly defended himself. If it weren't for this damn old man of snow, I wouldn't be injured. Sea Flame Jiao Saint spoke slowly. Let's join forces to kill that human. I doubt the old man of snow can protect him. Blood Shark Saint could only smile bitterly. After what had just happened, he dared not make any rash conclusions. Besides, with Snow Saint's strength, they couldn't do much to him. The best strategy now was to stall these 2 and wait for more demon saints to arrive. Snow Saint sneered upon hearing this. Countless snowflakes materialized around him, spreading across hundreds of miles of sky. You can try if you dare. Do you think 4 little demon saints can kill someone under my protection? Snow Saint was a peak demon saint, while the others were at most high-level demon saints. Apart from Sea Flame Jiao Saint, whose attributes slightly countered the cold, the others would be suppressed by Snow Saint. After a few verbal exchanges, neither side backed down, not believing the other's words. Tensions rose, and the battle was about to erupt. Qin Chuan looked on with some concern. Although the Snow Sage was powerful, the combined strength of the other demon sages was not to be underestimated, especially the Sea Flame Jiao Sage. Its unique Sea Flame attribute combined the properties of both water and fire, surging like magma and posing a significant challenge. It was said that the Sea Flame Jiao Sage once attempted to ascend to Dragon Sage status but failed. Though it reached Sage level, its bloodline remained inferior to that of a dragon. However, in a twist of fate, it consumed a rare treasure from the depths of an undersea volcano, causing a mutation in its attributes and greatly enhancing its power. Now, this high-level demon sage's strength was comparable to that of a peak demon sage. The Fierce Shark Sage and the Black Sea Dragon Sage were also top figures in their respective clans. The sages activated their sacred domains, covering the sky for miles. Multicolored energy beams scattered, silver-white snowflakes spun and sliced through the air, sticky flames clung to the atmosphere with a pungent burnt smell. Thick, dark seawater churned, creating towering waves. The oppressive and violent aura was suffocating. The Snow Sage raised his hands slightly, and his 6 sacred crowns merged into one, dramatically increasing his aura, overshadowing the 4 demon sages. It turned out he was also a genius who had successfully crowned himself in the early trials of the Tower of Kings. In those days, resources were scarce, and experience was limited, making a 6-crown king extremely rare. With the sacred crown's blessing, the Snow Sage's power surged. Seeing this, the 4 demon sages became more cautious. Despite their earlier bravado, none dared underestimate the sages of the 9 provinces. These formidable beings had the ability to fight multiple opponents at once, and underestimating them would be a grave mistake. The demon sages unleashed their techniques, some even summoning legendary artifacts. The collision of the sages might cause the heavens to tremble. Waves surged across the 100-mile sea area, and mushroom clouds of explosions continuously erupted in the sky. The Snow Sage stood like a towering snow mountain, unmoved in midair. With a wave of his hand, massive snowflakes spun like wheels, sending sharp cold waves sweeping across. Even while battling 4 sages, he remained at ease. The stalemate was unfavorable for Qin Chuan and his group. Human sages were scattered and could not arrive quickly. Although the Sea Tribe sages were also dispersed, they were more numerous and would arrive first. Moreover, the sages of the 9 provinces might be intercepted by the Sea Tribe sages, and although they might not be defeated, they could be delayed. The longer the delay, the worse the situation. Although the Snow Sage could fight 4 sages alone, the arrival of more demon sages would drastically change the situation. Even if the snow sage remained unafraid, protecting Qin Chuan would become increasingly difficult. Qin Chuan's thoughts raced as he observed the snow sage's techniques and suddenly asked, "Senior, can you freeze these guys?" The snow sage was surprised. "Are you planning to?" Qin Chuan interrupted urgently. "Yes." The snow sage laughed. "All right, let's see if you have the skill to hurt these old guys. But I can't hold them for long. Start with the weakest, the blood shark sage." The two openly plotted, without any concealment. The demon sages heard and mocked them. The sea flame Jiao sage sneered. "A mere new emperor thinks he can hurt us? Boy, even if I stand still, you won't be able to break my skin." Qin Chuan smiled. "Is that so? Why don't you stand still and let me try?" The sea flame Jiao sage was momentarily speechless. It had only spoken idly, but this human boy took it seriously. "Boy, don't be too arrogant," it roared, thinking that even if the snow sage managed to control it, it wouldn't last long. Once the human got close, it would incinerate him to ashes. The snow sage asked, "Are you ready, kid?" Qin Chuan nodded, fully prepared. "Good." The snow sage was succinct. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and a dense flurry of snowflakes filled the sky, forming a tornado that engulfed the demon sages. They were horrified and hastily defended, but their techniques were greatly weakened. In moments, a series of ice sculptures stood before them. The snow sage appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Though his attacks were the strongest, he couldn't maintain control for long. If he could solve it alone, he would have acted already. Qin Chuan charged forward, wielding a long-prepared blade. Thunder roared in the sky, and the blade's energy was unparalleled. Dragon Tiger Sky Splitter, followed by Dragon Tiger Heaven Merge. He executed his two strongest killing moves, then merged them into one. This immense expenditure of energy nearly emptied his dantian, and even with his strong recovery ability, he couldn't quickly replenish it. The resulting destructive power was terrifying, and Qin Chuan rarely used it unless absolutely necessary. Without the support of teammates, it was almost impossible to execute such a move in a high-level, ever-changing battlefield. The combined Dragon Tiger killing move struck fear into the hearts of the demon sages encased in ice. They were like four blind boxes, waiting to be opened. They had no idea who would be the target of this strike. Every sage silently prayed that the fatal blow would not fall upon them. The power of this attack had surpassed that of a junior sage, almost reaching the level of a senior sage, meaning that any target hit would suffer severe damage. Among the four ice sculptures, Blood Shark Sage was the most terrified. It was not only the weakest but also still nursing injuries. If hit, it would undoubtedly be gravely wounded. Worse still, by all logical assumptions, it was the most likely target. In contrast, Sea Flame Jiao Sage appeared the calmest. It believed that this human wouldn't be foolish enough to risk attacking it, as once it broke free, the attacker would have nowhere to escape. Even if hit, it was confident in its ability to retaliate. The other demon sages and the snow sage shared similar thoughts. However, Qin Chuan had different ideas. He didn't choose the seemingly easiest target, Blood Shark Sage, but instead directed his attack at the least likely target, Sea Flame Jiao Sage. This move shocked all the sages. They couldn't understand why Qin Chuan would act so recklessly. Sea Flame Jiao Sage's shock quickly turned to rage. It hastened the circulation of its sage power, determined to break free and crush the audacious human. It couldn't tolerate such disdain. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan's attack was upon Sea Flame Jiao Sage. The unmatched blade energy tore through the sky, aiming straight for its neck. The immense impact caused cracks to spread across its snow-covered body, with sticky flames mixed with blood pouring out from the fissures. "You seek death." Sea Flame Jiao Sage roared in pain as it broke free from control. It was both furious and fearful, realizing that if Qin Chuan's attack had been slightly stronger, it might have been decapitated. This wasn't just a personal humiliation, but would also be a laughingstock for the entire sea tribe and sage community. A dignified sage, almost falling in a battle with a newly ascended emperor. Determined to make Qin Chuan pay with his life, Sea Flame Jiao Sage unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Qin Chuan. The powerful force, mixed with terrifying burning energy, struck Qin Chuan heavily. Even a sage of the same level would find it hard to survive such an attack, let alone an emperor. Sure enough, the thick flames enveloped Qin Chuan's body, dragging a long trail of fire through the air before hurling him into the sea. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater, spanning thousands of meters, appeared on the ocean's surface. Vast amounts of seawater evaporated into thick mist, which then condensed into ice spikes upon encountering the snow sage's domain power, falling down. Qin Chuan. The snow sage's eyes filled with worry as it moved towards the impact site. Several demon sages, now free from control, intercepted it, mocking, "Old Snow, after such a hit, your human genius is either dead or severely crippled. No matter how strange the kid is, he's definitely in bad shape, huh?" Oomph. This is the price for angering me. Sea Flame Jiao Sage boasted, but blood was gushing from its neck, and black tendrils wound around its wound, making it uncontrollable. The Snow Sage, infuriated, glared with frost-filled eyes. You bunch of beasts. You really want to force me into a life-or-death struggle? Silver-white snowflakes spun in its pupils, emitting a mysterious aura. Seeing this, the demon sages ceased provoking the Snow Sage. Their goal was to kill Qin Xuan, not to engage in a desperate fight with the Snow Sage. Although they wouldn't die, the pain would be very real. The Snow Sage continued towards where Qin Xuan had fallen, now unimpeded by any demon sage. They continued to mock from a distance. Go ahead and clean up that human kid's mess. You're wrong if you think he'll be there. He was probably blown to bits, no body left. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the sea, freezing the expressions of all the demon sages. Though Qin Xuan's clothes were tattered, making him look disheveled, his royal black robe still covered him, sparing him further embarrassment. Despite taking Sea Flame Jiao Sage's full-force attack, which reverted his thunder god body, he had only expended energy without suffering substantial harm. How can you be unharmed? Sea Flame Jiao Sage shouted in a mix of anger and disbelief. Qin Xuan smiled slightly. I'm fine, but you, on the other hand, are not. Hearing this, a sense of unease surged in Sea Flame Jiao Sage's heart. Qin Xuan waved his hand, and the wound on Sea Flame Jiao Sage's neck suddenly burst open, with the black tendrils transforming into countless small snakes, frantically devouring its flesh. What is this? Sea Flame Jiao Sage desperately circulated its demon power, only to find that the black energy consumed even the demon power. Qin Xuan explained, it's a special malevolent energy I obtained from the soul-eating demon worm. It was already powerful as a normal malevolent energy field, but now that I've integrated it into my domain, its power is terrifying. However, this energy requires long-term nurturing, so I can't use it often. In battle, if this energy attaches to you, even a sage would be drained to death. It turned out that when Qin Xuan broke through Sea Flame Jiao Sage's defense, he had already mixed a wisp of malevolent energy into it. Now, with his will, it erupted, crippling Sea Flame Jiao Sage's power. It writhed in pain in the sky, temporarily losing the ability to contend with the Snow Sage. This was precisely Qin Xuan's goal. He had observed earlier that Sea Flame Jiao Sage's presence significantly diminished the Snow Sage's capabilities. Now, with Sea Flame Jiao Sage incapacitated, the other demon sages together couldn't match the Snow Sage. This greatly increased their chances of escape. The Snow Sage understood this as well. Seizing the moment when Sea Flame Jiao Sage was in agony and the demon sages hadn't yet reacted, he swiftly launched an attack. The sudden assault caught the demon sages off guard, leaving their bodies covered in wounds. Although their sage power continuously healed them, the pain was unavoidable. At this rate, even if they managed to stop Qin Xuan, it would cost them decades of recovery. Once an injury penetrates to the bone marrow, even the power of the sacred path cannot easily heal it. The demon saints, witnessing Xuesheng's fierce onslaught, realized that it would be difficult to stop Qin Xuan and his companion today. Xuesheng waved his hand, releasing a chilling aura that forced the demon saints to retreat step by step, fleeing in panic. Moments later, Xuesheng reigned in his aura, a confident smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Qin Xuan and said, "Let's go. We don't need to bother with these wretches anymore." Qin Xuan nodded in agreement, and the two of them took to the skies. A few sea demon saints saw this and wanted to pursue them, but after hesitating for a moment, they could only sigh in resignation. Just as they thought Qin Xuan and Xuesheng were about to escape, more than a dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. These were more than a dozen demon saints. They came from a farther sea region and were much stronger, with half of them having reached the pinnacle of demon saint power. Xuesheng's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected that after dealing with one wave, an even stronger one would arrive. Such a formidable lineup, if handled carelessly, could lead to his demise. The terrifying auras surged from the horizon like a tidal wave, oppressing Qin Xuan. These demon saints seemed to be deliberately pressuring him. Xuesheng snorted coldly, waved his hand, and his aura rebounded, single-handedly resisting the pressure from the demon saints. The sky around them roiled with turbulent clouds, and explosive sounds echoed incessantly. Although no physical blows had been exchanged, the invisible clash of auras had already begun. The outcome was clear. Xuesheng, like a fierce tiger surrounded by wolves, was strong individually but outnumbered. A massive sea dragon saint roared, "Xuesheng, hand over that human boy, or we'll kill you here." The other demon saints spread out, encircling Qin Xuan and Xuesheng. Various sacred path domains filled the surroundings, and a terrifying aura enveloped an area of thousands of miles. Xuesheng sneered disdainfully at the threat. "You think you can make me fall? Just you lot." He pointed provocatively at a few nearby demon saints. Who wants to fight me to the death? Shuesheng's intent was clear. If he were to die, he would take a few demon saints with him. The demon saints he pointed at instinctively took a step back, none willing to be the first to confront him. Shuesheng then turned his gaze to the sea dragon saint, eyes filled with contempt. How about you? Though the sea dragon saint felt a chill in its heart, it still spoke defiantly. Even now, you're still so arrogant. Humans are always so stubborn. Ha ha ha. It wisely didn't step forward alone, still wary of Shuesheng's strength, especially after seeing the two spinning silver-white snowflakes in his eyes. Shuesheng secretly communicated to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, I'll clear the way. You follow me using your special ability. Qin Chuan nodded silently. The special ability Shuesheng referred to was the indestructible trait of Qin Chuan's thunder god physique. Although Qin Chuan had been severely injured before, the energy of his divine body had mostly recovered thanks to the nurturing of the thunder seal. Just as Shuesheng was preparing for a desperate fight, a cold voice echoed from afar. So many sea demon saints ganging up on one of our 9 provinces' saints. Seems like you're looking to start an all-out war between our races. The saints turned toward the voice, seeing a figure with a chilling aura approaching rapidly. When the figure landed, it transformed into a handsome man dressed in white Aisheng, who had previously stopped by Bo Longsheng. Upon Aisheng's appearance, another sea dragon saint was shocked. It had received a message from Bai Bo Longsheng saying he had stalled Aisheng, but here he was. So what if it leads to war? Killing you two today would mean 2 fewer obstacles in the battle. The sea dragon saint remained arrogant. Aisheng laughed coldly. Is that so? An old fool told me the same thing just now. Too bad. He left behind a wing and then fled. As he spoke, he retrieved a massive blue wing from his treasure space, covered in frost, with blood congealed at the severed end, exuding traces of sacred path power. Seeing the severed wing, all the demon saints were shocked, especially the sea dragon saint, who trembled in fear. They recognized the wing's owner by Bo Longsheng, one of the strongest demon saints in the secret realm of mountains and seas, had lost a wing to Aisheng, an unbelievable feat. A colossal, menacing old turtle with spikes protruding from its shell like small mountains spoke slowly. Aisheng, I didn't expect you to become so powerful after all these years. During the last war between our races, you weren't this strong. Aisheng frowned and coldly looked at the old turtle. Songxian, do you also wish for a relentless war with my human race? Hearing their conversation, Qin Chuan scrutinized the old turtle and recognized its species. The Beishan turtle clan, reputed descendants of a divine beast, with the protrusions on its shell being actual mountains. The more mystical the mountains, the stronger their power. The Beishan turtle clan had always been neutral, but now it joined the ranks to kill Qin Chuan. The old turtle laughed. Ha ha ha, don't be surprised. I'm still just an observer. A genius who can fight at a saint's level with an emperor's body. I, too, want to see him in action. Aisheng said no more, but scanned the other demon saints. Who wants to go first? His long white hair, which reached his waist, trembled slightly, each strand seemingly containing infinite cold. Shuesheng was slightly moved, knowing that Aisheng was using his trump card. Every saint had Oni Beast's life force integrated into their body. For Shuesheng, it was his eyes, while for Aisheng, it was his long hair. Using it meant depleting the beast's life force, so no human saint would use it lightly. Given the situation, Shuesheng would soon use his trump card as well. With 2 saints working together, the chances of protecting Qin Chuan from these demon saints would greatly increase. Shuesheng glanced at Aisheng, who nodded back. Just as they were about to break through the encirclement, another dozen powerful auras appeared on the distant horizon. Without exception, they were all demon saints. The faces of the 2 sages turned pale, their shock evident. The full mobilization of the Sea tribe far exceeded their expectations. The power of the Sea Mark token had been grossly underestimated. Initially, upon noticing the Sea tribe's movements, they had only issued a level 1 urgent order to the strong warriors of the 9 provinces. In hindsight, this level was clearly inadequate. It should have been raised to the highest level, equivalent to the alert for a war between the 2 tribes. In the distance, a group of formidable demon saints flew towards them. Among them was the Blue Wave Dragon Saint, who had previously lost a wing to the Ice Saint. Its remaining wing was now drenched in blood, with a temporary wing made of energy extending from the stump, looking extremely bizarre. Ice Saint, today I will take your life. The Blue Wave Dragon Saint roared furiously at the Ice Saint. The humiliation of losing a wing still burned in its mind, and it had come here directly with the supporting demon saints, not even taking time to heal. Revenge could not wait. This was the Blue Wave Dragon Saint's philosophy. With the arrival of the new demon saints, the number of demon saints present had swelled to nearly 30, almost encompassing all the demon saints in the secret realm of mountains and seas. Of course, there could be hidden demon saints as well, given the vastness of the secret realm, which was no smaller than the former Earth. There were always unexplored areas or powerful beings who had extended their lifespans through special means and rarely appeared. Such a large gathering of demon saints was comparable to the war between the two tribes centuries ago. On the 9 provinces side, there were only 2 saints, making the situation extremely precarious. This was the source of the Blue Wave Dragon Saint's arrogance. Even though it had suffered greatly in an unknown fight before, it could now rely on the collective strength of the demon saints to regain its footing. Blue Wave, is this the peerless genius you spoke of? A woman in a silver scale dress asked from within the group of demon saints. Her gaze fell on Qin Xuan, who looked particularly small amidst the horde of demon saints. The woman's upper body was human, but her lower body was a fish tail. Although her face was veiled, Qin Xuan could sense that a stunningly beautiful face lay beneath. Mermaid tribe? Qin Xuan frowned. According to previous records, this tribe was supposed to be neutral and had a relatively good relationship with the humans of the 9 provinces, even cooperating at times. It was surprising to see these so-called neutral tribes participating in the siege against his group. It seemed that those who are not of our kind are sure to have different hearts, and the idea of neutrality was a facade. They had simply not yet had a major conflict with the 9 provinces. Of course, if we don't eliminate this boy today, he'll become even more ruthless than the Slaughter Saint in the future, Blue Wave Dragon Saint said sinisterly. At the mention of the Slaughter Saint, all the demon saints couldn't help but shudder, recalling the terrifying scenes of being suppressed by him hundreds of years ago. He was the strongest saint the 9 provinces had ever seen, or rather, he should be called a great sainta, being beyond the pinnacle of sainthood, closest to divinity. In the entire secret realm of mountains and seas, there were no fewer than 10 pinnacle saints, countless throughout history, but not a single great saint. This showed how rare such beings were. According to the legends of various tribes in the secret realm, only in ancient times, when the secret realm was not as small as it was now, were great saints not so rare. In the eyes of the Blue Wave Dragon Saint, Qin Xuan was destined to become such a being in the future. One Slaughter Saint was enough. It did not want to encounter a second one. Everyone, the situation is urgent. Let's quickly join forces to kill these 2 saints of the 9 provinces. If we wait for the other saints from the 9 provinces to arrive, it will be much harder. The Blue Wave Dragon Saint's voice was filled with killing intent, especially towards the Ice Saint, whom it hated to the core. Upon hearing this, many Sea Tribe saints who opposed the 9 provinces echoed in agreement, as if they were about to rush forward and tear Qin Xuan and the others to pieces. Snow Saint and Ice Saint shielded Qin Xuan, their expressions grave as they surveyed the surrounding saints. In such circumstances, their chances of survival were slim. Even with a continuous flow of saintly power, it was difficult to withstand the combined assault of so many saints. The saying that saints do not die was valid only in unknown combat. Now, with so many demon saints united, their combat power far surpassed the 2 saints. Just as the 2 were preparing to fight to the death, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed. The situation changed once more. Massive waves surged thousands of meters high, and atop one of the waves stood a figure, rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. Do you think you can kill a genius of the 9 provinces without asking me? The newcomer was the Hanjiang Saint, the strongest among the 3 saints of the cold attribute, who guarded the secret realm of mountains and seas. You came too? The Blue Wave Dragon Saint was shocked, its eyes darting around, scheming. The Hanjiang Saint was supposed to guard the Stargate base and was not to take action unless in the final battle. Unexpectedly, upon receiving the Ice Saint's urgent order, he had come without hesitation. The Ice Saint was also surprised because he had only issued a level 1 urgent order, and according to regulations, the Hanjiang Saint would usually only leave his post upon receiving a top-level order. Initially feeling guilty for endangering Qin Xuan by issuing the wrong order, the Ice Saint now felt relieved with the Hanjiang Saint's arrival. With the 3 cold attribute saints assembled, they would protect Qin Xuan at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. The arrival of the Hanjiang Saint caused varied reactions among the demon saints. He continued to stride through the air unhurriedly, with none of the demon saints daring to block him. Recognized as the strongest saint of the 9 provinces in the secret realm, his power was infinitely close to that of a great saint. Anyone who dared to confront him would be courting death. So, you from the mermaid tribe, and you old folks, want to get involved too? The Hanjiang Saint spoke casually, as if chatting with old friends, showing no sign of tension despite facing formidable enemies. The mermaid woman slightly bowed and responded gently, "You misunderstand. I am here with Elder Zhongxian, merely to observe this genius from the 9 provinces. We have no intention of intervening." As she spoke, her gaze fell on Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan was momentarily stunned. From her mental fluctuations, he could sense that she was not lying and seemed quite sincere. This only added to his confusion. Ha ha ha, all here to see our 9 provinces genius. This little guy may be a treasure, but he can't handle being scared by all of you. The Hanjiang Saint laughed heartily, patting Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Hearing the Hanjiang saint's words, Qin Chuan felt like crying. Being called a treasure was hard to accept, it just felt weird. When the three cold element saints gathered, the atmosphere instantly froze. These three were the top-tier warriors responsible for suppressing the entire Shanghai secret realm in the 9 provinces. Their appearance signaled that an earth-shattering battle was imminent. Standing together, Han Jiangsheng, Bing Sheng, and Shuesheng radiated an overwhelming aura. Their combined power could withstand the concentrated attacks of all the demon saints in the Shanghai secret realm. Even if they were to be defeated, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. This delay would be enough for the 9 provinces to mobilize other saints for reinforcement, turning the situation into a nightmare for the demon saints. The Sea Demon Saints, including Bibo Longsheng, were well aware of this. They knew the best strategy was to divide and conquer. Only by defeating these 3 saints individually could the Sea Tribe hope to break through the Stargate and reach Earth. Once on Earth, their strength would surge, potentially producing ancient monsters at the Grand Saint level. Naturally, the 9 provinces would not let the Sea Tribe enter Earth easily. Even their allies, the Lei Tribe, had to undergo rigorous evaluations before being allowed entry. Although Qin Chuan had secured the position of leader in the Lei Domain's secret realm, the 9 provinces remained highly vigilant, preparing for the worst. Fortunately, the Lei Tribe members who had entered the 9 provinces over the years had behaved well. Not only had they shown no signs of rebellion, but they had also actively participated in the battles against the beasts under Qin Chuan's mediation. Many Lei Tribe members at the peak of the Emperor level quickly ascended to the Saint level after entering Earth, significantly boosting the 9 provinces' strength. However, allowing the entire Lei Tribe to enter the 9 provinces was still too risky. The high command of the 9 provinces would not make such a decision until they could fully control this force. Moreover, the development of the Lei Domain's secret realm required the participation of the Lei Tribe, making a full migration impractical in the short term. Additionally, not all Lei Tribe members were willing to leave their homeland for what was still an alien world to them. Returning to the current situation, the Sea Tribe wanted to enter the 9 provinces, but the 9 provinces were determined to stop them. This was an irreconcilable conflict. Although the Sea Demon Saints present all wanted to kill Han Jiangsheng and his companions, the disparity in strength made them hesitate. Once the 3 cold element saints joined forces, the entire sky would transform into a world of snow and ice, with thousands of miles frozen and snow covering the land. Bibo Longsheng, seeing this, rolled its eyes, clearly plotting something. It decided to at least buy some time, even if it couldn't stop Qin Chuan and his group from leaving. Han Jiangsheng confidently scanned the surroundings and asked, "Everyone, given the situation, do you still intend to stop us from leaving?" The Sea Demon Saints exchanged glances, silently reaching a mutual understanding. Bibo Longsheng raised its massive dragon head, glaring at Qin Chuan's group, and sneered, "Han Jiang, do you think we deployed so many saints just to let you leave so easily?" Before Han Jiangsheng could respond, Bing Sheng coldly retorted, "What do you propose? How about you and I have another match?" Bibo Longsheng, seething with rage, roared towards the sky. It wanted to say, "Bring it on, who's afraid?" But, knowing the gap in strength between itself and Bing Sheng, it held back. Instead, it said, "What point is there in our duel? Can you kill me?" Bing Sheng continued to stare coldly at Bibo Longsheng and said, "Want to try?" Bibo Longsheng quickly interrupted, "Stop digressing and let me finish. Since this human genius is so formidable, let him fight. He can choose any saint present. If he wins, we'll let you leave. How's that?" This suggestion immediately drew eye rolls from the 3 saints of the 9 provinces and some of the demon saints. Pitting a newly ascended emperor against seasoned saints was clearly unreasonable. All the saints present were mid-level or higher, having been saints for over a century. Even if an emperor could fight a saint, expecting him to leap several levels was asking too much. Han Jiangsheng laughed and said, "Bibo, you old fool, come up with a more reasonable idea." Bibo Longsheng had merely made a casual suggestion, not expecting the 9 provinces' saints to agree. It then proposed, "Since you're afraid, I won't make it difficult for you. I have a junior who recently became a saint. Let him fight this human genius. How about that?" How long has he been a saint? Less than 10 years. 10 years was indeed not long for a saint, as even advancing a minor level often took that long. However, even so, the 3 saints had no intention of letting Qin Chuan fight. At this moment, Bibo Longsheng slowly spoke again. "Regardless of the outcome of this battle, we'll let you leave. We just want to see how strong this human genius really is." It feared that the 9 provinces' saints might refuse and choose to fight Heaton. If that happened, the other demon saints might not put in much effort, making it hard to delay for long. So Bibo Longsheng quickly changed its tone, only wanting Qin Chuan to stay for a battle. Han Jiangsheng and his companions weren't fools. They could see through Bibo Longsheng's unusual behavior. "Old fool, what are you plotting?" Bibo Longsheng sneered and continued, "Just say whether you'll fight or not. If you're afraid we'll interfere, we can jointly create a sacred barrier, allowing only the three of you to enter. That way, if the human boy is overwhelmed, you can rescue him at any time. How about that? Still don't dare to fight? Humans really are more cowardly than fish and shrimp. Blue Wave Dragon Saint's words had reached a point where the other three saints were even more puzzled. They couldn't figure out what kind of scheme he was plotting. Just then, Qin Xuan spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. All right, I agree. As soon as he said this, all the saints' eyes focused on Qin Xuan. He was dressed in a black royal robe, with 9 divine dragons coiling around him, exuding an aura that was no less imposing than any saint present. Saint Hanjiang frowned at Qin Xuan, wanting to say something but holding back. Qin Xuan noticed the old man's concern and nodded gently. Don't worry, even if these guys try something sneaky, they can't kill me easily. With the power of his thunder god physique, as long as he didn't engage Hedon and chose to avoid battle, even peak saints would find it hard to deal with him in a short time. Qin Xuan's decision was not out of arrogance, but careful consideration. This battle could increase his experience fighting saints. The previous saints he encountered were too strong to serve as training. The strength of these lower-level saints was just right, allowing him to familiarize himself with the saint's power without risking his life. Additionally, if he refused and these many demon saints decided to attack, it would be like gambling with the lives of the 3 saints. Qin Xuan would rather risk his own life than others, especially since the 3 saints had always treated him well. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Blue Wave Dragon Saint laughed heartily. Good. You have courage. Human child. I see you in a better light now. Much better than those old fogies. Although he laughed, there was still a hint of malice in his eyes. Qin Xuan paid no mind and said indifferently, Call him then. Blue Wave Dragon Saint nodded his massive head. He's already on his way. Rest for a while. My clan has no intention of taking advantage of you. With the strongest warriors of both sides already present, Qin Xuan wasn't worried about them seeking more reinforcements. Even if a few more saints appeared, it wouldn't change the situation much. He sat beside the 3 saints and began to take out numerous spiritual liquids to restore his state. He also needed time for the beasts in his soul sea space to recover. Fortunately, Qin Xuan had obtained enough spiritual liquids from the resource wheel earlier. He used various healing and recovery liquids generously on them. The beast's stamina and injuries were quickly recovering and would soon be back to full health. Taking this opportunity, Qin Xuan also invested a massive amount of energy points into the resource wheel, all acquired from killing numerous demon emperors, counted in billions. The resource wheel had a characteristic. As long as Qin Xuan's energy point input met the requirement, it would give him what he wanted. It seemed to have a spirit of its own. Though it couldn't speak, Qin Xuan could sense a lot of information. At this moment, Qin Xuan's energy points had met the requirement for obtaining a longevity-boosting treasure. He locked his mind on a plant with 9 blood-red fruits and bet all his energy points. Instantly, an endless glow of energy emerged from the resource wheel, accompanied by numerous high-quality spiritual liquids. A 9-life rebirth fruit appeared in Qin Xuan's soul sea space, emitting a radiant aura and a fragrant aroma. If not for Qin Xuan's restraint, his beasts would have been eager to devour it. After saving energy points for so long, finally obtaining this treasure made Qin Xuan incredibly excited. The 9-life rebirth fruit, an 8th-grade top-tier sacred medicine. Even great saints rarely saw such a high-grade longevity treasure. Consuming 1 fruit could extend life by 100 years, and all 9 could extend life by 1,000 years. This was extra lifespan, even for royal-level powerhouses. The most important function of the 9-life rebirth fruit was to repair damaged life foundations and make them even stronger. This way, every breakthrough to a higher cultivation level would grant a longer lifespan than others at the same level. Qin Xuan couldn't wait to bring this treasure back for Linger to consume. As he was overjoyed, Blue Wave Dragon Saint's voice came from outside. My descendant has arrived. All the saints looked towards the sound and saw a giant dragon with crimson scales stepping through the air, exuding a violent aura. Xinghuang, when did he break through to the saint level? A demon saint exclaimed, and the other saints also remembered this dragon. Years ago, he had stirred up a bloody storm within the 4 seas. Back then, he was merely a king but could contend with emperors. It was said he killed many human experts before being besieged and retreating. Unexpectedly, after years of disappearance, he had become a saint. Saint Hanjiang mused, so it's him. This sea dragon and red dragon hybrid was originally just an ordinary sea dragon. Later, by consuming a blood crystal from an ancient red dragon, he awakened the red dragon physique. His killing intent was terrifying. During the 2 clans' war, although he was only a king, he could fight emperors without losing. He even killed many 9 provinces' cultivators. If not for Saint Hanjiang noticing him and severely injuring him with a single strike, he would have killed more. He was later besieged by other 9 provinces' experts and escaped into the deep sea trenches. No one expected him to survive. Why wouldn't I be alive? Xing Huang Dragon Saint sneered as he approached, glaring viciously at Saint Hanjiang. Old man Hanjiang, I originally planned to reach the peak before appearing to surprise you. Hee. The grudge of injuring me back then, I'll personally repay you. Saint Hanjiang smiled indifferently. All right, I'll be waiting. Seeing this attitude, Xing Huang Dragon Saint snorted. It will probably take a few hundred years to kill you, old man. For now, let me start with this human genius. He spat out a blood-red tongue, greedily eyeing Qin Chuan as if he were a delicacy. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at him indifferently. Come on, human child. Let me see if you're as strong as they say. Xing Huang Dragon Saint was the first to enter the saintly barrier set up by the saints. The semi-transparent barrier, filled with various lights, spanned thousands of miles, floating like a giant sphere in the sky. Inside was the battleground prepared for Qin Chuan and his opponent, while the saints became the spectators of this duel. Both the Sea Clan Demon Saints and the 3 saints of the 9 provinces were filled with curiosity about the upcoming battle. Who would emerge victorious? Humans, enter the arena! Roared Xinghuang Longsheng, glaring disdainfully at Qin Chuan with contemptuous eyes. To it, this insignificant human was not worth mentioning. However, due to Bibo Longsheng's request, it had to restrain its power to avoid defeating its opponent too quickly. After all, if it exerted too much force, the 3 sages of Jiuzhou would surely intervene. Though Xinghuang Longsheng did not understand Bibo Longsheng's intentions, it decided to comply. After all, it still needed to rely on Bibo Longsheng's resources for its cultivation and could not afford to defy its wishes. Qin Chuan slowly stood up and calmly stepped into the battlefield. He did not summon his beast pet, knowing that they would be useless in a battle of this magnitude. Man and dragon locked eyes, and the tension in the air was palpable. Suddenly, Qin Chuan transformed into a 9-colored lightning bolt, charging at Xinghuang Longsheng like a heavenly blade. At first, Xinghuang Longsheng was indifferent, but as it felt the fierce power within the lightning figure, it was instantly alarmed and raised its guard. Blood-red energy surged around it, sweeping across the landscape like a tidal wave. Qin Chuan's figure plunged into the energy tide, creating massive waves. The surrounding world trembled, and their first clash ended in a stalemate. This scene left the surrounding demon sages in awe, realizing that this human was indeed extraordinary. Songshuan Laogui's white beard swayed slightly, and a strange gleam flickered in its bright eyes. Though it was just a single exchange, the sages could already judge the strength of both sides. Despite Qin Chuan being slightly weaker than Xinghuang Longsheng, the demon sages held him in higher regard. The reason was simple. Qin Chuan was merely a newly ascended emperor. Compared to Xinghuang Longsheng, Qin Chuan's cultivation seemed insignificant, like a blade of grass swaying in the wind, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Yet, this blade of grass was unexpectedly resilient, even growing sharp edges that cut through the fierce wind. How is this possible? A mere emperor can easily withstand my attack. Xinghuang Longsheng gritted its teeth, blood-red energy swirling around it. The corrosive power of the energy sizzled in the air. However, despite being engulfed by this energy, Qin Chuan remained unharmed, only losing some of his lightning aura. On the contrary, every strike of Qin Chuan's lightning blade left scars on Xinghuang Longsheng. Though these wounds were trivial compared to its massive body and would quickly heal under the power of the sacred path, the humiliation was deeply ingrained in its heart and soul. Damn Bibo, telling me not to defeat this human too quickly. At this rate, I'll be worn down. Xinghuang Longsheng cursed Bibo Longsheng internally and then focused on countering Qin Chuan's attacks. As time passed, the battle grew more intense. Xinghuang Longsheng, who initially handled the fight with ease, began to feel the terrifying prowess of this human. The lightning blade strikes gradually paralyzed its body, and no matter how it channeled the sacred path's power, it was futile. Xinghuang Longsheng's speed slowed, and its injuries progressed from minor to moderate. The blood-red tide churned relentlessly, mixing its summoned energy with its own blood. Watching the relentless struggle between Qin Chuan and Xinghuang Longsheng, the demon sages had varied reactions. Some showed murderous intent, growing more determined to eliminate Qin Chuan, while others had a peculiar glint in their eyes, seemingly plotting something else. Bibo Longsheng, with a sinister smile, hoped Xinghuang Longsheng could hold out a bit longer. Bibo Longsheng calculated the time, revealing a satisfied smile. Without Hanjiang Sage to guard, Kong Huang's embedding of the Abyss Stone will accelerate. Soon, we can drag all these damn humans into the abyss, it thought, licking its lips with a long tongue. Meanwhile, in the vast ocean near the Stargate base, a colossal, invisible jellyfish was expelling black stones from its body. These stones, veined with blood-like patterns, seemed to possess a life of their own, burrowing into the seabed. The jellyfish continued to deposit these black bloodstones around the Stargate base as if laying eggs. As more stones sank into the ground, a mysterious connection seemed to form between them, causing unusual fluctuations throughout the seabed. In another dark world, the sky was blood red, and the ground was riddled with countless deep cracks. Within the abyss, countless fierce beasts shrouded in demonic energy rampaged, constantly fighting and roaring. Near one part of the abyss, the air suddenly rippled, creating a rift. On the other side was a vibrant blue world. Never having seen such beautiful colors, the beasts charged at the rift like mad dogs. However, the rift disappeared in an instant, crushing the nearest beasts into pulp. The other beasts devoured the scattered flesh while excitedly and curiously staring at the spot where the rift had vanished, seemingly expecting a miracle to happen again. Yet, after a long while, nothing occurred. Amid the beasts' frenzied howls, an old man in white robes, sitting cross-legged on a high cliff above the abyss, slowly opened his eyes. What are these beasts howling about now? He chuckled wryly and then closed his eyes again. Back on the battlefield, Qin Chuan, surrounded by lightning, grew increasingly adept in his battle with Xinghuang Longsheng. Each strike overwhelmed the dragon, making it appear more and more beleaguered despite the restorative power of the sacred path. Qin Chuan's perception of the sacred path's power became clearer. He realized that this power was like a network connecting heaven and earth, drawing energy from the universe to enhance one's abilities significantly. This realization sparked a bold idea in Qin Chuan's mind. What if I could sever this connection to heaven and earth? Could I directly kill it? With this thought, a gleam of determination shone in Qin Chuan's eyes. He began to spread his spiritual power, along with his lightning energy, attempting to find a breakthrough point. The energy clash between Qin Chuan and the furious dragon sage was intense. Qin Chuan skillfully linked his energy with his opponent's, attempting to sense and sever the enemy's energy source. However, reality proved far harsher than imagined. The furious dragon sage's sacred power was like millions of tangled threads, chaotic and impossible to unravel. As the confrontation continued, the disparity in their energy sources became apparent. The furious dragon sage could draw endless energy from the heavens and earth, while Qin Chuan had only his limited reserves. Despite possessing numerous recovery techniques, his absorption efficiency paled in comparison to the furious dragon sage. On the surface, Qin Chuan seemed to have the upper hand, but it was merely due to the advantage of his thunder god physique. His energy-based body could trade blows without suffering much loss. If both were at the sage level, the furious dragon sage would undoubtedly lose. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan was merely an emperor. The furious dragon sage gritted its teeth, eyes wide with fury, longing to tear Qin Chuan apart. Yet, Qin Chuan's energy-based body could instantly regenerate even if torn to pieces, costing only a small amount of energy. Noticing Qin Chuan's glowing body dimming, the furious dragon sage believed that perseverance would lead to victory. This belief kept it fighting, waiting for the right moment to strike back. The battle grew fiercer, with the lightning glow around Qin Chuan fading. The furious dragon sage, exhilarated, struck Qin Chuan's energy form, sending him flying. In that instant, it seemed to see Qin Chuan's true form within the lightning. Victory seemed imminent, and the furious dragon sage was ecstatic. However, just as it was celebrating, Qin Chuan suddenly spoke, "I concede." His thunderous voice echoed through the heavens. Qin Chuan abandoned his attempt to explore the sacred pathways, realizing that his current cultivation level couldn't sustain such an endeavor. To truly follow this path, he would need to reach the peak of the emperor level. The furious dragon sage froze midair, stunned. "You can't concede. Keep fighting." It had waited so long for this moment, and couldn't allow Qin Chuan to give up now. Qin Chuan responded indifferently, "Conceding isn't allowed? Are you out of your mind?" With that, he turned and walked towards the barrier of the sacred path. Enraged, the furious dragon sage shouted, "You bastard! You can't cheat! I won't let you leave." It soared towards Qin Chuan, closing the distance rapidly. At that moment, the barrier of the sacred path trembled slightly, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped the area. The furious dragon sage's massive body was instantly covered in frost, turning into an ice sculpture. It turned out that 3 sages from the 9 provinces had quietly entered the barrier. They worked together to freeze the furious dragon sage instantly. Sage Hanjiang laughed heartily. "See, we said if he conceded, we could leave. Don't go back on your word." Sage Bibelong replied calmly, "Don't worry, we keep our promises. You can leave any time." Had they not known the old dragon's nature, the others might have mistaken it for a benevolent creature. Since the demon sages had cleared the way, they left without hesitation. If the demons went back on their word, they would simply fight again, no different from the start. To the 3 sages' surprise, the demon sages, including Bibelong, did not obstruct them but watched them leave from a distance. Sage Hanjiang frowned, and the other 2 sages were equally puzzled. Sage Shui suggested, "It seems unwise to continue sending troops to explore and gather resources. We should return to the base and guard it." Sage Bing agreed with a nod. Sage Hanjiang concurred, "You're right. Even if the sea tribes make a move, we can respond calmly from the base. After their discussion, the three sages quickly returned with Qin Chuan and ordered a full retreat to the base. After Qin Chuan and the others left, the demon sages began questioning Bibelong's strategy. Bibelong, feigning mystery, glanced at the sages of the merman and mountain turtle tribes without saying much. There's no need for curiosity. In time, you'll understand my plan, Bibelong said, gazing into the distance with a sinister laugh. Just know that soon, humans will disappear from the secret realm of mountains and seas. We only need to be ready to enter that other world. Hearing Bibelong's confident words, all the demon sages were visibly shocked. The journey back was uneventful until they saw the Stargate base, where Qin Chuan and the others finally felt at ease. Upon returning, the three sages patrolled the area but found nothing unusual. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant for a long time. Reuniting with Linger, Qin Chuan gave her the 9-life resurrection fruit. As she consumed the 9 mystical fruits, warm energy spread throughout her body. Her damaged life essence rapidly healed, and her silver hair gradually turned black, eventually becoming a cascade of black hair down to her waist. As her vitality restored, gentle light and countless green auras emerged from within her. A small green spirit appeared from her soul sea, perched on her shoulder, then split into a white spirit. Qin Chuan watched this transformation in amazement, completely at a loss. He extended his senses to probe Linger's cultivation potential, and was shocked to find that her originally 6-star potential had now reached 9 stars. Qin Chuan felt that this might not even be her limit, because he sensed that Linger's physical strength far surpassed that of a typical 9-star cultivation physique. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow in increasing puzzlement. His gaze fell upon the 2 small spirits beside Linger own, emitting a faint green glow, the other radiating a pure white light. Why did Linger's life-bound pet spirit give rise to a white spirit? Qin Chuan murmured to himself, then closed his eyes, extending his mental energy like threads to carefully examine the 2 spirits. Moments later, Qin Chuan opened his eyes, his brow relaxed. Both spirits were normal pet beasts, one aligned with wood and the other with light. He pondered for a moment, recalling Linger's dual-element physique. Although dual-element physiques had existed since ancient times, having 2 life-bound pet spirits was unprecedented. Linger, do you feel any discomfort? Qin Chuan asked softly. The little girl closed her eyes to sense for a moment, then shook her head. Brother Qin Chuan, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. In fact, I think I'm about to break through to the king level soon. Hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded with delight. A healer of her age, with dual elements, was already among the top tier on Earth. Given Linger's current martial prowess, she could offer exceptional healing even to emperors. Once she reached the king level, she might even be able to aid saint-level experts. More importantly, her cultivation talent was 9-star. With proper training, she could become an invaluable mobile healer in the future. Linger's excitement was palpable, not just because her vitality had recovered, but also because she could soon assist her brother Qin Chuan. Eagerly, she ran towards the training room, determined to break through to the king level as soon as possible. Qin Chuan could only smile wryly but made no effort to stop her. He too needed to seize the time to elevate his own cultivation. It wasn't advisable to venture out recently. Once things calmed down, he could search for his 8th pet beast. There was no rush, so he decided to stay at the Stargate base. Considering the previous stance of the sea tribes, a war between the 2 races seemed likely. Staying here was safer. Qin Chuan's main plan was to integrate more martial arts techniques and elevate his cultivation. Utilizing the cultivation wheel, both he and his pet beasts saw astonishing growth in their cultivation levels. While other emperors, even with 9-star talent and ample resources, might take years to advance a single level, Qin Chuan could achieve it within months. Leaving the cultivation to his pet beasts, Qin Chuan focused on integrating martial arts techniques. The speed was equally astounding, with him integrating tens of thousands of techniques each month. Although these were mostly low-tier techniques, the sheer volume brought about an unimaginable qualitative change. Each technique fortified Qin Chuan's meridians, acupoints, and flesh, transforming his body into a marvel of precision. During this period, the sea tribes unexpectedly refrained from major actions, only engaging in minor skirmishes with the 9 provinces' cultivators who ventured out. However, everyone knew the sea tribes were surely brewing some conspiracy. 3 cold attribute saints and several other saints tirelessly investigated the sea tribes' plans but found nothing. They patrolled the surroundings daily to ensure no sea tribes infiltrated, yet they still found nothing. However, after they left, a hidden wave moved slowly in the deep sea, occasionally spitting out black stones. These stones sank deep into the ground. If one had eyes that could see through everything, they might notice these stones' auras connecting faintly, forming a sinister pattern that encircled the entire Stargate base. Time flew by, and over 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a certain room, Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Beside him lay his shrunken pet beasts. Finally, I've successfully integrated a million martial arts techniques. Qin Chuan exhaled deeply. Looking inward at his soul sea, the sky was filled with countless stars, each inscribed with mysterious symbols. Under the illumination of these million stars, Qin Chuan's mind was clear, and his body surged with boundless power. It's time to find the eighth pet beast, Qin Chuan resolved. Long before entering the mountain and sea secret realm, he had planned the type of his eighth pet beast. The primary criterion was an attribute he didn't already have, followed by a promising evolutionary path. Now, Qin Chuan's cultivation had reached the peak of the emperor level. After finding the eighth pet beast, he would prepare to break through to the saint level. Over the past 2 years, he frequently conversed with the 9 provinces' saints, learning that the key to breaking through to the saint level was achieving true life-bound communion with his pet beasts. This sounded mystical, but it essentially meant integrating the life-bound pet beast into oneself, making it a part of one's being. The life-bound pet beast was born with its master, and once fully integrated, man and beast would become one, significantly enhancing their strength. This was why the 9 provinces' saints could face multiple demon saints at once. On the surface, it appeared as if one saint was fighting, but in reality, it was 2. However, there was a downside. Once integrated, the pet beast couldn't easily leave the cultivator's body. In a sense, the pet beast was effectively imprisoned within the cultivator. Knowing this, Qin Chuan felt uneasy but had no other choice. After all, this was the only way human cultivators had discovered to advance to the saint level. Without it, humanity might have long been eradicated by the demon beasts. Watching Shaoqing lazily lying down, Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask himself, do I really have to imprison Shaoqing within my body? After much contemplation, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Even though he had reached the peak of the emperor level, breaking through to the saint level was no overnight task. Since he couldn't figure it out now, he decided to leave it for later. When the time comes, a solution will present itself. Having made up his mind, Qin Chuan left the room and informed the saints of his intention to leave. The saints did not object. In fact, even if they wanted to, they couldn't find a reason to refuse. During this period, they had been thoroughly impressed by this young man. Each time they exchanged ideas, Qin Chuan would find an excuse to spar. Initially, the saints only needed a tenth of their power to suppress him easily, but gradually, the required power kept increasing. From channeling 10% of his power to 20%, then to 30% with Qin Chuan's cultivation reaching the tenfold imperial level, his strength had risen to a staggering height. Even when facing the 3 saints of the ice attribute, these top-tier experts would need to use 60 to 70% of their power to contend with him. And this was just Qin Chuan's own power. If you added his powerful beast companions, even the ice attribute saints would struggle to ensure victory. Qin Chuan's safety was no longer a concern. Even if besieged by the pinnacle sea monsters, he could easily escape thanks to the characteristics of his thunder god body. Besides, his current journey was merely to explore the surrounding seas, with no intention of venturing deeper into other territories. Linger came to the shore to see Qin Chuan off. The little girl had grown up and was no longer as willful as before. Unless Qin Chuan invited her, she would never ask to accompany him. During this period, thanks to the ample cultivation resources provided by Qin Chuan, Linger had also broken through to the king level, ensuring that she would be a valuable ally in future battles. Brother Qin Chuan, you promised me that when you go hunting monsters in the future, you'll take me with you. You can't break your promise. Linger's bright eyes sparkled, and a smile lit up her beautiful face. Qin Chuan gently stroked her hair and smiled. Of course. Linger is now a king-level healer, and a rare dual-element, dual-spirit pet practitioner. I'd be more than happy to have you with me. Linger giggled at his words. The sea breeze blew, causing her dark hair to flutter, and a stray strand brushed Qin Chuan's cheek. He chuckled and used his spiritual power to shield Linger from the wind, tidying her loose hair. Looking at Linger's increasingly delicate face, Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. My Linger is getting more and more beautiful. I wonder which lucky guy will end up with you in the future. Linger frowned at this, scrunching her little nose. Humph. Is brother Qin Chuan trying to get rid of me? You just said you'd take me monster hunting, and now you want me gone. Qin Chuan hurriedly explained. How could I? If any guy dares to approach you, I'll make sure to send him flying with one slap. He made an exaggerated slapping gesture, and with his current strength, even an ordinary saint would struggle to withstand his blow. Linger laughed. That's more like it. Anyway, Linger will stick to brother Qin Chuan for life. Even if you want to get rid of me, I won't leave. Qin Chuan laughed wryly. How could I ever want to get rid of you? Linger looked at him, biting her lips, and after a moment, she whispered, Brother Qin Chuan, you're such a big dummy. You don't understand anything. With that, the little girl turned and ran off, leaving a bewildered Qin Chuan behind. With a helpless shrug, Qin Chuan took to the skies and left the base city. Linger, hiding in a corner, watched his departing figure and murmured, Silly brother. Linger just wants to stay with you forever. After leaving the base city, Qin Chuan began wandering the four seas, searching for ordinary beasts that resonated with him. Although sea monsters considered ordinary beasts as food, Qin Chuan didn't choose randomly. He followed his heart's guidance to find creatures he felt a connection with. A few days later, Qin Chuan rested on a flattened mountain peak, sipping tea as the sun set. He saw a school of peculiar, golden glowing fish being chased by a demon shark. These fish had large heads and small wings on their sides, allowing them to swim and briefly fly above the water. The sunset's reflection made the fish look breathtakingly beautiful, instantly captivating Qin Chuan's attention. He summoned Shao Qing, and with a wave of his hand, he immobilized both the fish and the pursuing demon shark in midair. The fish, puzzled, turned their large eyes, not understanding why they couldn't move. Qin Chuan focused on the lead fish and had Shao Qing establish a contract with it. Sensing the powerful energy within the contract, the fish gladly accepted. After the contract was successful, Qin Chuan invested a large number of bloodline crystals, including those from sea creatures and avian monsters. The fish's body continuously evolved, oscillating between fish and bird forms. Once all the bloodline crystals fused, its information stabilized completely. Name, Kuinpeng. Cultivation, triple general level. Quality, 8 stars. Attributes, wind, water. This was a sacred beast with dual forms and dual attributes. It was a Kuin in the sea and a Peng in the sky. It wielded the powers of the ocean and the heavens, excelling in defense, attack, control, and speed, making it a top-tier sacred beast of its level. In a short time, an ordinary beast had evolved into a sacred beast, a transformation nothing short of miraculous. Qin Chuan looked at the enormous bird form of Kuinpeng before him and smiled. Since this is our first meeting, I'll give you a name. How about Kuin Kuin? Kuin Kuin didn't seem to mind the name, merely blinking its lantern-sized eyes at Qin Chuan. Thank you, master, for the name. All right, let me introduce you to your new friends. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and his other beast companions appeared, stepping forward to nuzzle Kuin Kuin affectionately in greeting. Qin Chuan was deep in thought. Now that Linger's life force had been restored and the 8th beast companion had been gathered, both of his objectives in the mountain and sea secret realm were accomplished. It was time to return to the 9 provinces and focus on breaking through to the saint level. He decided that once they got back, he would spend more time with Linger, as achieving the saint level was no overnight task. The prolonged journey had left Qin Chuan utterly exhausted. Reflecting on the past, he realized that he had been relentlessly training and hunting demons to solve Linger's life issue. Now that the problem was resolved, he could finally relax. A wave of guilt washed over him as he realized he had missed out on the most important years of Linger's growth. Although she never complained, Qin Chuan knew she longed for more of his companionship. Let's go home, everyone. Qin Chuan smiled, recalling his beast companions, and began his flight towards the Stargate base. Although the distance was not far, it would still take a few hours to reach. Just as Qin Chuan set off, a massive, transparent figure deep in the ocean spat out the last piece of demonic abyss stone. As the stone sank into the ground, the previously scattered stones began to tremble violently. A dark, ominous aura connected them, forming a sinister array beneath the earth. The entire sea area began to boil, with ferocious demonic energy rising incessantly. The blue seawater turned pitch black, exuding a sense of despair. The demonic energy surged from the seafloor, completely enveloping the Stargate base at its center. Nearby saints immediately sensed the anomaly and quickly channeled their saintly power to shield the 9 provinces' cultivators within the base. The clash of demonic energy and saintly power produced piercing, sizzling sounds. The thick, black demonic energy surged towards the base, and areas not protected by the saintly power were instantly riddled with decay and despair. The saints exchanged bewildered glances, shocked by the scene before them. This seems to be the aura of that place. One saint trembled as he spoke. The other saints also realized the source of the demonic energy, the 9 Nether Abyss, the most terrifying giant secret realm within the 9 provinces. Why is the aura of that place appearing here? Another saint frowned, feeling a growing unease. Saint Hanjiang spread his spiritual power, laboriously penetrating the dense demonic energy. After a moment, he slowly spoke. There are spatial fluctuations nearby. This situation is likely dire. The saints immediately understood his implication. The demonic creatures from the 9 Nether Abyss might appear here. Saint Hanjiang made a quick decision. Move everyone to the central hall. Wind Saint, you will protect them while we fend off the creatures. Wind Saint nodded in agreement and used wind energy to lift the scattered 9 provinces cultivators, sending them to the tallest building in the base. Moments later, tens of thousands of cultivators were gathered in the central building, with Wind Saint stationed on the rooftop, his saintly power firmly guarding them. The other saints worked to disperse the demonic energy, revealing several wide spatial rifts. On the other side of the rifts were ferocious giant beasts. their bodies pitch black, teeth like steel blades, eyes filled with madness. As the rifts widened, an impatient emperor-level demonic beast charged through. "Get back!" Ice Saint roared, waving his sleeve to unleash a burst of saintly power, which condensed into an ice sword, slicing the beast in half. The beast's blood froze into ice crystals before it hit the ground. Rather than retreating, the other demonic beasts were incited by the scent of blood, scrambling to squeeze through the rifts. "A bunch of brainless beasts," Ice Saint scolded coldly, his saintly power transforming into thousands of ice swords that pierced through the rifts. However, the demonic beasts kept pouring in. There were over 10,000 Emperor-level beasts, nearly 1,000 Great Emperor-level beasts, and even more than a dozen Saint-level beasts. Worse still, there were 4 enormous spatial rifts surrounding the base, each leading to different terrifying realms: an abyss of dark swamps, a hell of boiling magma. Various forms of demonic beasts surged forth, some resembling demons from Earth's mythology. The saints of the 9 provinces fought valiantly to hold them back, piling the beasts' corpses high on the other side of the rifts. Earth-shaking roars echoed across tens of thousands of miles. The cultivators sheltered in the central hall watched through the floor-to-ceiling windows, their hearts filled with terror. Why are there so many monsters? Could this be a plot by the Sea Tribe? This is madness. Summoning these demons, aren't they afraid? A group of human cultivators gathered, whispering among themselves. They couldn't fathom the Sea Clan's motives. Summoning beasts from another realm to destroy the Kyushu base, weren't they afraid of inviting disaster upon themselves? Meanwhile, on the other side of the Shanghai secret realm, even from afar, the Sea Clan's powerful beings sensed the upheaval at the human base. The overwhelming demonic aura soared into the sky, spanning tens of thousands of miles, so intense that even ordinary members of the Sea Clan within a certain range could feel it clearly. In the central palace of the Sea Dragon Clan, the laughter of the Azure Wave Dragon Saint echoed endlessly. "Ha ha ha! My plan has finally succeeded," it immediately commanded. "All of you, set out now and witness the downfall of the humans with your own eyes." The Azure Wave Dragon Saint eagerly anticipated the moment it would enter the human world, believing its cultivation would surely break through. Confidently, it thought, "With my power, I will undoubtedly reach the Great Saint Realm. If not for the world's constraints, I would have already entered the Great Saint Realm and perhaps even touched the threshold of that mysterious realm." The only regret the Azure Wave Dragon Saint felt was not being able to challenge the Ice Saint after its breakthrough to avenge past humiliations. After all, those humans would be dragged into that terrifying world, never to return. According to the ancient records of the Sea Clan, it was a hellish world abandoned by the gods, filled with evil and slaughter. The records stated that even gods would fall if they entered that world. Despite the passage of countless ages and the possible decline of that world, even a peak Great Saint would be overwhelmed. From the overwhelming demonic aura, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint detected many saintly presences, confirming the inevitable destruction of the Kyushu base. Other saintly beings from various clans also noticed the anomaly. Clans allied with the Sea Dragon Clan mobilized their entire forces, while unprepared clans sent their strongest individuals to investigate. Qin Chuan, upon seeing the erupting demonic aura, immediately activated his Thunder God physique, transforming into blazing lightning and rushing back at top speed. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened, the towering pillar of demonic aura filled him with a deep sense of threat and unease. "Please, let nothing happen." Qin Chuan traversed the heavens and earth, pushing his speed to the limit. Meanwhile, the threat facing the saints at the base intensified. From 4 spatial rifts, saint-level demonic beasts emerged, effortlessly tearing through the saintly powers of the Kyushu's strongest and confronting the saints. Other demonic beasts seized the opportunity to pour out continuously. The saints immediately played their trump cards. Snow Saint's eyes swirled with snowflake patterns, causing snowflakes to drift across a 1,000-mile radius, freezing the demonic beasts into ice sculptures. 2 other cold attribute saints also unleashed their powers, the 3 forming a protective barrier around the central hall. Their saintly domains merged into a vast cold region, where temperatures plummeted to extremes. The demonic beasts entering this domain moved sluggishly, the weaker ones turning into stone-like blocks and the stronger ones experiencing slowed blood and magic flow. Dozens of saint-level demonic beasts hovered around, looking down on the Kyushu saints. Their saintly domains, filled with slaughter and madness, clashed continuously with the saints' powers. As more demonic beasts emerged, the space began to tremble, and the demonic abyss stones beneath the ground fused, gradually tearing this space apart. The saints, focused on fending off the demonic beasts, failed to notice the spatial changes. The collision of countless saintly powers accelerated the space's disintegration. The Kyushu saints held their ground, blocking the demonic beast's onslaught. The demonic beasts seemed endless, their corpses floating in the surrounding waters, yet more kept charging towards the center. They seemed to sense the presence of tens of thousands of humans in the central hall, like a gathering of precious herbs, agitating them to the core. Devour, devour, devour. The demonic beasts continuously attacked, draining the saints' strength. Some emperors took over areas the saints couldn't cover, preventing the beasts from slipping through and conserving the saints' energy. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently, causing all Kyushu cultivators and demonic beasts to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, the four spatial rifts merged, dragging this world into them. An intense sense of falling overwhelmed everyone, and countless Kyushu cultivators cried out in alarm. In a flash, the entire Stargate base was pulled into the Nine Nether Abyss, leaving nothing but void behind, as if a piece of cake had been sliced away. The tall Stargate nearby stood as if nothing had happened. From afar, Qin Chuan witnessed this scene. In the moment the base was swallowed, he seemed to see Linger's face by the window of the central hall. No! Qin Chuan roared, racing towards the space. The spatial rifts closed immediately, and the surrounding demonic aura was also devoured. When Qin Chuan reached the spot, the seawater had already rushed in to fill the void. Looking at the empty sea, Qin Chuan trembled, drawing out his dual blades and channeling his spiritual power to unleash a blade aura nearly 1,000 meters long. The blade aura sliced through the water, but there was no trace of the Stargate base. Why? Qin Chuan's eyes sparked with lightning. He thought rapidly, and moments later, realization dawned on him. The Sea Clan. He roared to the heavens, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. I will make you pay with your lives. The horrific scene he had just witnessed lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Watching helplessly as tens of thousands of cultivators from the 9 provinces and several saints were devoured by the abyss of demons, Linger's eyes, filled with despair and helplessness, were etched deeply into Qin Chuan's mind. These events had thoroughly enraged him. The killing intent surged within him, but he forcibly suppressed it. Qin Chuan sat quietly in midair, summoned all his beast pets, and took out a large quantity of spiritual liquid from his treasure ring to feed Kuanpeng. Kuanpeng's cultivation rapidly increased under the nourishment of the spiritual liquid. Through the feedback from the cultivation wheel, it quickly caught up to Qin Chuan and the others. Normally, Qin Chuan would never use such a forceful method to enhance cultivation, but the situation was dire, and he had to do everything he could to boost his strength. Even a slight increase could help him slay a few more sea tribe monsters in the upcoming battle. Facing the entire secret realm world's races, Qin Chuan knew his strength was insufficient. If he could break through to the saint level, he would have the confidence to fight alone against a realm. But now, he was merely a great emperor. The situation was critical. After Kuanpeng reached the peak of the great emperor level, Qin Chuan sensed that its aura was not as stable as those of Shaoqing and other beast pets, but it wasn't too unstable either. This might be due to the refinement by the cultivation wheel, which had purified Kuanpeng's originally unstable cultivation. To reach the solid state of Shaoqing and the others, it would still take quite some time. This is the downside of forced enhancement. But for Qin Chuan now, this trade-off was worth it. With Kuanpeng's bloodline traits, it was equivalent to having an additional initial saint-level combat power. In fact, although all of Qin Chuan's beast pets were only at the peak of the great emperor level, their combat power was comparable to initial saints. Among them, Defy and Xiaohong had attack power close to mid-level saints. The most terrifying were the demonic bugs, which, relying on their strong traits, showed no fear even when facing mid-level saints. Of course, this was only in terms of combat power. The main difference between Qin Chuan and the saints was the power of the saint path. Saints could connect with the heavens and earth, continuously drawing power. Qin Chuan and the others could only rely on their own reserves, like water without a source, which would eventually run dry. Even the weakest saint, though their capacity might not match Qin Chuan and the others, had an inexhaustible supply of power from the heavens and earth. If they couldn't win quickly, Qin Chuan and his team would undoubtedly be wiped out in a prolonged battle. There were at least 30 saints in the entire mountain and sea secret realm, and this was just the surface number. If they all attacked together, Qin Chuan would surely die. What other methods do I have to increase my strength? Qin Chuan pondered, his gaze falling on the resource wheel. Besides various spiritual liquids, the greatest help he had received from it was the longevity elixir. No, there was another treasure, the Four Saints formation disc. This treasure, obtained when he was at the leader level, was still not outdated. In battle, the Four Saints formation disc could allow beast pets with the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to team up and resist high-level saints, making it a heaven-defying treasure. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan had never obtained such a level of treasure from the wheel again. After years of exploration, Qin Chuan discovered that the wheel's assistance was not related to probability, but to the predicament he faced. When he was attacked by soul-eating demonic bugs, the wheel helped him kill the bugs, expanded his soul sea, and granted him the ability to create a killing field. When demonic spirits invaded the base, The wheel conveniently assembled the four saints' ancient array, helping him through the crisis. The wheel seemed to have its own intelligence, not just a mechanical device. This time, will you help me? Qin Chuan closed his eyes and focused, looking at the mysterious wheels in his soul sea. The towering wheels stood silently under the starlight in his soul sea, giving no response to his inquiry. Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh at himself. In such dire straits, he was still thinking of relying on external objects. No matter the time, to become stronger, one could only rely on oneself. No matter how strong the Sea Tribe Saints were, even if he had to fight to the death, he would take them down. He would use their lives to honor those devoured by the abyss of demons. As Qin Chuan waited, a group of cultivators from the 9 provinces gathered around him. There were those who had been out of the base, and those who had rushed from the other side of the Stargate. As soon as the base was attacked, the message was automatically sent to the other side. Although the spatial rift prevented cultivators from escaping back to the other side of the Stargate, other means of communication for the 9 provinces cultivators were not entirely blocked. Once the spatial rift disappeared and the transmission power of the Stargate channel was restored, the 9 provinces cultivators from the other side crossed over. However, what met their eyes was not the grand base of the past, but a vast emptiness, leaving the cultivators in shock. A monarch stepped on spiritual power and approached Qin Chuan, ready to inquire but was interrupted by another monarch. On the warship below, Emperor Jinling detailed everything he had witnessed to the cultivators. Upon hearing the news that the base had been dragged into the abyss of demons, countless cultivators were shocked and immediately sent urgent reports back to the other side of the Stargate. Most of the experts above the great emperor level in the 9 provinces were on missions in various secret realms, making it difficult for them to return. The loss of all experts in an entire giant secret realm directly caused the 9 provinces to lose a significant amount of high-level combat power, escalating the crisis to a new level. This crisis was far more severe than the previous monster-infested areas, or even the monsters around the Saint Wall. The news quickly spread back to the 9 provinces and to various secret realms. In a secret realm filled with mountains of corpses and seas of bones, a saint dressed in blood-red robes slowly opened his eyes. The mountain and sea secret realm has fallen? His blood-red eyes showed a touch of melancholy. He knew well what this Mianta fallen giant secret realm meant. The nearby territories would fall, and countless people from the 9 provinces would become food for the beasts. Li Shang, you go to the mountain and sea secret realm to buy some time. I will guard here. After some contemplation, the man slowly spoke. His voice carried a divine power, spreading like ripples across thousands of miles until it reached the ears of a robust little giant. But time is of the essence. Every second we save could mean saving 1,000 lives. Don't worry, I will return within 3 days unharmed. The man's voice was filled with unwavering confidence, as if he had already glimpsed the future. The tall, strong man Li Shang sighed, his brows furrowed. He was well aware of the man's power before him, for he was none other than the renowned Lu Shang, a sage known for his path of slaughter. The name Lu Shang commanded both respect and fear. Legends said his appearance was terrifying, and just mentioning his name could silence a crying child. Yet, few knew that Lu Shang was gentle in private, revealing his fearsome killing intent only when facing monstrous beasts. Despite Lu Shang's exceptional strength, the danger of this secret realm was equally formidable. This was the Undying Demon Domain, one of the largest secret realms in the 9 provinces, second only to the 9 Nether Abyss. Typically, it was guarded by 2 great sages Lu Shang and Li Shang. If Li Shang left, Lu Shang would have to face the full brunt of the realm alone. Even the combined might of 2 sages barely kept the realm's dozen or so great sages in check. Without one, Lu Shang would face an arduous trial, possibly even risking his life. However, Lu Shang insisted that Li Shang leave, fully aware of the peril. The reason was simple. He couldn't bear to watch millions of people in the 9 provinces die again. Years ago, the Demon Clan had opened spatial rifts within the 9 provinces, creating temporary pseudo-stargates to teleport vast numbers of demons for slaughter. The sages were preoccupied with the secret realm's invaders and couldn't intervene, resulting in the loss of several provinces. Eventually, one sage had to shoulder the burden of the secret realm alone, briefly using Ku and Shang's will to protect the remaining people of the 9 provinces. This incident caused widespread dissatisfaction and questioning among the 9 provinces' cultivators. They couldn't understand why the sages focused their efforts on the secret realms, or why the stronger individuals had to take on greater risks. Some even suggested adopting the Free Federation's 10-ring city system, building towering walls to enclose all the people of the 9 provinces and concentrate their power against demon invasions. However, this idea was overturned by one of the earliest sages of the 9 provinces, Yang Zesheng. Yang Zesheng had risen during the early days of spiritual resurgence, a time of scarce resources but rampant internal strife due to the few who grew immensely powerful. Some strong individuals harbored ambitions of becoming emperors, giving rise to the titles of Emperor and King for 6th and 7th-tier cultivators. At that time, Earth's population had surged to over 1 trillion, with countless small nations emerging. The powerful seized territories, ruling with absolute force, oppressing the common people. They monopolized cultivation resources, established aristocratic families, and blocked the upward mobility of lower-level cultivators. They restored feudal systems, creating empires and living in luxury. Human civilization seemed to regress by thousands of years. Yang Zesheng, a cultivator from a wealthy family, couldn't stand the oppression of the common people and eventually led a rebellion. He and like-minded individuals overthrew the rulers, defeating those who sought to restore feudalism. He reunited the lands, established the new 9 provinces, and eventually became the first to achieve sainthood in the 9 provinces. Yang Zesheng, like the rising sun, led the people out of darkness. Thus, when someone proposed adopting the 10-ring city system, he vehemently opposed it, believing it to be a form of feudalism, where a few oppressed the many. Despite immense pressure, both external and internal, Yang Zesheng held firm. To overthrow his leadership, some malicious individuals acted in his name, disobeying his principles. Eventually, Yang Zesheng ventured alone into a secret realm and never returned. Later, explorers found that the once dark and terrifying realm had transformed into a peaceful paradise, no longer threatening the 9 provinces but instead providing abundant resources. In just a few decades, it produced numerous sages, including the later Kuan Shang, Fan Shang, and Lu Shang. These sages became the backbone of the 9 provinces, the foundation of its prosperity. As Li Shang hurried to the mountain and sea's secret realm, a real crisis emerged on Qin Chuan's side. In the distant sky, several powerful sea creatures approached, excitedly eyeing the tall blue Stargate as if seeing an opportunity for growth. They ignored the nearby vigilant 9 provinces cultivators, sensing no sage-level presence and therefore feeling no fear. Sea Dragon Clan warriors, follow me to the other world. The Jade Wave Dragon Sage roared, and the Emperor and King-level powerhouses behind him responded eagerly, rushing toward the Stargate. At that moment, a seemingly insignificant figure among the crowd slowly stood up. Ahead lies the 9 provinces. Foreign invaders halt. Beyond this point lies the 9 provinces. Outsiders are forbidden. The voice of the man in black robes was calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, like a drawn sword pointing straight at the powerful Sea Dragon clan. He hovered in midair, resembling an unshakable deity, surrounded by an aura of lethal intent. The Songlong Dragon Saint furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the black-robed figure, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall where he had seen him before. Just then, one of the Sea Dragon clan saints, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "How dare an emperor act so arrogantly?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the saint shot toward the 9 provinces cultivators like an arrow released from a bow. His massive body, stretching 1,000 meters, carved a formidable arc through the sky, casting a gigantic shadow over the cultivators below, as if he could crush them to dust at any moment. Fear involuntarily appeared on the faces of the 9 provinces cultivators, a sight that only fueled the disdain and contempt among the Sea Dragon clan's powerhouses. To them, the powerful saints of the 9 provinces had already been swallowed into the demonic abyss, leaving behind only a defeated remnant, incapable of stopping the Sea Dragon clan's advance. The other world will ultimately belong to the Sea Dragon clan. These lowly humans should have surrendered it long ago. This thought surged in the mind of every Sea Dragon clan powerhouse. The Sea Dragon Saint in the lead raised his head high and swung his massive claw, unleashing a torrent of sacred power like a colossal wave. The force was so overwhelming that even an emperor-level expert would be gravely injured if not killed outright. Moreover, there was only one emperor among the 9 provinces cultivators. The Sea Dragon Saint was confident that his strike would tear the cultivators to shreds. However, to his utter astonishment, the 9 provinces emperor did not retreat, but instead met the attack with his blade. An emperor dares to face a saint's might hidden? The Sea Dragon Saint sneered internally, not slowing his assault. The terrifying pressure of his sacred power poured down like a tidal wave, enveloping a radius of several kilometers. The 9 provinces cultivators felt as if they were plunging into an abyss, finding it hard to breathe, as if they could be crushed at any moment. But just at that critical juncture, a blade's aura sliced through the sky, like a meteor in broad daylight, shattering the seemingly unstoppable sacred pressure. The blade's momentum did not wane, heading straight for the Sea Dragon Saint. The flash of light was as swift as lightning, difficult for even an ordinary saint to react to. By the time the Sea Dragon Saint realized what was happening, pain had already spread throughout his body. A ghastly wound, hundreds of meters wide, appeared on his massive form. Blue scales turned to dust, revealing the crimson flesh and white bones beneath. The Sea Dragon Saint finally realized something was amiss and quickly attempted to harness the power of the heavens and earth to heal his injuries. However, the man in black robes gave him no chance to catch his breath. Another blade's aura whistled through the air, instantly enveloping the saint's newly formed domain. The saint roared in fury, his demonic energy surging as he tried to fend off the lethal attack. But it was too late. The blade's aura penetrated deeply, tearing apart his internal organs. The sea dragon saint's eyes turned blood-red as he let out an earth-shaking wail. He was filled with regret for underestimating his opponent, but couldn't believe that a human, seemingly only at the emperor level, could unleash an attack as powerful as a mid-level saint. Despicable human! How dare you ambush me? The sea dragon saint roared internally. He was convinced that the man before him must be a human saint, deliberately feigning weakness to lure him into carelessness. Even gravely injured, the sea dragon saint refused to fall. Sacred power continuously flowed into his body, rapidly healing his wounds. Such incredible vitality. Even this doesn't kill you. The man in black robes marveled, once again witnessing the astounding resilience of a saint. But he was prepared. With a subtle gesture, countless tiny blade auras, infused with his spiritual power, surged through the saint's bloodstream, targeting his brain. No matter how well you can heal, severing your nerves will end you, the man in black robes said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the saint's sacred domain collapsed into nothingness. His massive body plummeted toward the water like a kite with its string cut. The man in black robes casually waved his hand, his spiritual power enveloping the saint's corpse and storing it in a mystical ring. All this happened so swiftly that neither the distant Sea Dragon clan powerhouses nor the 9 provinces' cultivators had time to react. The Sea Dragon clan saints, in particular, were utterly baffled by how the man in black robes had slain a saint in mere seconds. The once imposing Sea Dragon clan powerhouses immediately felt a surge of retreat. They realized that the 9 provinces were no ordinary land, having dispatched someone who seemed to be a great saint to intercept them. Unless they returned to their lair and awakened their ancient elders, the combined might of all the saints present would likely be insufficient to contend with this foe. As anxiety gripped the hearts of the Sea Dragon clan saints, the Songlong Dragon saint suddenly spoke. I remember you now. You're that human prodigy, aren't you? I never imagined that in just a few years, your combat strength would grow so much. The Songlong Dragon saint's gaze was sinister. One of his wings was the same blue as his body, while the other was jet black. Though this eerie appearance was unsettling, he tolerated it to avoid weakening his strength. The mismatched wing had been taken from the corpse of a powerful sea dragon in their ancestral land. Although it looked somewhat awkward, the power of the ancient sea dragon had greatly enhanced his holy power. It was a blessing in disguise. However, he had to endure the constant pain at the junction, like insects gnawing at him, a humiliation etched deeply in his heart. His hatred for the human race grew with each pang of pain. When the Azure Wave Dragon Saint exposed his identity, the man in the black robe slowly removed his hood, revealing a young face. The Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint, amidst the sea dragons, glared with murderous intent towards Qin Chuan. So, you're still only at the Great Emperor level, but you can exert the power of a mid-level saint, it said coldly. The sea dragon saints breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was just a genius at the Great Emperor level. As long as he wasn't at the Great Saint level, they could handle it. However, it was indeed extraordinary for someone at the Great Emperor level to kill a saint. Although the Sea Dragon Saints were curious about how Qin Chuan accomplished this, they guessed they wouldn't get an answer and exchanged glances instead. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint squinted and ordered, "This guy is extremely strange. We must not underestimate him. Surround and kill him directly." The saints immediately unfolded their domains. The blue holy domains intersected but did not merge. Despite all having water attribute holy power and being from the sea dragon race, they couldn't achieve a fusion. Otherwise, with their combined strength, they might rival a great saint. Much like the 3 cold attribute saints whose domains complemented each other, creating a formidable fusion. Seeing this, Qin Chuan summoned several beast pets with a wave of his hand. Although they were only at the peak of the Great Emperor level, their imposing aura was no less than that of the saints. Various noble holy beast bloodlines emerged, and the sky was filled with phenomena fiery clouds, green lotuses, and golden rainbows. As Qin Chuan unfolded his own domain, these phenomena became even more intense. Countless rules permeated the air: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind. Within his domain, mountains rose, and bird phantoms filled the space, creating a vivid miniature world. This stood in stark contrast to the saints' monotonous domains. The Sea Dragon Saints who had never seen Qin Chuan's domain were shocked. This human's domain is so complex. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint, already accustomed to it, had eyes filled with killing intent. This is why that guy can exert the power of a saint at the Great Emperor level. The number of rules he comprehends is terrifying. If he becomes a saint, he will be a nightmare for our race. This was why it had ordered a worldwide hunt for Qin Chuan. From this man, it felt a pressure from the future. Unfortunately, this guy hadn't been devoured by the demonic abyss. His luck was indeed good. Qin Chuan instructed his beast pets, "Leave that old thing to me. The rest are yours." With that, he transformed into a 9-colored lightning bolt, charging straight at the Azure Wave Dragon Saint. Arrogant. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint roared inwardly. Even though it respected Qin Chuan, that was only if he became a saint. No matter how strong he was now, he was still just a great emperor. How dare he challenge the strongest dragon saint of the sea dragon race, who had been at the peak of the saint realm for countless years. The wrath of a dragon saint shook the heavens and earth. As the Azure Wave Dragon Saint's demonic power surged, massive waves erupted within a radius of several kilometers. The sky darkened with thick clouds, and the immense pressure forced the distant Kyushu cultivators to retreat, their legs weak. Even Emperor-level experts turned pale, trembling as they watched Qin Chuan face the Dragon Saint's pressure. Can Emperor Qin Chuan hold his ground? The Kyushu cultivators were deeply worried. At this level of battle, even observing was perilous, let alone intervening. They could only silently pray for Qin Chuan, hoping he could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, in Kyushu, people near the Stargate of the Shanghai Secret Realm began fleeing further away. Social networks, TV stations, and radio repeatedly broadcasted the news of the Shanghai Secret Realm's fall. Grassroots cultivators and officials urgently evacuated the crowd, mobilizing countless vehicles for continuous transport. A giant secret realm has fallen. Are we going to face another disaster like a few years ago? How many will die this time? A sense of dread loomed over everyone. In other cities, cultivators with flying beast pets volunteered to help transport people to safety. Upon learning more, the higher-ups of Kyushu grew even more concerned. They found out that Qin Chuan, one of Kyushu's top 12 champions, was also in the fallen Shanghai Secret Realm. However, they didn't know that Qin Chuan hadn't been swallowed by the demonic abyss, and they lamented the loss of such a peerless talent. Back on the battlefield, Qin Chuan activated his dual divine bodies, becoming a blade of lightning slashing towards the Azure Wave Dragon Saint. The latter sneered and unleashed a torrent of holy power, clashing with the lightning blade. The explosive clash echoed through the heavens and earth, with the lightning blade tearing through the holy power before being overwhelmed. Energy waves spread within a radius of several kilometers, shattering the mountains on the sea surface into powder, with debris falling into the water, creating large craters. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint was surprised that Qin Chuan could withstand an attack strong enough to repel a high-level saint. Is it because of his unique physique? It's speculated, quickly maneuvering and unleashing another wave of holy power towards the lightning figure. Qin Chuan moved like a fish in water within the terrifying holy energy tide. The lightning energy on his body was constantly worn down, but the distance between him and the Azure Wave Dragon Saint grew. That old bastard! Qin Chuan cursed the Dragon Saint's cunning. It knew the characteristics of the heavenly thunder god body and kept using holy power to prevent Qin Chuan from getting close. If Qin Chuan got close enough for a strike, it would be in trouble. But if this continued, Qin Chuan would eventually exhaust himself and die. When Qin Chuan faced off against the Azure Dragon Saint, his beast companions were simultaneously engaged with other powerful sea dragons. The 5 holy beasts formed a battle array, intertwining their elemental powers to relentlessly batter the sea dragon demons, forcing them into retreat. The Kuei-nyo and Kuren-pong each took on a primary sea dragon saint in unknown combat. On the battlefield, aside from the Azure Dragon Saint, there were still 4 sea dragon saints remaining, including the Savage Dragon Saint. Among them were 1 mid-level dragon saint, 1 high-level dragon saint, and 2 primary-level dragon saints. The strongest high-level dragon saint was being confronted by a swarm of demonic insects. Below the saint level, the 9 provinces' cultivators and other sea dragons were kept at bay by the residual shockwaves of the battle, not daring to approach for fear of being annihilated. The demonic insect swarm exhibited bizarre characteristics, with the high-level dragon saints' powerful strikes only managing to kill a small number of the insects. Under the leadership of the swarm, all attacks were evenly distributed, resulting in only dozens of insects being killed at a time. After a brief clash, the swarm broke through the holy barrier and swarmed towards the sea dragon saint. The dragon saint hastily retreated several kilometers, but was already covered in fine wounds, blood streaming down. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The sea dragon saint felt a surge of fear, sensing the black aura around the wounds that not only corroded flesh but also inflicted soul-piercing pain. Qin Chuan's devourer martial art, derived from the soul-eating demon insects, granted the swarm some of its characteristics when merged into his domain. Tens of thousands of biting insects, combined with their eerie traits, could even make a saint shudder. Qin Chuan's imperial domain was on par with a primary-level saint, imbuing all his beast companions with immense power through countless rules, contributing to their terrifying strength. In mere seconds, Qin Xuan and the Sea Dragon Saints had exchanged countless blows. Though his temporary combat strength was on par with theirs, prolonging the fight would put him at a disadvantage. Realizing this, Qin Xuan's eyes glinted with determination. Multicolored lightning shattered the holy power as he sought a swift victory, wary of other Sea Dragon Saints arriving. The Azure Dragon Saint, however, saw through the situation and continuously used its holy power to keep Qin Xuan at bay, maintaining a safe distance. No more delays, Qin Xuan thought, summoning 12 imperial crowns. The surrounding treasures burst into brilliance, and his power surged instantly. Slash multicolored lightning blade tore through the air, effortlessly shattering the Azure Dragon Saint's holy barrier. The distance between Qin Xuan and the Azure Dragon Saint shrank to mere hundreds of meters. What? The Azure Dragon Saint was shocked by Qin Xuan's sudden outburst, but the seasoned saint's strength was undeniable. A vast blue sea emerged out of nowhere, standing as a barrier. Qin Xuan, now a blade of light, arrived in an instant. The intense sound reverberated, forcing the distant 9 provinces' cultivators to shield their ears with spiritual energy to avoid rupturing their eardrums. Despite straining their eyes, the cultivators could only see blinding flashes of energy exploding in the sky, with countless shockwaves rippling like tidal waves. The energy from the shattered holy barrier of the Azure Dragon Saint created massive craters in the surrounding sea. Behind the barrier stood the mountain-like figure of the Azure Dragon Saint. It calmly unleashed a blue shockwave. Having just exhausted his strength to break the defense, Qin Xuan had no means to resist and was engulfed. A hissing sound filled his mind as Qin Xuan felt his lightning energy rapidly depleting, like ice melting at high speed. He desperately tried to escape the shockwave's range, but the Azure Dragon Saint had locked onto him, making any attempt futile. In an instant, parts of Qin Xuan's body began to dematerialize, and waves of pain surged through him. Alarmed, he immediately summoned the Thunder Seal. Multicolored energy flowed into his body like a river, barely stabilizing his near-collapse state. Returning to normal, given his current defensive power, Qin Xuan would have been pulverized in an instant. What now? Qin Xuan felt like a fish trapped in a glass, unable to escape no matter how he struggled. Meanwhile, his 5 beast companions, seeing their master in distress, immediately activated their formation. A pillar of 5-colored light shot towards the Azure Dragon Saint's head. Damn it! The Azure Dragon Saint roared, redirecting its attack, the blue shockwave meeting the 5-colored pillar. In a single clash, the 5-colored pillar was continuously consumed and eventually shattered. The High-Level Saint's attack was no match for the Peak Saint's full force. The residual blue shockwave continued unabated, heading straight for Qin Xuan's 5 beast companions. If I can't kill this human, I'll start with his beasts, the Azure Dragon Saint decided. With its power, a direct hit on these beasts would surely obliterate them. Unlike Qin Xuan, they didn't possess the strange dematerialization ability. Taking advantage of his beast's distraction, Qin Xuan finally escaped the Azure Dragon Saint's attack range. However, seeing the old dragon target his companions, his heart raced with panic. No! Qin Xuan roared in his heart, thoughts flashing like lightning but finding no viable strategy. He could only watch helplessly as the Azure Shockwave hurtled towards his 5 beast companions, the terrifying pressure of the Saint Dao sweeping over like a violent storm. Just as despair was about to swallow Qin Xuan, an unexpected change occurred. A formation disc shot out from the Immortal, instantly transforming into a towering millstone hundreds of meters wide, blocking the Saint's attack. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint's eyes flickered with surprise, inwardly admiring Qin Xuan's resourcefulness. Without hesitation, it increased the output of its Saint power. The shockwave trembled, and cracks spread across the formation disc, which shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Although the formation disc was destroyed, the brief delay allowed the 5 beast companions to escape back to Qin Xuan's side. He felt a moment of relief, but a greater crisis loomed without the formation disc. His beasts could no longer withstand the pressure of a mid-level Saint. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint laughed heartily. Human, what other tricks do you have? It wasn't arrogance, but preparation for a stronger attack. Qin Xuan looked solemnly at his 5 beasts, recalling them into his soul sea space, his mind racing. In a flash, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint and another mid-level Dragon Saint positioned themselves on either side, trapping Qin Xuan in the center, clearly intending to cut off his last escape route. Meanwhile, the Crimson Fury Dragon Saint sent the Kuanyo flying with a single strike and then moved to assist the Junior Dragon Saint, who was being suppressed by the Kuanpeng. As Qin Xuan was about to move, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint and the mid-level Dragon Saint immediately attacked, their Saint Dao power sealing the surroundings. Qin Xuan unleashed his full strength, a million martial techniques resonating, and the stars in his soul sea humming. In an instant, he broke through the blockade and appeared behind the Crimson Fury Dragon Saint. Caught off guard, The Crimson Fury Dragon Saint's hastily conjured red energy was instantly shattered by Qin Xuan's attack. Nine-colored lightning slashed through the sky, severing half of the Crimson Fury Dragon Saint's body. It realized too late that it had made a grave mistake. However, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint's attack followed closely, shattering Qin Xuan's blade light. Qin Xuan was forced back several kilometers, seizing the opportunity to recall the Kuanpeng and Kuan into his Soul Sea space. Seeing this, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint sneered, "Oh, planning to run away?" Qin Xuan remained silent, glancing at the overwhelming swarm of demon insects on the other side. "If you want to escape, I won't stop you." The Azure Wave Dragon Saint suddenly changed its mind. "We'll meet again after my clan reaches the other world." It ordered all the sea dragons, including the Dragon Saint entangled with the demon insects, to head towards the Stargate. The cultivators of the 9 provinces trembled at the sight. An emperor shouted, "Brothers, Emperor Qin Xuan has done his best. Now it's up to us." Immediately, countless cultivators brought out heavy weapons, and a barrage of energy blasts rained down on the sea dragons. "Petty tricks." A sea dragon saint scoffed, easily enveloping the energy blasts with Saint Dao power. The mushroom clouds that erupted in the air did not harm the sea dragon experts in the slightest. Just as the sea dragon saints were about to retaliate, a blade light suddenly shattered the Saint Dao power pressing towards the 9 provinces cultivators. Qin Xuan reappeared, eyes filled with killing intent. "Who allowed you to pass?" The Azure Wave Dragon Saint snorted coldly, "Human, don't court death." It secretly ordered several saints to strike simultaneously, intending to annihilate Qin Xuan completely. But at that moment, blazing radiance erupted from Qin Xuan's body, accompanied by a low murmur. "Azure Dragon, merge with my bones. Azure Dragon, merge with my bones." Qin Xuan muttered under his breath. In an instant, a green light shot out from his soul sea and fused into his body. The colossal phantom of an Azure Dragon briefly appeared behind him before merging into his bones. The surrounding Sea Dragon clan saints shuddered at the sight. They all simultaneously considered one possibility. Qin Xuan intended to forcefully ascend to sainthood. Their extensive experience in battling human saints had taught the Sea Dragon clan saints that a human emperor must merge with their life-bound beast to step into the saint realm. When man and beast become one, they can instantly elevate to sainthood. In combat, the beast acts as the human saint's trump card, significantly boosting their power when unleashed. Even in normal conditions, this fusion enhances their combat abilities. This is why human saints are generally stronger than beast saints. "Stop him," ordered Bibbo Dragon Saint urgently, unleashing a torrent of saintly power. Countless saintly attacks bombarded Qin Xuan, seemingly intent on obliterating him. "Hearg!" Qin Xuan's body arched slightly as the Azure Dragon merged with his bones, causing a series of explosive cracks. His eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a pained roar, clearly struggling with the fusion. Despite the agony, Qin Xuan forcefully channeled his spiritual energy, swiftly wielding his twin blades. Countless blade auras radiated in all directions, countering the Sea Dragon Saint's energy assaults. Unlike before, his blade auras now carried traces of saintly power. SHHHSHHHSHHHSHHH. The unstoppable blade auras shredded several Sea Dragon Saints' attacks, continuing their momentum toward the saints. How is this possible? The Sea Dragon Saints were shocked. The mere hint of saintly power in Qin Xuan's attacks unleashed such overwhelming force, far beyond their comprehension. "This man is terrifying. We can't let him fully ascend to sainthood." Bibbo Dragon Saint transmitted a warning to the others. They agreed and unleashed even more ferocious saintly power. The combined power of several dragon saints formed a colossal tidal wave, spanning miles, crashing down toward Qin Xuan. The sheer force of this attack made the onlooking Kyushu cultivators feel suffocated. Qin Xuan's expression grew more twisted as every bone in his body seemed to come alive, trying to burst out of his flesh. His skin involuntarily split open, blood pouring out, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Qin Xuan struggled to control his rebellious bones with his mental power, knowing this was the consequence of forcefully merging with his life-bound beast. Their bodies were clashing, fighting for dominance. "I can't go on like this, or Shao Qing and I will both die." In a flash of insight, Qin Xuan made a decision. Facing the surging saintly tidal wave, he remained unafraid. As time passed, the saintly aura emanating from him grew stronger and even permeated his emperor domain. "Break!" Qin Xuan roared, slashing with his blade. The towering blade aura cleaved through the tidal wave, tearing it apart like a rag. "This guy's strength is absurd." The Dragon Saints were stunned that their combined attack was effortlessly countered by Qin Xuan. Some even considered retreating. What's there to fear? Look at his aura. It's strong but unstable. Just wait a bit, and he'll collapse on his own. Bibbo Dragon Saint's keen eyes saw through Qin Xuan's condition. The others inspected closely and noticed the same. It looks like he's at the end of his rope. We just need to watch him self-destruct. Xinghuang Dragon Saint sneered at Qin Chuan's miserable state. If not for fear of Qin Chuan's counterattack, it would have already stepped forward to trample him. After launching his attack, the cracking in Qin Chuan's bones intensified. I can't keep this up. He immediately separated the azure dragon from his body. Xiao Qing transformed into a stream of light, appearing beside Qin Chuan, looking equally exhausted and weak. With Xiao Qing outside his body, Qin Chuan felt a sudden relief, and his wounds quickly healed. However, the recent exertion had significantly weakened him. Seeing this, the distant dragon saints cheered excitedly. Human, your death is imminent. They snarled, seizing the perfect opportunity, their massive forms lunging at Qin Chuan with unstoppable force. Qin Chuan's body wavered as he struggled to stand in midair, his hands trembling as he gripped his blades. Xiao Qing hung its head low, powerless to fend off the saint's attack. The Kyushu cultivators behind him watched with bated breath. Several emperors exchanged determined glances. One of them, his voice infused with spiritual energy, echoed across the battlefield, "Brothers, Emperor Qin Chuan has sacrificed so much for us. I can't sit idly by any longer. It's just one life. I'll go first." As his words faded, the emperor's body began to burn, transforming into a streak of light that instantly reached the sea dragon saints. The light formed a barrier, blocking their path. Qin Chuan's heart ached at the sight, recognizing the emperor's forbidden technique blood-soul sacrifice. This spell exchanged one's soul and flesh for a final, devastating attack. Once used, both body and soul would vanish forever. Every life has a soul, and for cultivators, the soul is the true essence of life. As one's cultivation level increases, the soul grows stronger, eventually allowing it to exist even after the physical body perishes. The Hall of Heroes in the 9 provinces stands as proof, where not only are the fallen warriors commemorated, but their souls are also preserved. Although their bodies are gone, these warriors live on in another form. Cutting-edge research by the 9 Provinces Academy and some sages suggests that as long as the 9 provinces remains powerful, it might be possible in the future to create perfect bodies for these warriors' souls, granting them rebirth. However, the Emperor's use of a forbidden technique at this moment is equivalent to erasing his existence completely, severing any chance of continuing in any form. For the Emperor, even if his physical body is destroyed, his soul could retain its consciousness in the Hall of Heroes. But by using the blood-soul sacrifice now, he will forever lose the opportunity to exist in this world. A mere emperor, even if he sacrifices his life, what can he do? A sea dragon sage scoffed, looking at the light shield, and with a swipe of his claw, a torrent of sacred power cascaded down like a waterfall. Crack, crack, crack. The light shield instantly filled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Emperor Qin Chuan, leave this place quickly, leave the rest to us. A fellow emperor shouted from below, his body beginning to burn as he transformed into a stream of light, merging with the light shield to repair the cracks. Qin Chuan tried to stop him but found that his previous actions had torn his body apart, even damaging his vocal cords, rendering him unable to make a sound. His soul sea and martial arts were rapidly absorbing energy to repair his body, but the injuries were too severe. Even at his fastest, it would take time. Pathetic and laughable insects. The sea dragon sages looked down on the humans' efforts with disdain. Even the desperate attacks of the emperors could only momentarily hinder a sage. More laughable was that their secret technique seemed to burn their very souls. For the sea dragon clan, the destruction of the body is not true destruction. The annihilation of the soul is. Just like in the ancestral land of the sea dragons, where countless powerful bodies have decayed, but their souls still reside. As long as a strong descendant appears, there's a way to resurrect them. Let's end this quickly. I don't want to watch these insects' performance any longer. The blood-crazed dragon sage sneered, his overwhelming sacred power crashing down like a storm, destroying the energy shield and aiming straight at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's body was healing, but he was still unable to counterattack. At that moment, streams of light flew up from below, shielding him. Watching the figures of emperors and kings disappear one by one, a tear rolled down Qin Chuan's cheek. Moments later, he finally regained control of his body, and his injuries had mostly healed. No! A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the heavens. Blood trickled from Qin Chuan's mouth, mingling with his tears. Countless thoughts surged through his mind, emotions crashing like waves against his heart. He looked at the sea dragon sages, his killing intent almost tangible. The blood-crazed dragon sage met Qin Chuan's gaze and was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, becoming even more excited. Human, are you angry? The blood-crazed dragon sage licked his lips. Tisk, tiske. Such a pity for these human warriors. If I had eaten them, they might have had some value. Now, Choosing death. How utterly foolish. His words echoed in Qin Chuan's mind, fueling his rage. Yudi Zervedity. Qin Chuan spat out each word through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Ha ha ha. Even if I wanted to die, what could you do to me? You are nothing but a spent force now. The blood-crazed dragon sage mocked Qin Chuan, his attacks relentless, shattering the light shield formed by the blood souls of the 9 provinces cultivators. Seeing this, Qin Chuan's mind raced, his eyes blood-red. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, turning into a still image. Everything paused except for Qin Chuan's thoughts, which continued to churn. What do I do? What do I do? Qin Chuan's mind repeatedly asked the question. Plans surfaced and were discarded one by one. Moments later, a sudden clarity struck him. If merging my spirit beast into my body won't work, then I won't merge it. It was as if he had caught a glimmer of inspiration. Why should I follow someone else's path? My journey has always been unique. Why adhere to convention now? Qin Chuan thought. He had once filled the chasm of realms with endless cultivation to break through to the king level, comprehended multiple laws to reach the emperor level, and fused various laws to ascend to the imperial level. His path had never been ordinary. Why should breaking through to the sage level be any different? The world resumed its natural flow, and the blood-crazed dragon sage's attack was ferocious and unrelenting, tearing apart the light shield formed by the 9 provinces cultivators in an instant. All the emperors and kings below had perished. Apart from them, other cultivators did not have the qualification to use the blood soul sacrifice. Qin Chuan now had to face the attacking sages alone, with his combat power diminished. Die, human. The blood-crazed dragon sage lunged at Qin Chuan, who ignored him and instead looked at Shao Qing beside him. Shao Qing one more time. Shao Qing weakly raised his head, not refusing his master's command, and transformed into a stream of light, coming to Qin Chuan's side. Seeing this, the blood-crazed dragon sage halted and sneered. Trying to die again. It seems I don't need to do it myself. Though mocking, he dared not approach Qin Chuan, fearing a desperate counterattack. Qin Chuan smirked coldly and uttered, Azure Dragon become my arm. This time, unlike before, the Azure Dragon did not merge into Qin Chuan's body but transformed into a dragon-shaped arm guard, firmly attaching to his hand. The dragon-shaped arm guard was unstable, as if it could revert to its original form at any moment. Qin Chuan's formidable mental power barely managed to stabilize the form of the Azure Dragon Bracer. He could feel an overwhelming force, capable of tearing the heavens and earth, surging through his arm. The azure scales shimmered coldly under the sunlight. The Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint was taken aback, a hint of astonishment flashing in its eyes. This scene was far from what it had anticipated. Qin Chuan had not collapsed. Instead, he showcased even greater power. Slowly, Qin Chuan raised his Azure Dragon arm and made a grasping motion in the air. An endless surge of sacred power erupted, transforming into the phantom of a colossal azure dragon. The dragon opened its blood-red maw and instantly swallowed the Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint whole. Despite its desperate struggles, the Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint found itself mired and unable to move. The surrounding dragon saints exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unspoken fear. They sensed that the sacred power emanating from Qin Chuan was now even stronger and more stable than before. This realization threw the observing dragon saints into a state of panic. This kid is dangerous. We can't let him stabilize his power. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint immediately commanded. In an instant, countless waves of sacred power surged toward Qin Chuan like a tidal wave. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Perfect timing. He grabbed the massive body of the Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint and swung it like a giant hammer, smashing it into the oncoming waves of sacred power. Thunderous explosions echoed through the sky. The scales on the Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint's body peeled off like falling rain, revealing raw, bleeding flesh. Blood sprayed out, forming a mist in the air. The Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint cursed inwardly, realizing that the attacks meant for Qin Chuan had only caused it severe injuries. Qin Chuan held the Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint firmly, analyzing the nature of the power. While the Azure Dragon Bracer provided strong control, its offensive capability was somewhat lacking. It could suppress the Scarlet Frenzy Dragon Saint but struggled to deliver a fatal blow. As he grew more accustomed to the power, Qin Chuan's imperial domain began to transform into a sacred domain. He seemed to perceive countless celestial nodes from which he could draw sacred power. This energy flowed back into Qin Chuan, instantly healing his wounds. However, Qin Chuan soon felt a strain. He realized he had reached his limit in controlling the Azure Dragon Bracer, and the progress of transforming his imperial domain into a sacred domain was less than halfway complete. The Azure Wave Dragon Saint and other demon saints noticed this and felt somewhat reassured. Just as the demon saints began to feel a sense of relief, Qin Chuan spoke again. White Tiger, arm me. A white streak of light shot out, forming the white tiger bracer on Qin Chuan's other arm. Although he had reached his limit with the azure dragon bracer, his mental power was still sufficient to control another beast armor piece. Qin Chuan called this method of transforming beast companions into armor parts, beast armor. Unlike conventional sacred transformations, it avoided the drawback of confining the beast companion within the host's body. However, this method demanded immense mental strength from the host, requiring a powerful soul to forge the armor flawlessly. With the formation of the white tiger bracer, Qin Chuan's imperial domain was fully enveloped in sacred energy. Strangely, his level did not break through to the sacred level. He remained at the imperial level. Qin Chuan speculated that this might be because he had not yet perfected his life-bound beast companion. Once the azure dragon bracer reached a state of seamless unity, he could use it to break through to the sacred level. Despite not reaching the sacred level, Qin Chuan had already mastered some of the sacred domain's power. Endless celestial energy enhanced his body. He swung the white tiger bracer, sending a tiger-shaped phantom towards the scarlet frenzy dragon saint. The latter tried to escape but was firmly locked in place by the azure dragon phantom. "Curse you! How dare you!" Although the dragon saints were terrified, they couldn't stand idly by. Several more powerful waves of sacred power attacked, but Qin Chuan casually waved his hand. The white tiger phantom roared, instantly shattering the attacks. "You couldn't handle me when I was at the imperial level, and now you dare dream of defeating me?" Qin Chuan sneered, swinging his right arm forcefully. The enormous white tiger opened its jaws and bit off the scarlet frenzy dragon saint's head. The scarlet frenzy dragon saint's sacred domain collapsed inch by inch. Qin Chuan stored the scarlet frenzy dragon saint's corpse in his treasure space and turned his gaze towards the other dragon saints. They trembled in fear at the sight before them. To be able to kill a saint so easily with only a partial mastery of sacred power, this was beyond human capability. All the dragon saints exchanged a look, reluctantly glancing at the Stargate behind Qin Chuan. The azure wave dragon saint's eyes flickered with regret before it turned and fled, leaving the other dragon saints far behind. The remaining 3 dragon saints were momentarily stunned. They cursed the azure wave dragon saint for its cowardice, fleeing first despite being a peak dragon saint. However, they didn't dwell on it for long and quickly fled in different directions. The remaining sea dragon warriors saw Qin Chuan's gaze shift towards them and didn't dare to linger. They scattered and fled immediately. A murderous intent surged in Qin Chuan's eyes. He had no intention of letting them escape so easily. Several beams of light shot out around Qin Chuan, slicing through the ranks of the sea dragon clan like sharp swords. His arms glowed with a blue-white light, exuding a sacred aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Qin Chuan swung his arms as if wielding twin blades. "Azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right," he muttered under his breath. "Witness the true power of the heaven-splitting dragon tiger slash." Empowered by the indestructible blade god physique, 2 unmatched blade auras transformed into the spectral forms of a dragon and a tiger, darting through the sky in an instant. The blade aura tore through the domain of a high-level dragon saint, heading straight for its back. The dragon saint was shocked. So fast. It immediately mobilized all its sacred power to defend. However, its barrier was shredded like paper by Qin Chuan's dragon tiger blade aura. "Impossible," the dragon saint thought in disbelief, but there was no time to ponder. The dragon tiger blade aura had already locked onto it, the spectral forms entwining and beheading the dragon saint in an instant. Lightning surged under Qin Chuan's feet as he dashed past the dragon saint's corpse, summoning it into his treasure ring with a wave of his hand. He then turned and pursued another low-level dragon saint. This one was no match for Qin Chuan. With a single move, he snapped its neck as easily as killing a chicken. Without pause, Qin Chuan turned to chase a third low-level dragon saint. The result was the same. Qin Chuan crushed it with overwhelming force. After slaying 3 dragon saints in quick succession, Qin Chuan did not continue to pursue the Bibbo dragon saint. Its speed was too great, and it had long fled. Chasing it further would be futile. As time passed, Qin Chuan's mental energy rapidly depleted, and his control over the dragon tiger bracers weakened. Qin Chuan withdrew his mental energy, and the blue-white light flickered, transforming into the azure dragon and white tiger. Seeing his 2 spirit beasts in a weakened state, Qin Chuan felt a pang of sorrow. Although it seemed easy to kill the 3 dragon saints, it had drained the power of his spirit beasts. He took out a restorative elixir from his ring and gave it to his spirit beasts, gently saying, "Shaoqing, Debai, you both should rest now." The 2 spirit beasts let out a low hum before returning to the Soul Sea. Qin Chuan transformed into a 9-colored lightning shadow and swiftly returned to the vicinity of the Stargate. There, the cultivators of the 9 provinces were locked in fierce battle with the Sea Dragon clan, aided by Qin Chuan's other spirit beasts. With the spirit beasts' assistance, it was as if several saints were fighting alongside them, giving the 9 provinces an overwhelming advantage and leaving the sea dragons in disarray. The sea dragons scattered in all directions, but were blocked by swarms of demon insects. Some, seeing no way to escape, desperately charged towards the Stargate, hoping for a final glimpse of the otherworld and a chance to break through. Qin Chuan's return bolstered the morale of the 9 provinces' cultivators. The scenes that had just unfolded elevated their reverence for him to new heights. Meanwhile, the Sea Dragon clan's strong fighters were terrified, seeing Qin Chuan as a demon capable of effortlessly crushing saints. Surrender or die. Qin Chuan's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. With a casual wave, his blade aura split the sea for thousands of meters, the water unable to rush back in. If you want to live, sign a slave contract with the human race. I give you 3 breaths. After that, those without a contract die. Qin Chuan's voice was as cold as frost. Though his killing intent towards the Sea Dragon clan was immense, it was mainly directed at their leaders. Ordinary sea dragons were just tools, and hating them was pointless. Moreover, the cultivators guarding the Stargate were too few, and other demon clans in the secret realm of mountains and seas were eyeing them covetously. If he could subdue these sea dragons, they would be a formidable force. Rubbish. Lowly humans, the noble Sea Dragon clan will never surrender, roared a Sea Dragon Emperor, its voice full of defiance. In the next moment, Qin Chuan casually waved his hand, and blade aura enveloped the Sea Dragon, slicing it into pieces. The other Sea Dragon fighters were terrified by the sight. The powerful members of the Sea Dragon clan recalled the scene where Qin Chuan had previously killed those sages, and couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. This guy went out and came back. Did he eliminate the other sages as well? However, in such a critical moment, they couldn't afford to think too much. The Sea Dragon clan turned their attention to the seemingly frail cultivators of Kyushu, each presenting a spirit slave contract. This contract was entirely different from a beast pet contract. It was a genuine slave agreement. Once signed, the Sea Dragon clan would be completely subservient to the cultivators, unable to refuse even a command to die. The Kyushu cultivators exchanged glances, but none rejected the contract. They all understood Qin Chuan's intention. Kyushu was lacking in military strength, and the forces from various secret realms were difficult to mobilize. If they couldn't hold the Stargate here, the entire Kyushu would fall into a nightmare. The powerful sea dragons shimmered with the light of the contracts, with only a few choosing to resist to the death. Qin Chuan showed no mercy, casually killing all who resisted. Though only tens of thousands of sea dragons had come, they were all elite, with their cultivation levels at least at the 4th tier. Among them were dozens of great emperors, hundreds of sovereigns, and over 1,000 kings. Apart from the few who were killed, the rest were subdued by the Kyushu cultivators. There were fewer than 10,000 Kyushu cultivators present, each contracting several sea dragons. As they looked at the powerful sea dragons floating beside them, their emotions were incredibly complex. Not long ago, these formidable enemies had pushed them to the brink of death, and now they had become their slaves. Even more astonishing was that each sea dragon's cultivation far surpassed that of these cultivators. The powerful sea dragons, especially the great emperors and sovereigns, felt an indescribable sense of humiliation seeing their new masters at merely the 4th tier. They would rather submit to a terrifying genius like Qin Chuan. At least that wouldn't bring shame to the Sea Dragon clan. Yet the reality was that they had become the slaves of these weak cultivators. Unfortunately, the chance for a contract with Qin Chuan was never going to be left to these creatures. They simply weren't qualified. Before reaching the divine level, each cultivator's soul seek can only accommodate a limited number of beast pets. Naturally, Qin Chuan would reserve this space for companions who shared life and death with him. After subduing the remaining powerful members of the Sea Dragon clan, Qin Chuan sat cross-legged in the air, looking down at the busy Kyushu cultivators cleaning up the battlefield below. He frowned slightly, weighing his options. Currently, Kyushu hasn't sent any other saints to guard this place. I can't leave here casually, or it will surely fall. Although I really want to storm the Sea Dragon clan's lair and turn it upside down, it's clear that I can't act rashly right now. Never mind, I'll wait for Kyushu to send a saint to guard this place. Besides, I need time to solidify my cultivation. Qin Chuan thought silently as he sensed the lingering aura of the saintly path within him. His current cultivation level was between a saint and an emperor. Once he fully armors the Azure Dragon, he could perfectly step into the saint level. The previous armorization was merely driven by spiritual power and was far from perfect. To truly reach a perfect state, even a genius with a 9-star cultivation talent would normally need decades to refine it, with the fastest taking over 10 years. Let's see what I've gained, Qin Chuan thought as he inspected the roulette wheel within his soul sea. He discovered an unusual new piece of information. Next to the energy points, there was now a saint path point. Currently, each time he killed an emperor-level demon beast, the energy points he gained were calculated in billions, but there were only a little over 1,000 saint path points. Clearly, These points could only be obtained by killing saints, but their exact purpose was still unknown. Just as Qin Chuan was pondering this, one of the dim, unlit wheels among the roulette wheels suddenly began to glow with multicolored light. To his surprise, Qin Chuan found that this wheel could refine other treasures and enhance their levels. Typically, treasures required years of nurturing by demon beasts to be born, with higher-grade treasures being even more difficult to cultivate. Yet, this wheel could gradually strengthen the most ordinary treasures to the most powerful levels. Qin Chuan had many rare treasures that had long been inadequate for use. After killing several sea dragon saints earlier, he had also obtained a few epic-level treasures, though most were unsuitable for him. They could be used for refining and enhancing his weapons. He placed the dragon-slaying saber and the tiger-slaying saber into the soul sea space and fed them into the wheel. The two weapons turned into streams of light, forming two weapon images at the center of the wheel. Qin Chuan then added several rare-level treasures as materials and drove the wheel with saint path points. The wheel began to hum and vibrate, with countless rays of light enveloping the two weapon images. Moments later, Qin Chuan was delighted to find that both the dragon-slaying saber and the tiger-slaying saber had been upgraded to the epic level. One weapon was now entwined with a dragon shadow, and the other with a tiger shape, both vividly lifelike. These were now truly deserving of their names. However, Qin Chuan was not satisfied with just that. He continued to add several epic-level treasures to the wheel, driving it with the remaining saint path points. The 1,000+ points were quickly consumed, and the unused epic-level treasures also turned into streams of light, merging into the two weapons. Moments later, the two newly transformed weapons slowly took shape. The dragon and tiger climbing on them became even more lifelike, as if they had come to life. These were now legendary-level treasures. Generally, only peak saints could possess or commonly master such high-grade treasures, also known as saint artifacts. Even the weakest legendary-level treasures could be passed down through generations, witnessing countless legendary stories, hence their name. Qin Chuan took out the two new weapons, their powerful, sharp aura making it difficult to look directly at them. Weaker cultivators would likely be shredded by the sharpness emanating from these weapons if they got too close. He mused to himself, killing 4 saints to obtain 2 legendary weapons seems reasonable. In typical saint battles, the chance of falling is extremely low. But with Qin Chuan's dual divine bodies and various techniques, he could overwhelm his opponents explosively, making it difficult for the saints to fully utilize their domain characteristics, thus allowing him to kill saints as easily as slaughtering chickens. Now, only a grand saint-level expert could suppress him, and even peak saints would struggle to hold him off for long. While Qin Chuan was enhancing his weapons, a large wave of sea creatures was heading towards the Stargate. These were former allies of the Sea Dragon clan, rushing over with their elite forces upon hearing the news. A saint from the Sea Shark clan side, the Sea Dragon clan must have gone to another world. Perhaps the Blue Wave Dragon Saint has already reached the Grand Saint level? As the main orchestrators of this event, the Sea Dragon clan naturally had the advantage. Yet, just organizing their entire clan took considerable time. Other sea creatures also set off with their armies towards the Stargate. Even some usually neutral sea clans sent elite forces to investigate. Countless sea creatures converged from all directions, with a total force of no less than 1 billion. Most of them were elite members of their clans, at least 30 or above. If these creatures were to land on Earth, they would undoubtedly bring disaster to Kyushu. The East continent alone would face a force comparable to the demon clans near Kyushu and India. However, they were unaware that the Blue Wave Dragon Saint had already fled, and instead, they eagerly believed that he had ascended to the highest level in another world. Little did they know that Qin Chuan had been waiting for them, preparing to deliver a nightmare they would never forget. After a long while, the second wave of sea creatures arrived at the Stargate and were stunned to see powerful sea dragons and Kyushu cultivators standing atop the dragon heads. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Why were humans standing on the heads of sea dragons? Could it be that the Sea Dragon clan had subdued the humans? It seems that the possibility of the human race subduing the Sea Dragon tribe is quite high. The sages of the Sea Shark tribe stared in astonishment at the scene before them. A group of human cultivators standing on the heads of the sea dragons, as if they were commanding these gigantic creatures. Given the sea dragon's usual arrogance, this was an unbelievable sight. Even more perplexing was the fact that these human cultivators' auras were at most at the emperor level. How could they possibly subdue the far more powerful sea dragon tribe? This fantastical scene thoroughly confused the sea shark sages. The leading sage of the sea shark tribe couldn't help but ask the enormous dragon in the distance, Qingxi Dragon Emperor, what is going on here? It recognized this dragon as a renowned genius of the sea dragon tribe, destined to become a sage in the future. Yet now, a seemingly weak human cultivator with just a 4th-tier aura sat on its head, a highly incongruous image. Qingxi Dragon Emperor heard the question but did not answer immediately. Instead, It looked towards Qin Xuan in the sky with a questioning gaze. Following its line of sight, the sea shark sages suddenly heard an exclamation from a demon sage. It's you? It turned out that a demon sage who had previously fought Qin Xuan recognized him. The other demon sages inquired, and the demon sage quickly explained. So you are the human genius that Bibbo Dragon Sage tried to encircle. Among the 7 sages present, most did not know Qin Xuan. Although the number of sages in the Sea Shark tribe was not less than those in the Sea Dragon tribe, their overall strength was weaker due to their mixed bloodlines. The Sea Shark tribe was notoriously savage and had frequent conflicts with the cultivators of the 9 provinces. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xuan slowly spoke. Speak. With Qin Xuan's permission, Qingxi Dragon Emperor turned to the demon sage and admitted, our Sea Dragon tribe has submitted to Sage Qin Xuan. It specifically emphasized submission to Qin Xuan, not to the human race of the 9 provinces, indicating that in its mind, submitting to Qin Xuan was not shameful, whereas other humans had yet to earn its respect. These words were like a thunderclap, shocking the Sea Shark tribe's strong warriors, their massive bodies trembling. Whether swimming in the sea or floating in the sky, those above the Emperor level found it hard to believe. How could this be? The powerful Sea Dragon tribe submitting to humans? The Sea Shark warriors were filled with doubts, feeling as if they were being deceived by the Sea Dragons. Someone couldn't help but question, this must be a trick by the Sea Dragons. They must be trying to prevent us from entering the other world. This suspicion was quickly agreed upon by the other Sea Shark warriors. After all, the strongest human cultivator present was only at the Emperor level, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough but still just a junior sage at most. How could they possibly subdue the Sea Dragon tribe, which had several powerful sages? The leading Sea Shark warrior shouted sternly, Qingxi Dragon Emperor, bring out Bibbo Dragon Sage. Or any other Dragon Sage. Qingxi Dragon Emperor sighed helplessly, Bibbo Dragon Sage has fled back to the Dragon Palace, and the other Dragon Sages have been slain by Sage Qin Xuan. Its tone carried a hint of resentment towards Bibbo Dragon Sage. Compared to the heroic sacrifices of the 9 provinces' emperors and kings, Bibbo Dragon Sage's act of abandoning thousands of clansmen and fleeing alone was utterly disgraceful. This was one reason for the Sea Dragon tribe's submission. Both Qin Xuan's overwhelming strength and the betrayal by other Dragon Sages. Hearing this, the Sea Shark warriors became even more uncertain. Blood Shark Sage couldn't hold back, glaring at Qin Xuan. Nonsense. How could this kid defeat a peak sage and several powerful sages in such a short time? Although it could sense Qin Xuan's increased strength, it refused to believe he could kill sages. Qin Xuan glanced at Blood Shark Sage, recalling the scene of being besieged years ago, and suddenly smiled, sorry, I've changed my mind. I was going to let you live if you submitted, but now? Before he finished speaking, Qin Xuan transformed into a 9-colored lightning bolt, with twin blades of dragon and tiger by his side. Activating both his Thunder God Body and Immortal Blade God Body, he unleashed an unparalleled blade aura that spanned dozens of miles, aimed straight at Blood Shark Sage. Blood Shark Sage sneered inwardly, just an emperor. Without the help of Shue Sage and the others, you still want to fight me? It scoffed, deploying its Blood Sea domain, with overwhelming red sacred power surging towards Qin Xuan. However, to its shock, the supposedly indestructible sacred power was directly slashed through by Qin Xuan. The tearing sounds echoed, and Blood Shark Sage's heart was thrown into turmoil. How did this guy become so much stronger in just a few years? Despite the shock, Blood Shark Sage's assault did not wane, spitting out several epic-level artifacts towards Qin Xuan. However, amidst the clashing sounds, those enormous artifacts were slashed with multiple deep cuts. Impossible! These are epic-level artifacts. When it saw the 2 weapons beside Qin Xuan, it was dumbfounded. Legendary artifacts. Blood Shark Sage couldn't find words to describe its astonishment. It remembered that a few years ago, this guy had a powerful legendary artifact, but only one. Yet now, in just a few years, he wielded twin legendary blades. Did he think legendary artifacts were as common as cabbages? Confronting Qin Xuan's attack, Blood Shark Sage found itself utterly outmatched, forced to retreat while fighting. The other demon sages, seeing this, quickly joined in to help. Countless sacred attacks followed, pressing down on Qin Xuan and pushing him back dozens of miles. The leading demon Shark Sage sneered inwardly, is your reliance just on 2 legendary artifacts? While legendary artifacts were indeed powerful, only great sages could fully unleash their potential. For an emperor to use them to defeat a mid-level sage was already a stretch, let alone a peak sage. However, Qin Xuan smiled lightly, and 12 royal crowns appeared above his head, with azure dragon and white tiger bracers adorning his arms. In an instant, overwhelming sacred power filled the area, causing all Sea Shark warriors to feel a deep sense of dread. Everyone, please prepare to die, Qin Xuan said slowly, his voice as cold as ice. The next moment, dragon and tiger roars echoed across the land. Blade auras transformed into dragon and tiger shadows, imposing absolute dominance over the demon sages. At this moment, the sea shark warriors had only one thought in their minds. It's over. Completely over. The group of demon saints watched the scene before them in terror. The Sea Dragon clan's prophecy had come true. Qin Chuan's oppressive power had reached the level of a great saint. The demon saints present knew all too well that they stood no chance against such overwhelming force. In the sky, the shadows of dragons and tigers intertwined, tearing apart the demon saints' sacred power. The cultivators of the 9 provinces stared in shock at the spectacle above, where massive dragon and tiger shadows relentlessly attacked the demon saints of the Sea Shark clan. The entire world seemed to roar with the sounds of battle, the earth and sea trembling with a cacophony of thunderous booms and crashing waves. Several Sea Shark demon saints joined forces to resist, but they were still being beaten back by Qin Chuan. They pleaded incessantly, "We surrender. Please, have mercy. We submit, we submit." Yet, Qin Chuan showed no signs of easing his assault. At this moment, Qin Chuan had abandoned the idea of subduing these Sea Shark demon saints. He sensed dozens of saintly auras approaching from afar and decided to take this opportunity to make an example of them, to intimidate the powerful beings of the sea. Despite possessing combat power comparable to a great saint, Qin Chuan was not truly a great saint, nor could he be considered a genuine saint. If the approaching saints joined forces to fight desperately, he would find himself in a tough battle. For now, the combined resistance of the demon saint powerhouses prevented Qin Chuan from killing them outright, though he inflicted severe injuries. Their bodies were covered with gruesome wounds dozens of meters long, flesh torn apart. Even with their sacred power constantly healing them, the injuries worsened faster than they could recover. With the augmentation of his sacred domain, each of Qin Chuan's attacks was delivered with full force. His body executed countless martial techniques simultaneously, like a million engines working in unison, allowing him to perform at speeds far beyond ordinary saints. The power of the Dragon Tiger Blade reached its peak now that Qin Chuan had attained the saint level, with the perfect harmony of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger vastly enhancing his attack power. As the fierce battle raged on, dozens of saintly figures approached from all directions. Seeing the shadow battling the Sea Shark demon saints from afar, their thoughts diverged. Some intended to aid the Sea Shark saints against the human, while others had different plans. A black flame-wreathed Jiao Dragon saint suddenly recognized Qin Chuan. That guy. Isn't he the human prodigy? Resentment from years past surged in the heart of Hai Yin Jiao Saint, and it prepared to charge forward to assist. However, it had barely moved when it saw a massive figure hurled out of the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, it was the Blood Shark Saint, its body cleaved in two, held together by a mere thread of flesh. Though gravely injured, it had not perished and was desperately using its sacred power to heal. Seeing Hai Yin Jiao Saint, the Blood Shark Saint shouted as if seeing a savior, "Hai Yin Jiao Saint, save me." Hai Yin Jiao Saint hesitated momentarily, ready to act, but then saw a dragon tiger shadow warp through space. In an instant, an unstoppable blade aura cleaved the Blood Shark Saint's head in two. The power of this strike was such that even a peak demon saint could hardly withstand it. Swallowing hard, Hai Yin Jiao Saint forced a dry laugh. "Actually, I was just passing by." With that, it turned and fled, its body swiftly moving through the sky. Qin Chuan noticed Hai Yin Jiao Saint and naturally remembered their old grudge. With a wave of his left arm, a solid azure dragon shadow shot out, its roar shaking the heavens. Qin Chuan suddenly redirected his sacred power, making the dragon's head even more tangible. It closed in on Hai Yin Jiao Saint, its jaws snapping shut around it. Hai Yin Jiao Saint hadn't anticipated such a swift attack. It immediately mobilized its own power, black dragon flames spreading out to form a sea of fire. Yet, the azure dragon's head clamped down firmly, preventing any escape. Qin Chuan was secretly pleased. It works. It can even withstand fire attacks for so long. He abandoned the heavily injured Sea Shark Saints and charged towards Hai Yin Jiao Saint. This attack, called the Azure Dragon Lock, was a control skill Qin Chuan had devised after his pet dragon's armor transformation. It was neither purely a pet skill nor one of Qin Chuan's martial techniques, but rather a fusion of both. Qin Chuan glanced at his right arm, countless pieces of information flooding his mind. He tried channeling more sacred power into it. The next moment, the roar of a white tiger echoed, and a golden light-wreathed white tiger shadow surged from his right arm, striking the bound Hai Yin Jiao Saint. The move, known as White Tiger Rend, saw the white tiger shadow collide with Hai Yin Jiao Saint's body, its sharp force enveloping it entirely. The saintly defenses shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Hai Yin Jiao Saint felt as if its organs were being shredded, blood oozing from its ears and nostrils. With a low roar, the black flames it spewed sputtered out like a misfired gun. Above the sea, a thrilling battle was unfolding. Qin Chuan had just left, and the remaining sea sharks initially felt a sense of relief. However, their joy quickly turned to bone-chilling fear when they saw the sea flame Jiao, saint barely clinging to life after 2 devastating attacks. Qin Chuan gazed at his arms, deep in thought. He suspected that his growing familiarity with the power of the saint path allowed him to tap into even greater strength. The recent surge of power wasn't a fluke, but a sign of his increasing mastery over the armoring force. This realization made him aware that if he armored other beast companions in the future, they too would wield similar formidable power. In his hands, Qin Chuan wielded 2 distinct forces, the Azure Dragon Lock and the White Tiger Rift. The Azure Dragon, with its wood attribute, excelled in binding, while the White Tiger, with its metal attribute, was the essence of destruction. Under Qin Chuan's control, these contrasting forces formed a terrifying balance. The sea flame Jiao Saint writhed in agony, its internal organs feeling as if they were shredded to bits. Though the power of the saint path continually worked to heal its wounds, the relentless pain surged like a tidal wave. Qin Chuan watched coldly, silently assessing his opponent's resilience. In the next moment, Qin Chuan made his move. The Azure Dragon Lock coiled around his left hand, while the White Tiger Rift encircled his right arm. The roars of the dragon and tiger echoed thunderously, and the sea flame Jiao Saint was torn apart instantly, its body severed cleanly like a grilled eel, the cuts unnervingly smooth. This gruesome scene was seared into the eyes of the surrounding demon saints. Those who had been eager to act now stood frozen, terrified of becoming the next victim. With a casual wave, Qin Chuan stored the sea flame Jiao Saint's corpse into a mystical treasure. This epic spatial treasure from the cold river saint effortlessly accommodated numerous demon saint corpses without feeling cramped. Recalling the cheerful face of the cold river saint, Qin Chuan's thoughts drifted to past times spent with fellow saints. The cold river saint was generous and cheerful, the snow saint gentle and caring, and the ice saint cold on the outside but warm within. During his days at the Stargate base, these saints had guided Qin Chuan with the care of elders. But now, they had all been swallowed by the ominous black abyss, their fates unknown. Thinking of Linger's plight, anger flared up in Qin Chuan's heart once more. If not for his duty to protect the Stargate, he would have already stormed the Sea Dragon clan's lair to drag out the Blue Wave Dragon Saint for a beating. At this moment, the Sea Shark demon saints before him, along with other demon saints who harbored animosity towards humans, became the targets of his fury. Qin Chuan's sharp gaze swept over the Sea Shark saints, making them feel as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. They hastily reinforced their defenses, fully aware that escape was impossible today. Their towering Saint Path defenses, as thick as mountains, loomed like a sky curtain. Yet, to Qin Chuan, they were no more than paper tigers. The phantom of the White Tiger soared into the sky, its colossal claws tearing through the defenses like a beast pouncing into the forest. In an instant, rocks shattered and waves surged. Blood poured down like rain, staining the blue sea red. Countless beings watched this breathtaking scene intently. Some cultivators from the 9 provinces couldn't help but sigh, realizing that even saints could be so fragile. Nearby cultivators quickly corrected this misconception, emphasizing Qin Chuan's extraordinary prowess and illustrious record. Sea Dragon Clan experts whispered among themselves, discussing Qin Chuan's past. From general to king, then emperor, and finally, saint. Each of Qin Chuan's steps had been astonishing. Now as a saint, he had the aura of suppressing all other saints. King of Kings, 12 crowned king. Such achievements were bound to leave the world in awe. Even more astonishing was that Qin Chuan was only in his 20s, a mere egg by demon standards. Other observing cultivators watched as Qin Chuan swiftly dispatched the remaining sea shark powerhouses, dispelling any lingering doubts. A veiled mermaid woman was the first to congratulate him, her voice melodious and figure graceful. Though the mermaid clan was typically proud, her tone now carried a hint of reverence. Following her, an elder saint from the mountain turtle clan stepped forward, respectfully addressing Qin Chuan as Your Majesty. This title was reserved on Earth for those crowned with the most honors, typically only bestowed upon the one with the most crowns. Since Qin Chuan became the 12th Crown King, the rules had changed. Now, only Qin Chuan could be called Your Majesty, while others were addressed as Your Highness. Despite some opposition to this practice, arguing that it unduly elevated one above others, Qin Chuan's status was unassailable. The Elder Turtle's address indicated thorough research into Qin Chuan's background. Seeing the leaders of the 2 tribes come forward to greet him, other sea tribes couldn't sit still. Those without any grudges against the 9 provinces stepped up without hesitation, and even tribes that had previous conflicts couldn't hold back and approached as well. Tribes with minor disputes offered congratulations and began to apologize. Meanwhile, those with deep-seated enmities against the 9 provinces even started to confront the powerful figures right in front of Qin Chuan. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, like an old friends gathering. However, Qin Chuan didn't let his guard down. He knew well the proverb, "Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts," a lesson learned through the blood and tears of countless ancestors. Even those sea tribes that had never harmed the cultivators of the 9 provinces couldn't be fully trusted. Qin Chuan thought to himself that even among humans, the differences between nations could be greater than those between humans and dogs. He recalled the blood feud with the nation of Dongying, which had massacred millions of 9 provinces citizens years ago just to seize their land. Now, every sea tribe desired to enter another world. That world held opportunities to grow stronger, to break through realms, and to extend their lifespans. Such temptations were far more alluring than mere territorial conquests. Thus, the sea tribe's desire to reach Earth would never wane, whether deeply hidden or barely concealed. Qin Chuan understood their intentions but knew it wasn't the time to burn bridges. He needed time. The longer he had, the stronger he would become, and the deeper his control over the mountain and sea's secret realm would grow. By then, these dark intentions would be laughable in the face of absolute power. Therefore, when conversing with the sea tribe saints, Qin Chuan didn't press too hard but left them enough room. This seemingly generous gesture made some sea tribe saints even more uneasy, especially those who had engaged in minor to moderate skirmishes with the 9 provinces, causing hundreds or thousands of casualties. They began to feel threads of fear. These ancient beings, having lived for centuries, were not fools. They guessed Qin Chuan's intentions. With dozens of saints gathered, a hardline approach might incite rebellion. If they united, the situation would turn unfavorable for the 9 provinces. But if they were dismissed now, the chance of them reuniting to oppose the 9 provinces later would be greatly reduced. By then, the sea tribes of the mountain and sea secret realm would be at the mercy of the 9 provinces. This young human saint was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also possessed a mind that intimidated these ancient beings. Therefore, some of the wiser sea tribe saints with significant grudges against the 9 provinces proactively admitted their guilt and expressed their willingness to offer substantial compensation to show their sincerity. This action caught Qin Chuan's attention, and he took a few more glances at these sea tribe saints. As for those with deep-seated enmities who made no such gestures, Qin Chuan silently noted them. He planned to settle accounts once his cultivation was fully stabilized, and other saints came to guard the Stargate. After a brief discussion among the saints, Qin Chuan accepted some of the sea tribe's compensations and let them leave. Though reluctant, none of the saints dared to utter a word, fearing they might meet the same fate as the deceased sea shark tribe saint. Watching these saints depart, Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He summoned the black robe throne and wearily lay upon it. The throne shimmered with a gentle glow, continuously restoring his mental strength. He had been forcefully maintaining the armored state of his beast companion with his mental power, and it had been quite a struggle. Had the other saints truly united, Qin Chuan might have fallen, or at least been gravely injured. Hovering in midair, Qin Chuan looked down at the cultivators below, who were busy rebuilding the Stargate base. He stroked the throne beneath him, feeling grateful. "Thanks to you. Without the throne's nourishment of my mental power over the years, I couldn't have pioneered the path of armoring." As if sensing Qin Chuan's thoughts, the throne emitted a faint hum. "Huh. It seems you're evolving towards the legendary grade." Qin Chuan knew the throne's unique nature. Though it started as an epic-grade artifact, it would gradually grow stronger as Qin Chuan's cultivation advanced. Otherwise, it would be too meager a reward for a 12-time champion. It seemed that once Qin Chuan truly broke through to saint level, the throne would evolve to legendary grade. Unfortunately, it still requires quite some time, Qin Chuan thought to himself. At that moment, he sensed a powerful aura suddenly appear behind him. Qin Chuan's nerves immediately tensed. Could it be that a saint of the sea tribe has suddenly returned for a surprise attack? Li Shang whipped around, only to see a towering, muscular figure standing there. His entire body was covered in golden scales that gleamed blindingly. This imposing figure, exuding an aura of immense power, was none other than Li Shang, one of the great saints of the 9 provinces. With a puzzled expression, he scanned his surroundings, clearly baffled by the scene before him. Li Shang had rushed to the Shanghai secret realm as quickly as possible. However, the chaos and devastation he had anticipated were nowhere to be found. The dozens of base cities near the Stargate of the Shanghai secret realm were completely intact, with not a single sea monster in sight. Instead, there were only crowds of people moving about busily. What's going on? Li Shang thought, frowning. Have the invaders had a change of heart? Based on past experiences, these invaders would unleash havoc the moment they set foot on Earth, slaughtering and devouring humans mercilessly. But the current situation was entirely different. There wasn't even a hint of bloodshed. With a head full of questions, Li Shang cautiously entered the Shanghai secret realm. As soon as he stepped in, the strong smell of blood hit him. Instantly, his nerves tightened and his muscles tensed, ready for any sudden attack from the invaders. However, the expected assault did not come. Instead, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. A group of cultivators were riding sea dragons, using the islands as bases to construct buildings. Earth element cultivators were using their spells to raise massive amounts of earth and stone from the seabed. Other cultivators were assisting them, working together in perfect harmony. The construction process was incredibly fast and orderly. Li Shang was completely taken aback by what he saw. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered to himself, "Who am I? Am I dreaming? Why are humans riding a bunch of sea creatures to build houses?" The other cultivators noticed Li Shang's arrival and paused their work to bow respectfully. After a brief inquiry to understand the situation, Li Shang turned his gaze towards Qin Chuan in the sky. Qin Chuan also noticed Li Shang's arrival and nodded respectfully from afar. He thought to himself, this great saint originally guarded that perilous giant secret realm with Slaughter Saint. For him to risk coming here now, Slaughter Saint must be facing an exceptionally terrifying threat from the invaders. The two conversed rapidly, and only then did Li Shang learn the details of the events that transpired in the secret realm of mountains and seas. Concentrating on sensing the surrounding aura, his brows furrowed deeply. This seems like the aura of the Nine Nether Abyss? Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and an image of the secret realm guarded by Fan Sheng flashed through his mind. A glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. If it really is the Nine Nether Abyss, could Linger and the others still have a chance to survive? Time rewinds to the moment when the Abyss devoured the Stargate. A spatial rift opened like a giant maw, dragging the entire Stargate base and the surrounding beasts into another world. This was a dark domain ravaged by demonic energy, with the ground riddled with intricate, dark chasms. Countless demonic beasts resided densely in these chasms, their roars echoing incessantly. The massive Stargate base was torn into the rift, spanning across a deep abyss on both sides, with ferocious demonic beasts roaring below. The power of the holy path from the three saints of the cold attribute protected the base firmly, freezing any approaching beasts into ice sculptures that shattered upon falling. Other saints also performed their roles, surrounding the base with their formidable holy path power to create an impregnable defense. However, as the base descended into the Nine Nether Abyss, the number of high-level demonic beasts increased dramatically, from a few saint-level beasts at first, to tens, and eventually nearly 100. The area around the Stargate base, spanning thousands of miles, was covered in ice and snow by the three cold attribute saints, turning it into a frosty wasteland. But the gathering of powerful beasts triggered a more terrifying surge of demonic energy, flooding towards the base from all directions. In this vast world of the abyss, the Stargate base seemed like a lone lamp in the endless darkness, so small and fragile. Countless demonic beasts sensed the human presence within the base, as if seeing an exquisite delicacy, and went mad instantly. To them, it was like a feast falling from the sky, more tempting than the powerful presence near the Stargate. Although that presence also enticed the beasts, it was too formidable for them to contend with, even for the few entities deep within the abyss. Taking advantage of the fact that those entities had not yet noticed this delicacy, the demonic beasts eagerly launched their assault. Commanded by powerful beasts, tens of thousands of demonic beasts frantically attacked the defense of the saints from Kyushu. Though each beast was weak individually, the relentless assaults were draining the saints' power. Even with the replenishment of the world's power, the saints were struggling. Worse still, upon arriving in this realm, the three saints felt their holy path domains were weakened, and the efficiency of energy replenishment had greatly decreased. However, the aura here felt strangely familiar to them. Moments later, the Kyushu saints realized with joy that they were in the Nine Nether Abyss, the very place guarded by Fan Sheng. This meant that once Fan Sheng sensed their presence, he would surely come to their aid. A situation that had seemed hopeless now showed a glimmer of hope. The Kyushu saints quickly communicated telepathically and formulated a new plan: to sense the direction of the Stargate and move towards it. While struggling to fend off the ferocious beast attacks, they concentrated on sensing the spatial power. After a long time, they finally detected faint spatial fluctuations. Han Jiang Saint immediately ordered, "Wind Saint, drive the central battleship towards that direction." His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura was chaotic. As the main force in the combined domain of the three saints, he bore the greatest pressure. To withstand the onslaught of so many saint-level beasts without falling, the Kyushu saints were undoubtedly fighting with all their might. They had already used up all their forbidden drugs and ultimate techniques with no reservations. The Wind Saint acted at once. Under his control, countless stones on the ground shattered, revealing the metal structure beneath. This massive structure was actually a cutting-edge amphibious battleship of the Kyushu nation. Jets of scorching air erupted from the nozzles below the battleship, lifting it slowly into the air, carrying tens of thousands of cultivators towards the designated direction. The saints also began to guide their domains to cooperate with the battleship's movement, killing any beasts in their path. The combined domain of the cold attribute saints was incredibly powerful, so much so that even peak saints dared not confront it directly, for fear of being frozen into ice sculptures and slaughtered by the Kyushu saints. Despite this, the demonic beasts had countless long-range attack methods. Waves of demonic energy surged through space, bombarding the Kyushu saints from all angles. The ice power had limited effect in weakening these energy attacks, which eventually had to be blocked directly by the saints. This further drained their power, pushing them towards their limits. Meanwhile, the commotion spread to distant areas, awakening terrifying entities slumbering in the abyssal depths. Such delicious human auras. Enormous eyes, as vast as stars, opened one by one, their gaze filled with a terrifying power that made all living beings' souls tremble. These entities flew out from various parts of the abyss, each movement causing the space to hum and the air to ripple like liquid. On the other side, an old man in white robes, sitting cross-legged under a massive Stargate, slowly opened his eyes. Why are there human auras in the depths of the abyss? What schemes are these beasts plotting now? The old man smiled wryly. Over the years, these demonic beasts had used countless tricks to lure him away from this place. Sensing the auras carefully, a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. These auras were too real, and a few even seemed familiar. Looks like I have to check it out regardless. Fan Sheng muttered to himself as a white shadow identical to him walked out from his body. As it moved further from the main body, the shadow became more solid, eventually indistinguishable from the original. The shadow instantly arrived at a distant location, where several enormous demonic beasts immediately flew out from the abyss below, eyeing it greedily, intending to devour it. However, with a mere wave of its hand, the white shadow crushed them into powder. Back at the Stargate base, the situation grew dire once more. The saint-level demonic beasts seemed to sense the approaching entities and began launching frenzied attacks, showing no restraint. Nearly 100 sacred beasts launched a full-scale assault, like an unstoppable torrent, directly halting the Kyushu warships. The domains of several sages trembled under the intense bombardment, with countless fragments scattering like fireworks. The three sages of the cold attribute positioned themselves in a triangular formation, their controlled blizzards transforming into blades, slicing through one beast after another. However, these beasts seemed to have lost their survival instinct, recklessly charging forward like moths to a flame. Under their frenzied assault, the domain of the Kyushu sages was continuously compressed, from several miles to just a few, eventually barely covering the central worship. The sacred domain had become a colossal protective shield, enveloping Han Jiangshang and others, while keeping innumerable beasts at bay. The beasts' attacks rained down on the shield, creating ripples of energy. The Kyushu sages could no longer counterattack, only channeling their power into the shield to sustain it. Even Fengsheng, responsible for controlling the central worship, began to pour his strength into it. As time passed, the Kyushu sages' auras grew increasingly weak, resembling withering old trees. Inside the worship, the other Kyushu cultivators watched through the windows, filled with worry. They gazed at the figures valiantly holding back the danger, their hearts swelling with immense respect. Suddenly, a cultivator infused his voice with spiritual power, spreading it throughout the worship. Everyone, we can't just sit here and do nothing. It's time we contribute our strength. The crowd asked Feng Sheng if they could add their power, to which he nodded and taught them the method to transfer their spiritual energy. Instantly, tens of thousands of streams of power began to flow into the protective shield. Though each individual's power couldn't compare to a sage's, their sheer numbers made a difference. The previously exhausted shield suddenly radiated intense light, blasting the beasts dozens of kilometers away, with the weaker ones disintegrating into nothingness. At that moment, tens of thousands of Kyushu cultivators, regardless of their strength, were desperately channeling their power into the shield. They consumed potions while transferring energy, trying to bolster their strength. Some cultivators, from overusing potions, had bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, looking extremely fierce. They knew continuing might cause their meridians to rupture, but they didn't care. Better to die on the warship than fall to the beasts. At least this way, they bought their companions a chance to survive. No one stopped these cultivators because everyone was fighting just as desperately. Even the sages were consuming potions, their life force rapidly waning. Linger, one of the few healing cultivators, continuously used her martial arts to support others. Alongside her were dozens of other male and female cultivators, all contributing to Kyushu's defense. Many cultivators were covered in blood from overusing potions, yet they persisted until their last ounce of strength was spent, collapsing only when they were utterly exhausted. Their hair had turned largely white, the cost of overextending their potential. Like Linger saving Qin Chuan with her life, they were saving others. Every bit of effort increased their chances of survival. The beasts were furious at the humans' actions, seeing them as a group of delicious prey consuming themselves. The intense recoil from the shield caused many Kyushu cultivators to vomit blood and fall, but many continued to fight, with some even getting back up to channel more energy into the shield. The booming sounds were incessant, with cracks appearing on the shield, only to be quickly repaired. The Kyushu cultivators didn't know how long they had been holding on, each second feeling like a year. Suddenly, several deafening roars echoed from the depths of the abyss. The Kyushu sages lifted their bloodshot eyes, faces showing shock and a hint of undisguised fear. These new auras were exceptionally powerful, having reached another level great sages. Several great sage-level beasts rushed from all directions, roaring excitedly as they flew, as if celebrating the imminent feast of victory. Unexpectedly, so many delicious humans have delivered themselves right to our doorstep. In the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss, four formidable auras suddenly shook the heavens and the earth, and four mountain-sized figures appeared in the distant sky. Ha ha ha. Han, you old monster, these humans are closest to my territory, so don't even think about snatching them. A voice rang out first. Nonsense. Why did I get here faster than you if they're closer to your territory? These are all mine. Another voice immediately retorted. Hanyu, Shueyo, are you two ignoring us? A third voice joined the argument. Qingyu, Xianyu, you two old things actually came as well. A final voice exclaimed in surprise. The appearance of the four great demon saints shook the entire Nine Nether Abyss. Other demons, sensing these terrifying auras, prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Even those at the saint level quickly lowered their forms, not daring to fly too high for fear of offending the great saints and suffering a terrible fate. These four were among the 9 great saints of the Nine Nether Abyss, each guarding one of the 9 unparalleled demon abysses. They commanded hundreds of billions of demons, densely packed and endless. As the great saints closest to the Stargate base's emergence, the intense spatial fluctuations had awakened them from their slumber. The 4 great saints' gazes simultaneously fell on the Kyushu cultivators aboard the battleship, as if appraising a delicious feast. Humans, indeed, the most delectable species in the world. The blood-red Shueyo great saint extended a scarlet tongue, over 100 meters long, with a mouth full of sharp fangs like jagged peaks, looking particularly terrifying. The Xinyu great saint was entirely black as ink, shrouded in dark mist, with a colossal form that loomed like an insurmountable peak. As soon as the Hanyu great saint appeared, bone-chilling cold spread for miles, instantly freezing nearby demons into ice sculptures, friend and foe alike. Although the Qingyu great saint appeared unremarkable, its gaze seemed to pierce through souls, sending shivers down the spines of the cultivators. The 4 great demon saints exchanged smiles, seemingly reaching some unspoken agreement. Instead of fighting, let's just split these humans evenly. Great idea. We'll each take 2 of the human saints, and the rest can be divided as we please. Thus, the 4 great saints effortlessly decided the fate of the Kyushu cultivators, as if discussing how to divide a sumptuous meal. All right, let this sage shatter that pathetic shield. The voice of Xian Yu Desheng echoed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Before his words had fully dissipated, a jet-black beam shot from his mouth, striking the shield that the Kyushu cultivators had been desperately maintaining. The shield, which had withstood the assaults of nearly 100 sages and tens of thousands of demonic beasts, shattered instantly under this single blow. In a split second, it broke into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The Kyushu sages and hundreds of thousands of cultivators suffered a severe backlash, spitting blood and collapsing like a torrential downpour. Despair spread across their faces as the arrival of the 4 great sages heralded their doom. Qingyu, Shueyu, Xinyu, and Hanyu, the 4 great sages, simultaneously opened their massive jaws, unleashing an irresistible suction force. The vast power of the Saint Dao surged like 4 mighty torrents, dividing the Kyushu cultivators into 4 sections. Although it seemed like an even split on the surface, the great sages were secretly competing, resulting in an uneven distribution of captured cultivators due to their varying strengths. The Kyushu cultivators were seized like mere commodities, seething with rage yet utterly powerless. In the face of these 4 great sage-level demonic beasts, their strength was as insignificant as ants, and all their anger seemed laughable and futile. You beasts, roared Han Jiangsheng, his Saint Dao power erupting like a tidal wave towards the great sages. However, the cost of this strike was immense. Han Jiangsheng bled from his 7 orifices, his already exhausted body struggling to stay upright. Despite this desperate attack from a peak great sage, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, having no effect on the great sage's Saint Dao defenses. Xinyu, it seems like your side is getting a bit restless. A voice resonated directly in the minds of all living beings, showcasing the terrifying mental power of a great sage-level entity. Heh, then I'll just eat him first. Xinyu Desheng's voice followed immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Jiangsheng seemed to be grabbed by invisible hands and was dragged towards Xinyu Desheng. Bastard! Shui Shang's eyes glowed with swirling snowflakes, crimson blood streaming from the corners. The snowflake patterns in his eyes fractured. With all his might, he summoned a blizzard to create a barrier in front of Han Jiangsheng. This obstruction momentarily halted the invisible attack, giving Han Jiangsheng the chance to break free from the demonic grasp. Another pesky insect. Infuriated by the resistance of the two human sages, Xian Yu Desheng diverted some of his power to attack them directly. Black light engulfed the sky, its might unstoppable. All the Kyushu cultivators involuntarily closed their eyes, as if witnessing the imminent death of the two sages. At the critical moment, a figure in white robes swept in from the horizon, accompanied by a calm and gentle voice. "I'm sorry I'm late." As his words fell, the bindings on all the Kyushu cultivators instantly dissolved. The four great sages were forced back several kilometers by an invisible force. Before anyone could grasp what had happened, the great sages cried out in alarm. "Fansheng, you old fool, how dare you venture into the demon abyss? Shouldn't you be guarding that broken gate of yours? Damn you!" The four great sages cursed vehemently like quarrelsome fishwives. Despite their outward rage, their voices betrayed a hint of fear, none daring to make a rash move. "Old monsters, bullying the human race of Kyushu. Are your bones itching for a beating? Fine, I'll give you a free massage." Fansheng spoke calmly, and a vast milky white domain spread out instantly. From his mouth, he expelled a silver-white longsword. As it distanced from Fansheng, the sword grew, eventually extending to 1,000 meters in length. As the giant sword swung, it tore space, leaving cracks in its wake. The great sages, terrified, immediately deployed their Saint Dao domains. Massive fields of various colors spread out, their Saint Dao power surging like tides, forming tough shields in front of the giant sword. However, the giant sword casually sliced through, shattering the shields effortlessly. "This old guy has gotten stronger again." The great sages had no choice but to band together to fend off Fansheng's attacks. They were deeply shaken, recalling the white-robed figure who had single-handedly defended the Stargate hundreds of years ago. Back then, billions of demonic beasts and the strongest great sages of the Nine Nether Abyss had gathered but were held back by this lone figure, instilling fear in countless demonic beasts. The memory of that battle remained vivid for the great sages. The sky roared with the relentless clash of Saint Dao powers, and the earth trembled with deafening explosions. Countless Kyushu cultivators stood on their warships, watching the breathtaking scene with a renewed sense of security. The despair that had filled their hearts moments ago was replaced with hope, all because of that jade-like figure in white. With him there, it seemed no obstacle was insurmountable. The four once arrogant great sages now appeared fragile, unable to counter Fansheng's relentless onslaught. They were forced to retreat, barely able to defend themselves, and within a few breaths, they had been pushed back several thousand kilometers. High above, the giant sword cleaved through space, tearing the sky apart. Below, countless beings gazed up, witnessing the earth-shaking battle. All right, well leave. Old man, stop chasing us." Xian Yu Desheng shouted in panic. At this point, he had lost all thoughts of feasting on human delicacies, only wanting to escape. If the battle continued, Fansheng might very well kill them with his sword. Even when 9 great sages had united against him in the past, they had failed. Now, with only 4, they dared not linger. "Surrender? Sever a tail each, and I'll let you go." Fansheng smiled faintly, his tone dripping with disdain. "You're full of crap. Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Despite their fear of Fansheng, the great sages couldn't accept such a humiliating demand. Agreeing would ruin their standing in the demon abyss, turning them into laughingstocks among the demon clans. Though Fansheng's demeanor was calm, his mind was racing. This wasn't his true body, and the priority was to protect the humans. Just as he was about to offer the great sages a way out, an unexpected change occurred below. In the depths of the abyss, a massive tentacle, stretching over 1,000 meters, suddenly shot out like lightning towards the Kyushu warship. It pierced through the ship's surface with precision, ignoring the surrounding cultivators, and headed straight for Linger among the group. The nearest sages reacted instantly, intervening to stop it. However, an eerie green sacred power surged forth, striking their attacks. The terrifying force corroded their efforts into nothingness, leaving them stunned. "Fiend, stop!" Fansheng sensed the anomaly and unleashed a colossal sword that tore through the air, chasing the tentacle. Thick green fog surged from the abyss, slowing the sword's speed as if it were mired in a swamp. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Linger was dragged into the abyss. Fansheng roared, "Poison ghost!" His sword emitted a dazzling aura, slicing through the green fog, sending sparks flying and affecting an area of dozens of miles. A maniacal laugh echoed from the abyss. "Ha ha ha! Fansheng, this little girl is mine. What can you do about it? Your mere avatar might scare those fools, but it doesn't scare me." Fansheng's eyes blazed with fury. In the next moment, his sword's aura swept across hundreds of miles, shattering rocks and causing demonic energy to boil. Ha ha ha. Farewell, old fool. We'll battle for 300 rounds another time. Poison Ghost's voice grew distant. Fan Sheng seethed with killing intent, but was helpless. As Poison Ghost had said, this body was merely an avatar. Though it wasn't an ordinary sacred avatar, it still couldn't contend with Poison Ghost. Not only was Poison Ghost among the top 9 great sages, but Fan Sheng also needed to protect the remaining Kyushu cultivators. Hearing Poison Ghost's words, the other demonic great sages were both shocked and skeptical. Was this really just an avatar of Fan Sheng? Yet he had just used his sacred domain, and his aura was solid and unified, unlike any ordinary sacred avatar. What are you looking at? Get lost. Fan Sheng's voice thundered as he glared at the distant demonic great sages. Do you think I can't kill you just because this is an avatar? Leave before I get angry. Poison Ghost's brazen abduction of Linger left Fan Sheng furious. Clearly, a child specifically taken by a great sage was no ordinary child. The demonic great sages were both ashamed and enraged. Being threatened by a human sage in such a manner, yet powerless to refute it, was infuriating. If they could fight back, they would have already done so. Before leaving, Xinyu, one of the great sages, tried to make a threatening remark. Fan Sheng, you old fool, don't get cocky. We'll come back for you once we've recovered. Fan Sheng's voice roared like thunder. I told you to get lost. He manipulated his giant sword to traverse space, instantly appearing before the demonic great sages. The terrifying power of the sacred sword made the space around it hum and shake like glass. Such casual manipulation of stable space was beyond the capability of ordinary great sages. The demonic great sages shuddered in fear. Poison Ghost, equally furious, shouted, Fine, we're leaving. He turned and fled, faster than when he had arrived. With the great sages gone, the remaining demonic beasts scattered. Only a few reckless ones charged forward, while the rest dove into the abyss. Fan Sheng casually swept his sword, turning hundreds of miles of demonic beasts into blood mist, staining the ground dark red. The sacred power collected countless beast cores, soul stones, and secret treasures into his bag. Let's go back. Fan Sheng led the way, followed by the other sages, and the Kyushu warship trailing behind. Who was that girl? Fan Sheng asked softly. The other sages, with complex expressions, revealed Linger's identity. Fan Sheng remained silent for a long time, and the other sages were also troubled, especially Sage Hanjiang, who felt deep guilt and didn't know how to explain to Qin Chuan. His fluctuating thoughts aggravated his injuries, causing him to spit blood. Fan Sheng quickly handed out top-tier healing elixirs to the sages inside. That girl has a special constitution. Poison Ghost must have a reason for capturing her, though I don't know what it is. He understood the demonic race's nature and estimated that Linger's chances of survival were slim, so he said no more. In a while, you must take everyone else and leave. The Shanghai secret realm is likely lost. Do your best to protect the civilians. Fan Sheng's secret realm was far away, and it would take the sages considerable time to return. After a long journey, the Kyushu warship finally reached the vicinity of the Stargate. The air was thick with blood mist, remnants of demonic beast carcasses. Before the Stargate lay a bottomless demonic abyss, seemingly teeming with endless demonic beasts. Each one that emerged was at least of the sacred level, their eyes devoid of reason, filled only with bloodlust, fearless and relentless. Fan Sheng's avatar rejoined his main body, which raised a hand, and the entire demonic abyss fell silent. The beasts below were suppressed and immobilized. Only then did the Kyushu warship pass safely, and the other sages bid Fan Sheng farewell. Watching them leave, the surroundings grew silent once more, save for the endless howls of demonic beasts from the abyss. Fan Sheng murmured to himself, the efficiency of creating undying demonic creatures is increasing. No one understood the deeper meaning behind his words. Once they exited the Stargate, the sages immediately took the remaining emperors and flew towards the Shanghai secret realm. Despite their injuries, this was no longer a concern. Arriving even a moment earlier could save more lives. However, when the sages and emperors reached the vicinity of the Shanghai secret realm, there was no sign of the Sea Tribe. Not only them, but even the fleeing civilians were bewildered. They had just escaped from the base city and received news that the crisis was over. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't it said that a giant secret realm had fallen? How could such a massive crisis be resolved so quickly? After everyone was informed about the reason for the crisis being resolved, countless people across the 9 provinces were stunned. It wasn't just the refugees from the base city who were in disbelief. Even those who had been following the frontline news couldn't believe it. They repeatedly read the astonishing news. Emperor Qin Chuan had ascended to sainthood and single-handedly suppressed a massive secret realm. It was known that the Shanghai secret realm had at least 30 to 40 saint-level powerhouses. To think that just after entering the saint level, He could deter all saints from treading on the 9 provinces? This was overwhelmingly powerful. The internet exploded instantly, with discussions flooding in like a tidal wave. Someone excitedly shared their first-hand experience. I just came out of the new base at the Shanghai Stargate and saw Emperor Qin Chuan ascend to sainthood with my own eyes, then kill several saints. This is too complex. I need to organize my thoughts and write a detailed account of several thousand words for everyone. More people expressed their excitement and admiration. You may not believe it, but I do. I don't care how talented others are, even if they have 9-star potential, but if it's Qin Chuan, I believe it without hesitation. Yes, I am a diehard fan of Emperor Qin Chuan. Amid the shock, the people of the 9 provinces felt a surge of excitement. Even if the information might be exaggerated, it undoubtedly proved that another powerful figure had emerged in the 9 provinces. Qin Chuan's achievements were evident to all. No one doubted his strength after becoming a saint. At that moment, several saints who had just arrived from the abyss of 9 hells were stunned upon hearing the news. Qin Chuan really held them off? One saint exclaimed. In the eyes of Saint Hanjiang, guilt surfaced. I didn't expect Qin Chuan to block the Sea tribe, yet we failed to protect his sister. The other saint sighed, feeling remorseful for not safeguarding Qin Chuan's loved ones. With mixed feelings, the saints stepped into the Shanghai secret realm once more. Inside, countless cultivators from the 9 provinces were rebuilding the base. High above, a figure sat cross-legged on the dragon throne, surrounded by dense saintly power. Such powerful saintly energy. It seems Qin Chuan has truly entered the saint level, one saint remarked slowly, then laughed at himself. If the rumors were false, Qin Chuan wouldn't have been able to guard this secret realm. I can't believe I said something so foolish. Sensing the presence of several powerful saints, Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the saints safe and sound, he felt a slight relief. The throne transformed into a black robe draped over him as he walked towards the saints. Before he could speak, he saw their faces full of sorrow, avoiding his gaze. Qin Chuan's heart sank as he seemed to realize something. Saint Hanjiang's burly body slightly hunched like an old mortal, exuding fatigue. I'm sorry, Qin Chuan. I couldn't protect Linger. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's mind exploded with countless doubts rushing in. Seeing this, Saint Shui had no choice but to explain everything in detail. As Qin Chuan listened, his expression grew colder, and killing intent solidified in his eyes, remaining silent for a long time. The saints also fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. After a moment, Qin Chuan returned to the sky and resumed his meditation on the throne. Saint Hanjiang and the other saints exchanged glances and sighed. Qin Chuan's silence made them feel even more burdened. Watching his solitary figure, guilt surged in Hanjiang's heart, his injuries flaring up again, causing him to cough up blood. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, tossing out a dozen bottles of top-grade healing elixir, and calmly said, "No need to blame yourselves, you did your best. Now, just focus on recovering. I will leave here soon, and the Shanghai secret realm will still need you." The saints took the elixirs, and their injuries healed quickly. Reflecting on Qin Chuan's words, they couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Leave here. Qin Chuan, what are you planning? Saint Hanjiang seemed to sense something and quickly asked. Go to the abyss of 9 hells and kill the great saints of the demon clan. Qin Chuan replied calmly, but it sent shockwaves through the hearts of the saints. That's a great saint. You can't just say you're going to kill them and do it. Don't be rash. Saint Hanjiang, disregarding his elixir, urgently tried to dissuade him. With your talent, if you focus on cultivation for a few decades, you'll surely dominate the saint level, and then it won't be too late for revenge. The abyss of 9 hells isn't that simple. Those great saints aren't ordinary great saints, and there might be even stronger beings among them. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he nodded. Don't worry, I will be fully prepared. Qin Chuan was not reckless. He didn't even dare to say he could handle the Shanghai secret realm alone, let alone the abyss of 9 hells, which was several times more dangerous. In his previous conversation with Saintly, he had already learned about the abyss of 9 hells and similar perilous secret realms. He decided to wait until all his beast pets were fully armored before avenging Linger. Currently, with just 2 half-armored beast pets, he had the strength of a great saint. Once he fully entered the saint level and all his beast pets were armored, even great saints might not be a threat. Great Saint Duyo, abyss of 9 hells, just wait. Qin Chuan thought to himself, suppressing his boiling killing intent and continuing his cultivation. Once the saints healed, they took over various affairs of the new base. Seeing the powerful Sea Dragon tribe members, they felt conflicted. After thorough verification, they finally believed in Qin Chuan's strength. They never imagined someone could reach the peak of the saint level upon entering it. They had lived for so many years, yet it was their first time witnessing such a phenomenon. And so, Qin Chuan sat on the throne, meditating undisturbed. The saintly power protected him automatically, even repelling wind and rain. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, the area around the Shanghai Stargate remained peaceful, though other places were rife with undercurrents. Within the borders of the 9 provinces, the collapse of the Sacred Wall is imminent. Citizens and resources from various base cities of the 9 provinces are gradually being relocated to a colossal city known as Kyushu City. This massive fortress has towering outer walls that seem to touch the sky, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The walls are adorned with ancient runes and various formations, resembling the 10-ring cities of other nations on Earth, but with only one ring. The outermost perimeter of the city is the frontline, where all cultivators from the 9 provinces are stationed to defend this final barrier. If it falls, it signifies the extinction of the entire 9 provinces. At the center of the city stands a towering Stargate, bustling with People cultivators and ordinary folk alike. This is the 9 provinces, a vast secret realm fully controlled by humanity, known as the Sacred Land of Yangtze, where the Sage of Yangtze disappeared years ago. This once perilous secret realm has been mysteriously transformed into a sanctuary capable of accommodating all the people of the 9 provinces. However, its resources have been depleted by the early development of the 9 provinces, making it unsuitable for long-term habitation. Even so, it will serve as the last refuge for the people of the 9 provinces. Should Kyushu City face imminent defeat, everyone will retreat here and use special means to temporarily seal the Stargate, trapping the people of the 9 provinces within this prison-like secret realm. Though the secret realm is vast, comparable to the former Earth, those who remain here long-term will face the same plight as all other races within secret realms. Suppression by the realm's world, hindering their cultivation and weakening their strength over time. Entering it only postpones their inevitable demise. Meanwhile, Earth is undergoing dramatic changes every day. The demon races and human nations are growing stronger, while the 9 provinces, lacking ancient civilizations, will eventually vanish into the annals of history, as if they never existed. At this juncture, a genius emerged from the Free Federation across the ocean, shocking the world, a dual cultivator of both magic and martial arts at the Great Sage level. This individual possesses both magic and battle energy, a hallmark of the Western cultivation system derived from ancient civilizations, capable of converting spiritual energy into more aggressive forms. In contrast, the 9 provinces still utilize the most ancient cultivation methods, harnessing the purest natural energy. This dual cultivating Great Sage led the cultivators of the Free Federation, repelling the demon races from their continent by millions of miles, gaining unprecedented renown. He even personally slew a great sage of the demon race and grievously injured several others, causing the demon races of South America to refrain from any reckless actions, with the potential to reclaim the entire continent. Following these illustrious achievements, this great sage made a global proclamation, proposing the formation of a human alliance to collectively expel the demon races to Antarctica. However, unless he could truly lead the Free Federation's cultivators to completely eradicate or expel the demon races from all of South America, his words would be dismissed as mere rhetoric. Receiving no expected response, the great sage was infuriated, issuing a stern warning. If nations did not join the human alliance, once the Free Federation expelled the demon races from South America, they would treat non-participating nations as hostile entities. Initially, no one took this threat seriously, but to everyone's astonishment, they successfully expelled all demon races from South America within 2 years. Though they couldn't drive them to Antarctica, they did completely eradicate them from South America. This dramatic turn of events left the remaining global powers in shock. The expelled demon races from South America then crossed the ocean, arriving at the vast Eurasian continent. Nations already suffering from the demon threat were plunged into even greater peril, with the 9 provinces bearing the brunt. The already crumbling Sacred Wall now exhibited several massive cracks, stretching thousands of miles, creating widespread panic. To set an example, the Free Federation turned its attention to the 9 provinces. In their declaration, they claimed that the demon races were no longer a concern. If the 9 provinces did not join the human alliance and comply with the Free Federation's directives, they would be treated as hostile entities. Upon hearing this, other nations quickly accepted the Free Federation's proposal to form the human alliance, except for the 9 provinces, which continued to refuse. Joining the so-called human alliance would mean accepting the Free Federation's military presence. This alliance was merely a means for the Free Federation to dominate other nations. Amidst the escalating tensions between the two nations, Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes within the secret realm of mountains and seas. His left arm was perfectly encased in the azure dragon armor, and this time, he did not use any spiritual power to suppress it. This signified his complete advancement to the saint level. Simultaneously, his other beast companions also broke through to the saint level. In the sky, colorful clouds floated and various auras surged, creating numerous phenomena that left countless cultivators from the 9 provinces in awe. The saints finally realized that Qin Chuan had not truly reached the saint level before. The overwhelming saintly pressure had merely led to a misunderstanding. Witnessing this, all the saints couldn't help but smile wryly. They understood that if news spread that Qin Chuan could kill peak saints without fully reaching the saint level, it would cause even greater shock. The initial news was already astounding, but the reality was even more terrifying. However, looking at the perfectly armored azure dragon left arm, Qin Chuan felt somewhat despondent. It had taken him 2 years to fully armor the azure dragon. Completing his entire body would likely take decades or longer. He sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Qin Chuan couldn't wait that long. He needed to enhance his strength urgently. Since the armoring process was slow, he decided to improve the quality of his beast companions and contract a ninth one. Enhancing the quality of his beast companions required a large number of energy points, and ordinary energy points wouldn't suffice, only saintly points would do. The only way to acquire saintly points was by killing saints. With this in mind, Qin Chuan's gaze turned in a specific direction. In the depths of the distant ocean, a massive, azure dragon involuntarily trembled. Sea Dragon Clan, Central Dragon Palace. The massive body of the azure wave dragon saint lay coiled in the dragon nest at the seabed, surrounded by a hoard of precious treasures. Ancient pearls emitted a gentle glow, blood-red corals blazed like flames, and countless rare gems shimmered enticingly. These treasures were the preference of the dragon race, and as a branch of the dragons, the Sea Dragon Clan naturally retained this habit. However, even amidst this ocean of treasures, the azure wave dragon saint felt an overwhelming heaviness in its heart. It had been a long time since escaping through the Stargate, yet the terrifying aura of Qin Chuan still haunted its mind, making it tremble whenever recalled. Especially after learning that the Sea Shark Clan saints and elite warriors were nearly annihilated. It grew even more fearful, dreading that Qin Chuan might suddenly appear at its doorstep. Although the Dragon Palace was protected by an ancient dragon formation that even a great saint would hesitate to attack, the Azure Wave Dragon Saint remained uneasy. It kept reassuring itself, "I don't believe that guy would actually dare to come here. If he does, I'll wake the beings in the Dragon Tomb and kill him here, even if it costs me my life." This self-encouragement slightly steadied its gaze. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A formidable blade aura cleaved through thousands of feet of seawater, its terrifying power sweeping across the entire Sea Clan's nest. Hundreds of dragon palaces trembled simultaneously, and countless sea dragons sounded piercing alarms. "Humans are attacking! Humans are attacking!" An elderly sea dragon saint immediately inquired. "How many humans are there?" "Just one," the patrol guard answered. "Why such fear then?" The old saint dismissed it nonchalantly. "But he looks like that human devil," the patrol guard added, trembling. "Qin Chuan." The old saint's voice also began to quiver. Currently, only 3 saints remained in the entire Sea Clan's nest, including the Azure Wave Dragon Saint. Most of the elite sea dragons had followed the Azure Wave Dragon Saint, leaving behind the elderly, weak, or those without breakthrough potential. The remaining 2 saints had only barely reached saint level near the end of their lifespans. Hearing Qin Chuan's name, all Sea Dragon Clan members were terrified, knowing it was this man who had brought their clan to such a dire state. "No need to fear." One of the Sea Dragon Saints tried to calm the crowd. "No matter how strong he is, he's just a great saint. Our Dragon Palace's formation has been passed down for millennia and once killed gods. He can't break in." The 2 Sea Dragon Saints quickly gathered around the Azure Wave Dragon Saint. Despite it being primarily responsible for the clan's heavy losses, it still led the entire clan with unmatched strength, so the Sea Dragons continued to follow its orders. "Didn't think that guy would actually come." The Azure Wave Dragon Saint's eyes flashed with intense killing intent as it handed over control of the Dragon Palace formation to the 2 Dragon Saints without hesitation. It then swiftly dove into the Dragon Tomb within the trench, preparing to launch a deadly strike on Qin Chuan. The 2 Dragon Saints, seeing this, dared not say more and began to manipulate the Dragon Palace formation. Outside, above the sea, Qin Chuan and several powerful saint beasts stood apart. He casually slashed a few blade auras, testing the depth of the sea, then squinted his eyes and thought. Attacking the underwater Dragon Palace alone presented 2 significant challenges: the endless seawater that weakened his attacks and the formidable formation waves from the seabed that seemed difficult to breach. No wonder the previous saints couldn't completely defeat the Sea Clans. There must be a reason, Qin Chuan mused. Although the mountain and sea realm has no great saint-level experts, their ancient methods are still challenging even for great saints. However, Qin Chuan was different from other saints. He wasn't fighting alone. His 8 beast pets provided 8 different methods, and the Kuanping Saint Beast alone could solve the first problem. "Kuanping, clear the seawater for me. And Dahe, you help too," Qin Chuan ordered calmly. As soon as he spoke, the Kuanping transformed from a rock into a giant fish, spanning thousands of meters. It floated in midair, its massive mouth opening as boundless saint power poured into the sea water. The once lifeless sea became animated, parting to reveal the vast dragon palaces below and the giant sea dragons within. The sea dragons below panicked. With the seawater as a barrier, they hadn't felt threatened, but now, facing Qin Xuan and his beast pets directly, they felt uneasy. Do you think you can easily enter the dragon palace? You're underestimating the sea dragon clan. The two sea dragon saints roared. A majestic power rose from the 100 dragon palaces, making the surrounding seawater denser and heavier than steel, resisting the Kuanpeng's saint power. Roar, Dahe growled, its dark saint power surging below, tearing apart the thickened seawater. The two sea dragon saints were astonished, not expecting Qin Xuan's two water-attributed beast pets to be so strong, capable of contending with the dragon palace's water power. Help us. Enter the dragon palace quickly. The two saints' voices echoed through the sea nest, urging the sea dragon members to retreat into their respective palaces. As they entered, the palace's water power grew stronger, gradually healing the parted seawater, putting Qin Xuan at a disadvantage. The sea dragon saints burst into triumphant laughter. A mere human, daring to challenge the sea dragon clan's control over water, how laughable. They felt euphoric, believing they had stopped the notorious figure who had shocked the entire mountain and sea realm, as if this could erase the humiliation of their enslaved members and slain saints. Qin Xuan calmly stated, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender and hand over the Azure Wave Dragon Saint, and I won't pursue the rest of the Sea Dragon clan. Ha ha ha. Human child, you killed our saints and enslaved our elites. This humiliation, even if you won't pursue, we will. The Sea Dragon Saint laughed, filled with boundless hatred. No matter how strong you are, even a great saint can't break in here. Given 1,000 years, we'll still have a chance to destroy your human race. Upon hearing the words of the Sea Dragon clan sage, Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of disdain flashing within them. He had no interest in exchanging words with obstinate enemies. Instead, he simply said, fine, and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the vermilion bird let out a clear cry, and crimson flames surged into the sea like massive waves. Fire and water clashed, causing the entire sea to boil instantly. White mist rose, and the seawater evaporated at an astonishing rate. The two sea dragon sages suddenly felt the power of the central dragon palace rapidly depleting. Although the palace had accumulated vast energy reserves, as the main dragons of the formation, their own strength was also draining. The dragon palace might withstand it, but they might not last much longer. Human child, let's see whose power runs out first, yours or ours. The two sea dragon sages shouted angrily. They expanded their domains, beginning to draw strength from the heavens and earth to replenish themselves. Qin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. I have no intention of engaging in a war of attrition with you. He slowly stepped aside, revealing the sacred beast behind Hima Kuenyo, brimming with thunder energy. The two sea dragon sages realized the danger too late. They hurriedly sent messages to their clansmen to sever their connection with the dragon palace and quickly broke their own links with the formation. But it was already too late. Thunderbolts tore through the sky, transforming into countless lightning serpents that surged into the sea. In an instant, every drop of water was filled with destructive, thunderous might. The sea dragons' bodies were covered in crackling electricity, their massive forms trembling continuously, the scent of charred flesh filling the dragon palace. The two main sages suffered severe injuries, their scales shattering to reveal raw, bleeding flesh. Damn it, this guy has too many tricks up his sleeve. The two sea dragon sages struggled to stand, while Qin Xuan had already begun attacking the dragon palace's formation. With the azure dragon bracer on his left arm, the white tiger bracer on his right, and the Qilin armor at his center, Qin Xuan could now perfectly control the power of his three beast pets. He first used his ultimate move, combining the powers of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Dragon and Tiger Unification Strike. The legendary dual blades, resonating with the mysteries of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, reached their peak power. Slasha blade light spanning thousands of meters sliced out, directly targeting the central dragon palace. The water pattern shield above the palace instantly cracked with countless fissures, but mended itself in the blink of an eye. Qin Xuan was secretly amazed. Even with the elite forces of the Sea Dragon clan nearly depleted, he could only manage to crack the shield. If all the Sea Dragon elites were gathered, the formation's power would be far more terrifying. Realizing he couldn't easily defeat the Sea Dragons, Qin Xuan turned to leave. However, just then, a voice echoed from deep within the Dragon Palace. Open the formation and stop him. I've awakened the power of the Dragon Tomb. We can kill him in one fell swoop. Open the formation now. The two Sea Dragon sages dared not hesitate. They immediately began to shut down the formation, shouting, Human child, don't run away. Stay and fight to the death. Two streams of sacred power struck toward Qin Xuan's back. Petty tricks. Qin Chuan casually shattered the attack, but as he watched the Dragon Palace formation slowly close, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he activated the armor power of his 5 beast pets. Azure Dragon on his left arm, White Tiger on his right arm, Vermilion Bird on his left boot, Black Tortoise on his right boot, and Qilin at his center. Though he couldn't fully unleash their power, it was enough to significantly boost his strength. The 12 holy crowns and the 9 dragon black robe instantly adorned him, and Qin Chuan's power peaked at that moment. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal dragon burst from the deep sea, its body nearly 10,000 meters long, tearing through the waters and charging at Qin Chuan. With each swing of its claws, space itself seemed to be sliced like paper. Its enormous maw opened, and the sacred power it exhaled far surpassed that of ordinary great sages, nearly reaching a divine level. The terrifying force engulfed Qin Chuan in an instant. Though Qin Chuan had entered the 9-colored thunder state, with the legendary thunder seal constantly repairing his rapidly dissolving body, he was soon forced back to his original form. Even then, his body continued to disintegrate, as if he were an iron block in a blazing furnace. It can't go on like this, a thought flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. He gripped his twin blades tightly, enduring the excruciating pain that racked his body. The powerful domain he had just unleashed was shattered in an instant, unable to hold for even a moment. Below, the green wave dragon sage looked utterly drained, its body shriveled as if all its essence had been sucked out. Yet, it roared in excitement, eyes gleaming with madness. The power of the bone dragon has been accumulating in the dragon tomb for countless millennia. Even if some of it has dissipated, it's still far beyond what a mere saint-level being like you can withstand. Embrace your death, human. At this moment, the green wave dragon sage finally washed away the humiliation of its previous defeat. It not only became a hero of the Sea Dragon clan, but also of the entire sea tribe. After all, human geniuses were the common enemies of all sea tribes, and killing Qin Chuan was a significant contribution to them all. As the green wave dragon sage reveled in its triumph, Qin Chuan, engulfed in the bone dragon's breath, began a frenzied onslaught with his blades. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 100, 1,000, 10,000. His momentum surged with each swing, pouring all his remaining strength into his attacks. This was Qin Chuan's long-and-used technique, the blade of adversity. In the past, he had the thunder god physique as a fallback, but now, with no retreat left, he was once again trapped in a desperate situation. With each continuous strike, the power of his beast armor began to dissipate, and finally, his beast companions transformed into streams of light that returned to his soul sea. His body, caught in the bone dragon's breath, gradually disintegrated, flesh peeling away to reveal stark white bones, drenched in blood, a horrifying sight. Yet, he didn't stop his swings until his energy and spirit were utterly exhausted, until he delivered the final strike. A cracking sound echoed as even his legendary twin blades showed signs of cracking. This last strike seemed to tear the heavens apart, capable of slaying saints and gods. The space itself ripped open, stretching for miles. A flash of white light appeared, so swift that even the peak Saint Green Wave Dragon Sage couldn't track its trajectory. This strike had reached the realm of the divine. Swish, the bone dragon's head was severed instantly, disintegrating into countless fragments. A massive influx of energy points surged into Qin Chuan's soul sea, numbering in the tens of thousands, far surpassing the mere 1,000 points of an ordinary peak saint, highlighting the bone dragon's terrifying power. With the bone dragon's death, Qin Chuan felt a huge burden lifted and plummeted from midair. The power of the Saint Tao quickly began to heal his body. Several streams of light emerged from within him, one transforming into a graceful woman in red Juchua, who gently supported him. The other beast companions glared menacingly at the Sea Dragon clan members, eyes filled with killing intent. The Green Wave Dragon Sage panicked, shouting, "Quick! Open the grand formation!" It couldn't believe that Qin Chuan had survived the bone dragon's breath and even managed to kill it. However, closing the formation was easy, opening it was not. It couldn't be done instantly. Kuenyo, Kuenpeng, and the swarm of demon insects charged into the Sea Dragon clan, starting a massacre. Although the other beast companions were weakened due to their armorization, they were still far stronger than ordinary saints. The Green Wave Dragon Sage, having been severely weakened from summoning the Bone Dragon, and the other 2 saints were no match. Countless Sea Dragon clan members' blood dyed the ocean red, their lives turning into energy points that flowed into the unconscious Qin Chuan's soul sea. The Green Wave Dragon Sage glared furiously at Qin Chuan in the sky, wanting to strike him down, but was crushed under Kuenyo's massive body, lightning crackling and scales shattering, a pitiful sight. "I won't accept this." The Green Wave Dragon Sage uttered its last words before its life ended. After a long while, the sea returned to calm, revealing the Dragon Palace beneath. The swarm of demon insects feasted on the sea dragon clan's flesh, cleaning the battlefield, while the other beast companions ransacked the palace for treasures. Qinglong, transformed into a gentle youth, asked worriedly, Sister Xiao Hong, how is our master? Zhu Ke reassured him, don't worry, he's just exhausted. He'll recover soon. Dahe, now a tall and robust young man, suggested, let the master rest well. He's been training non-stop for years. He needs a break. The other beast companions agreed. They all knew that since Linger's lifespan had been damaged, Qin Chuan had never stopped. Now that Linger was trapped in the demon abyss, Qin Chuan was eager to improve his strength to avenge her. Although he seemed to be training calmly over the past year or two, only his soul-bound beast companions could sense the pain and struggle within him. Baihu, transformed into a handsome young man, proposed, Kuan, let's explore the dragon tomb. That terrifying bone dragon came from there. Kuanping nodded in agreement and called out to another silent companion. Let's go, Nyo. We're in this together. Brother Bai, I want to go too. The young boy, who was actually Xiaoqing in disguise, stepped forward resolutely. The Bai nodded in agreement. All right, let's go together. With that, the Bai, Xiaoqing, and Kuan all charged into the depths of the dragon palace. Beneath the trench, a gloomy atmosphere surrounded them. They arrived at the dragon tomb, where the remains of sea dragons were laid out in front of them. These were all Western dragons, with wings and resembling large lizards. An angry expression appeared on Xiaoqing's face as he shouted, a bunch of oversized lizards dared to harm my master. I'll destroy you all. With a wave of his hand, a surge of holy power blasted towards the dragon skeletons. Though both were called dragons, the Eastern dragons had always been seen as auspicious beings, inherently disapproving of the brutal and violent Western dragons. Western dragons were born with a thirst for bloodshed, often depicted in stories as wreaking havoc, stealing livestock or burning villages and fields. Unless tamed by force, they were nothing more than mindless beasts. In contrast, Eastern dragons were revered as the leaders of all creatures and symbols of wisdom, capable of bringing rain and aiding agriculture. They were knowledgeable, scholarly, and as wise as sages. This is why Eastern dragons became totems, worshipped for generations across the 9 provinces. Xiao Qing's actions stirred up a cloud of sea dust and mud, turning the dragon tomb into a murky mess. From within the tomb, spiritual energies rose, transforming into angry roars that echoed in the minds of the 3 beast companions. Cursed Eastern dragon, how dare you desecrate our remains? Do you wish to die? Leave the dragon tomb at once, or face annihilation. A sly smile curved onto Bai's lips. Oh, I knew there'd still be some old spirits lingering around. He then transformed into his true form, a gigantic white tiger over 1,000 meters long. His thunderous roar reverberated through the dragon tomb, creating air pockets in the water that spread out in all directions. In the next moment, the angry roars of the sea dragon spirits turned into cries of pain and pleas for mercy. They were mere spirits, unable to contend with a holy beast in its full power. Moreover, summoning the bone dragon earlier had already drained most of their strength, leaving them weak. Dabai snorted coldly. Mercy? When you summoned that bone dragon to harm my master, did you think of holding back? If it weren't for my master's desperate attack, we'd all be dead here. My anger is far from settled. Brother Bai, let me finish them off. Xiaoqing said, preparing to transform back into his true form to obliterate the tomb. Just then, blue spiritual forms started emerging from the dragon tombstones, taking the shape of sea dragons. One of the more solid sea dragon spirits quickly bowed and pleaded with Xiaoqing. Please, Qinglong Lord, don't act rashly. We were once family. Show some mercy for old time's sake. Family? With you? Xiaoqing scoffed. As his level increased, fragments of ancestral memories awakened in him, giving him some understanding of the history between the 2 dragon races. Your ancestors were just lowly golden dragons. How dare you compare yourselves to us? The sea dragon spirit remained humble, its earlier arrogance completely gone. You're right. Our dragon clan can't compare to the Eastern dragons. But we do share some history. You might not know this, being young, but our ancestor was a golden dragon with a trace of Eastern Inglong's blood. That's nonsense. Xiaoqing retorted angrily. Do you think your Western dragons are descendants of Inglong? Inglong was one of the primordial gods of the Eastern dragons. How dare you fabricate such lies? Please, hear me out, the sea dragon spirit implored. Our ancestor wasn't a direct descendant of Inglong. It merely obtained a drop of his blood by chance, which allowed it to evolve from a giant lizard into a dragon. The sea dragon spirit's tale revealed many ancient stories to Xiaoqing and his companions. While the sea dragons weren't particularly powerful, their lineage was long, preserving many secrets from the creation era. Though some details were uncertain, the knowledge greatly expanded Xiaoqing's understanding. The creation era, the lands of gods in the east and west, The war of gods, these and many other keywords filled their minds, leaving them astonished. Dabai thought to himself, I must tell this to our master later. He squinted at the sea dragon, a mischievous smile forming. What's the use of telling us all this? If you don't offer something valuable, we won't let you off easily. The sea dragon spirits shivered, their spiritual energy dissipating slightly. Dabai's voice was arrogant. You have 10 seconds to think of something worthwhile to trade for your lives. If I'm not satisfied, we'll destroy this tomb. The sea dragon spirits were furious, but didn't dare to show it. Time flew by, and the seconds ticked away. Dabai asked, have you decided? The leading sea dragon spirit trembled as it spoke. I need you to swear an oath. If what we offer satisfies you, you must promise not to harm us. As ancient beings, they knew the importance of such precautions. Dabai snorted, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He agreed and, along with Shaoqing and Kuren, made the soul oath. These oaths, if broken, would lead to soul backlash, making them highly effective and threatening. Once the three holy beasts had solemnly sworn, the sea dragon spirit summoned a golden stream of light. The light transformed into a crown, exuding divine energy. This is the dragon crown, once a powerful artifact. Though its power has waned over time, the sea dragon spirit explained, if Qinglong Lord wears it, his combat strength will significantly increase. It might even awaken his ancestral dragon bloodline. Hearing this, Shaoqing and his companions were intrigued. A former artifact that still held the power of a top-tier legendary treasure, with the potential to awaken Shaoqing's bloodline, was tempting. Dabai inspected it, and then handed it to Shaoqing. As Shaoqing held the dragon crown, he felt his blood boil with excitement. Although Shaoqing now possesses the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, she remains far from the power of the Creator Dragon. However, the moment she touched the dragon crown, a vision of an awe-inspiring Azure Dragon tearing through the heavens and dominating the universe flashed in her mind. A mysterious and profound understanding surged within her, as if an ancient heritage was awakening. What is this dragon crown made of? Shaoqing asked in surprise, looking at the sea dragon spirit. Scales of the Creator Dragon, the sea dragon spirit replied slowly, knowing this answer would certainly satisfy Shaoqing. After all, the relics of the Creator Dragon benefit the Eastern Dragon clan far more than the Western dragons, as the former are true descendants of the Creator Dragon, while the latter are merely creatures that have absorbed the dragon's aura. Shaoqing, are you satisfied? Dabai asked. Shaoqing nodded immediately. Brother Bai, with this dragon crown, my combat strength might be on par with a great sage. Hearing this, the sea dragon spirit was also quite surprised. It hadn't expected that an item considered merely a mascot among the sea dragon clan would be of such great benefit to an azure dragon. Consider yourselves lucky. Dabai snorted coldly, pulling Shaoqing and Kuren away from the dragon tomb without looking back. Only then did the sea dragon spirits breathe a sigh of relief. Although they had already died once, they still held on to hope, believing that when the era of revival reached its peak, they might come back to life. After all, among the spirits were ghost immortals and ghost gods. Who could predict the future? However, they never expected that shortly after Dabai's group left, several other figures would rush in. A surge of saintly power swept through, directly annihilating them into nothingness. Shameless creatures, I curse you. The sea dragon spirits roared in unison, unable to believe Dabai's deceitfulness in the presence of so many saint-level beings outside. Dabai cackled. Despite exploiting a loophole in the soul oath, he suffered some backlash. Several beast companions led Qin Chuan away from the area. Thus, the sea dragon clan in the mountain and sea secret realm was completely exterminated, with even their ancestral tomb desecrated. During Qin Chuan's recovery, the other sea clans were terrified upon hearing the news. Those with grudges against humans were especially anxious. The sea dragon clan's lair had defenses that even great sages couldn't break, yet it was breached by humans. How could they, with weaker defenses, possibly protect themselves? As a result, these sea clans either sought refuge with more powerful sea clans or completely submitted to humans, signing vassal contracts to become subordinate races of the 9 provinces. These contracts had existed since ancient times, akin to the various deities and divine beasts that submitted to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors during the Yanhuang period. The weaker sea clans flocked to stronger ones, while the slightly stronger ones chose to hide in places with defenses comparable to the sea dragon clan's lair, refusing to submit to humans. Even within these impregnable ancient formations, they lived in constant fear that Qin Chuan might come for them next. After waking up, Qin Chuan did not immediately attack other sea clan lairs. Instead, he chose to train. Having exterminated the sea dragon clan, he had gained abundant energy points and saintly points, which needed to be thoroughly absorbed. He first invested the saintly points and energy points into the bloodline grand wheel, which bathed his beast companions in countless streams of crimson energy. After a long while, 8 colorful beams shot into the sky, and the clouds churned and rainbow bridges appeared within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, creating phenomena that shook the four seas. The already anxious sea clans were even more terrified, knowing that such a grand spectacle could not bode well. Finally, they've all reached 9-star quality. Qin Chuan was elated as he observed his increasingly divine beast companions. Now, all their bloodlines had reached the first transformation stage, making them divine pets. This enhancement would undoubtedly elevate their power further. The 8 beast companions transformed into human forms and bowed to Qin Chuan in unison. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this opportunity. Qin Chuan nodded, indicating there was no need for thanks. He then pondered aloud. Since you can all transform now, you shouldn't have such casual names anymore. Feeling slightly awkward, he added, you're like my children. After all, despite never having been in a relationship, his beast companions were indeed like his children. Xiaohong, you'll be called Qin Hongling. The vermilion bird nodded adorably. Thank you, Master, for the name. As the only female in the group, Qin Chuan took extra care in naming her. For the others, Dabai, you'll be Qin Mubai. Xiaoqing, you'll be Qin Qingyu. Dahe, you'll be Qin Xuanwu. Dahuang, you'll be Qin Qilan. Kuan, you'll be Qin Qiankuan. And Aniu, you'll be Qin Leikue. Finally, you'll be Qin Tianma. Despite the demonic insect swarm reaching the saint level, they refused to take human form. Only the queen had higher intelligence, while the others were merely obedient drones, indifferent to Qin Chuan's naming. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that naming so many beast companions had become quite a task. After enhancing his beast companions' bloodlines, Qin Chuan's next plan was to elevate his own cultivation and contract a 9th beast companion. He mused, in this giant secret realm, no race should be underestimated. I must hone myself further. Reflecting on Xiaoqing and the others' words, Qin Chuan deeply understood this truth. Each major race within the secret realms had far more knowledge of ancient times than humans, guarding these secrets fiercely. And this was just a small sea dragon clan. What ancient and hidden methods might the long-established demon clans on Earth possess? Qin Chuan became increasingly aware of the formidable nature of these other races, realizing that his revenge plans would have to be postponed once more. He sighed deeply. I'm sorry, Linger. I cannot avenge you just yet. To him, Linger had perished at the hands of the magical beasts, given her bogus allure to the demon clans. The moment Qin Chuan realized that the beast had captured Linger, he knew that the enemy was destined to die. Now, his mind was consumed by a single thought, to storm into the abyss of 9 hells and annihilate all the great saints of the demon clan. However, the power hidden behind each colossal secret realm far exceeded his expectations. Let's head back, Qin Chuan murmured to himself, his gaze distant. In the next instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished into the sky. After an unknown period, Qin Chuan once again set foot in the rejuvenated Stargate base. He met with 3 saints and informed them of his plan to return to Kyushu for a period of cultivation. After a brief conversation, Saint Hanjiang handed him a jade bottle. As soon as Qin Chuan took it, he felt a constant, mystical energy emanating from within. This is... Qin Chuan looked at Saint Hanjiang in confusion. Divine essence liquid, Saint Hanjiang said slowly. It can significantly enhance your fusion with your beast companions. Unfortunately, this substance is as rare as legendary treasures. Apart from trading with ancient civilizations, we have no other means of obtaining it. Qin Chuan was shocked upon hearing this. If the effects were as described, wouldn't it expedite the perfect armor fusion of his other beast companions? If all his beast companions were perfectly fused, even a great saint-level opponent might not withstand a single strike. Thank you. Qin Chuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After a lengthy discussion, Qin Chuan took his leave. Through the Stargate, he returned to Kyushu. Qin Chuan arrived at the residence prepared for him by the authorities, located near the Shanghai Stargate in the base city. He couldn't wait to test the effects of the divine essence liquid. As soon as he ingested the divine essence liquid, it transformed into a gentle energy that circulated throughout his body, impacting every acupoint. To his astonishment, countless intricate connections rapidly formed between him and his beast companions. The fusion level instantly advanced, saving a significant amount of honing time. At this rate, 10 bottles of divine essence liquid could result in 1 beast companion achieving perfect armor fusion. Qin Chuan calculated inwardly, determined to acquire more of this treasure. Unfortunately, divine essence liquid was only possessed by ancient civilizations and other nations. Forcefully seizing it would inevitably lead to internal human conflicts, so exchanging items seemed the only viable option. In the following days, Qin Chuan also familiarized himself with the current situation. The world had undergone significant changes during his absence. It looks like the world is on the brink of a major upheaval, Qin Chuan muttered with a furrowed brow. According to the intelligence he gathered, the entire Eurasian continent's demon clans were eyeing Kyushu covetously. If the sacred wall were breached, Kyushu would face an unprecedented crisis. At that point, Kyushu might have to abandon these colossal secret realms. Consequently, countless alien races would invade Earth, igniting a true chaotic battle. The Free Federation, meanwhile, was pressuring Kyushu at this critical juncture, revealing their wolfish ambitions. Qin Chuan used his authority to gather more information, his heart filled with murderous intent. Kyushu was already in a precarious situation, and the demon clans migrating from the South American continent only exacerbated the crisis. The Free Federation, the instigator, was still pressuring Kyushu to join the so-called Human Alliance. Qin Chuan suddenly realized an issue. The South American continent also had numerous colossal stargates. How could the Free Federation's strength, even with one additional great saint, cause such a massive demon migration? Having experienced the Sea Dragon clan's desperate attack, he was sure there was more to this story. A Sea Dragon clan without a great saint could unleash an ultimate great saint-level attack. The demon clans, still possessing numerous great saints, must have even more formidable trump cards. The human race was already struggling to hold its ground. Completely driving out the demon clans seemed improbable. Coupled with the Free Federation's aggressive tactics, Qin Chuan's eyes filled with killing intent as he seemed to piece together a larger conspiracy. It appears that what that Sea Dragon clan member said was true. The gap between Eastern and Western humans is greater than that between humans and dogs. Qin Chuan pondered deeply. This wasn't just a metaphor, but a literal statement. From Shaoqing and the others' accounts, Qin Chuan learned many ancient secrets about the creation war, Eastern and Western deities, and the origins of Eastern and Western humans. Though some information was fragmented and unverifiable, he understood one crucial fact. The conflict between Eastern and Western humans was deeper than that between humans and demons. It all started with the creator gods of both sides. The East had Panga, while the West revered Chaos, alongside Brahma, Ymir, and Audumla among others. The gods' conflicts gradually extended to their descendants, and then to the humans created in their image. Their enmity had long been etched into their very being. If all this were true, the Free Federation might collude with its ancient civilizations and the demon clans to annihilate the Kyushu humans. Qin Chuan's breath hitched, and he immediately conveyed this suspicion to all the saints and top officials in Kyushu. Given his current status, even a mere suspicion warranted national attention. Moreover, this hypothesis had substantial backing. The saints and officials who received the message quickly became vigilant. Those who had intended to ally with other nations swiftly abandoned the idea. They realized that those nations with ancient civilizations might have long been aware of this truth. No wonder these countries planted traitors within Kyushu and consistently paid lip service to the idea of human unity. It turned out that every nation was in on it, except Kyushu, which had been kept in the dark. Qin Chuan's conjecture enlightened Kyushu's leaders, explaining many previously perplexing phenomena. They had once thought other nations' reluctance to jointly combat the demon clans was due to stupidity, but it was actually due to sinister motives. In light of this, Kyushu no longer felt compelled to uphold any notions of righteousness or morality. Because of Qin Chuan's revelation, the entire Kyushu nation mobilized rapidly. A plan was quietly set in motion, a plan to open the era of great chaos, led by the Kyushu nation itself. As the 9 provinces spun rapidly, Qin Chuan began his search for his 9th beast companion. His goal was clear: to gather all the attributes. The 5 elements were already complete, and he had wind and thunder as well. The remaining choice had to be unique and possess potential for growth. After careful consideration, Qin Chuan set his sights on a special mundane beast. After several traverses through the void, Qin Chuan quietly landed in Sichuan province. The base city here was deserted, with most of the populace having relocated to the 9 provinces city. The remaining official cultivators were busy transporting valuable resources, including plants and animals of research interest. Qin Chuan's arrival was silent, known only to a few staff members who were unaware of his true identity. A bleary-eyed worker greeted him. "You're here? Just arrived. All the national treasures are here. They'll be transported to 9 provinces city by tomorrow or the day after. Hurry up and pick one." Although national treasures once symbolized the 9 provinces, their numbers had increased and survival rates improved after the revival of spiritual energy, making them less revered. In an era where survival was paramount, these treasures had limited practical use and were more symbolic. Qin Chuan carefully observed the cages and ultimately chose a frail, dying national treasure. The little creature's fur was dull, and its eyes lacked luster, seemingly on the brink of death. Qin Chuan thought, since he didn't have specific requirements for the beast quality, why not save a dying life? After all, this was a famous national treasure in the ancient history of the 9 provinces. After Qin Chuan left, the worker suddenly felt that the young man looked familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen him. It wasn't until he checked his phone and saw breaking news. The new sage Qin Chuan statue had been placed in the Hall of Sages. Qin Chuan, riding the wind, looked down at the empty land below, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Once densely populated lands were now desolate. Countless people had to leave their homes to seek refuge in 9 provinces city, losing their peaceful lives. All of this was due to the chaotic times, the demons of the era, and the coveting eyes of other nations. In this era of great strife, without sufficient strength, one must sacrifice a lot. Currently, the people of the 9 provinces had lost their peaceful lives, and if they couldn't fend off foreign invaders, they might lose their lives. Hovering in midair, Qin Chuan gazed at the endless sky and murmured, "Still not strong enough." As he spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He summoned the newly acquired national treasure, and Shao Qing transformed into human form to sign a contract with the round little creature. Qin Chuan then began the usual bloodline evolution process. The bloodline crystals he used contained the power of light, darkness, yin, and yang, extremely rare crystals that he could only gather due to his prominent status in the 9 provinces. Milky white and dark energies flowed into the national treasure, converging in its black and white patterns. The interplay of black and white seemed to embody the profound principles of yin and yang. Within, one could see the alternation of day and night, the cycle of seasons, and the mysteries of the universe's birth and death. A stream of information flooded into Qin Chuan's mind. Name: Yin Yang Xinhuang Beast. Quality: First Transformation Divine Beast. Cultivation: First Rank King Level. Attributes: Yin, Yang. Though the national treasure was historically known as the Iron-Eating Beast, famed for its strength and ferocity, Qin Chuan did not lack strength-type beast companions. Thus, he chose a different evolutionary path. Of course, this did not mean the Yin Yang Xinhuang Beast was weaker than the Iron-Eating Beast. Through countless bloodline enhancements, its strength was on par with, if not superior to, any divine beast of the same quality and level. In an instant, the previously dying little panda transformed into a colossal divine beast, hundreds of meters long, exuding a black and white divine aura. Qin Chuan named it. "Your companions all have names, and you deserve one too. Let's call you Qin Xinhuang." Qin Xinhuang let out a soft whimper, nuzzling Qin Chuan with its furry head affectionately. Time to train. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged in the air and summoned all his beast companions. He spread out numerous cultivation elixirs and star essence stones, providing them with a continuous stream of energy. As the top contributor among the sages, Qin Chuan could mobilize almost all the resources of the 9 provinces. The bloodline crystals he used to enhance Qin Zuanwang's bloodline were mostly taken from the national treasury, a collection that would have taken years to gather on his own. Time flowed like water, quietly passing by. Over the years, residents of the 9 provinces gradually migrated to 9 provinces city. Meanwhile, the demon tribe's assaults grew fiercer, and cracks in the holy wall created by Kuan Sage became more numerous. Finally, on an ordinary day, the entire holy wall shattered with a crisp sound, turning into countless energy fragments. The energy scattered like falling petals, covering the 9 provinces. All the people of the 9 provinces heard the sound of the holy wall breaking, crisp and resonant. The falling fragments gently touched their hair and palms, bringing a soothing sensation. The holy wall shattered. Countless people of the 9 provinces looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with sorrow. After protecting the 9 provinces for hundreds of years, Kuan Sage can finally rest. Someone whispered, and all the people, young and old, couldn't help but tear up. In unison, they murmured, "Kuan Sage, farewell." The voice grew more synchronized and louder, eventually resounding through the heavens. Somewhere, Qin Chuan, sitting cross-legged in the air, slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. He seemed to hear the distant whispers and silently thought, "Kuan Sage, farewell." The future of the 9 provinces is now in the hands of the younger generation. Qin Chuan slowly stood up, feeling the surging power of the sacred path around him. Over the years, not only had his strength far surpassed his former self, but the once youthful face now bore a resolute contour. A trace of unshakable loneliness lingered between his brows. "It's time to go back," Qin Chuan murmured to himself, casting his gaze over the desolate mountains. The once bustling base city in the distance was now overgrown with weeds, a picture of decay. In the wilds, demonic beasts roamed freely. It had been a long time since anyone had set foot here. In the past few years, the human race of the 9 provinces had gradually evacuated the major base cities. As one secret realm after another was abandoned, the demonic beasts within them began to leave, arriving in what was to them an alien world Earth. Apart from a few crucial secret realms that would be defended until the last moment, all other large and giant secret realms had been completely forsaken. Meanwhile, in the undying demon domain, Lu Shang and Li Shang exchanged a worried glance. "It's time to leave." Li Shang sighed, turning towards the Stargate behind him. Lu Shang followed closely, and upon reaching the gate, he looked back and coldly remarked, "Filthy creatures, this saint awaits you." In the blood-red sky in the distance, countless giant starry eyes slowly opened, seemingly responding to Lu Shang's provocation. In the Nine Nether Demon Abyss, Fan Sheng rose and surveyed his surroundings, muttering, "Finally, I can leave this place. But you've been unusually quiet these past few years." With that, he stepped into the Stargate. Deep within the abyss, a divine throne's outline emerged from the dense demonic aura. Beneath the throne, numerous great saints of the demon race bowed low. Seated above, a stunningly beautiful woman opened her eyes, her lips as dark as ink, her gaze filled with malice, like a rose of slaughter blooming in the abyss. "It seems, it's time to go out," the woman whispered, then inexplicably added, "Qin Chuan, wait for me." A strange emotion filled her soul, making her exude a fierce aura. The demon saints below shivered, fearing to anger this formidable presence. At this moment, Qin Chuan was already on his way back to the Nine Provinces. Once the sacred wall was breached, it would be a feast for the demonic beasts. They would swarm towards the Nine Provinces city, unleashing centuries of pent-up rage. Whether the Nine Provinces city could withstand this initial onslaught would determine the fate of the human race in this world. From a vantage point high in the sky, one could see waves of black tides surging towards the central Nine Provinces city. Among the black tides were over 100 saintly auras, thousands of emperor-level beings, tens of thousands of king-level creatures, and countless beasts below that level. The ground rumbled under the stampede of the beasts, dust clouds rolled, vegetation was flattened, rivers were severed, and mountains were leveled. On the high walls of Nine Provinces city, dozens of saints wore grave expressions. Among them were the three saints of cold attributes, along with Thunder Saint, Flame Saint, Imperial Saint, Berserk Saint, and Vengeance Saint. Together with Fan Sheng, Lu Shang, and Li Shang, they were known as the 8 great saints of the Nine Provinces, the strongest saints of their time. Despite the formidable lineup of the Nine Provinces, the situation remained dire in the face of the overwhelming demonic army. The 5 saints exchanged a glance, feeling the approaching demonic presence. "Return to your posts." Flame Saint clenched his fists, his fiery aura filling the air. "When those beasts arrive, we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Let them know the Nine Provinces are not to be trifled with." "Rest assured," Imperial Saint's robust voice echoed. "We've had years of peace to develop. We won't let these creatures have it easy." After a brief exchange, the saints flew to their respective positions on the walls. Nine Provinces City was constructed in a polygonal shape, based on the 8 trigrams of the Nine Provinces, with a circular yin-yang symbol at its center. This design was not just for aesthetics, but to turn the entire city into a massive formation. Although the outer walls were built in recent years, the foundation had been laid over a century with painstaking effort. This grand city incorporated the remaining ancient texts and secret techniques of the Nine Provinces, along with the runic formations from the secret realms. Under full defense, it would be difficult for even dozens of great saints to breach it in a short time. In the distant sky, dark clouds gathered, pressing towards Nine Provinces city from all directions. The dense demonic aura within the clouds triggered celestial phenomena. Countless powerful demons, all above the emperor level, rode the clouds towards the city. As the demons entered attack range, the saints of Nine Provinces immediately gave the order. A barrage of missiles shot towards the distant enemies, each capable of threatening a demon king. These technological weapons, infused with runic formations from other worlds, had extraordinary power and could penetrate demonic defenses. "Tricks of the trade," roared the leading demon saint, a massive tiger towering thousands of meters high. A surge of sacred power erupted from it, intercepting the missile barrage. The continuous explosions echoed, and despite the formation's weakening effects, the residents within Nine Provinces city couldn't help but cover their ears. They looked at the silhouettes of the cultivators on the high walls, silently praying, "May the heavens protect the Nine Provinces." "Is this the best you can do, Jojo?" "Absolutely laughable," roared the tiger sage in contempt, effortlessly repelling Jojo's first wave of attack. Centuries of accumulated grudges erupted in this moment. The Yao sages remembered how Saint Kuan single-handedly fought against several Yao sages, forcing them to flee like defeated dogs, and their fury burned. Now that Saint Kuan had fallen, there was no one left in Jojo who could stand against them, and its demise seemed imminent. "Advance!" The tiger sage laughed maniacally. "Today, as we break through Jojo cities, you shall feast to your heart's content. The taste of Jojo humans is far superior to any other." At the command, the Yao army on the ground continued its march. Many lower-level Jojo cultivators felt their scalps tingle at the sight of the numerous beasts, but they found some comfort in the calm demeanor of the Jojo sages. The Jojo sages did not strike immediately, instead waiting patiently for the Yao army to draw closer. Finally, as the beast army entered the predetermined range, several great sages spoke in unison. In an instant, the ground beneath the beasts surged with scorching waves, followed by deafening explosions. Countless beasts were torn apart and burned to ashes. Cunning Jojo humans. Several Yao sages immediately retaliated, but it was too late. The hidden explosives had all detonated in an instant, resulting in the deaths of billions of Yao beasts. Entire mountain ranges were leveled, the earth scorched and cracked with deep fissures. The ghostly shadows of mushroom clouds lingered, and the shockwaves extended for thousands of miles, striking Jojo's city walls but being repelled by protective formations. Even from a distance, Jojo cultivators could feel the terrifying power of the explosion. Not even a royal-level existence could escape death in such a blast. After a long while, amidst the wails of the Yao beasts, the first clash between the two sides came to an end. The earlier rain of arrows was merely a diversion. The real killing blow came from beneath the beasts' feet. On the ground, numerous beast cores and bloodline crystals glittered, along with floating mystical treasures, indicating that the explosion's power hadn't destroyed everything. Despicable Jojo humans! Several Yao sages roared in anger, unleashing their saintly powers to completely destroy the surrounding land, preventing any further traps. This strike had inflicted heavy losses on the Yao forces, severely impacting their morale and giving the Jojo sages a strategic advantage once again. Keep advancing, ordered the Yao sages, determined to break through Jojo cities in one fell swoop. They stepped forward in the sky, leading the charge towards Jojo City. As they entered the attack range, heavy cannons on Jojo's walls unleashed fierce firepower, transforming into a sea of flames that engulfed the Yao army. The Yao sages activated their saintly domains to block the attacks. However, before they could feel relieved, they heard countless angry shouts. Did you think we were easy prey? You beasts are courting death. Numerous Jojo sages stepped out from the high walls, their saintly powers sweeping across the sky, transforming into various attacks aimed at the Yao sages. They finally made a move. Ha ha ha. The Yao sages laughed wildly. Your opponents are right here. Over 100 Yao sages clashed fiercely with dozens of Jojo sages. Besides 8 great sages, Jojo had only about a dozen peak-level sages, and below the peak, there were only around 30 to 40. This was Jojo's entire force of saintly beings, with no reserves left. Countless beams of light collided rapidly in the sky as the great sages engaged first. Each Jojo great sage fought against 2 or 3 Yao great sages, holding their ground. But with over 30 Yao great sages, each Jojo great sage had to contend with 5 or more Yao great sages simultaneously, facing immense pressure. While a sage might be able to fight several opponents, doing so at the great sage level was at least 10 times more difficult. Nevertheless, the Jojo great sages did not allow any Yao great sage to leave the battlefield. They knew that if any Yao great sage attacked other sages, the consequences would be catastrophic. To prevent this, they used their domains to create cages, turning their saintly domains into prisons. The Yao great sages couldn't break free unless they killed the Jojo great sages. Damn Jojo humans, you're asking for death. The Yao great sages were furious. Asking for death? Perhaps it's you who will die. Saint Shou sneered, as blood energy surged around him, transforming into thousands of blood swords that filled the sky for miles. Other sages also displayed their divine powers, with flames covering the sky or lightning rolling. Meanwhile, 3 other great sages were flanking the Yao army from the rear. Qin Chuan was among them. Back when he was training in the mountains, Qin Chuan learned about this plan. However, his task was not to flank, but to attack the Yao's home base. This was why he had stayed behind to train. Except for a few sages, even if there were traitors among the officials, they wouldn't know his exact location. This plan was devised collectively by all the sages, and naturally, only sages were privy to it. The Yao didn't know that while they plotted against Jojo, Jojo was also scheming against them. Electricity surged beneath Qin Chuan's feet, transforming into a lightning shadow as he streaked through the sky. He arrived at the Yao's home base, located between Jojo and Tianju, even earlier than some of the other sages. Numerous tribes were scattered across the mountains, with countless beasts patrolling among them. This time, the Yao had almost emptied their nest to besiege Jojo, leaving only a dozen saint-level strongholds and 1 great sage behind. Combined with the tribe's grand formation, it would take even several great sages some time to break through. But unfortunately for them, they encountered Qin Chuan, and he was not alone. In the central sanctuary of the 10,000 Demons tribe, a colossal figure with 9 massive heads coiled around a giant pillar. This beast was none other than the 9-headed serpent, the once globally renowned 9-crowned king of the demon race. Each of its 9 heads was distinct in color, adorned with a sacred crown, and its gaping mouths exhaled the power of the sacred path, enveloping a mystical pearl at the center. Once upon a time, the 9-headed serpent's brilliance was utterly overshadowed by Qin Chuan, the 12-crowned king, like a firefly compared to the full moon. Since then, the serpent seemed to vanish from the sight of all powerful beings. Yet, unbeknownst to all, it had been relentlessly battling and training along the coastal regions. Feasting on sea beasts rapidly increased its strength, but upon learning of Qin Shuan's progress, its arrogance dissipated. To avoid being completely overshadowed, the nine-headed serpent resolutely ventured into the forbidden sea regions. By a stroke of luck, it discovered a dragon god's pearl in an ancient sea ruin. Though the pearl's energy was nearly depleted, it significantly boosted the serpent's cultivation and bloodline. In just a few short years, it ascended several levels, reaching the realm of the great sage. Indeed, I am the chosen one of this world. The serpent's head sneered. Qin Shuan, the 12-crowned king? Now, you are not even worth one of my scales. As the dragon pearl was continuously absorbed, the nine-headed serpent's heart swelled with pride. It regretted not being able to personally partake in today's siege, but consoled itself, no matter, Qin Shuan's corpse will surely be delivered to me. Even if I can't slay him myself, devouring him will make up for it. Just as the serpent reveled in its self-satisfaction, a thunderous crash echoed from outside. It hurriedly swallowed the dragon pearl and inquired of the demon patrol outside. Report to the Holy One. Humans are attacking our tribe. Oh, I didn't expect humans to have the strength to play such tricks, the serpent sneered. I recall this as a strategy from the 9 provinces, something called besieging way to rescue Zhao. Unfortunately, with me here, not even a mortal saint can breach this place. Human strategies are destined to be jokes. How many troops have they sent? Just one person. The patrol demon replied, trembling. Such arrogance. Could it be that old mortal saint? Ha! Let me go and meet him. The serpent was exhilarated, eager to test its newfound power. With a roar, its enormous body soared into the air, surrounded by roaring winds, rolling thunder, swirling dust, blazing flames, and encasing ice, showcasing its mastery of multiple elemental forces. High in the sky, the serpent finally saw the intruder's appearance and was stunned. Qin Shuan, what a stroke of luck! Joy surged through the serpent's hearts. Qin Shuan floated in the air, holding 2 legendary twin swords, surveying the massive demon formation. Thousands of royal-level small tribes, hundreds of emperor-level middle tribes, and dozens of saint-level large tribes were interconnected, harnessing the power of heaven and earth to form the formidable 10,000 demons formation. It seems breaking through here won't be easy, Qin Shuan thought, squinting. However, his goal was not necessarily to breach the demon stronghold. That was just the best-case scenario. When the nine-headed serpent called his name, Qin Shuan was first surprised, then understood. You are the nine-headed serpent? Oh, you know me? The serpent couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Of course. Qin Shuan smirked, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. Then, with a sly smile, he said, so, you're the last guard dog of the 10,000 demons tribe. Stay put inside. Once I break this formation, I'll come in and kill you. Qin Shuan's arrogant tone instantly ignited the serpent's fury. I see your aura is only at the peak saint level, and you dare to speak of killing me? Do you not understand the difference between a great sage and a saint? The serpent's surrounding aura of malice forced several nearby saints to retreat. Ha! Demon saints are all trash, and great sages are no different. Qin Shuan's tone was filled with contempt. Upon hearing the words, the nine-headed serpent and the other demon saints were instantly enraged. One of the peak demon saints couldn't help but roar. Let me out, and I'll slaughter this lowly human. Stop right there. The nine-headed serpent shot at a cold glare, freezing the demon saint in place as if struck by lightning. The serpent's voice was icy. This human will die by my hand. With that, the nine-headed serpent transformed into a streak of light, darting out from the array of myriad demons. Hovering in midair, it looked down at the distant Qin Shuan, a sneer of disdain spreading across its 9 faces. Qin Shuan, I don't know where you found the courage to deliberately provoke me. In your human war strategies, this is called the strategy of provocation, isn't it? The nine-headed serpent sneered. Well, you succeeded. As it spoke, a massive domain of sacred power suddenly expanded, enveloping both Qin Shuan and the serpent. The space seemed to solidify, forming an invisible cage. But the price you will pay is your life. The serpent laughed menacingly, as 9 radiant crowns appeared above its heads, descending slowly. With the crowns in place, its aura surged once more, and a casual flick of its tail caused the surrounding space to tremble. Qin Shuan merely shrugged, a playful smile on his face. Didn't expect this creature to be so confident, using a sacred domain lock right away. It seems it thinks it can easily defeat me. With a wave of his arm, 9 beams of light transformed into 9 gigantic beasts, standing majestically behind him. One of the serpent's heads couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? So many? It was immediately silenced by a fierce glare from the central head. Trying to maintain its composure, the 9-headed serpent snorted. Anyone below the great sage is an ant. Qin Shuan, no matter how many beasts you have, It's futile. Qin Chuan smiled slightly, not bothering to respond. He raised his hand, and several beams of light enveloped his body. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Qilin. As the 5 elemental beasts merged into armor, Qin Chuan's aura escalated dramatically. Seeing this, the 9-headed serpent's heart trembled. What? It regretted internally. This time, I may have underestimated him. Damn it. I shouldn't have locked the domain so early. Why didn't any of you stop me? The central head looked accusingly at the other 8, only to receive fierce glares in return. Despite its regret, the 9-headed serpent had no choice but to press on. It steadied itself and declared, impressive, a genius with 12 crowns. You deserve my respect. I'll make sure to leave your body intact. Qin Chuan retorted defiantly, fine, I'll do the same for you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Chuan expanded his sacred domain, and the 12 crowns merged into one, landing on his head. His aura surged once more, causing the 9-headed serpent to shiver. Come, 9-headed serpent, let's settle this once and for all. Qin Chuan gripped his long blade tightly, launching himself at the serpent like an arrow. Fine. The 9-headed serpent's 9 heads roared in unison, charging towards Qin Chuan as well. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely in the sky. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, energy of various colors burst forth. Qin Chuan wielded the 5 elements, while the 9-headed serpent commanded multiple attributes. Fire blazed, metal clanged, wind whipped up water screens, and sandstorms raged. The spatial barrier cracked under their intense battle, only to heal immediately. The demons below trembled in fear at the terrifying aura, while the remaining demon saints exchanged worried glances. The one who had previously boasted of taking on Qin Chuan quietly retreated, grateful for not acting impulsively. After a few moments of combat, the 9-headed serpent realized the disparity in their strength. Qin Chuan's power was slightly superior, and in a prolonged fight, it would surely be the one to die. I can't just sit here and wait for death. The central head rapidly calculated, then summoned a remaining dragon pearl from its stomach, beginning to absorb it. It was preparing a lethal move for Qin Chuan. Good thing I still have a trump card. The serpent thought with relief, while its other heads continuously unleashed sacred attacks, flame pillars, metal tornadoes. Qin Chuan faced these attacks with unflinching composure. His black robe billowed in the wind as he wielded his dual blades, cutting through the attacks effortlessly. Each slash seemed to tear through the heavens, shattering the serpent's assaults. The residual blade energy left bloody marks on the serpent, its variously colored blood staining the sky. As they drew closer, the 9-headed serpent continued to strike and evade. To the ordinary demons below, the center of the explosions shifted constantly, making the entire sky a battlefield. After an indeterminate amount of time, the 9-headed serpent suddenly froze. Without opening its mouth, its mental voice echoed through the heavens. Qin Chuan, you're finished. The central head of the 9-headed beast suddenly opened its massive mouth, divine light surging forth and instantly spewing out concentrated divine power. The space around the divine light shattered with a series of cracking sounds, revealing a void of black nothingness. As the divine light shot out, the 9-headed beast felt a surge of joy. It was confident that this attack could annihilate any being below the divine level. Even the celestial ruler himself couldn't save Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan realized this too. He had long suspected that this creature had a hidden card up its sleeve. Otherwise, it couldn't have broken through to the great saint level in such a short time. The divine light, unstoppable, easily pierced through Qin Chuan's defenses and rendered his body into nothingness. The 9-headed beast's soul danced with excitement, but in the next moment, it was stunned to see a multicolored lightning bolt darting out from the intense divine light, rushing towards it. Before the power of the thunder god body was exhausted, Qin Chuan had finally closed in on the unprepared 9-headed beast. Die! Qin Chuan shouted, his voice low and fierce. The lightning, mixed with unparalleled blade energy, tore through space in an instant. This wasn't a web of cracks but a clean cut, like a perfectly sliced piece of paper, with a smooth and seamless wound. The 9-headed beast was utterly shocked. It never expected Qin Chuan to have such a move left. The outcome was now inevitable, and it was filled with deep regret. With a flash of the blade, Qin Chuan decisively severed the main head of the 9-headed beast. Although the remaining 8 heads immediately surrounded Qin Chuan, their attacks became clumsy and chaotic without the main head. Qin Chuan showed no mercy. A circle of blade energy spread from his body, instantly severing the remaining 8 heads. The massive body of the 9-headed beast struggled for a few moments in the air before it lost all signs of life. Its scales and claws transformed into several high-level treasures, and a glint of delight flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes as he quickly stored all the spoils in his treasure ring. With the fall of the 9-headed beast, its holy domain also collapsed, disintegrating into countless fragments that dissipated into the heavens and earth. A generation of monster clan genius had perished, and the enmity between the 12-crowned king and the 9-crowned king came to an end. Qin Shuan's gaze turned downward, where the monster clan saints involuntarily retreated. They found it hard to believe that even a powerful being like the 9-headed beast had fallen at the hands of this human. If he were to break into their territory, the entire monster clan might face annihilation. Despite their fear, the thought of the 10,000 demons array still gave the monster clan saints a glimmer of hope. One saint, trembling, tried to calm the others. Do not panic, everyone. This array is impregnable and will hold until the great saints return. Then, this human won't stand a chance against all of us. This saint was the same one who had previously taunted Qin Shuan. Forcing himself to stay composed, he shouted angrily, "Human, you dare kill our great saint? Our clan will never forgive you. When the other saints return, you will meet your end." Qin Shuan sneered, "No need to wait for them. I'll come in myself." The saint scoffed, "The power of the 10,000 demons array is beyond your reach." But before he could finish his sentence, his smile froze. Qin Shuan had flipped his palm to reveal a beast tooth radiating divine aura. That's the beast god's tooth. The monster clan saint was struck as if by lightning, his soul nearly leaving his body. Damn that 9-headed beast. How could it have taken the array's core outside? You son of a... You screwed me over. As Qin Shuan used the beast god's tooth to slowly open the 10,000 demons array, the saint frantically tried to backtrack. "Your Excellency, I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously." Qin Shuan coldly replied, "I like jokes too." With that, an unparalleled blade energy shot forth, instantly slicing the saint in half. He didn't even have time to deploy his holy domain before he fell. The remaining monster clan saints exchanged panicked glances and began to flee in all directions. Qin Shuan waved his hand and commanded, "Seal." A holy domain seal instantly unfolded. Although he hadn't reached the great saint level, he had mastered some unique techniques, making it easy to deploy this holy domain seal. Bang, bang, bang. The fleeing monsters crashed into Qin Shuan's holy barrier, finding no escape. Qin Shuan coldly ordered, "Kill." His beast pets immediately spread out, commencing a frenzied slaughter. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered, and limbs were strewn everywhere, turning the entire world a crimson red. Qin Shuan hovered in midair, expressionless as he watched the carnage unfold. At that moment, memories of the terrifying invasion of the 9 provinces base city by the monster clan years ago flashed through his mind. At that time, Qin Shuan felt as helpless as the beast beneath his feet. Weakness was the original sin. Even an ordinary beast soldier could easily destroy a human family. However, now, even the highest peak sages couldn't withstand a single strike from him. A complex expression flashed in Qin Shuan's eyes as memories intertwined with reality. The battle ended, and the myriad demon tribe returned to tranquility. Qin Shuan and his beast companion began clearing the battlefield, with countless resources flooding into his mystical treasure ring. Fortunately, he had made a decisive move to upgrade the ring to a legendary-level treasure using sacred points. Otherwise, it would have never contained the entire eastern continent's demon tribe's accumulation. However, as Qin Shuan was cleaning the battlefield, flames of war raged outside Jiuzhou City. The great sage of Jiuzhou, who had deployed a sacred blockade, was being forced back step by step under the onslaught of countless powerful enemies, his body covered in wounds. The other sages fared no better. Facing demon sages several times their number, they could barely hold on. Their sacred domains trembled continuously, riddled with cracks. Despite this, the sages of Jiuzhou did not retreat an inch. Each time a demon sage tried to break through the defenses to attack the powerful individuals below, they would desperately break through the encirclement to stop them. Under such intense pressure, the eyes of the Jiuzhou sages were bloodshot, and they were drenched in blood. The situation was equally perilous for the other strong warriors of Jiuzhou. Emperors, royal-level beings, and even ordinary cultivators were fully focused on dealing with the enemies. Waves of demonic beasts crashed against the walls of Jiuzhou City like a relentless tide, causing the entire ground to tremble. The city walls shimmered with ripples and various lights, barely holding off the powerful attacks. Just when it seemed that the human race of Jiuzhou was on the brink of annihilation, a sudden change occurred in the distant sky. Teams of golden-haired, blue-eyed warriors from the Free Federation appeared, each exuding an aura no less than that of a sage. Their arrival undoubtedly added a new variable to the battle. These fair-haired, blue-eyed sages were undoubtedly cultivators from the Free Federation. Some of them wore black robes with hoods, exuding an air of mystery, while others were fully armored, their gear gleaming. "Mr. Audimp, what perfect timing!" a black-robed mage said to the stout man leading the group, his tone laced with schadenfreude. "These damned Jiuzhou people are being besieged by the demon clan. TSK." Odimp laughed heartily, scrutinizing the Jojo cultivators trapped by the holy barrier. He frowned and said, "These Jojo people don't look like the ones I saw in the movies. Why don't they have those slanted eyes?" "What movies have you been watching, sir?" the mage asked curiously. "It's a film made by the Jojo people called something like Lion Dance Boy." "Haha, I see," the mage said, suddenly understanding. "Mr. Odimp, you're so immersed in cultivation that you probably aren't aware of certain political matters. Those movies were made by Jojo people we had bribed, but that was a long time ago." "Oh, right, I was watching old movies from 1,000 years ago," Odimp realized. "So that's what it was. It seems our country's infiltration of Jojo was quite effective back then." "Of course," the mage said smugly. "At that time, we had infiltrated every aspect of Jojo. They called those collaborators traitors. Some were bribed, while others willingly submitted, showing favor to our country." "Oh, there were such people?" Odin asked, surprised. "Absolutely." As they chatted nonchalantly, the Jojo sages trapped in the holy domain sensed trouble. They recalled the warning the Free Federation had issued to Jojo years ago, threatening to take forceful measures. If they hadn't contacted the consents will within the holy wall, sealing off both sides, Jojo might not have withstood the onslaught. After all, most of the great sages were otherwise occupied at the time. The sudden appearance of these people now could only spell bad news. On the other side, the demons' expressions soured upon seeing the Free Federation cultivators. One demon shouted, "Hey, you golden-haired humans, get lost. These humans are our spoils of war." Years ago, these fair-haired humans and the South American demons had migrated across the ocean, severely encroaching on the Eastern demons' territory. Numerous skirmishes had occurred between the two demon clans, and they had long harbored animosity toward each other. According to the Eastern demons, the South American demons had already allied with the fair-haired humans, planning to conquer all the humans of the Eastern world and even targeting the Eastern demons. "Ha ha ha, don't worry," the mage beside Odimp responded calmly, his tone friendly. "We're here for other purposes. We won't compete with you for these Jojo humans." In the mage's view, now is not the time to break ties with the Eastern demons. Once the demons fully breached Jojo's defenses, they could swoop in and reap the rewards. Odimp snorted, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, "These damned Eastern creatures, whether human or demon, will all be exterminated by me." "Haha, exactly, my lord," the mage agreed. "These Eastern creatures are inferior mongrels. But now is not the time to fall out with these foolish demons. Once we get what we want, it won't be too late." Originally, their plan was to wait until the demons broke through the Jojo humans' defenses before seizing the item. But seeing the Jojo sages and demons locked in combat, Odimp couldn't hold back any longer. "These inferior creatures are pathetic. Let me help them out," he declared, stepping forward and clenching his left fist while his right hand formed a grasping motion. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst from his left hand, forming a fierce fist shadow. Simultaneously, an energy ball shot from his right hand. Both attacks exuded a terrifying destructive force, leaving a dark trail in the air as they tore through space. Boom! The attacks struck the holy barrier protecting the Jojo sages, shattering it into countless fragments. All the sages present were stunned. The Jojo great sages spat blood, their eyes filled with shock. "This guy is incredibly strong," one Jojo great sage exclaimed. "It seems he's surpassed the great sage level and touched the threshold of that realm." "You're a demigod." The previously arrogant demon sages were now apprehensive. Breaking a great sage's holy barrier with one move was something only a demigod could achieve. Realizing they had just berated a demigod, the demon sages felt a chill run down their spines. "A demigod," one demon sage muttered. "In all these years, only that guy from Jojo who became the holy wall has reached this level. Even the descendants of ancient civilizations haven't achieved it." Odimp merely smirked at the demons. The demon great sages felt a surge of indignation. How could a mere human be so arrogant? They consoled themselves. Once their own nine-crown king finished his cultivation, he would surely reach this realm too. "Everyone," Odimp said in a condescending tone, "continue your slaughter of these Jojo people. Rest assured, we won't steal your food. But other things, well, those will be left to the Great Federation." These words left the demon sages feeling extremely aggrieved. However, Odimp's strength was undeniable, and they knew they could only contend with him if they joined forces. For now, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. "Is the heavens forsaking Jojo?" a Jojo sage murmured in despair. The holy domain that could have held for a long time was shattered, completely disrupting Jojo's plans. The despair on the faces of the Jojo sages quickly turned into determination. "If we're going to die, let's take one of them with us," they resolved. "Heh, you want to fight to the death? We're not fools," the demon sages sneered, sensing the aura around the Jojo sages. They had no intention of confronting the desperate Jojo sages Hedon, preferring to wait until their opponents exhausted themselves. As time passed, the Jojo sages were struggling to hold on. Even trying to retreat into Jojo City was no longer an option, as the demon great sages had erected a holy domain barrier, trapping the Jojo sages. Perish, damned Jojo humans, a demon great sage snarled. The humiliation from centuries ago will be washed away with your annihilation. It lunged to tear apart a Jojo great sage. But at that moment, a furious shout echoed. Want to destroy Jojo? You'll have to go through my corpse first. Before the words had fully faded, a blood-red spear, shimmering with divine light, shot from the sky, piercing the seemingly indestructible great sage barrier. Crack. The holy barrier began to crack, shocking the demon sages. The overwhelming blood-red aura surged endlessly, dyeing half the sky crimson. The killing intent was as sharp as a blade. Even from a distance, it made one's scalp tingle, as if their entire body was being sliced by knives. Suddenly, a figure entwined with a blood dragon streaked across the sky, followed by a man as tall as a mountain. Audimp saw the newcomers and curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, as if he were sizing up an amusing toy. Slaughter Saint. The demon race saints recognized him, their initial fear quickly turning into disdain. They thought, no matter how strong he was just one person. The situation was already settled. There was no more resistance in the 9 provinces. Another strong saint was merely another sacrificial lamb. In an instant, Slaughter Saint and Power Saint arrived. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red spear transformed into a streak of light, returning from the holy barrier, its cracks rapidly healing. This scene showed that Slaughter Saint's power was still somewhat inferior to that of the Federation cultivator Audimp. Shocked by Slaughter Saint's fierce aura, the other saints of the 9 provinces got a brief respite, temporarily avoiding death by the demon race saint siege. However, their condition was precarious, with less than 30% of their combat power remaining. Especially the 5 great saints, who were bleeding profusely, unable to heal their wounds even with their domain power. A serpent-shaped demon race great saint hissed, its vertical pupils gleaming with malice, mocking, "Heh, Slaughter Saint, I admit you're strong, but now, you're just another dish for our table." Slaughter Saint remained silent, but the blood dragon coiling around him suddenly raised its head, its blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. Kill. In the next moment, the blood-red spear transformed into a towering pillar, entwined with surging holy power, its tip glowing with divine light. Break. With a push of his hand, the spear shot towards the demon race's holy barrier. The continuous cracking sound followed, and the indestructible barrier was punctured with a large hole. A demon race great saint sneered dismissively. Who do you think you are? You think you can shatter my entire blockade? Although your attack can breach the defense, such minor damage will quickly heal. It's nothing to fear. Slaughter Saint remained silent, his giant spear spinning rapidly, the surrounding holy power howling like a tempest. Cracks spread like a spider web across the holy barrier, covering thousands of meters in an instant. However, compared to the entire holy domain, this area was still insignificant. The cracks stopped spreading, the great saint's sealing power fiercely resisting Slaughter Saint's attack. The holy seal was like a cage, easy to build, hard to break. This demon race great saint's power had reached its peak. Unless he was a demigod, it was nearly impossible to completely break it. The demon race great saint sneered again. Oh, aren't you supposed to be strong? Now you can't even enter my domain. Heh. In that case, just watch as we devour these 9 provinces saints one by one. Their flesh and blood are incredibly nourishing. The other demon race saints began discussing how to divide the 9 provinces saints without restraint. Slaughter Saint remained silent. The blood dragon circling him let out a long roar, transforming into a streak of light that flowed into the blood-red spear, forming a lifelike dragon pattern on the spear's shaft. Holy annihilation strike. Slaughter Saint's eyes glowed, and the heavens hummed. Around the spear, thin spatial cracks appeared, revealing the dark void behind them. The continuous cracking sound filled the air. The demon saints were horrified to find that their domain barrier was rapidly covered by countless fine cracks. In the blink of an eye, the cracks enveloped the entire domain. However, Slaughter Saint's attack was still not enough to completely shatter it. The cracks would soon heal as if nothing had happened. The demon saints had just breathed a sigh of relief when a golden light suddenly flashed, transforming into a giant figure bathed in golden radiance. The figure swung 2 mountain-sized fists, smashing down on the already cracking holy barrier. And there's me. Power Saint, who had been gathering his strength, seized the opportunity and unleashed a world-shattering blow. Golden light surged, the explosion resounded, and the demon race's holy barrier shattered into countless fragments, completely dissipating. The saints of the 9 provinces and the tens of millions of cultivators watching from the high walls were ecstatic. The demon saint who had set up the barrier immediately suffered severe injuries, spitting out a mouthful of thick blood. Heh, since you're charging in to die, don't blame us. Over 100 demon race saints immediately formed a siege, trapping Slaughter Saint and Power Saint. Other 9 provinces saints were also intercepted by demon saints, facing fierce attacks. Previously able to fight many at once, the injured 9 provinces saints now struggled even in unknown battles. Although they had shattered one demon saint's seal, there were many more demon great saints here. One seal was broken, another formed, creating an impenetrable barrier. Due to the nature of holy seals, only one could be set in the same space. Otherwise, these demon saints would create layer upon layer of seals, making it impossible even for gods to break through. Slaughter Saint and Power Saint were surrounded. They exchanged a glance, ready to fight to the death. At this moment, Audimp's voice slowly echoed. Wait, leave this human to me. A seemingly casual attack shattered the newly formed demon saint barrier. A demon race great saint staggered back, coughing blood, glaring at Audimp with resentment. But Audimp didn't even spare him a glance and continued, this human, leave him to me. You can't defeat him. Even if you do, he'll take at least half of you with him. He has already grasped a trace of divine power. With some time, he'll surely become a demigod. Audimp spoke slowly, then sneered. Of course, this god won't allow that to happen, so? Lu Shang raised his eyes and glared at Audimp in the distance, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. The plan to go down fighting together had failed, so he shifted his focus to a nearby demon saint. The blood-red spear in Lu Shang's hand gleamed with divine light, tearing through space in an instant, aiming straight for the demon saint's face. Though the demon saint narrowly avoided a fatal blow, Lu Shang's follow-up strike still shattered its body into two. Despite the grievous injuries, the demon saint's formidable vitality kept it from dying on the spot. This scene confirmed Audimp's previous warning, striking fear into the hearts of the demon saints present. They now realized that Lu Shang's strength far exceeded their expectations. At that moment, Audimp impatiently shouted, Damn you! I'm talking to you! Get over here! Before the words even finished, he threw a punch. The space shattered under the force of his blow, creating a long fissure that raced towards Lu Shang. Having just killed a regular demon saint, Lu Shang didn't dare be careless and immediately raised his spear to counter. With a thunderous boom, Lu Shang was knocked back dozens of miles, the sacred power within him violently shaking, nearly collapsing. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but he swallowed it down, the killing intent in his eyes growing even stronger. If you want to fight, then a fight you'll get. Lu Shang growled, divine power gradually enveloping his spear. The heavens and earth trembled as he infused all his divine energy into the legendary weapon. His holy crown appeared above his head, revealing all his hidden cards, and his aura surged. The cultivators in the city of Jojo saw what seemed like a blazing blood-red sun rising in the sky. Seeing this, Audimp grew serious as well, enveloping himself in intense divine power and chanting incantations with his staff. Moments later, Lu Shang charged with his blood-red spear, his overwhelming killing intent forming a blood cloud that coalesced into a blood dragon, lunging at Audimp. Die! Audimp sneered, his staff emitting a beam of divine light that pierced through the blood dragon. The saints seemed to hear the dragon's mournful cry as a gaping, bloody hole appeared in Lu Shang's chest. The saints of Jojo felt a pang of anxiety, but Lu Shang still swung his spear with all his might, divine light flashing, aimed straight at Audimp's face. Foolish! Audimp scoffed, summoning a divine shield with a casual wave. The clash between the blood spear and the divine shield caused the space to hum. With a light tap, Audimp sent the blood-red spear flying back, impaling Lu Shang's abdomen. Lu Shang's aura rapidly weakened, like a falling blood-red meteor. The saints watching felt a mix of emotions, deeply aware of the insurmountable gap between demigods and great saints. Audimp smirked coldly, but his hand behind his back trembled from the immense impact it had endured. He silently thanked his luck. A moment later, and Lu Shang would have broken through his divine shield. You've done well to push me this far, but trash is still trash. You'll never compare to a god. Audimp's voice echoed in Lu Shang's mind. He reached out, divine power forming a giant hand to crush Lu Shang like an ant. However, just as the divine hand touched Lu Shang, it shattered into dust. A calm voice rang out, shatter. An elderly man with white hair appeared beside Lu Shang, casually placing a pill into his mouth. Lu Shang's wounds began to heal rapidly. Fansheng. The saints of Jiuzhou brightened, hope rekindled in their hearts. Fansheng sighed. Sorry, everyone. This old man is late. With a wave of his hand, the sacred barrier set by the demon saints disintegrated instantly. You all go back and recover. I'll handle things here. The demon saints were thunderstruck. They never expected Jiuzhou to hide a demigod-level expert. Even the other saints of Jiuzhou were surprised. They knew Fan Sheng was powerful but didn't realize he had reached demigod status. Fan Sheng's words left no room for rebuttal, and not a single demon saint dared to speak up. They had tasted the might of a demigod and were too terrified to act rashly now. A flicker of surprise crossed Adam's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Old man, I didn't expect you to become a demigod. But you seem to forget, the gap between demigods is vast as well. Fan Sheng remained calm, responding serenely. Of course, I know. He paused, then fixed his gaze on Adam, his tone unwavering. You are not my match. Fan Sheng's words were calm and firm, as if stating an indisputable fact. After hearing this, Odinpu's face turned grim, but he pondered secretly. This old man seemed to know something. With a cold sneer, Odinpu suddenly unleashed a torrent of combat energy and magical power. The terrifying saint domain instantly enveloped the entire area, exerting immense pressure on all the saints present. This was no ordinary saint domain. It was the realm of a demigod. Above the domain's canopy, countless divine light patterns flowed continuously, emitting an indescribable aura of oppression. Everyone present felt the same thought upon seeing Odinpu's figure. This person is invincible. He seemed like a deity, towering above all, able to make the heavens and earth tremble with a mere gesture. Odinpu stared coldly at Fan Sheng, not speaking, yet his voice echoed in the minds of the saints. Come and fight. Fan Sheng gently brushed his sleeve, his ancient robe accentuating his ethereal and otherworldly aura, giving a rare sense of approachability. He responded calmly, as you wish. In an instant, a milky white demigod domain unfolded, clashing fiercely with Odinpu's domain in midair. The entire world trembled violently, a constant hum filling the air. The demon saints scattered, lacking the courage to even look directly at the two demigods. Meanwhile, the saints of the 9 provinces retreated into the city, sitting cross-legged to heal and regain their strength as quickly as possible. High above, Odinpu and Fan Sheng faced each other briefly before colliding fiercely. Divine energy scattered constantly within thousands of miles, spreading out like ripples. At their point of impact, spatial cracks spread out, revealing the pitch-black void. With every blink, a new spatial crack appeared in the sky, as if a vast glass pane were being shattered repeatedly. Though these cracks vanished in an instant, they left a clear afterimage in everyone's eyes. The saints initially thought this demigod battle would last a long time, but within less than a quarter of an hour, Odinpu was slashed hundreds of miles away by an ancient white sword, leaving a clear trail of energy in the air. From a distance, Fan Sheng looked at Odinpu and spoke calmly. Bring out that entity within you. I told you, you are no match for me. Odinpu looked at the wound that nearly tore him apart and healed it with a wave of divine power. Shocked, he asked, why are you this strong? He couldn't understand. Even though Fan Sheng's divine energy fluctuations were weaker than his, he could easily block his attacks. Suddenly, Odinpu seemed to realize something. Wait, there's something wrong with your sword. Fan Sheng smiled slightly. That's right. This sword is specifically forged to slay gods. Just as Odinpu was about to charge, a voice echoed in his mind. That sword has been tempered by the fire of civilization. Ordinary demigods can't withstand it. Let me handle this. Before the voice finished, a colossal divine figure over 10,000 meters tall appeared behind Odinpu. The figure wore an eagle helmet, golden armor, held a sky-piercing spear, and had golden rings on its hands. A massive throne loomed behind it. At its feet lay 2 ferocious giant wolves, and 2 ominous birds perched on its shoulders. Even though it was just a phantom, both the nearby saints and the distant human and demon races were awestruck by this majestic form. Odinpu smirked. To have the god King Miansheng personally intervene. Old man, consider this your honor. In his view, no matter how strong this elder was, no matter how strange his sword, he couldn't possibly escape from the god king. Fan Sheng recognized the familiar attire the leader of the Western pantheon, God King Odin. The phantom of God King Odin looked down on all beings, his voice booming. I'll give you a choice. Submit and offer the fire of civilization. Ordi. Fan Sheng looked up, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you dare accept the fire of civilization from the 9 provinces? Aren't you afraid of being incinerated to ashes? The saints were stunned by Fan Sheng's words, finding it hard to believe that a demigod would dare speak to a former god king in such a manner. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. Odin's phantom roared, and the 2 giant wolves at his feet lunged forward, their gaping jaws aiming to devour Fan Sheng. Fan Sheng murmured, with this sword, I transcend mortality and cut down gods. With the ancient sword in hand, he swung it, and the soaring sword energy tore through the sky. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was torn apart, leaving a pitch-black sword mark that lingered for a long time. The phantoms of two giant wolves were beheaded, their bodies floating separately in midair. The shadow of the god king Odin showed a fierce expression and remarked, "Impressive. You are indeed powerful. In my era, your achievements might have rivaled that of a god king." With a wave of his hand, two ravens took flight from Odin's shoulders, their shadows covering the sky. In a cold voice he said, "It's a pity, though. The gods have vanished from all corners. Since I have awakened early, I will extinguish the flame of civilization in your 9 provinces." The two ravens charged aggressively, their wing beats causing the entire world to tremble. The sound of space shattering was incessant, and the air was thick with the scent of death as the divine ravens swooped in. Fan Sheng shouted, "Slash!" Divine power erupted, and sword energy tore through the heavens and the earth. However, as soon as the sword energy touched the ravens, it dissipated into nothingness. Fan Sheng was shocked, holding his sword in front of him and chanting, "Fei Dun Xiang Di." With a thunderous roar, Fan Sheng transformed into a giant, thousands of meters tall, and his sword grew proportionally. He swung his massive sword, meeting the ravens' claws heeding. With a tearing sound, the ravens were ripped in half, their divine power disintegrating into countless energy fragments. The pitch-black sword mark in the sky remained, emanating a suction force from the void behind it. Odin smiled slightly. "Oh, interesting. I didn't expect you to master divine abilities," he explained. Divine abilities are skills used by gods. In the East, they are called Shantong, while in the West, they are known as divine arts or divine skills. Fatan Xiang Di is common among gods, but it usually requires a god's level to comprehend. For a demigod like you to master it, you are indeed gifted. Since that's the case, I'll entertain you." Odin stood up from his throne, lightly tapping the ground with his spear, causing the space below to tremble and crack. He muttered to himself, "It's fortunate that the world's barrier has developed a second layer, or I would have feared destroying this place." Surrounded by divine power, Odin pointed his spear at Fan Sheng. "Since you dare to defy me repeatedly, I will sentence you to the wind of shattering. Death, like the wind, will sweep across the land." With a rustling sound, divine power from Odin's body transformed into a storm, engulfing Fan Sheng. The entire world was swept up, space fragments flying everywhere, revealing vast expanses of black void. A powerful suction emanated from the void, even drawing in nearby light. This was one of Odin's most formidable divine abilities, the Death Hurricane. Though it was merely a shadow of Odin's divine thought, it was still beyond what a demigod could withstand in the present world. Fan Sheng was instantly enveloped by the hurricane, countless blades slicing his flesh. He roared and swung his sword, but to no avail. The ancient sword cracked and shattered into powder under the relentless cutting. Fan Sheng's body shrank, his blood merging with the hurricane, dyeing it crimson. In the distance, countless warriors from the 9 provinces watched in worry, several great saints preparing to rush out to save him. They heard Fan Sheng's telepathic message, "Protect 9 provinces city, safeguard the flame of civilization. As long as the flame endures, the 9 provinces will not fall. Retreat to the secret realm, seal the Stargate. Leave this to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Sheng stood up from the death hurricane. A spark appeared at his chest, spreading to engulf his entire body in flames. Through the flames, everyone seemed to witness Fan Sheng's life from an ordinary boy to a towering guardian of the 9 provinces, defending against demonic beasts for hundreds of years. Tears streamed down the faces of countless warriors from the 9 provinces. The great saints roared, "Go!" and flew toward the city's center. Lusheng, clutching his wound and with eyes burning with killing intent, took one last look at Fan Sheng before following the other saints in retreat. The saints used their holy power to envelop the warriors, guiding them to the secret realm. Odin coldly declared, "The civilization of the 9 provinces will perish today." He threw his spear, which streaked across the sky towards 9 provinces city. The divine might was unstoppable. Just as the spear was about to pierce the city's shield, it was caught by a hand engulfed in intense flames. Fan Sheng said in a deep voice, "The flame of civilization burns within me. Your divine path ends here." Odin sneered, "If you flee now, I'll spare your life. It's not worth it for a bunch of weaklings." Fan Sheng raised his eyes coldly, uttering a single word, "Worth it?" Odin shook his head, "Stubborn fool. Since you wish to die, I'll grant your wish." Clad in golden armor, his rings shimmering, Odin shattered the space as he stepped towards Fan Sheng, delivering a powerful punch. Fan Sheng, bathed in flames, met the punch with his own. The two figures, one large and one small, resembled a towering tree and an ant. From afar, the demon saints had already deemed Fan Sheng's death inevitable. But in the next moment, Odin's massive body was sent flying, crashing through and collapsing a vast expanse of space. "Impossible." Odin stared in shock at his fist, charred and scorched by the flames. He quickly regained his composure, sneering, "What a terrifying flame of civilization." But unfortunately, Odin breathed a sigh of relief. The fire of civilization was now ownerless, allowing him to temporarily escape disaster. Yet, the pride of the God King still lingered on his face as he relentlessly swung his giant spear. Opposite him, Fan Sheng used his divine powers to transform into a colossal figure of flames. "Civilization burns my body. Today I shall slay a god." With these words, the terrifying fire of civilization began to engulf Fan Sheng's body and soul. Despite the indescribable pain, he remained silent, delivering punch after punch directly at Odin's spear. The surrounding space continually collapsed under the ferocious clash. Odin's expression darkened as he realized that he couldn't quickly defeat Fan Sheng. Decisively, he commanded, "Odin, break through that city and find the fire of civilization." Odin obeyed instantly, appearing before Jojo City and launching a fierce assault. Above the city, countless lights flickered, and the patterns of the 8 trigrams surged continuously. Water shimmered, thunder roared, mountains loomed, and flames soared. The city of Jojo spared no expense in utilizing its energy, displaying various extraordinary phenomena. These phenomena enveloped Odin, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Such a powerful formation. Odin's heart trembled as he realized that with his strength alone, he couldn't deplete Jojo City's energy in a short time. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation had been forged over countless years by the entire Jojo, and it was not something easily broken. "Demons, assist me in breaking through Jojo City," Odin commanded loudly. Though the demon saints were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply due to their inferior strength. In an instant, the Federation's strongmen and the demons began their fierce assault on Jojo City. Millions of demons surrounded the city from all directions, creating a deafening roar. Under this intense onslaught, the entire city trembled violently. Inside the city, the people of Jojo, led by their cultivators, were evacuating rapidly. Several great saints watched the increasingly dim Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation with furrowed brows. While using their holy powers to evacuate the mortals, they quickly discussed strategies. However, at the current pace, Jojo City couldn't hold out until everyone had evacuated to the Yangtze sacred land. "Forget it, let's save as many as we can," one saint sighed helplessly. They never expected to face so many powerful enemies on the first day the Jojo holy wall shattered. It was clear how many foes the late Saint Kuan had silently repelled for Jojo. As long as his will remained, even demigods wouldn't dare to step foot here. Odin's shadow, while fiercely battling Fan Sheng, closely monitored the situation within Jojo City. He noticed that the breath of Jojo's people was rapidly decreasing, evidently transferring to some space. "Are you trying to send all of Jojo into a secret realm and then seal the Stargate?" Odin said coldly. Fan Sheng remained silent, his fiery figure growing weaker, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Odin's gaze suddenly shifted to an empty space. "You hiding there? Stop lurking. I know you're here for the fire of civilization too. If you help stop them from sealing the Stargate now, I will share it with you." Moments later, a massive divine shadow slowly appeared, draped in ribbons, revealing a muscular torso, head wrapped in a cloth, and holding a vajra. It was unmistakably a deity from a certain nation. "Indra, I didn't expect you to awaken too," Odin exclaimed in surprise. Indra smiled. "Odin, if you can awaken, why can't I?" "Enough talk, quickly stop them," Odin urged. Indra replied leisurely, "Odin, you're just a god king. What gives you the right to command me?" "Umph. You only bear the title of emperor. When the great nirvana arrives, I will ascend to an even higher realm," Odin retorted. "Is that so? Perhaps. But no matter how strong your pantheon is, it pales in comparison to the great Indian pantheon. Command me when you have a creator god." Indra remained unmoved. Seeing more of Jojo's people entering the Yangtze sacred land, Odin grew impatient. "Fine, fine. We can settle our differences later. Just stop those wretched people of Jojo now." In his prime, sealing a mere secret realm wouldn't be worth mentioning. But now, as a demigod not yet reaching true godhood, he couldn't break a complete giant secret realm. "Don't panic. Are you a god king or a minor deity? Show some dignity." Indra's smile only fueled Odin's rage. "Stop pretending. If you weren't here for the fire of civilization, you wouldn't have come. If you don't act, we'll both get nothing." Indra paused before asking, "How do we split it?" These 3 words revealed his true intentions. Odin's anger flared. "Half each." Indra shook his head. 7 for me, 3 for you." "No way." Odin's eyes blazed with fury. If not for Fan Sheng's obstruction, he wouldn't even consider sharing. Judging by Indra's state, he had also just awakened, with comparable strength, or he wouldn't be hiding. 6 for me, 4 for you." Indra remained composed. "If you don't agree, forget it, I won't intervene." Odin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Fine. Act quickly, or I'll make you pay if we lose the chance. Indra smiled slightly, stepping forward. Fan Sheng tried to intervene but was blocked by Odin's spear. Indra's Vajra flew from his hand, embedding itself above the Stargate in Jiuzhou City, dimming its light significantly. The great saints of Jiuzhou looked on in despair, unable to activate the seal. This scene plunged all the saints of Jiuzhou into despair. They had believed retreating to the Yangtze sacred land was their last resort, only to find their only escape route cut off. As they gazed at the distant figure of another deity, a single thought filled the hearts of the saints of Jiuzhou. The civilization of Jiuzhou was doomed. Meanwhile, the protective shield of Jiuzhou City trembled under the relentless assault of countless demons and a demigod, on the verge of collapse. No one knew how much time had passed when the protective shield over Jiuzhou City shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering countless specks of energy like stars falling from the sky. The people of Jiuzhou looked up in despair, their hearts sinking into hopelessness. Without the shield's protection, the towering city walls crumbled like paper under the relentless assault of the beast horde, collapsing with a deafening roar. In the sky, the sage warriors of the demon clan looked down at the Jiuzhou sages with eyes burning with the fervor of victory. They spoke excitedly among themselves. Today, we will finally annihilate the Jiuzhou humans. This brings me immense satisfaction. If it weren't for Kuan Shang transforming into that barrier hundreds of years ago, we would have crushed these ants long ago. Why wait until today? But Dinpu ignored the clamor around him, striding directly towards the Stargate. He could sense a mysterious aura behind the gate, emitting an irresistible allure. It was as if obtaining whatever lay beyond it would allow him to break through the limitations of his demigod form and truly become a deity. This thought thrilled Dinpu so much that his divine power began to fluctuate. That must be the divine fire of civilization Odin spoke of, he mused, his eyes darting to the phantom of Odin battling a mortal sage, a cunning smile forming on his lips. Let me see for myself what could make a former god king so desperate. Dinpu stepped into the void, his body transforming into a stream of light as he shot towards the Stargate. However, just as he was about to enter the gate, several figures suddenly blocked his path. A few severely wounded Jiuzhou Grand Sages used the last of their strength to stand in his way. Courting death, Dinpu sneered, instantly conjuring two blinding orbs of divine power in his hands. In the next moment, two cataclysmic attacks were unleashed, shaking the heavens and earth. The 5 Jiuzhou Grand Sages gave their all to resist but were still slammed into the ground by the terrifying force, their life force rapidly fading. Just die already. Dinpu laughed maniacally, his fists weaving through the air to unleash a barrage of divine power punches. Each strike was powerful enough to shatter mountains and reduce ordinary sages to pulp. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies being smashed echoed continuously. The bodies of the Jiuzhou Grand Sages were riddled with ghastly indentations, blood gushing like fountains, and their bones shattered. Even with the power of the holy path constantly repairing them, it couldn't keep up with the destruction caused by the divine power. Slowly die here, you useless trash. Dinpu mocked, deliberately sparing them from instant death to let them slowly succumb to their injuries and agony. This torment seemed to give him unparalleled pleasure. Just as Dinpu was about to step into the Stargate, a sudden lightning-fast attack struck from behind. Foolish. Dinpu didn't even bother to turn around, casually throwing out a divine power attack. In his perception, the lightning strike was merely at the peak sage level, easily obliterated by his counterattack. However, he was gravely mistaken. This lightning was not an ordinary energy attack but, slash. A blinding blade light tore through the void, its terrifying edge aimed straight at Dinpu's back. In a split second, Dinpu realized his mistake. The power of this strike had surpassed the Grand Sage level, nearly reaching the might of a demigod. But it was too late. The blade had already enveloped his entire body. Dinpu desperately channeled his divine power to minimize the damage. In an instant, his divine power-covered body was forcibly ripped from the shoulder, sending a large portion of his upper body flying into the air. Had he not shifted in time, he would have been cleaved in half, head included. This sudden turn of events left all the Jiuzhou cultivators and demon sages watching in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until a piercing scream broke the silence that they snapped back to reality. Bastard, I'll kill you. Dinpu roared, his face twisted in fury as he quickly stopped his bleeding and turned to face the attacker, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Standing before him was a figure shrouded in armor of various colors, emanating an aura of profound mystery from head to toe. Who are you? Dinpu demanded coldly, repairing his body with divine power as he spoke. The figure did not respond, merely glancing at the nearly lifeless Jiuzhou sages on the ground, their eyes blazing with fury. So, you're the remnants of Jiuzhou. Seeing the figure's eyes, Dinpu immediately guessed their identity. The Jiuzhou cultivators also recognized the armored figure, murmuring to themselves, "Is that Sage Qinchuan?" "Yes, I've seen Qinchuan's techniques. That's him." Yet, there was no joy on their faces. "It's over. Why did Sage Qinchuan show up? He should have escaped and avenged Jiuzhou later." Sage Qinchuan. They all acknowledged Qinchuan's talent, believing that if he focused on cultivation for a few hundred years, he would undoubtedly become as strong as the demigods. For this reason, even though many knew they might soon die, they were not too afraid. They believed that as long as Qinchuan lived, he would eventually avenge them. Unknowingly, Qinchuan had become one of the spiritual pillars of the Jiuzhou humans. But now, his sudden appearance only made them lose their last shred of hope. Is there really no hope for Jiuzhou? Someone sighed in despair, looking into the distance. Don't give up yet. Maybe there's still hope. Didn't Sage Qinchuan just land a hit? Someone tried to comfort the others optimistically. But everyone knew in their hearts that it was only because Dinpu had been careless. Even the combined efforts of the Grand Sages couldn't defeat Dinpu. How could Qinchuan possibly prevail? Indeed, the facts were clear. Qinchuan's earth-shattering strike had only inflicted a superficial wound on Dinpu. Though the injury seemed severe, it would heal in the blink of an eye for a demigod. The power of the Holy Path couldn't inflict significant damage on a demigod's body. Even if they were chopped into pieces, they could regenerate in no time. Such was the terrifying nature of deities. Qinchuan, run. On the ground, St. Lu struggled to stand but collapsed again. A bunch of trash. Dinpu sneered in disdain. Little did he know, those words marked the beginning of his own downfall. Qinchuan stared coldly at Dinpu, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Dinpu's lofty disdain and insults towards the great sage of Jiuzhou had thoroughly enraged Qinchuan. What? Not convinced? Dinpu noticed Qinchuan's fury and looked at him with even more contempt. Not only are they trash, but so are you. Don't think that just because you caught me off guard, you have the strength to fight me. Your true power is even less than that, guys. Dinpu pointed at Lushing, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Killing you will only take one move. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll break your bones one by one and let you live in a state worse than death. As Dinpu finished speaking, divine power surged around him, causing the surrounding space to hum and tremble. Is that so? The anger in Qinchuan's eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by an eerie calm. With a wave of his hand, 12 sacred crowns merged and settled atop his head. Seeing this, Dinpu sneered. So this is your trump card? The 12 Crown King? Heh. At my level, I've come to understand that the so-called 12 Crown King is nothing but an ant. With a flicker of thought, Dinpu's divine power roared around him, violently shaking the space. He was genuinely angry this time, holding nothing back. The divine power transformed into a pair of giant hands, swiftly grabbing at Qinchuan. The surrounding space trembled, barely able to withstand the pressure. However, Dinpu failed to notice several streams of light quietly merging into Qinchuan's body. A Taiji yin-yang symbol of black and white appeared under Qinchuan's feet. A thunder wing and a wind wing unfurled from his back, and a demonic eye opened on his helmet. Qinchuan's aura surged rapidly, his presence now on par with a demigod. Swish twin blades slashed, and the giant divine hands shattered into countless pieces in an instant. What? Dinpu's eyelid twitched, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Before he could react, Qinchuan's figure had already flashed before him. The twin blades danced continuously, leaving only a flurry of afterimages. Even the great sage could only see a blur of blade light, unable to track the exact movements. This little bastard's attack power is stronger than mine. Dinpu frantically channeled his divine power, struggling to fend off Qinchuan's fierce assault. The collision between the two caused the space around them to shatter into pieces, the collapsing area second only to the battlefield where Odin and Fansheng were clashing. Oh, it seems there's some trouble over there, Indra remarked with a smile to Odin. Odin noticed the situation and frowned slightly. Go help and kill that guy, Odin commanded. Oh, you have so little faith in your god servant? Indra retorted. Heh, I just don't want any unexpected incidents, Odin explained. Even if he can unleash attacks at a demigod level, he's not a true demigod. Before Odin could finish his sentence, a wail echoed from afar. Dinpu's body had been sliced in half. Odin was stunned, allowing Fan Shang to seize the opportunity and land a heavy blow on his face, shattering half of it into nothingness. Damn it! Odin and Dinpu cursed in unison. Just as Dinpu was about to channel his divine power to restore his body, Qinchuan showed no signs of stopping. Countless blade energies spewed forth. Swish, 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 swish. Using the sky as a cutting board and the demigod as fish meat, Qinchuan began a frenzied slaughter. Countless blade shadows shredded Dinpu's body into fragments. Despite the powerful regenerative abilities of divine power, Odinpu couldn't maintain his form. This horrifying scene shocked everyone. A demigod had been reduced to minced meat. The other powerful beings were filled with confusion. How could this guy attack without any gaps, achieving such a feat? What they didn't know was that the millions of stars within Qin Chuan's soul sea were spinning so fast they were about to explode, allowing him to attack continuously without any gaps. True gapless attacks, even a demigod, couldn't find time to regenerate. However, this didn't mean Qin Chuan had one. Odinpu's body had already undergone demigod transformation. Attacks below divine level could destroy his exterior but not his essence. As soon as Qin Chuan stopped attacking, Odinpu would recover completely. Indra, go kill that human. Odin, humiliated, was furious. Stop wasting time and kill him, then let Odinpu retrieve the divine fire. Odin wouldn't let Indra retrieve the divine fire because he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to snatch a portion from Indra afterward. Heh. Odin, aren't you afraid I'll just enter the Stargate and take the divine fire myself if I go over? Indra asked. Feel free to try. Odin seemed confident. Indra smiled slightly, glancing at Fan Sheng. All right then. With a few strides, Indra appeared behind Qin Chuan, stomping down and causing the space to collapse. Yet Qin Chuan seemed unaware, still swinging his blades relentlessly. Ant, you're courting death. Indra's voice echoed, his foot about to crush Qin Chuan into oblivion. At this critical moment, Qin Chuan suddenly turned and swung his final blade. This strike had been prepared for a long time. From the moment he started attacking Odinpu, he had been getting ready, and his target was this god. This strike embodied endless despair, not just Qin Chuan's own but that of the entire Jiuzhou human race. From the moment he arrived, he had clearly sensed these emotions. The scenes of countless Jiuzhou people being devoured by beasts flooded his mind again. He saw those lofty gods, the culprits behind all this. They were responsible. Die. Qin Chuan poured all his power into this strike, making it terrifyingly powerful. It not only effortlessly tore through the first layer of the spatial barrier, but even silently cut through the second layer's dark background. Indra stared in shock as the terrifying blade light slashed up from beneath his feet, tearing his entire body apart. Although the attack was driven merely by the power of the sacred path, it far exceeded what a demigod's body could withstand. Indra's figure gradually dissipated, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. He found it hard to believe that his divine avatar could be killed so quickly, especially by someone who hadn't even reached the Great Saint realm. We will meet again, Indra said, fixing his gaze on Qin Chuan before his body completely vanished into the void. Qin Chuan didn't understand the implication behind Indra's words, but his objective was achieved. His body suddenly went limp, plummeting from the sky. 9 beams of light transformed into human figures, surrounding and protecting him. Distribute these to the human tribes of the 9 provinces, Qin Chuan said, taking out numerous high-grade healing elixirs from his treasure ring before passing out completely. If it weren't for his dual divine bodies, he would have already crumbled under the strain. Qin Hongling and the others quickly distributed the elixirs to several great saints. Meanwhile, Odinpu rapidly recovered under the enhancement of divine power. Odinpu, kill this human completely for me. Odin's voice carried a hint of fear. A person who hadn't even reached the Great Saint realm had managed to kill a peak demigod unheard of. Odin couldn't help but recall the powerful gods and immortals of the East, grateful that they had already lost their way. Odinpu didn't dare to delay. He immediately gathered the surrounding divine power and struck down at Qin Chuan with a massive hand. The divine power hand covered dozens of miles, shattering mountains and splitting the earth. The great saints, having just consumed the elixirs, were too weak to rescue him and could only watch helplessly. Qin Chuan's beast companions were also too exhausted to resist. Just when everyone thought Qin Chuan was doomed, a sudden change occurred. Take your filthy hand away. A cold voice rang out. Torrential demonic energy surged from the ground, transforming into a giant serpent that devoured the divine hand. As a graceful figure appeared, endless demonic energy enveloped the area, suppressing everyone and everything. Who are you to dare obstruct a god? Odinpu roared angrily, but soon regretted it. Although the woman's divine power wasn't strong, her attack was formidable. Suddenly, 9 demigod-level demonic beasts emerged from the demonic aura. Odinpu was horrified. The sky seemed to collapse, and space shattered. The mysterious woman then slowly walked toward Qin Chuan, her eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness. The woman was dressed in dark red, like a blood-red rose that had grown from the depths of the underworld. Her cold and captivating aura made her a sight to behold but too intimidating to approach. Both the demon saints and human warriors in attendance couldn't help but be drawn to her, their gazes fixed on her. This sudden emergence of a formidable force caught everyone off guard, and what was even more shocking was that this woman herself embodied the power of 10 demigods. In today's world, such power is undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Even Odin was taken aback upon seeing her, clearly sensing her hostility towards him, though the reason remained unclear. Meanwhile, on the other side, Odin was being brutally assaulted by 9 demon demigods. They tossed him around like a rag doll, shattering the surrounding space and revealing vast stretches of black void. The mysterious woman slowly walked towards Qin Xuan. Qin Hongling scrutinized her, feeling a vague sense of familiarity but hesitated to speak. However, the woman's aura made her dismiss her initial guesses entirely. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me, little Hong?" The woman spoke, her voice startling Qin Hongling. "You are Master," Qin Hongling blurted out. She had only 2 masters, Qin Xuan and Linger. "Of course it's me." Linger walked over to Qin Hongling, lightly pinching her nose. "I could recognize you even in your human form, but you can't recognize me? Should I punish you for that?" Qin Hongling was momentarily speechless, but Linger giggled. "You silly girl." Linger now was a far cry from her former lively and adorable self. The once playful girl had transformed into a queenly figure, exuding an aura that made others instinctively want to submit. "Master, how did you?" Qin Hongling began to ask, but Linger gently placed a finger on her lips to silence her. "It's a long story. We'll explain everything once Brother Qin Xuan wakes up," Linger said, ruffling Qin Hongling's crimson hair. "Since you've taken on a human form, you should call me sister. And remember, your only master now is Brother Qin Xuan." Linger suddenly turned, her gaze locking onto Odin. "For now, let's help Brother Qin Xuan deal with these troubles." She commanded the demon demigods who were tormenting Odin. "Some of you, go and take that guy down." Without hesitation, the demon demigods charged towards Odin. Odin, already sensing something was amiss, felt a chill run down his spine and immediately tried to flee. But the mortal saints quickly intercepted him, not willing to let him escape. "Damn it!" Odin cursed, glaring at the mortal saints as he swung his massive spear in an attempt to break through. However, the other demon demigods had already surrounded him. "Long time no see, old man Fan," one of the demon demigods taunted. Fan Sheng recognized them with a start. They were the demon saints he had battled in the 9 Nether Abyss for centuries, now ascended to demigod status. "Unbelievable. You guys reached demigod status as soon as you arrived here," Fan Sheng remarked. All right, stop burning your cultivation," said the poison nether demigod, its body surrounded by corrosive poison that was eroding Odin's divine power. "If you keep this up, you'll die outright. I still want to settle the score with you, so don't kick the bucket just yet." Fan Sheng smiled wryly and extinguished the flames of his self-sacrifice. His aura plummeted, revealing the frail figure of an old man on the brink of death. His once mighty demigod cultivation had fallen to the level of a king, and it continued to decline. The demon demigods couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Their once formidable adversary, who had suppressed them for years, was now so fragile. The poison nether demigod used a wisp of demonic energy to send the fallen Fan Sheng back to the ranks of the Kyushu saints. The saints' faces were filled with sorrow, but Fan Sheng simply smiled. "No need to be so sad. I've been wanting to retire anyway." "Ha ha ha." The saints sighed. "You've worked hard, old one." Fan Sheng pointed towards Linger and Qin Xuan. "We have these youngsters to thank." He sensed a faint human aura from Linger, but it was overshadowed by a powerful demonic presence, far more terrifying than anything he had encountered in the 9 Nether Abyss. "It's time to settle the score with these demons." The other saints turned their gazes towards the demon clan. Under the overwhelming demigod aura of Linger, the demons, whether saints or other beings, stood frozen, too terrified to move. "Slaughtering my people, seeking to destroy my homeland, you deserve to die." The saint of the 9 provinces was furious. Despite his severe injuries, the healing elixir given by Qin Xuan had restored him enough to fight. He charged at the group of demon saints but was forced back by their combined strength. The demon saints sneered disdainfully, fearing the might of the demigod from the demon clan, not these heavily injured humans. As the demon saints scorned the saint of the 9 provinces, a cold voice pierced the air. "Who told you to hide?" With the voice, a powerful divine force instantly suppressed the demon saints, causing them to plummet from the sky and crash heavily into the ground. The demon saints were enraged but dared not speak out. The strongest among them quickly groveled and begged Linger for mercy. However, Linger remained expressionless and coldly warned, "No fighting back, or else." Before she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a demon saint was instantly crushed into a cloud of blood. The other demon saints were terrified and stood still, allowing the humans from the 9 provinces to attack. Linger took Qin Xuan's body from Qin Hongling and held him tightly in her arms. At that moment, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in the embrace of a woman who felt both familiar and strange. He was stunned. "Brother Qin Xuan, long time no see," Linger said with a charming smile. Qin Chuan looked at the woman in shock, his voice trembling. You are Linger. Linger nodded gently. Qin Chuan reached out to touch her cheek but hesitated, fearing it was just a dream. Understanding his thoughts, Linger held his hand with a smile. Brother Qin Chuan, am really back? Qin Chuan's body trembled, and tears involuntarily rolled down his cheeks. He carefully observed Linger, realizing that the once sweet and innocent girl had transformed into a woman with a mature and cold demeanor. How have you been all these years? Qin Chuan asked softly. Of course, look, my cultivation is higher than yours now. Linger boasted slightly, showing off her power but omitting the unimaginable suffering she endured. Linger briefly recounted her experience of being captured by Duyu and nearly becoming the vessel for the Lord of the Abyss. When countless violent and malevolent wills almost consumed her, she saw a glimmer of hope and, under the protection of the 9 lives rebirth fruit, successfully assimilated their wills and ruled the entire abyss. After hearing Linger's story, Qin Chuan gently caressed her cheek with a pained expression. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Linger smiled and said, silly brother. If not for the precious herb you gave me, I might have died in the abyss. Qin Chuan was surprised. He had thought the 9 lives rebirth fruit was only an 8th grade item, not realizing its miraculous effects. This made him aware that the items from the roulette will might hold many unknown secrets. After chatting for a while, Qin Chuan's gaze returned to the demon clan members, and the killing intent that had just subsided surged again. The ground around them was stained with blood, littered with the corpses of both demons and humans. In the short time since the demon clan had breached the defenses of the 9 provinces, they had slaughtered and devoured millions of humans. You all deserve to die. Qin Chuan roared, but his body was exhausted. Linger gently supported Qin Chuan, letting him lean on her. Brother Qin Chuan, let me handle this. With that, she activated her demigod domain, instantly suppressing all the demons' powers. The saints' realms fell to that of emperors, and even the lower-ranked demons lost much of their strength. Qin Chuan understood Linger's intent and gestured to Qin Hongling and the others. Several streaks of light rushed into the group of demon saints, initiating a massacre. The wails of the demon saints echoed through the sky. In Qin Chuan's soul sea, saint points continuously emerged, filling him with joy. With these saint points, he hoped to break through to the great saint realm in a short time, possibly even reaching the demigod realm. Other humans from the 9 provinces also began frantically slaughtering the remaining demons. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan noticed a dramatic change in the roulette wheels in his soul sea. One of the wheels glowed brightly, with numbers rapidly changing. Qin Chuan quickly realized that these rapidly increasing numbers were not only from his beast companions' kills, but also from the contributions of all the humans in the 9 provinces. The energy points were continuously climbing into the billions, and Qin Chuan's attention was drawn to several rare items on the roulette. The characteristics of these items left him astounded, their terrifying potential far beyond imagination. The transformation elixir could turn an ordinary person into a cultivator and significantly enhance their cultivation aptitude. Strangely, it was ineffective for those above a certain level of cultivation. There were also the talent enhancement elixir and the spiritual gathering elixir. Qin Chuan squinted, carefully studying the properties of these items. These treasures were almost useless to Qin Chuan himself, prompting him to ponder. Could it be that these were meant to be bestowed upon the people of the 9 provinces? If so, the 9 provinces would see the emergence of billions of cultivators. If some variables arose among them, perhaps even more high-level experts could be born. By then, the strength of the entire 9 provinces would ascend to an entirely new level. Aside from the sacred points, Qin Chuan also noticed a new type of energy on the roulette divine points. There were currently only 92 of them, and their purpose was still unclear. But given the nature of the roulette, it certainly wouldn't be something bad. It might just be that the number was insufficient to be effective. With this in mind, Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to Odin and Odinpu, who were being brutally attacked by several demon gods not far away. He whispered a few words to Linger, who nodded in agreement, and then gave orders to those demon gods. To these demon gods, Linger was the master of everything, and they naturally dared not disobey. As time passed, Qin Chuan signaled Qin Hongling and the others to join forces and kill the now defenseless Odin and Odinpu. Odin, in his final moments, glared at Qin Chuan and Linger with burning rage, gritting his teeth as he spat out his last words, I will remember this grudge. You will all be consumed by the wrath of the God King Odin, you lowly ants. Qin Chuan and Linger were indifferent to his threats. As a large amount of divine points flowed into his soul sea, Qin Chuan roughly understood their use. However, for now, he didn't need them. With everything settled, Qin Chuan returned to the side of the saints of the 9 provinces with Linger. Countless people looked at Linger with complex expressions. Even ordinary people could sense from various signs that this woman seemed to come from a fearsome race. That domain filled with demonic energy made everyone feel a deep-seated fear. Of course, the people of the 9 provinces held no prejudice against other races. Several alien races resided in the 9 provinces city, and during the recent battle, they had protected many people of the 9 provinces. Among them were the Thunder Clan, the alien race under Qin Chuan's control. After the 9 provinces prepared to leave the secret realm, the Thunder Clan was the first to be fully liberated. Many of them came to Earth, and under the guidance of the 9 provinces experience, their strength rapidly increased, even producing several saints. They also participated in the recent battle against the Demon Clan. Several saints of the 9 provinces bowed to Linger. Thank you for saving our lives, honored deity. This was not only to thank her for saving their lives, but also for saving the entire 9 provinces. Linger, however, remained expressionless. After merging with the legacy memories of the Abyss, her once kind nature had long disappeared. Her feelings for the 9 provinces had almost vanished. Now, the only person she cared about was Qin Chuan. Saving the 9 provinces was for Qin Chuan. Saving the people of the 9 provinces was also for Qin Chuan. She knew deeply how much Qin Chuan cared for the 9 provinces, so everything she did was solely to make him happy. Therefore, she paid no mind to the gratitude of the 9 provinces people. Now, she had no connection to them at all. Naturally, the saints had no objections to this. Linger might not care about their gratitude, but they could never forget the debt they owed her. Qin Chuan pointed to the several demon god demigods and asked, Linger, what do you plan to do with these guys? Their immense pressure and the swirling demonic energy around them made the people of the 9 provinces feel as if they were under an invisible weight, with not a single part of their bodies feeling comfortable. Linger answered indifferently, Brother Qin Chuan doesn't like them? Then I'll make them leave. To her, these demon gods were far less important than a single strand of Qin Chuan's hair. Since Qin Chuan had an issue with them, she would simply make them go. Qin Chuan didn't mean it that way. After all, these demon gods had indirectly helped save the 9 provinces. Regardless of their intentions, the objective fact remained that they had benefited the 9 provinces. The hospitality of the 9 provinces would never be so rude. Qin Chuan's intention was merely to have these demon gods restrain themselves a bit or find a discreet place to stay temporarily. However, Linger's reaction took everyone by surprise. Her icy gaze swept over the demon gods, her voice as chilling as frost. Step back, all of you. Without my command, do not appear before me. One of the demon gods was about to speak. But, mistress, given the situation, we should. Silence. Linger cut him off sharply, her tone so oppressive that everyone present felt a shiver down their spine. These seemingly powerful demon gods immediately recoiled like quails, turning and speeding off into the distance. They had no desire to provoke this newly emerged and intimidating mistress. Though their strength appeared to surpass Linger's, in the presence of the demon abyss master, even the mightiest demon god was but an ant. She was the sovereign of all demonic beings in the 9 provinces, an existence to whom they were bound to pledge their allegiance by birth. Born as the demon master, die as the demon master. This ancient oath echoed in the hearts of every demon god. Witnessing this scene, the strong men of the 9 provinces couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for this seemingly delicate woman. Earlier, seeing her gentle and caring towards Qin Chuan, they had assumed she was easygoing. Who would have thought her gentleness was reserved solely for Qin Chuan? Many were filled with questions. Why did Qin Chuan have such a close relationship with this kind of entity? From their tightly clasped hands, it was clear that their relationship was far from ordinary. Only a few knowledgeable individuals understood that this woman was Qin Chuan's unwaveringly devoted sister. Despite their numerous doubts, everyone wisely chose to remain silent. After all, Qin Chuan's contributions to the 9 provinces were irreplaceable. Aside from a few like Fan Sheng, no one else could compare. Such an existence was not for them to speculate about freely. At that moment, Fan Sheng walked up to Qin Chuan, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He said softly, It's time I tell you some things. Fan Sheng led Qin Chuan into the sacred land of Yangzhe. In the east, a crimson sun hung high, casting warm and gentle sunlight over the earth. Linger, who had always been inseparable from Qin Chuan, was forced to retreat the moment they stepped into the sacred land, pushed back by the sun's rays. Clearly, this place had a strong suppressive effect on demonic auras. Qin Chuan had no choice but to proceed with Fan Sheng alone, heading towards the center of the sacred land. Along the way, he curiously asked about their destination, but Fan Sheng merely smiled mysteriously, pointed to the sky, and said, We're going into the sun. This response left Qin Chuan chuckling, thinking they should be flying up. But seeing Fan Sheng's silence, he refrained from further questions. The two arrived at the center of the sacred land, where an altar was built around the mountain. The altar's surface was bare, but it exuded a dense, sacred aura. Fan Sheng motioned for Qin Chuan to follow, and they walked to the center of the altar. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and they were instantly transported into a warm sea of flames. Instinctively, Qin Chuan used his holy power to create a protective shield for himself and Fan Sheng. However, he quickly realized that the sea of flames was not searing hot. Fan Sheng explained, "Don't worry, these aren't ordinary flames. They are the flames of civilization." Qin Chuan recalled hearing this term from a few demigods before but had no idea what it meant. He eagerly awaited further explanation from Fan Sheng. Walking slowly through the flames, Fan Sheng began to narrate, "I stumbled upon this place by accident years ago. Look." He parted a section of the flames, revealing the scene behind them. Qin Chuan stepped closer and was amazed to see a planet bathed in divine light, appearing golden rather than Earth's blue. "Are we really on that sun?" Qin Chuan asked in disbelief. Fan Sheng smiled and replied, "Of course, but this isn't an ordinary sun. Use your mental power to touch these flames, and you'll understand." Following his instructions, Qin Chuan released his mental power, and the scene before him changed. Within the flickering flames, he saw historical images. People building walls, fighting floods, writing books. These were all moments from the history of the 9 provinces, each frame filled with endless information, showcasing the profound changes of a civilization through the river of time. Upon closer inspection, Qin Chuan noticed that these images could be traced back to tribal civilizations, but the further back he went, the more blurred and indistinct they became. He even caught glimpses of mythical beings and immortals. Seeing this, Fan Sheng sighed and said, "Our civilization has evolved step by step from the age of gods to the present day. Such an ancient and unbroken civilization is unique in this world. However, in other worlds, there might be better preserved Eastern civilizations." Other worlds with Eastern civilizations? Qin Chuan was increasingly puzzled. Fan Sheng continued to explain, "Yes, the Eastern civilization is not limited to just our 9 provinces. The same goes for Western civilizations. Perhaps in this world, our civilization's flame is the best preserved, but in other worlds, it might be different." Qin Chuan listened quietly as Fan Sheng shared everything he knew. It turned out that their world was known as a fragment world. For some unknown reason, the eastern and western continents created by 2 creator gods had shattered into countless fragments, falling into endless chaos and forming numerous fragment worlds. When a fragment world merged with fragments of Eastern or Western civilization, it would become a microcosm of those continents, each with its own distinct civilization. It was said that the Western civilization continent had a complex array of civilizations and pantheons, while the entire Eastern continent had only one Eastern pantheon. The flames of civilization were the product of a civilization's spirit, wisdom, and faith, serving as the foundation for a civilization to stand in the endless chaos. To ascend to godhood, one needed to be baptized by the flames of civilization. Even after becoming a god, the flames could significantly enhance their power. This was why god kings Odin and Indra were so eager to seize the flames of civilization. As this fragment world continued to awaken, the flames of civilization were growing wildly. The stronger the average individual strength of a civilization, the stronger the flames would become. Hearing this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder, if that's the case, why do Odin and the others want to exterminate the 9 provinces humans? Even if they don't help us develop, wouldn't it be better to seize the flames and leave us be? Fan Sheng immediately answered his question, "There are multiple ways to enhance the flames of civilization. The method you mentioned allows the flames to continuously grow, with long-term development potential. But there's another way, akin to draining a pond to catch all the fish. By completely annihilating a civilization, the flames will rapidly and terrifyingly strengthen in a short time. However, the consequence is that the flames will be fixed and can only diminish thereafter. But for god kings like Odin and Indra, this is undoubtedly the best choice." Fan Sheng turned to Qin Chuan, his tone becoming serious. "Qin Chuan, you should stay here and comprehend what you can from our 9 provinces civilization. But before that, do you have any matters to attend to? You might be here for a long time." What Fan Sheng didn't tell Qin Chuan was that the flame of the 9 provinces civilization could only recognize one person per generation. Fan Sheng was the previous one, and he could sense the flames flickering, indicating that Qin Chuan would be the next. Typically, the next person would come to comprehend the flame only after the previous one had passed away. But with the current turmoil, Fan Sheng didn't want to wait decades longer. He decided to voluntarily relinquish his position, detaching from the flame's blessing, at the cost of significantly shortening his already limited lifespan. Perhaps the day Qin Chuan emerged from the flames of civilization would be the day Fan Sheng faced his demise. But he hoped that day would come as soon as possible. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.